In my previous life, I was a rescue team member who died in an unexpected accident. After passing away, I suddenly found myself in a fantastical world full of bizarre creatures, and this awakening. In my new life, I also awakened my own ability, the sacred stone contract, which can consume physical and mental energy to condense into a sparkling gem. As long as the target willingly accepts their life, their soul and consciousness will fall into the summoner's hands, completely bound. What seems like a formidable power on the surface, however, is also vulnerable to a fatal flaw. Truongbin, what are you doing? Zhangbing quickly clenched the gem, spun around with a forced smile, and did nothing. To Tinjiao, do you want some candy? Tinjiao shot a sidelong glance at Truongbin, clearly showing contempt. Who would want to be controlled by you? That's right, the flaw in this ability is painfully obvious. That creature must fully understand and willingly agree before signing the contract with me. Otherwise, even if I shove a magic stone into its mouth, it won't budge. He leans back and forces a crooked smile. It's just a joke. Inside, you're overwhelmed with disappointment, silently lamenting. The original owner nearly fainted because of this useless ability, but thanks to her resilient spirit from a previous life, she managed to save her fragile body. Seeing Zhangbing's dejected face, Tinjiao suddenly grabbed his hair and pulled it up, shouting to drown out his sorrow. Don't give up so easily. Surely there are living beings in this vast world willing to be controlled by you. Truongbin blurted out, It's easy to say, but who else besides me would be willing? Suddenly, a daring idea flashed in his mind. Wait, myself, Zhangbing whispered softly. That's right, why didn't I think of this before? You didn't hesitate for a second and immediately put the stone into your mouth, making Tinjiao stare in horror. What are you doing? Truongbin's body began to tremble, and a strange blue energy spread from deep within, but it vanished in an instant like smoke. Clearly, this trick doesn't work. Tinjiao hurriedly ran over, holding Truongbin tightly and shouting out, Are you okay? No, I'm fine. Hearing Truongbin's reassurance, she finally relaxed and felt a weight lift off her chest. Don't be like that anymore. It's too scary. A few hours later, Tinjiao stood up and told Truongbin that it was getting late and she needed to go back to the dormitory. I have to report to the patrol team tomorrow morning. You don't need to wait for me, Truongbin asked curiously. Are you really planning to graduate? She turned her face away, her tone firm. Yeah, I've mastered all the knowledge in the books. Now I can only improve myself through actual combat. Truongbin nodded to himself. Joining the patrol team to protect the area has always been her burning dream, and now she finally has the chance. Tinjiao turned around quickly, smiling brightly. Don't be sad. When you get stronger, maybe we can work together someday. Hearing that, Zhangbing blushed and scratched his head awkwardly. Ha ha ha. All right then, I'll just go back to the countryside and farm. Inside, I feel sad about my useless abilities. The school pushed me into farming. Although I say that, I doubt I will meet anyone later. Although she is the childhood sweetheart of the original owner, parting like this still leaves a trace of reluctance, just wanting to hold her tightly once more. While the male lead is lost in thought, he completely unaware of the sneaky figure lurking behind in the shadows. It suddenly rushed forward, directly into Truongbin, then instinctively wrapped its arms around Tinjiao's waist and held her tightly to its chest. Even Truongbin was stunned, unable to understand what was happening, as its mind was in chaos, screaming why its body was moving on its own. Tindao's cheeks flushed like ripe tomatoes. Her body trembling and dizzy, she pushed Truongbin away and stammered, I'll go now. Oh. Watching her run away, Truongbin quickly called out, Be careful on the road. Hearing that, Tinjiao paused, looked back at Truongbin for a long time, then cheered happily, You're the same. So adorable. But that's not the main point. The important thing is that the male lead has realized his strange ability, staring intently at his palm and muttering, Just now? I suddenly remembered, my body unconsciously embraced her. Did I subconsciously command myself? You just walked in deep thought. Was it just a coincidence? You need to check your level of control. Thinking that, he decided to test his abilities immediately. First, he commanded himself to fly up quickly, then suddenly plunged headfirst back down to the ground. Next, he practiced punching and somersaults until exhausted. After the tiring check, Truongbin Keech collapsed face down on the ground, unable to lift himself anymore, completely worn out. Now I am sure I can almost force my body to perform any action as long as it stays within normal human limits. Like flying or transforming into another species is no problem. Moreover, I can even perform movements I have never practiced before based on my memory. So, theoretically, as long as you train your body to the standard, all martial arts are within reach. Just find ways to boost your stamina and you can rise strongly, but now there's still one question to clarify about rest. The next morning, when Zhang Bing woke up, he was startled to find himself sitting comfortably in the cafeteria. Is this the cafeteria? Suddenly, my legs throbbed with intense pain. My legs hurt so much. That's right. I ordered my body to run early in the morning before sleep. Does it run on its own while I'm unconscious? This makes the protagonist feel excited and thrilled. Great, I guessed right yesterday after all. Your body can obey commands even unconsciously. No one would notice. The cafeteria suddenly became lively as a female student entered. Lakthe Vu is here. She is your classmate, Lakthe Vu. She is the goddess Lakthe Vu. Classmate Lakthe Vu. Good morning, I think to myself. Lakthe Vu, the school's beauty, is she also waking up this early? What is that sound? Truong Bin suddenly hears a strange noise, and then the space is stained with blood. Lakthe Vu transforms into a terrifying monster. Damn it, what the hell is this? Doesn't anyone else see it? This is definitely not Lakthe Vu. What you see is the mutated beast controlling Lakthe Vu. It has a shrill, terrifying voice. You don't look very well. Classmate Zhang Bing. Seeing Zhang Bing looking dazed, Lakthe Vu called out urgently. Student Truong Bin, you don't look well. Are you sick? Seeing the terrifying thing behind, Truong Bin ordered himself. Calm down, he stammered. No, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare last night and didn't sleep well. That's right, I have class soon. I need to go now. This action makes the monster suspicious. Is the smell of fear just an illusion of his own? On the way to class, Truong Bin kept hesitating. Why is there a mutated beast in the school? Does no one know? Could I be seeing things? I need to report to the teachers quickly. As I pushed the door open, I was horrified to see a mutated beast gnawing on the girl's body. Overcome with terror, Zhang Bing rushed out of the school, collapsed onto a bench by the roadside, clutching his head and screaming. Something's wrong. Wrong. Could this really be hell on earth? Damn it. At this moment, the main character's mind is in chaos, clutching the crystal contract and muttering, I just remembered. After eating this, I can see the mutated beast. I still need to return to normal. Then he continued swallowing the gem, his body trembling again, emitting a green energy, but this time with something even more strange. What is happening? A system panel appears at the foot of the main character performing the assessment, and upon success, it replays an image. The image rewinds to show a mutated beast clinging to a man's head, with a collar around his neck until death. Zhang Bing exclaimed in surprise, Do I have the Awakening appraisal technique now? Then he examined himself to verify. The attribute panel of the owner, level 1, Summoner Truong Bin, Human Race, Mature Value 3 stars, Stamina 11, Strength 12, Agility 11, Average Human Value 10, Mental Power Infinite, Contract Gem Talent level 1, creates items by consuming stamina and mental power. Once the target voluntarily eats the gem, their life, soul, and consciousness will be controlled by the summoner. Level 1 activated. Truong Bin thought to himself, the contract gem has levels. What does the activated effect mean? Absolute command. You have absolute sovereignty over the summoned beast. Your orders are unresistible to the summoned beast. Absolute obedience. You will strictly follow the summoner's commands. The summoner's orders you will loyally carry out. The basic appraisal technique can see the specific values of oneself and can perform target appraisal. The success rate depends on the difference in strength between both sides, Zhang Bing exclaimed in amazement. This new innate talent came in a strange way. Could it be related to eating the protective gem again? Walking heavily back to the classroom, he was still lost in thought about the power he had just awakened. First, you have transformed into a summoning beast and also become your own contract holder. Second, since you only obey the commands of your contract holder, which is yourself, your body and mind are completely immune to external forces. The fourth point is that those mutated beasts are all heavenly normal hounds at an extremely high level, while you're only at level 1, like an ant facing an elephant. Diagnosis failed, diagnosis failed, diagnosis successful. The mutated beast, the celestial wild boar, a high-level race with an unclear maturity value, level 26. Innate talent. Perception distortion, capable of twisting the target creature's perception and forcing them to be blind to all abnormalities. On Thursday, remember that the distortion perception ability of the heavenly normal otters can swallow a person right in the middle of a crowd, but to others it just looks like two students chatting casually, so no one notices anything unusual. Moreover, since this is a mind control type power, you suddenly recall that Tin Jiao also has a mental ability, so she should have a way to deal with it. After class, Zhang Bing hurried to find Tin Jiao to ask about what happened. On the way, he briefly made eye contact with quite a few mutated beasts. I quietly wondered how many of those monsters were actually out there beyond the school grounds. With my current weak strength, I couldn't face Heavenly Normal Lake, so I had to grit my teeth and pretend to be indifferent, walking straight to the patrol headquarters where To Tinjiao was beginning her new journey. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted warmly by a pretty receptionist with a sweet voice asking, "Hello, do you need any assistance?" Zhangbing suddenly became nervous and stammered, "I came to find someone." To Tinjiao said, "She has to register today." She smiled gently and said, "All right, please wait a moment." Unexpectedly, the sweet girl like honey turned out to be a demonized beast, causing Zhangbing to momentarily freeze with a distorted expression. Sitting down heavily on the waiting chair, Tam questioned himself. If even the patrol team has been infiltrated by Heavenly Normal Lake, are the high-level awakened ones also blind to their illusions? "Truongbin, what are you here for?" Hearing Tu Tinjiao's voice, he quickly stood up, awkwardly scratching his head, just worried he wouldn't adapt well, so he came to check. She softly chuckled with excitement. "It's okay, let me introduce them. These are my teammates. Everyone cares about me." "Is that so?" "That's good. Then I will do my best to become stronger from now on and in the future go out and eliminate the mutated beasts, to avenge my parents." Truongbin clasped his hands together, forced himself to stay calm, and gently bowed his head. To Tinjiao brightened and continued, "So we are still short of people right now. Do you want me to recommend you for the patrol team?" The boy shook his head stubbornly. "No, my abilities wouldn't help. I still prefer working on the farm." She briefly showed a hint of regret and said, "That's a pity." Truongbin quickly stepped back and said, "Since you seem to be adapting well, I won't bother you anymore." Turning away, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by clenched teeth as he muttered to himself, "Goodbye to Tinjiao." It turns out she had also fallen into Tian Thuongho's claws. If I were an ordinary person, I would have collapsed at such a sight. Even Zhang Bing, despite ordering himself to stay calm, couldn't help but clench his fists until they turned purple and struggled to drag himself out of the headquarters. He muttered to himself, "What are you talking about? The patrol team is the strongest force in Mchow City, right? Why is it all in ruins like this?" Tinjiao just arrived today, yet he didn't even dare to lift his head to look at anyone because everywhere is filled with those monsters. It seems that the Heavenly Normal Lake has not only invaded the school, but has also swallowed the entire city. All the residents of Mchow City are just cattle caught in a trap. Zhang Bing was just dragging his feet, pretending to be relaxed while carefully considering his options. He had used the appraisal technique to gather some clues. First, most celestial normal lakes are at intermediate to high levels, yet the patrol team with their elite awakening dummies was powerless against them. Second, you killed Lakthe Vu very cruelly. My intuition tells me so. If I use my appraisal technique on it, my position will be exposed, so it must be an apex or even a king of their kind. Note, above level 40 is the king. Other celestial foxes can surpass their level to defeat the awakened, surely thanks to its influence. Third, unlike ordinary mutated beasts, the celestial fox possesses sharp intelligence and skillful disguise, appearing friendly to humans but only a fragile shell. Wednesday. Their main targets are usually the strong, or those with high status, while the rest are just reserves for food. Facing the Heavenly Normal Fox head-on is like rushing to your death, but he can't just stand by and watch innocent people fall if he can become stronger. A week quietly passed until 3:54 a.m., when Zhang Bing woke up and began his usual training. Recently, he had been waking up much later, as if the more vigorous his physical condition became, the less his body demanded sleep. In the past few days, he has persisted in physical training and has leveled up. Besides weightlifting, he also tries to condense and swallow the spirit stones each day, hoping to activate his abilities or talents like the first 2 times. But since awakening the appraisal spell, the crystals have been all gray and colorless when swallowed, with no reaction. Today, they shimmer again, after 2 times of blue, now turning dark purple. Truongbin swallowed hard, hoping silently, but this color isn't very appealing, just hoping this time it will work. Your body quickly begins to tremble, a familiar feeling returning. Truongbin hurriedly opens the attribute panel to check. Summoned Beast Truongbin, Human Race, Level 2, Mature Value, 4 stars, Stamina 13, Mental Power Infinite, Strength 13, Agility 15, Contract Crystal Level 2, Effect Level 2, New Talent Activated, Absolute Obedience Command, Basic Appraisal Technique, Night Vision, Reduced Presence at Night, Increased Stealth, Increased Movement Speed, Completely Hidden in Shadows. Seeing the new innate ability flash, Zhang Bing cheered. Indeed, having awakened a new innate talent, now able to investigate outside at night. Moreover, the crystal contract has also been upgraded, probably related to his level. Does that mean every time I level up, I awaken a new innate talent? Then I'm unstoppable. I have to train right now and also test the effectiveness of my new talent. As he spoke, Zhongbing activated the Nightwalker and sped out. At the stadium, he ran while deep in thought, seemingly with sharper eyesight than during the day. Suddenly, he noticed a strange ring lying on the grass and bent down to examine it. A ring. Curious, Zhongbing used the appraisal technique and only succeeded on the 4th attempt. The assassination ring causes all living creatures to unconsciously ignore the wearer, meaning a high-level fake consciousness can be immune. At this moment, the image of the ring's owner begins to rewind before his eyes, revealing that it was Lak Tivu Tien Thuong Ho. So is the other person the owner of the ring? But in his eyes, Lak Tivu must be human, truly an enemy of Lak Tivu. The man who just rushed forward was instantly killed by Tien Thuong Ho in the blink of an eye. Truong Bin shivered, unable to believe it. Lak Tivu is an orphan, and with that personality, there can't be any enemies. The only possibility is that someone else in Mchow City is secretly fighting against these monsters. Thinking for 8 seconds as the protagonist searches for clues, suddenly a different voice of heavenly beast echo resounds, breaking the silence. Who is there? Truong Bin that Lacroix, Tam Shui Mot Tieng. Trong Tin Thing I Kapdu, Kao Voi Vatron Sauvao Mandem Toi Tum. Tien Thuong Ho immediately rushes forward, growling angrily. The ring is gone. Someone must have been here. It sniffs with its keen nose, scanning every corner, then silently thinks to itself, I don't smell any traces of breath. How is that possible? How could you hide from me? It must be a mid-level or higher fake awakener. Then it quickly turned around and hurriedly retreated, muttering to itself, I must report this immediately to Prince Vuongtu. Hiding behind the crooked wall, Zhongbing silently sighed in relief, realizing they intentionally left the ring here. Returning it now would only raise suspicion, so he decided to keep it close. As dawn broke at 5:36, Truong Bin kept examining the ring, muttering to himself, earlier, thanks to the darkness, the dark assassin and the assassination ring perfectly concealed all traces. Clearly their strength isn't just from themselves, but also relies on those protective items. Outside the dormitory, the sound of heavenly normal Hu rushing over thunderously, while suddenly a strange voice from the south echoes, making you panic intensely. Zhongbing, who is that? Run away, who is talking right now. A group of high-level celestial foxes boldly stand in front of your door. They rush in and immediately see Zhongbing still curled up and sleeping soundly on the bed. Is it him? Die. As he finished speaking, he delivered a deadly blow to finish off Truong Bin. But just as his claw was about to touch Truong Bin's head, he suddenly froze. He thought to himself, showing no trace of emotion. If this useless guy is a fish caught in a net, he will definitely struggle to the death. Moreover, I can't sense the aura of the ring either. He is the one wearing the lost feather mask, and also the prince of the heavenly norm herd. His subordinate immediately said, Your Highness, why didn't you kill him? This person goes for a morning run every day, but today he didn't. There must be something strange. He then turned back and said, It's not him. He's just a useless person with no value, and his voice was filled with a powerful aura as he sternly warned, Don't waste food recklessly. All the subordinates immediately knelt and shouted, Yes, just like that. The protagonist has escaped a calamity thanks to the prince's frugality. A few moments later, Zhongbing finally opened his eyes, still showing a look of fear on his face, sat up, took out the ring, and said, That was too close. I was scared to death. I forgot that I run every morning. Luckily, I just ordered my body to force itself to sleep deeply, so I wouldn't reveal any weakness. Come to think of it, I think I just heard Tatin Jiao's voice. Was it an illusion? Why am I feeling so sentimental? I need to become strong quickly to avenge her. In short, to avoid arousing Tianyun's suspicion, pretend to live normally for now. That noon, in the school cafeteria, everyone had already started talking. Hey, have you heard? Near our school today, a body was found with a slash across the back, and that body was the notorious Black Zhu Xing, Mchow City's #1 assassin whose previous city lord was seriously wounded by him and ultimately died from old injuries. Zhongbing listened to the girl's story and thought to himself, a slash across the back. Could it be about that person? In white? Even the #1 assassin was easily killed. Lak Tivu's strength truly is beyond measure. This time, revealing the body publicly is probably to warn the forces opposing Tien Thuong Ho. They will surely become more cautious. I need to quickly find some equipment to defend myself. After class, Truong Bin went out to look for blacksmith shops, but all the shop owners were members of Tien Thuong Ho. Zhongbing silently thought, it seems all the blacksmith shops in the city are controlled by the heavenly normal tiger. Identification failed, identification failed, identification successful. Suddenly, the system announced that 100 identification attempts had succeeded, upgrading the basic identification technique to an intermediate level. Zhangbing was amazed to think that after leveling up, he could appraise the growth value of his opponent. Mutated beast, Tinyun Lake. Race, mutated tiger. 1-star growth value, level, mutated beast mid-tier level 15. A gifted talent can distort perception, altering a target's awareness and forcing them to be unaware of any abnormalities. Seeing Zhangbing staring at the shop, he then invited, "Hey kid, come in and take a look." Truongbin immediately refused and left. "No, thank you." He thought to himself that the urgent matter was still to find a shop that hadn't been controlled. When he arrived at the forging shop of the spirit, Zhangbing suddenly heard people talking. "I have top-quality goods here. Looking at this pattern and its shine, I can see it's not easy for him either. If you want to buy it, I'll try to give you the lowest price." The old man then asked him, "What did you say? Are you saying my daughter is waiting for me to eat?" As he said this, he blew smoke in his face, making him angry and shouting, "Hey, old man, are you deaf?" Just then, Zhangbing had just entered the shop, examined his sword, and the man looked annoyed and shouted, "Who's that bastard, you little brat, daring to steal from me?" The appraisal showed it was a beautiful one-handed sword, average quality, a nice weapon but useless and previously broken, poorly repaired. Seeing him trying to snatch back the sword, Zhangbing hurriedly shouted, "Wait, this sword will break." Before he could finish speaking, the sword snapped in half. This made him extremely angry, so he unleashed his power and shouted loudly, "Damn it! How dare you ruin my good thing? Do you even know who my father is?" The lightning energy within him erupted with terrifying force, tearing his clothes apart. He shouted again, "My father is a direct disciple of Master Ma from the Jingyi martial arts school. Look this way." As he finished speaking, he used lightning-fast speed to circle around Zhangbing, creating countless illusions that resembled his split bodies, each capable of causing damage when struck. Facing such terrifying power and speed, all we could hear was the crisp sound of impacts, each one echoing sharply. Truongbin just slapped him and made him fall to the ground, then said, "Is that all you've got?" He tremblingly held his face and said, "Aren't you going to show some martial virtue?" Attribute assessment for Lubao Kwok. Human race, 1-star basic level awakening false tier. Heaven-defying talent, unparalleled fierce soul primordial energy. Any technique used will have a powerful effect, but only the user can see it. Overuse will cause the user to become immersed in their own world and unable to escape. He, clutching his face and trembling, said, "Watch out for me when you go outside from now on." Zhangbing sighed inwardly, thinking, "Is this guy here to make me laugh?" Taking advantage of Zhangbing's inattention, he immediately launched a surprise attack. A good opportunity for a sneak attack. Immediately, the shop was filled with lively sounds of punching and kicking. After tiring him out, Zhangbing said, "Still want to sneak attack me? Who really is the one who doesn't speak Wuda?" Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out. "How long have I been gone for the shop to become so lively? Did you leave on your own, or should I see you off a bit?" As the girl kept cracking her knuckles, he was terrified and immediately bent over to run away, shouting, "I'm sorry." Truongbin thought to himself, "I should check out other blacksmith shops." Before he could leave, the girl blocked him, pressed him against the wall, and said, "Stay here. Let's talk." Seeing how scared Truongbin looked, could this girl be Thien Thuong Ho? Suddenly, a pretty young girl blocked his path, and Zhangbing was stunned, sweating profusely as he stammered, What are we talking about?" She leaned close to his body and whispered softly, "I'm just a fragile single girl, busy with life every day, also taking care of my uncle who has become senile because my daughter went missing. I think you are in good health and have a decent character. Or maybe?" Zhangbing's cheeks flushed as he shyly responded. She then pressed him firmly against her full bosom and pulled him deeper into the shop, cheerfully saying, "Stay here and be a blacksmith. Take care of boss Liu Tiet Fong and help watch over the shop. Of course, food, accommodation, and salary are included." Being pressed against that soft place, Zhangbing felt a thrill of pleasure, but kept a clear mind to consider. "If I learn the blacksmithing craft, I will save a lot of money for equipment in the future. Moreover, this shop doesn't seem to have fallen into Tianchang Lake's hands yet." So the hero's spirit immediately surged with excitement, and he shouted loudly with unstoppable energy, "Yes, I want to become the king of blacksmiths." The young girl, witnessing the scene, gently pats Zhangbing on the back and laughs brightly. "Ha ha, good little guy. As expected from the person I chose." Truongbin silently groaned in pain, vowing to survive through her loving hands. A few days passed inside the forging shop. Continuous alluring sounds echoed, making people blush. "Stronger, even stronger, brother Zhangbing. Zhangbing gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his face, and asked while working, Sister Thu Kwang, are we really okay doing this? Hey, what are you guys thinking about? Take your hand off and keep watching what's happening. At that moment, Thu Kwang was diligently teaching Truong Bin the forging technique. She explained enthusiastically, this is our exclusive technique. Flour forging technique, like kneading dough and massaging to fully blend the ingredients. Say that, she turned around. You wait here for a moment, I'll go inside to get the mold. The fuel is in the barrel next to it. Absolutely don't let the fire go out. Yes, after Thu Kwang left, Truong Bin fell into utter confusion. It's over. The fire is about to die out. I quickly glance at the two nearby barrels, wondering to myself if these are all fuels. Actually, one barrel contains a lizard poison, the other is charcoal, but Truong Bin doesn't care and pours both into the furnace, muttering, I don't care anymore, just put everything in. Finally, he threw it down into the furnace and kept stoking the blazing fire. Just as the materials reached the bottom, the smelter suddenly erupted in a fierce reaction. Deep inside, the flames erupt fiercely, scorching the air with thousands of degrees of heat. Truong Bin froze in shock, his body stiffening as he silently wondered, am I doomed? Suddenly, a strange head appeared right in the middle of his chest, actively swallowing the raging flames entirely. The scorching heat caused Truong Bin unbearable pain. He clutches his chest and screams desperately. In the blink of an eye, the flames are completely sucked away, and the surrounding space is only filled with drifting smoke and dust. Zhangbing choked and stammered, is the fire out? But at this moment, your heart is surging with fierce and intense heat. Zhangbing continued clutching his chest, howling, it's too hot, I dare to test, I dare to succeed. Besides the basic stats, Zhangbing's maturity value has skyrocketed by 1 star. The protagonist silently considers that the increased maturity value, combined with the current situation, if he's not mistaken. The level 3 gemstone contract uses physical and mental energy to create items, and once someone voluntarily eats the gemstone, their life, soul, and consciousness will be controlled by the summoner. Yes. HH Novice level plus 1 star significantly reduces night vision, increases nighttime presence, speeds up movement, completely turns invisible in darkness. Truong Bin silently analyzes how awakening a new innate talent, combined with the increased maturity value, upgrades the old talent, such as how appraisal magic consumes maturity value. The intermediate appraisal technique with 1 star can reveal your specific value and assess targets, with success rate depending on the strength difference between both sides. Truong Bin silently thought, as long as he keeps awakening new talents, the potential for growth is limitless. The new emotional talent, a level 1 fire mimic, can absorb flames to convert into stored fire elemental energy within the body, allowing it to release energy at any time until the energy is depleted. Currently, the fire elemental energy is at 100 out of 1. Truong Bin wondered silently, but he remembered that others' growth potential has limits. Could it be that only he can awaken multiple talents? Was that just now a fire illusion absorbing the starfire? Honestly, I leveled up to level 3 and ate the level 3 magic stone this morning, so why did the effect only activate this evening? Could it be that some condition is needed? Lost in her endless thoughts, Thu Kwang suddenly stepped in, her voice full of concern. What's going on? Why is the house like this? Wait a minute, you didn't throw the dragon snake chain into the furnace, did you? That will explode. It's all my fault for not telling you. Brother Zhang, the repair costs for the house. What are you talking about? You're fine, but how did you extinguish the fire? The flames caused by the Crimson Lizard Serpent are not easy to put out. Zhangbing hesitated, unable to speak. Saying it out loud would take a long time. Wow! With such well-mixed ingredients, this requires extremely high temperatures to achieve such results. You really are talented. The school was mistaken. With your current performance, you're more than qualified to join the 3 major organizations. As she spoke, she poured the ingredients into the mold. Truong Bin asked curiously, Sister Kwang, everyone always calls the patrol team and the investigation team the 2 major organizations, so what is the 3rd organization? What is the name of the 3rd organization that Chungmingzhou actually exists in? No one knows what they do. That's right, Brother Truong Bin. You wanted to buy equipment earlier, right? If you don't mind, take this one. Taking the dagger, Truong Bin immediately appraised it and exclaimed, This dagger must be expensive if it's so good. The dagger is called Mai Nan Lei with excellent quality made from Han Thiet, capable of easily injuring level 10 to 19 mutated beasts. Thu Kwang nodded. If calculated at market price, it's about 100,000. Hearing that huge number, Truong Bin was stunned, standing frozen like a statue. 10,000 is 3 years' salary, you shout loudly. Oh my God, is this what someone like Luongthang Ba can get? Thu Kwang laughs warmly. Ha ha, consider it a reward for your progress. I have to leave now, but you're really not going back to school, are you? Truongbin replied. Don't worry, I've already completed my graduation procedures. All right. Remember to take care of the boss. He's a bit forgetful, so don't let him open the shop door. And with that, she turned and walked away. Truongbin quietly worries that although closing the shop kept the heavenly ordinary tiger from noticing, the recent commotion was so loud it might attract them. Taking advantage of dusk, he activates the Nightwalker to secretly patrol around. In a nearby park, a young girl was playing lively, but in reality she was a celestial transformed tiger, a mutated tiger species. Level 3, 4-star maturity value. A low-level mutated beast with twisted perception talent that can alter the target creature's awareness and make it unable to notice abnormalities. Zhengping secretly calculated that this was the first time encountering such a low-level heavenly normal lake, similar to himself being level 3, and with supportive gear, he might be able to take it down. Although the city patrol team has completely collapsed, the outside investigation team is probably unaffected. Just need to hand over the heavenly normal fox's corpse to them, and it might attract the attention of the higher-ups. Are you planning to attack children? Stay still, or I will kill you. A terrifying pressure from behind pushed down on Zhangbing, leaving him paralyzed and unable to move. She clearly wears the assassin's ring combined with the dark practitioner, yet she was still detected. This person must be of a very high rank. Zhangbing was about to attack a third-level heavenly ordinary tiger, masked as a little girl, when suddenly he froze completely, and a threatening voice appeared. Truongbin secretly thought that this girl was probably far superior to him. Her innate talent as a dark assassin, combined with his own assassination ring, was also tightly sealed by her. She continued, her tone sharp, "If you don't want to die, find me at the martial arts training ground of the orphanage." Huh. Hearing that, Truongbin was quite surprised. The martial arts training ground of the orphanage has disappeared. After finishing her words, all the ice crystals and her figure vanished like smoke, and Truongbin silently thought to himself, "It seems she is not an accomplice of Thien Thuong Ho. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance to explain." After a while, Zhangbing took the initiative to go to the meeting point. The orphanage was vast, and when I was young, I often went to the small park next to practice Mo Bat Quyen, so I named the park the martial arts training ground of the orphanage. At this moment, Truongbin suddenly jumped in surprise, wondering how that girl knew about him. Otherwise, how could she know his secret? Zhangbing was sneaking in while pondering. Not only that, she was always watching me, so I was stopped just as I was about to make a move. She brought me here for a reason. Just then, a mutated beast suddenly appeared right in front of the male lead, making him start in shock. Are there mutated beasts in the forest? Initiating assessment. The system immediately displays detailed information. Attribute table of the mutated beast. Armor of the venomous tail, mutated rat species. 2-star maturity value. Mutated beast level, level 5, innate talent, deadly venom tail. It has a poison sac inside its body that can release toxins through the spines at the end of its tail. Judging by its level, Zhangbing secretly worries that this venomous-tailed rat is 2 levels higher than him, but it seems cautious and slowly retreating, so he might be able to escape. Go back? No, I can't let that happen. If we don't deal with it now, the children at the orphanage who are coming to the park tomorrow might be in danger. It's just a basic mutated beast, with the equipment that Thu Quang gave here. Truongbin immediately drew out his own weapon. The beautiful woman with good qualities is made of Han steel. It can easily deal damage to intermediate level 10 to 19 mutated beasts and can win. Truongbin did not hesitate, putting all his strength into charging straight at the mutated beast, determined to fight to the end. In his previous life, he had devoured many manuscripts, and the protagonist, upon awakening, possessed astonishing combat skills, which was truly unbelievable. Although lacking practical combat experience, he can still command the summoned beast, which is Zhangping, to charge into battle. At that exact moment, the mutated mouse suddenly curled into a ball, spun rapidly at terrifying speed, and lunged toward Zhangping. How is there such a secret technique? You hurriedly brandished your dagger to block and simultaneously ordered your body to go all out in defense. Normal-level mutated beasts are already superior to humans in close combat, let alone this rat which outclasses you by 2 levels, making the situation even more dire. Not only that, its iron armor is incredibly tough, impossible for the beauty to pierce, forcing you to change your strategy. After charging forward, the rat leapt up onto the precarious cliff wall. It bent its body, curling its tail, and dripped poison from the sac into the tip of its tail. Then suddenly, a barrage of venomous spines shot out toward Zhangbing. Our protagonist immediately commands himself to dodge all attacks, as if controlling a character in a game, moving up and down skillfully to evade with agile body techniques. When it stops spewing poison, Truongbin then calmly considers, Its weakness lies in its eyesight, the only part not protected by armor. With that curled-up posture, breaking through will be even more difficult. I have to find a way to break its defense. I see. The basic fire illusion allows it to swallow the flames and convert them into stored fire elemental energy inside its body, which can be released at any time until the energy reserve is depleted. The current fire elemental energy is 100 out of 100, so first order the Mingquan to test the attack. Unexpectedly, the knowledge of Mchow from the book proved effective. This move emphasizes strength and force, focusing on using pressure to control animals and leveraging size advantages to dominate smaller opponents. Truongbin commanded himself to perform Mingzhu Fist, his body automatically dodging through countless deadly rays to approach the mouse at an ideal distance. Instantly, he pretended to draw Marinli and strike to ignite the fire. With one hand, Truongbin thrust Mainanlei into it, while the other secretly prepared fake fire. He smiled triumphantly and muttered, "Little mouse, don't be angry." The fake fire element caused chaos and heat, making the mouse thrash wildly, breaking free from its curled-up state and screaming in agony. Then, taking advantage of its moment of lax defense, he aimed directly at the vital spot and launched an attack. Truongbin forcefully thrust the beautiful tear into its eye, accompanied by the residual heat of the fire element, causing the surroundings to blaze fiercely with rocks and dirt flying everywhere. A few minutes later, the mouse finally died, and Truongbin's level also advanced a rank. The remaining stats surged accordingly, proving that real combat helps level up much faster than training 100 times. Think carefully, the presence of this poisonous-tailed rat is indeed quite strange. In the city, except for Thianthuang Lake, there shouldn't be any other mutated beasts. Lost in his endless thoughts, Zhang Bing suddenly became inattentive behind him. A silent black aura sneaked up, enveloping and dragging him down to the ground. The sudden situation made him panic intensely, screaming loudly. At that moment, a hand reached out and said, "I'll give you 5 minutes," then wrapped the entire body of Truongbin in water. Realizing the familiar voice, he thought to himself it was the girl from earlier. She suddenly appeared, pressing her sword against him, her tone sharp, "Prove you're human." Hearing that, Zhang Bing was overwhelmed with confusion and doubt, silently questioning himself. How can I prove I am human when I am inherently a person? Then Truongbin immediately started to prove he was human. Could it be that she also realized there were mutated beasts lurking inside the city? It's just that I can't tell the difference, so I had to prove myself. Maybe when I was preparing to face Thianthuang Ho, she already suspected. Could you give me a hint on how to stall for time to perform the assessment? And then he thought, maybe the poisonous rat tail wasn't caused by testing himself either. Lu Zhixian still coldly said, 4 minutes remaining. Zhang Bing kept inspecting without stopping. Failed inspection. Failed inspection. Failed inspection. Liu Ziqian reminded again, there are 2 minutes left. After many failed attempts at identification, the skill finally underwent a transformation. Failed appraisal 999 times, upgraded from intermediate to advanced appraisal technique. The advanced appraisal technique can identify the target's authority and camp name. System notification. Identification successful. Attribute table shows name Lu Tutien. Race human, faction cleaning team leader, 5-star mature, high-level awakened person, level 28. Truongbin was surprised, it's too powerful. So she's actually level 28. No wonder it's so hard to identify her, and both the soul cultivator and the silent assassin are ineffective against her. The organization is the cleanup crew. I've never heard of it before. Could it be the third largest organization after the patrol team and the investigation team? Lu Tutien gradually grew impatient, urging, 1 minute left. Truongbin was also startled. Wait a moment. Zhang Bing began to speculate, calling this small park a training ground. So you probably also come from an orphanage like me, right? He recalls the identification information, the name Lu Tutien, their race, and their affiliation with the cleaning team. Truongbin is confused, but he remembers there was no one named Lu Tutien in the orphanage. If she comes from there, she must have changed her name already. Then he guessed a series of names he could think of. She is Liu Head Person, Liu One Hand, Liu Student, Liu Tutu. Hearing the name Liu Tutu, Lu Tutien felt a bit panicked. The change was subtle, but it didn't escape Truongbin's notice. The dagger in her hand also grazed Zhang Bing's neck because of this, and she threatened him. That cannot prove he is human. But Truongbin paid no attention to her reaction. It seems she is Lu Tutu. She is 3 years older than me. When I enrolled at Mchow Academy, Lu Tutu had already graduated and joined the investigation team. If it's just the information that only she and I know, Then memories of the past come flooding back. Images of a white-haired girl teaching her younger brother. This move is the ultimate sky-shattering dragon fist. You must learn it well. Returning to the present, Zhang Bing confidently performs the move again. First strike, second strike, here we go, third strike, here we go. The unbeatable Tianlong fist. Liu Xixian, like a kitten being teased, puffed up her fur and bristled. Liu Xixian put away her sword. Truong Bin asked cautiously, "Are you really Tutu?" "So you are?" Liu Xixian did not continue the conversation because she was hesitant to ask about other matters. The second question, based on the Academy's records, was about your Soulstone contract, which was considered useless because it couldn't meet the activation conditions. "So what have you been doing all this time?" Truong Bin also had to tell the truth. 2 weeks ago, I swallowed the contract crystal and became a summoning beast that is only under my own control, so I can resist the demonic magic of the beast transformation and see through their disguises. Furthermore, based on my recent investigations, there are many celestial lake creatures hiding within the city, and I suspect a community has infiltrated Mingzhou. Even what Zhang Bing just said also shocked Liu Xixian. Clearly, she didn't know this either. Their race has the ability to distort perception. Lu Tutien couldn't maintain her composure and tightly grabbed your hand. "Everything you said is true." Zhang Bing provided some useful information. Duong La Kenghiep, owner of Van Thuong Breakfast Shop, Juan Household Goods owner, Duong Long Chow, the 3 blacksmiths from Long Thuong Weapon Shop, and also the little servant girl you just stopped your brother from hitting. Those people are all low-level Heavenly Beast Ho. You can go verify again. Lu Xiqian turned around and walked away. "Stay still there and don't move. I'll be back soon." She was holding a purple stone used for communication. "Jinbo, do you think this news is trustworthy? The group on the other end is mysterious, and the first thing to verify is that recently Mchow City hasn't detected any mutated beasts of the heavenly beast type, but the distortion of perception ability has appeared, which matches Zhang Bing's description. Only when you get closer can you see clearly that the person is a young-looking guy with yellow eyes." Jinbo said, "I secretly sent people to catch the 2 closest ones. They should be returning soon." Just then, a loud explosion occurred behind them, and 2 teammates ran towards them. "What's going on?" one of them asked. "Team leader, it's the breakfast shop owner who went crazy after being taken out of the city and attacked us again." Suddenly, the shop owner turned to attack, but he paid no attention at all. Jinbo gathered all his strength into his arm, ready to die. He punched the heavenly deer monster in the stomach. The creature fell backward, unable to struggle, and died instantly. Not knowing her limits, the owner of the rice shop's body gradually disintegrates, revealing her true form as a heavenly fox. Jinbu immediately confirmed that the news was true. "We finally identified the enemy, so Jinbo ordered his subordinates to inform the other groups and launch a direct attack on the target." Yes. At Mingzhu Academy, Lok Vu is resting on a bench with her companions beside her. Suddenly, she was surprised to lose contact with some of her subordinates. Lok Vu sat up abruptly and said, "Your Highness." Then she quickly flew into the air to see what was happening. Lok Vu muttered, "Moon 9 is dead. Someone killed Moon 9. Outside the city, Duong Lachinghep killed another beast. Lok Vu's eyes turned cold, able to kill quickly and then conceal his aura immediately to avoid my detection. She suddenly lost her composure, and her false image also involuntarily revealed who she really was. With little information about the cleaning team, one of the 3 major organizations in Mchow City, hiding within the city center, unknown to the public and independent of the city's system, only acting when Mchow faces a major crisis. Most of the elite members of the team come from the investigation and patrol teams. They are all renowned geniuses. These geniuses are basically individuals who awakened at level 25 or higher. They voluntarily abandoned their old identities by faking death, disappearing, and changing their names to secretly protect Mchow City. Back in the darkroom, Zhang Bing was released. He confirmed again, and Liu Xiqian nodded. But we can't verify it. Suddenly you gained the ability to see through the tricks of Tian Thuong Ho. Are you intentionally setting a trap for the opponent? So you can only be eyes and ears. From now on, I will secretly protect you. If you find anything at night that can contact me or help with surveillance, as long as you can deal with Tian Thuong Ho, everything will be fine." Before leaving, Lu Tutien threw a jade pendant to Truong Bin and said, "Here is this for you. This jade pendant is a pair, one called Cold Jade and the other called Egg Jade. When danger arises, just cover Cold Jade with fire, and the Noan Ngok in my hand will also become hot. I know you're in danger and I can help immediately, but I still suggest you strengthen your own power because no one can guarantee your safety 100%. Lu Suxian is just like a wealthy lady keeping a mistress, leaving a line saying, "I will apply for funding. You have time to find a martial arts school that suits you." That's great then, thank you, Tutu. The city has returned to peace, And over the past few days, the number of creatures at Heavenly Normal Lake has decreased significantly, probably taken care of by the cleanup team. Tutu didn't tell me her identity. It seems she still doesn't trust me much. If my appraisal skill hadn't been upgraded to identify faction targets, I still wouldn't know she's part of the cleaning team. But from the start, they already knew that Chung Mingzhu had been infiltrated by beastly mutations. Forget it, as long as I can help deal with Tianliang Lake, and besides, the reward of 10,000 Nianqian Minju is quite generous. At this moment, a pink-haired girl approached. Are you learning martial arts? Does anyone want to teach Beast King authority? Zhang Bing also walks over to take a card. Give me one sheet, please. Yes. He looked at the tuition fee sheet and thought this fee wasn't cheap, but he wasn't sure if it was worth it for him. Basic Beast King. Magic feat of 100. Mchow, first 3 techniques of Beast King magic. 3,000 Mchow, the middle 3 techniques of Beast King magic. 3,500 to Mchow, final 3 techniques of Beast King magic. 5,000 Mchow, advanced Beast King magic. 9,999 Mchow. The pink-haired girl was immediately excited. Absolutely worth the money. Our Beast King martial art is also quite famous in Mchow City, but Truongbin kept shaking his head, having no time to listen to any of it, just nodding along. The pink-haired girl said, if you don't believe me, I can show you a little demonstration. So I acted immediately, and the pink-haired girl handed me a bunch of flyers and then demonstrated. The first 3 moves of the Beast King's authority are divided into the King's technique, the Giant's Claw technique, and the Phoenix Talon technique. In his mind, Zhang Bing silently commands himself to learn. Whether it's the footwork or the unawakened moves, this Beast King's authority is much more powerful than the Ming authority. Level 1 is indeed a decent martial arts technique. Level 2, Yuan Wang's movements are more varied and lack consistency. Level 3, it's just that she is not skilled enough and cannot fully display the power of the Beast King realm. As soon as I thought that, the girl collapsed onto the ground. Zhang Bing helped her to her feet. Are you okay? At this moment, 2 burly men stood beside them and coldly asked, who gave you permission to distribute flyers here from the Beast King Authority? Sorry, I didn't realize. I didn't know we weren't allowed to hand out flyers here. What's so special about this low-level Beast King martial art? I suggest you come to our Hinwai Kuayan shop instead. Zhang Bing immediately recognized this flashy guy. Xidian Wulianqiu is actually Xidian Wulianji. You were the one who used the lean Q last time in the forge. I still haven't settled the score with you, and today is just the right time. Big brother Hung, second brother, give it your all. My little sister with pink hair stands in front of Truongbin. I won't allow you to bully him. The 2 muscular guys activated some skill that made their muscles grow rapidly. Truongbin immediately activated the Appraisal. The attribute table shows Hung Ni is human, affiliated with Hinwai Martial Arts School, mature 1 star, a first-level awakener, level 4 with the talent of physical enhancement. Intelligence is reduced by 70% in exchange for a certain level of physical enhancement skill. The maximum physical strength is 30%. The attribute table shows the full name, Hung Dai. Race, human. Power, Xing Yiwu Quan. Matured, 1 star. Class, beginner awakener. Level 4, talent, physical enhancement. Intelligence reduced by 70% in exchange for a certain level of physical skill enhancement. Maximum physical strength is 30%. The golden-haired guy immediately threatened. You bastard. Get out of the way or I'll deal with you too. Zhang Bing was also stunned by this bizarre skill, using willpower to transform the body. You really think this is a talent? But when he looked at his younger sister's attribute table, he was immediately surprised. Attribute table. The name Vuong Hiet Man, species human beast king power, no faction, mature 7 stars. Level of awakening is level 3 primary talent, diligent but less intelligent. Learning ability reduced by 90%. And any skill can be improved through persistent training with daily perseverance, increasing the growth rate of the same type of exercise by 10%, up to 1,000%. Is the value of maturity that high? I didn't expect Vuong Hiet Man to be the big shot behind the scenes, but with her current strength, stepping out to help me would be like courting death. Zhang Bing immediately threw a stack of flyers to Wang Kexinmin. This is my business. I should handle it myself. Vuong Hiet Man was a bit nervous. There are 3 of them. Handling it alone would put her at a disadvantage. It's okay. Didn't she just demonstrate that royal technique earlier? Just in time for me to train them a bit. Brother Hung charged first, followed by Big Hung, the reckless dog. Truongbin dodged gracefully. Then, with a snort, Hung Dai charged forward fiercely, and Truongbin lowered his body, elbowing straight into his stomach. The second, the Golden Feather, still unafraid from the previous blow, lunged after the 5-linked lightning attack. Zhang Bing fearlessly shattered his 2 balls. Forget it. This life is over. Too bad you didn't bring those two guys with you, or the deadly 5-linked curse you always pride yourself on would have become the 3-linked curse. And then he also left with Vuong Kiet Man. Let's go. Take me to the Beast King Authority Hall to register. Do you really want to register? Wow, you're amazing. You've only seen it once and already learned the Yuan King technique. So what moves do I have in the future? I don't understand. Can you teach me? No problem. Wang Kexin Mian happily said, "This is great. With your help, I will definitely become stronger quickly." But Zhang Bing also understands that this is 100 benefits and no harm to him. Does she have 7-star potential? In the end, at worst, I will be a high-level awakener, or even reach the peak of awakening. Maybe I should ask her for help in the future. Outside the Beast King's hall, even those standing at the entrance could hear the lively discussions, and some saw the inspector on the street. What? The magistrate has returned. Zhang Bing and Wang Kexin went inside together and saw everyone was in chaos. Oh my god. Wasn't it said that the magistrate wouldn't return for 2 more days? Huh? What should I do? I haven't even finished learning half of the royal martial techniques yet. Who told you to be lazy and wait to be punished? Ha ha ha. Hey, wake up! Zhang Bing felt a bit regretful when he saw this scene. It seems everyone is afraid of the instructor. Wang Kexin explained, "Our instructor Baide is famous for being strict. Anyone who fails to complete their tasks is heavily punished. So what about you? Did you get punished too?" Vuong Kiet Man said proudly, "I was punished the most, and even after more than a month I still haven't met the standards for the martial arts entrance exam." Zhang Bing was speechless too, saying, "So this little sister enjoys being oppressed. Is that something to be proud of?" At that moment, the door of the martial arts hall opened, and a man stepped in, everyone automatically saluting the instructor. Vuong Kiet Man reminded Truong Bin that the instructor had arrived and to line up quickly. The instructor looked quite old but had a very strong and proud appearance, giving off a powerful sense of intimidation. Bok Duke shouted loudly, "Everyone stand at attention, correct your posture, or run 50 laps." Yes, Truong Bin activated the appraisal successful. Attribute table, name by day. Race, human powerful Beast King faction. Level 1, awakened at level 25, high tier talent. Real form, auxiliary form, shape-shifting body, can change form by consuming food. The number of forms stored depends on level, including wolf-running form and lion berserk form. Truong Bin was surprised by this information, so powerful that even the rank could be compared to Sister Tutu. It seemed Bok Duke sensed Truong Bin's gaze, so he turned to look. He stepped closer to Truong Bin and said, "You are the kid who helped teach the Hin Wai Quang Quan yesterday." Truong Bin responded fearlessly, "So what?" Bok Duke, the shop owner, immediately changed his expression. "Kid, watch this." What the heck is Truong Bin supposed to understand? Bok Duke immediately threw a punch at Truong Bin, but he managed to dodge just in time. Wait a moment. Bok Duke keeps attacking Truong Bin without stopping, while he dodges and says, "Master, you're going too far, just suddenly attacking someone new like me." Bok Duke is a bit surprised. The newcomer might be driven by increased combat intent or something else, so Bok Duke envelops flames around his arm and rushes toward Truong Bin. "I heard that your little brother only looked at the royal technique once and already learned it. This punch was so close to my face, I'm done for, I can't dodge." But then Bok Duke suddenly spun around 180 degrees and patted his head. "Well done, well done." Then he laughed with delight. "Ha ha ha. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Your understanding isn't bad, kid." Then he turned to scold Wang Kexin. "Unfortunately, the actor Wang Quiyen showed you was a complete novice, with steps that are 1,000 miles apart." Vuong Kiet Man quickly turned away. Bok Duke pats Zhang Bing on the shoulder and says, "I'll personally train you later. Thank you, instructor." After reminding Truong Bin, his gaze shifted to the trembling disciples behind him, like a hungry wolf eyeing a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Then he proceeded to check if they were lazy or not. Everyone lined up in a row, each one stepping forward to spar with me. Those who didn't meet the standards would have to do 500 push-ups and carry weights for 10 kilometers. Truong Bin also had to smile wryly. No wonder he's someone who awakens the body's enhancement system. His training is also brutal. Suddenly, Vuong Kiet Man poked his back. Truong Bin turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Vuong Kiet Man stammered, The instructor didn't teach me much, so after you finish correcting him later, could you teach me too?" Truong Bin quickly agrees without much thought. "No problem. After class, you can follow me to Thiet Chi Hon. I will train with you." "Really? I was worried you would refuse." But after reviewing Vuong Kiet Man's attribute chart, I understood that diligence compensates for intelligence, with a learning ability below 90%. Is this her innate talent to torment her teacher? No wonder Instructor Baide didn't want to teach her much. Vuong Kiet Man bowed her head in gratitude and asked for more guidance in the future. A few days later at the Iron Soul, she made a mistake again and apologized to redo it. Turns out Zhang Bing was teaching Vuong Kiet Man incorrectly, so she had to redo it. Vuong Kiet Man fell flat on the ground. It's heartbreaking to see her good intentions. Truong Bin also felt a headache, so I broke down Yuan Wang's moves into smaller actions for her to practice step by step, which only barely showed some effect. But this Beast King's power does have its methods. I've only trained for a few days, but I can vaguely feel my level improving. Just then, Kusak's voice rang out. Truong Bin's younger brother. I'm back. Truong Bin then went outside. Sister Sak is back, keep practicing, I'll go check it out. Wang Kit Min stroked her beak. As soon as I came out, I saw Kusak complaining. So annoying. This time I almost failed. I have no idea what kind of monsters these are. The wild animals and mutated beasts outside have decreased a lot, so we had no choice but to go deep into the northern forest and ended up encountering a pack of wolves, all of them fierce wolves. Truong Bin was surprised and asked, What? So, Sister Sak, are you okay? Kusak took out a blue stone from her storage pouch. Still fine. We used earth concealment to escape. The wolf pack couldn't find prey, so they attacked the nearby forest dwellers. Then she handed the stone to Truong Bin, seizing the opportunity to profit from the wolves and get something valuable. Come on, give me your hand. It's very rare to find something like this. The wind treasure crystal is of rare quality. A rare biological crystal, hard to find. It can be used to store wind elemental energy and, through spiritual guidance, release that energy to create attacks like wind gusts and wind storms. Zhang Bing took it. This is a wind treasure stone. I also know how to tell. Even a child can use this to perform spells like wind blessing and wind fury from thin air. Suddenly, Zhang Bing heard unfamiliar conversations. Hey, it's not good to be like this during the daytime now. Oh no, don't take it off. Let go of my hand so I can do it myself. What's that sound? The family sword, the first move, sword aura sweeping across. Let me see. Birds on the trees in pairs, blue water and green mountains bring a smile. 12 moons has died. Humans deserve to die. Today, I will kill 2 more. Announce a tribute assessment. Summon beast Truong Bin. Owner, Truong Bin. Race, human. Forging force, lead, soul. The level of maturity is 4 stars, with stamina 18, mental strength extremely high, energy 17, agility 21, averaging the values of ordinary people at 10, and the level of the initial awakening of the gemstone oath is level 4, activating the additional effect of awakening the wind language and the beginner wind language faker. Those with this ability will randomly hear loud emotional voices within a 10-mile radius and cannot control them voluntarily. Zhang Bing chuckled happily. As expected, it's a new talent, just like during the previous fire simulation. Boshai Ke Wash has activated its effect. The sound of the heavenly normal lake echoes again. Yuelu outside the shop, there is still a young man besides Wang Kiman's family. That boy seems to be the one who harmed us in the dormitory and caused His Majesty to scold us. It seems like the smell is gone. Let's eat them for lunch. Zhang Bing was surprised to realize, what was that sound? Is that Tianchong Lake? I'll eat that guy out. Wang Jimin has handed you over. Truong Bin's eyes narrowed. We're targeted now. Lu Ziqian just finished her bath, stepped out to dry her hair, and noticed the jade tablet on the table glowing continuously. Something's wrong. Zhang Bing is in danger. Zhang Bing was worried because Liu Xitian hadn't responded for a long time and wondered why Sister Tui Tui still hadn't arrived. It feels like these 2 heavenly deer have lost their patience and will strike at any moment. Suddenly, Sister Sak stepped from behind, seeing your serious face, she couldn't help but worry. Are you okay? Is everything all right? Truong Bin looked at Sister Sak with unease. These 2 are mid-level heavenly normal hounds, and even with Sister Sak here, they are completely unstoppable. You immediately try to drum up the village to find a way. Right, Sister Sak. You just got back and haven't gone to see Uncle Liu yet, right? Or maybe you should go upstairs with Uncle Liu. I'm going to buy some food to cook for both of you. Hurry up and go upstairs. It's been a while since I last had a meal cooked by you. Also, take Fong Chi Bao Thatch with you. Okay, don't keep her waiting too long. Truong Bin waved to Sister Sak. Taking advantage of this moment, he took Vuong Kiet Man away to avoid causing trouble for Sister Sak and Uncle Liu. You go to the backyard of the blacksmith shop and see Vuong Kiet Man still practicing martial arts. Truong Bin, do my movements look correct? He grabbed Vuong Kiet Man's arm firmly and said nothing. I will take her away. What's going on? But suddenly at this moment, the 2 heavenly normal hounds stepped forward. Where are you both planning to go? Zhang Bing quickly stepped in to protect Wang Kexin. It's over. She still innocently steps forward. Mom and Dad, why are you here? But Truong Bin anxiously shouted, Don't go over there. Vuong Kiet Man pulled his shoulder. Truong Bin, they are my parents. It's okay now. The information of the 2 divine normal fox beasts appears again. Demonized beast, the celestial fox, a mutated fox species with a maturity value of 1 star level 15 innate ability that distorts perception, capable of manipulating the target's awareness and preventing them from noticing abnormalities. Demonic beast, heavenly, normal, fox, a mutated fox species, fully grown at 1 star level. Innate talent to distort perception. They can manipulate the target creature's perception and prevent it from noticing anything unusual, but in Wang Qimen's eyes, they still appear as a gentle couple. Man, who is the person beside you? Why do they look so scared of your parents? They are your friends from the shop, but as soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath their feet suddenly sank. Zhang Bing immediately realized that the room was dark, which was perfect. Wang Min was feeling scared. Huh? What is this? The two heavenly normal otters jumped in. This is bad, they ran away. Zhang Bing held Wang Qimen close. Mom and Dad, don't worry about them. Hold on tight until night. Tian Thuanghu refuses to give up and charges straight into the dark room. It's not good, they're chasing after us. You got a scratch on your back from a claw. You grit your teeth, blood dripping from the corner of your mouth. Zhang Bing, both of them, fell into the dark room. Truong Bin tries to steady himself and steps in front of Wang Kexin to shield her. Truong Bin, are you okay? Still okay. Wang Kexin Mian couldn't believe her eyes. Why did her parents attack Zhang Bing? Dad, why? Don't go over there. They are mutated beasts. The two heavenly normal hounds are smug. Oh, they can see through our disguise, so we definitely can't let you stay. Zhang Bing struggles to block the attack with a small knife. Too fast, he can't dodge it. Is this the difference in rank? Another heavenly normal lake creature is approaching Wang Ket Man. My good daughter, stay calm. The other one is still searching for Wang Ket Man. She stepped forward. Mom! Truong Bin gritted his teeth and fought back. Doomed, he was about to give in too. Suddenly a familiar voice rings out. Zhang Bing, get out of the way, it's no one else but Liu Xiqian. She swung her sword in a circle, killing the two heavenly foxes. Truong Bin was reassured, but Wang Kiet Man became even more frantic. Sister Tutu, don't do it. She rushes through the gaps, killing the two heavenly deer beasts, then turns back to sheath her sword. Are you both okay? Wang Kiet Man shouted in panic, holding her head, her dark eyes struggling. No, why? Why did she kill my parents? Zhang Bing tried to comfort her. Wang Kiet Man, they are not your real parents, they are just Tianxun Hu wearing the guise of your parents. Wang Kiet Man held her head, tears welling up in her eyes, unable to accept it. No way, you lied to me. They are obviously my parents. You lied to me? Sister Tutu, why doesn't the heavenly normal lake reveal its true form? Lu Tuthian approached, suggesting that there might be a heavenly normal lake within the city, enhancing the innate mystical abilities of the community. Therefore, even a low-level fox could hide from high-level awakeners. But the ones we killed earlier were outside the city, so their true forms were exposed. Zhang Bing lowered his head and tore off the mask on the face of the heavenly normal lake. So perhaps only I can expose their disguise. Wang Ket Min, these two mutated beasts have already killed her parents. Disguised as them, white smoke surrounds the body of Thien Thuong Ho. It gradually disappeared, and her parents' figures appeared before her, gently stroking her head. This is the truth. How is that possible? Over at the trap, His Majesty the Crown Prince sat on the throne and said, In the past week, 9 coins have been lost. It seems humans have found a way to break the illusion. A heavenly unicorn stepped forward and said, Your Highness, let's just kill all the humans and take over the city. But another objected, Then what will we eat afterwards? Eat grass? The Crown Prince waved his hand to order, silent, foolish, killing humans is unrealistic and a waste of food. The urgent matter now is to lure them out of the shadows and eliminate them one by one. I wonder if Deputy City Lord has any plans. King Trak Min bowed his head and said, Perhaps we can lure other races into disturbing Mchow City and then focus on eliminating some of the strongest human experts. How do you know they are still inside the city? Besides the patrol and investigation teams, there is another major organization. And during that time, the City Lord was severely harmed by the king and had to flee wounded. I suspected that he was hiding within that organization. I am certain he won't leave the city. He's definitely waiting for us to make a mistake. But the common folk below also agree. Your Highness, I think bringing other races into the city is not a good idea. That's right, I just wanted to change things up. Your Highness the Prince, step down. But the king is still sleeping deeply. Although he has helped my tribe, if he dares to make any move, I will definitely kill him. I hope you understand your position, Huang Zhaoming. Huang Zhaoming kneels before Your Majesty the Crown Prince. I dare not. I dedicate my entire life to the city of Mingzhou. It's a pity that the city lord is useless. The bright city has not developed quickly. I only hope it can be taken over by someone strong. On Wang Kiet Min's side, she kneels down in front of the 2 ordinary fox corpses, slowly touching their blood. A look of weakness and guilt is clearly visible in her eyes. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, I apologize. If I had realized sooner, Liu Siqian said coldly. Even if she had discovered it earlier, there would have been nothing she could do. Stop talking, Tudu, sister. Enough. In the end, it's all my fault. I am too weak. Someone like me can't even learn the simplest martial arts. Why did such a thing happen to my parents? Why wasn't I the one who died? Zhang Bing then held Wang Shimen tightly in his arms. Listen, this is not your fault. Liu Siqian looked with tears in his eyes. Is this where they get affectionate? She turned away, just like me. I also have someone very important to me, but they were killed by the heavenly routine tiger of the patrol team. I can't help but think about it. If I had stopped him from joining the patrol team that day, would that have prevented this from happening? But deep down, I know that even if I could go back in time, the outcome would not change. Joining the patrol team was her dream. No one could stop her. No one could change her fate. So her family's death wasn't her fault. But she can change the future, become stronger, and protect those she cares about. I believe your parents in heaven have spirits and would definitely be happy for you. Zhang Bing continued, as for the monsters inside the city, trust me, I will definitely destroy them one by one. But as soon as he finished, he spat blood onto Wang Kexin's face, didn't he? Then the light in your eyes gradually blurred and went dark, only hearing voices calling out, True Wang Bin, right? So, I ended up getting seriously injured like this? I just ordered my body to hold on, but I didn't expect it could only last for a while. After sinking into the shadows, you slowly opened your eyes again. The faces of Wang Qianmin and Liu Sithian gradually appeared before you. Good, he's finally awake. Zhang Bing looked around and asked, How long have I been asleep? Don't move, be careful, or the wound will reopen. Wang Qianmin stepped forward with determination. I've decided, Truong Bin. I want to become stronger so I can go with everyone to destroy Tien Thuong Ho. Yes, I trust you. You can definitely do it. Liu Sixin also temporarily agrees. Miss Vuong, your home is no longer safe. I suggest you stay here for now. If the two of you stay together, I can keep you safe. As Zhang Bing watches them, suddenly a sound echoes faintly in his ear. The king is still sleeping soundly. The officials do not dare to clarify the location. Truong Bin can clearly recognize whether this voice belongs to His Highness Prince Wang or if it is Lac Thivu's voice. Then he turns to Lu Tuthien. Sister Tutu, there is intelligence from the heavenly normal lake. What did you say? After a while, when hearing Truong Bin Tuong Thuat, Lu Tuthien also guessed part of it. Huang Zheming, he is the Vice Lord of Mchow City, appearing in the conversation with Tien Thuong Ho, and even calling himself a subordinate, which suggests he may have defected. And since the king can use illusion magic to strengthen the community, he must be the ruler among Tien Thuong Ho. If their king is sleeping deeply, then now is the perfect opportunity for us to strike back. Truong Bin, we need your cooperation to identify the heavenly normal lake, no problem. At the same time, old Liu is still waiting. I'm hungry, so I'll wait a little longer. Truong Bin should be back with food soon. Now, Many is complaining that she told me to activate the secret chamber earlier, and now she wants to open the heavenly seal. Tutu really knows how to boss people around. The three of them entered the room, and Hua Qiet asked, Many, you don't drink coffee? This time it will probably take a long time. No need, I just drank. Then let's get started. Hua Qiet stomped her foot on the ground, raised her hand, and a light appeared, forming a seal. The Yang light energy is complete. Mandy and Tranlok Vai continue. The dark veil is complete. The illusionary light transformation is finished. A strange illusion appears from the core of the secret manual. Mystical light. Heaven veil activates. After working together for a while, the cleaning team finally agreed to reveal some information to me. The cleaning team is the most secret organization in Mchow City. Their role is to step out when Mchow City is about to face disaster and to clean up the impurities in the city. As Minchow's trump card, the cleaning team often operates in secret, supported by a specially structured auxiliary team. The barrier formation team, according to what Sister Tutu said, it mainly has 3 members. Team leader. Mang's ability is darkness. The dark room I entered many times before was created by her herself. Hua Qiet's ability is sunlight blessing power, which absorbs light to provide energy and maintain the team's combat strength. Isn't this basically a power bank? Tranlok Fi's ability is illusionary light projection, allowing him to turn invisible by changing the colors of light and shadow on surfaces. The 3 of them can combine to activate the Quangtien Mac, pulling creatures of royal level or below from the sky into the dark space of the inner world. We can also freely manipulate the scene inside the world to deceive opponents, which is the strongest tactic of the sealing formation. If Tianyun Lake kills silently by distorting perception, then we will use the way of humans to repay you. Yue and Yue were walking down the street. The atmosphere around them seemed somewhat gloomier, and they whispered, Yue, maybe we should pick some people here to bring back. Things haven't been very safe in the city lately. Better to be cautious. Yue challenged, why are you already scared? Nguyetni quietly paused, catching Nguyetnat's attention as she cautiously looked up at the surrounding glow and asked, do you feel like something's not right? Nothing seems unusual? I see you're suspicious, like Cao Thao. Nguyetnat looked around sharply and asked, where did everyone go? At this moment, a fist aimed at them from behind appeared above, causing a great shockwave to shake everything, but they managed to dodge. From the shadow, you could see it was a tall man. Unfortunately, I can't kill both of them with a single punch, she shouted loudly. I won't. You are the one who recently killed my kind in Mchow City, yet you dare to openly attack us. Aren't you afraid we'll call for reinforcements? Turns out both of them are heavenly bird hounds, but Kimba still shows no fear. Oh, why don't you try calling and see? He uses the Golden Blood Gold Bia at level 32. Based on Zhang Bing's intelligence, these two are around level 25. I think I can handle them. The other two rushed in relying on their numbers. Reckless Wei rushes in to fight you, too arrogant. Nick Ga also dares to fight a white person. The young man blocks the attack but quickly notices something unusual, and before he can do anything, the other person strikes again. You little snack. I clearly blocked it. Yue sneers contemptuously as he keeps attacking him. Is that all you're capable of? I really can't understand how those fellow creatures were killed. Kim punched Nguyetnat's face immediately, even harder than when Lam Min raised his interaction. Now you know. Yer looks back anxiously. Yue, she rushed to attack him. Damn it, I have to take her life. But just as the hand reached in front of him, it stopped. Turns out he had recognized that Thien Thuong Ho with a completely different human body. You held Tian Zhonhu's hand, not the human mask anymore. I see now. Even though I can't see, I probably know your shapes pretty well. This kind of sneak attack ability is really powerful, but for direct confrontation, it's pretty useless. He broke Nguyetni's arm and she cried out in pain. Nguyetnat, save me. She also prepared to attack him from behind, but Kimba turned around with a sinister smile in his golden eyes. The sisters quickly covered their points of weakness upon seeing that smile. Hello, a quick strike sent Nguyetnat flying far away. I'll send you off. Then he jumped onto her back and kicked hard, forcing her down firmly onto the ground. Send her off one more time. Nguyetnat fell hard onto Nguyetni, voice trembling with pain. Why can't you sense your own kind? We fell for the trap, but calling you Dat G, singing hits or fighting hurts. Your girl doesn't hold back, especially Nagachu, so you throw another punch. Strike with lightning again. Yue and Yue shout loudly, aiming to tear through Mo Air. I hate you again. Truong Bin and Lu Tuthien were already observing from behind, and you praised too much. In the end, Kimba is also the leader of our combat team. Zhang Bing thought of his brother ex-Goku, but his appearance makes it hard for people not to associate him with San. Lu Sitian asked blankly, what is that? The outside world is still very peaceful right now. Suddenly, Lu Tuthien's earpiece beeped. Lu Tuthien. This is Thoi Bak beast outside the city, starting to gather and cause chaos for no apparent reason. If they enter the city now, it will only add to the burden on the illusionary realm of the heavens. She goes outside the city to investigate the situation. But if she's worried about Truong Bin, she takes him along, which can also help him improve his combat skills. Understood. We have already recorded the location Thien Thuong Lake that he pointed out earlier. I will arrange a combat team to deal with it. Zhang Bing wondered if the gathering of the Windstorm Wolves earlier was related to this. Liu Xian walked away and said, Let's go, Zhang Bing. Follow me outside the city. I will send someone to protect the forge. That person earlier was some big shot, right? He's our leader, and after the mission is over, you'll meet him. Understood. Level 1 to 10, Basic Intelligence Research Institute. Truong Bin's current rank is level 4, mid-level LV11 to LV20. Most of the Heavenly Normal Lake are mid-level, high-level from 21 to 30. Lu Tuthien is level 28, and a few Heavenly Normal Lake are also elite, high-level. Peak level 31 to 40, the limit of human capability is level 40, Kimba level 32. The Moon King from can be a Peak King level 40 to 70. The rank of mutated beasts has no limit. The Thien Thuong Ho community includes the existence of King-level beings. The system in front of Zhang Bing suddenly flashed an urgent notification, indicating that the energy reserve was only half remaining. He panicked, his heart pounding, thinking it's over. The previous attack had completely drained his energy. At this moment, hundreds of furious white rabbits with blazing eyes are slowly approaching him. Truong Bin involuntarily steps back, his legs trembling, fear surging in his chest. He didn't have time to think of a way to deal with them, especially with the horde of rabbits so numerous that it sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, a giant alpha rabbit, much larger than the rest, roared in fury, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth, its threatening gaze seeming ready to swallow him whole. He hurriedly rummaged in his shirt pocket and shouted excitedly, "Yes, this amount is still enough to activate the gem pendant." As soon as he pulled out the gem pendant, the white rabbits all charged at him simultaneously, as fast as lightning tearing through space. Truong Bin panicked, with only one thought in his mind: escaping is the best strategy. He runs and screams desperately, "Tutu, save me." The jade pendant in her hand fluttered, flickering with sparks. Suddenly, 4 white rabbits charged forward, their faces filled with fierce hostility. No way. Do they even know how to use tactics like flanking, standing there like a mountain? It's as if his feet are nailed to the ground and can't move. The white rabbits gradually close in, forming a deadly circle. Jiang Bing sighed in despair. This time, things really got complicated. Just then, the rabbits simultaneously shot acid bullets from their ears, the eerie blue glow of the acid illuminating the entire area. He cowered in fear, curled up, covering his head, using his clothes as a shield against the first attack. But strangely, Truong Bin felt no damage at all. A water shield suddenly appeared behind him, protecting him from the acid rain. He glanced briefly and immediately recognized the familiar water element aura. It is Liu Suxian. She calmly walks forward, raising her hand to dissolve the water barrier. Zhang Bing happily sat up, exclaiming, "So it's really you, Sister Tutu?" Liu Siqian's face is cold and emotionless as she simply retreats with 2 short words, her energy surging into a powerful stream of water. The white rabbit is also becoming violent. Suddenly, a 100-meter-tall tsunami rises up, rushing forward with destructive power. The powerful surge of water swept away the rabbits, causing them to panic and scream in the current. Lu Tu Tian snapped her fingers, and the fierce water immediately froze, trapping the rabbits in a layer of icy coldness, unable to move. Zhang Bing watched the scene before him, his mouth agape in awe. Too incredible. I only dealt with one just now and had to go all out. Liu Siqian turned back, her sharp eyes fixed on Zhang Bing as she asked, "Why have so many appeared just after you left?" Zhang Bing looked confused, shrugging his shoulders innocently. "I don't know either." Liu Zetian rolled her eyes, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, showing signs of fatigue. But before she could rest, another group of white rabbits charged at her, wave after wave, their numbers overwhelming. She swung her hand. A blue sword appeared, shimmering with light. She shouted, "No matter how many there are, it's the same," but suddenly stopped, carefully observing the behavior of the rabbits. "They have no intention of attacking us. They are only rushing toward the frozen group of rabbits earlier," Zhang Bing muttered in surprise. "No attack this way. Is it because that leader over there, but it probably already died? It must have died." Liu Zetian lowered her body, legs apart, sword drawn back in a ready stance, but the rabbits still paid no mind, focused solely on rescuing their leader. Seeing her chance, she charged forward, her voice cold. "If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore." A few sharp sword strokes cut down the white rabbits neatly, blood splattering everywhere. None of them had a chance to fight back. Only the last one remained. She raised her sword high and struck down fiercely, ending the entire group of rabbits. Liu Zetian looked at the leader rabbit frozen in ice, its face still fierce with sharp teeth, threateningly bared. She pondered for a moment and muttered, "If I'm not mistaken, the answer is inside this rabbit's body." She reached out her hand towards it and explained softly. The ice immediately shattered into tiny pieces. She sat down, carefully peeling away the layers of ice to look for something. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Found it." In her hand is a green gem, shining with a mysterious light. Zhang Bing stepped closer, looked down, and curiously asked, "Soul-binding orb. What is this? It smells so good." Liu Suishan carefully observes the gem and then slowly explains, "This is a device created by an organization used to control mutated beasts." She pondered in her mind a woman controlling a wicked serpent and a long-horned lion. "It is the Chungu Thu family," she continued. "Indeed, they have appeared. I heard that the soul lure emits a special scent that only low-level mutated beasts can smell. It is this very scent that lured the white rabbits here, growling fiercely." She paused and added, "Creatures that consume the soul pill will lose their wits and eventually be forcibly tamed. That's why the lead rabbit became much more aggressive. But how does the Chu family control the tamed beasts? We still don't know." Holding the soul-repelling pill tightly in his hand, Liu Siqian continued, "This thing isn't digested. If we don't care, more mutated beasts will surely be controlled." She turned the ice pearl into shards and crushed them into countless pieces, letting them fall all over the ground. In short, The violence of the mutated beast is definitely related to the soul summoning pill. I will report back to the headquarters. Turning to Zhangbing, she said seriously, whether it is the Chu family or not, we must investigate clearly. You should seriously train with me outside the city walls. Truongbin immediately straightened up and raised his right hand to shout. Yes. Suddenly, from behind a tree in the distance, a figure in a black cloak quietly observes, eavesdropping on all their actions and words. Luciken seems to sense something unusual. She rushes forward, pushes Zhangbing back, causing him to stumble and almost fall. A surge of energy from her hand shot out, slicing straight through the tree trunk. The tree collapsed, leaving only a layer of ice on the cut, with no other marks. Suddenly, what's going on? She stared at the tree trunk and then replied, "It's nothing." But in her heart, she wondered if she had been mistaken. A week later, in the gloomy hall, Laktivu summoned her subordinates for a secret meeting. Your Highness, all the creatures from the heavenly normal lake living at the human statue have been summoned here. But the mutated beasts from other clans outside are still raging wildly. Laktivu pondered with a cold gaze, thinking, the chaos of the mutated beasts is increasing. Could Hoang Trashmin be behind this? I can't rely on him completely. I have to act myself. She stood up and said firmly, you all probably know that recently humans have found a way to eliminate mental control, causing heavy losses to our clan. Over the past week, I've observed that most of our kin who were killed were concentrated around Tuong Han Hai, and those living nearby are likely to be the next targets. I want you to create some chaos to make the enemy think you've found a clue and plan to escape, luring them into an early attack and becoming prey. The Thuong Ho looks worried and says, Laktivu immediately unleashes deadly aura, his eyes blazing, shouting, actually, I want to see who is really behind all this. Every one of his subordinates shouted in unison, their spirits shaking the entire hall. Meanwhile, in the dark 3 forest, Zhangbing was fighting fiercely to level up. Taking advantage of the night, he slaughtered a series of poison rabbits until the dawn appeared. The system suddenly announced that the night traveler's time had expired. The group of rabbits immediately realized that Zhangbing had begun a fierce counterattack. He secretly calculated that after a week of hunting rabbits, he had reached level 6, understanding their weaknesses and attack methods. First, neutralize their ranged attack to provoke them. When angry, they will coat themselves with acid and charge at you. That acid can be burned, but the burn time is short and not deadly. If I use snake scale chain as fuel, the fire will burn until the rabbits turn into ash. I'll call this move True Fire Triple Secret Fire. Anyway, since fire is the nemesis of poison, these rabbits can be easily destroyed by me. Thanks to his accumulated experience, Zhangbing faced an unprecedented large number of rabbits this time and was confident he would level up. The inspection result that appeared made him rejoice. Indeed, he had leveled up. Level increased to 7. Attributes improved significantly. Stamina, 24. Mental strength unlimited, strength 25. Agility, 29. Moreover, the crystal contract also rose to level 5. He pondered, waiting for the 5th level of the gemstone to activate. Hold on, has the gemstone contract also leveled up? Truong Bin created a sparkling blue crystal, pondering that I used to think the level of the crystal matched my own level, but when I jumped 2 levels to 6, the crystal still stayed at level 4. Could it be that the crystals are becoming harder to upgrade? This time, I don't know what ability will be awakened, hopefully a combat skill. While Zhangbing was still lost in thought, a strange phenomenon appeared behind him. The body of the rabbit suddenly turned black, its eyes glaring fiercely, emanating a deadly aura. He was startled and turned back in shock, exclaiming, "This one isn't dead yet. The black rabbit looks unusual, very different from the previous rabbits." Zhangbing immediately activates his fire ability and confidently says, "It's the same every time. I'm different now." He rushes forward to attack directly. The black rabbit also didn't dodge, charging straight at him, making Truong Bin excited. "Oh, you still dare to face me head-on?" But suddenly, instead of being stabbed, the rabbit transformed into a black bone screen, easily passing through his body. Truong Bin quickly switched the sword to his left hand, wondering what was going on. Could it be that killing too many rabbits has summoned vengeful spirits? He didn't hesitate, swinging his sword with great force and hitting the rabbit precisely. It immediately returned to its original state, lying still and motionless. Zhangbing frowned, wondering when the poison arrow rabbit gained this ability. Could it also be controlled by the soul pill? He cut open the rabbit's belly and checked inside, and indeed found a strange object. But during the inspection, the system kept reporting a failed diagnosis. Diagnosis failed. I muttered to myself, it's been a long time since I encountered something so hard to analyze. Finally, the result shows Minwu's essence is unclear. with no clear spiritual power from the testicles of Minvu Black Mountain Yang. Consuming it will cause unpredictable consequences. Truongbin was stunned. Duongbao's mountain goat testicles can be eaten continuously for 3 days and nights without getting tired. The assessment keeps failing, the assessment keeps failing. He kept trying to identify it, but kept failing again and again. Zhang Bing thought to himself, it's been a long time since he encountered something so difficult to extract information from. The essence of Minvu is of unclear quality, but the powerful energy inside Minvu Haksonduong's testicle will trigger unimaginable events. Duongbao said so. Yet it's actually the testicle of a mountain goat, eaten continuously for 3 days and nights without getting tired. The quality of the testicle is incredible, making Zhang Bing struggle to find any clues. After a successful inspection, Minwu's essence, quality unknown. The essence energy stored in Minvu Haksonduong's testicle will bring unexpected events after use. Just after the evaluation, the system immediately replayed a scene of a black mountain goat fighting hundreds of mutated beasts. Although its power was overwhelming, it still couldn't withstand the enormous number. In the final moment, it chose to perish together with the wild boar, turning into a white skeleton, leaving only the testicle in the main character's hand. Truongbin silently thought to himself, it's truly a final destruction. He had a premonition that this gem was probably the Nafong Qibao Thach, a rare and hard-to-find artifact. But how could he activate its effectiveness? A direct approach wouldn't work, unlike the previous awakening, so maybe he had to swallow this thing for real. The problem is that this is the thing of that black mountain goat, truly disgusting to the point of nausea. At that moment, Truongbin suddenly remembered the painful memories of being brutally oppressed by Thien Thuong Ho, his childhood sweetheart being murdered by him and himself helpless and unable to do anything. He muttered to himself, "You're weaker than an ant, what right do you have to choose the bait?" Hearing this, Truongbin immediately put the orb into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp, triggering an explosive reaction, a surge of negative emotions flooding his body and a severe headache hitting him, causing Truongbin to writhe in agony, clutching his head and screaming loudly. He remembered To Tin Jiao holding him tightly, then the scene where she was killed by Thien Thuong Ho, turning into a terrifying mask. At that moment, To Tin Jiao's gentle voice echoed again. "Truongbin, agree with me. No matter what failures you face, you must keep living." Seeing the mixture of tears and smiles onto Tin Jiao's face, Truongbin immediately regained his composure, stood up fiercely, and whispered to himself, "To Tin Jiao, rest assured. Before I kill all those foxes, I will definitely not die." Successful appraisal. Beast summoned Truongbin. The owner Truongbin, human race, awakened pseudo-primary 7th level, 6-star growth value, 26 stamina, 29 agility, unlimited mental power, innate treasure crystal contract level 5, activated level 5 additional effects. Basic fog body can transform the fear of creatures into fog to control fog energy 2000. Each time you consume 1 point of fog energy, the fog entity gains 10% attack power and 10% defense. At the current level, up to 1000 can be created. Zhang Bing was stunned by this new talent. This time it's a real combat style, both offense and defense, and it seems the power is proportional to the amount of fog consumed. The maturity value suddenly jumped 3 stars in the blink of an eye. Is the fog entity that powerful? At this moment, he suddenly started crying, laughing through his tears. Haha, damn it, why did I show this expression? Unwilling, happy, tense, annoyed, who knows? In any case, avenging Tu Tin Jiao is only a matter of time. "Brother, are you okay?" Another thug sneered. "We still have to go, so don't cause trouble." "That's right, while there are no mutated beasts around, let's quickly get into the city." The man still anxiously asked his brother, and Truongbin slowly stood up as a strange, thick black fog suddenly spread around. He glanced at them and replied, "I'm fine." Before he finished speaking, they all panicked and ran for their lives, shouting and rushing forward. "Demons! Demons, ah. At the same time, his fog energy jumps from 20 to 35 points. Seeing this, Zhang Bing exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that I can absorb others' fear and transform it into mist? This mist gives me a feeling that it's not real fog, not even energy, but its form can change according to my will." As he spoke, he transformed into sharp claws, then into a shimmering small flying dagger, unsure of its power, so he tested it on the weakest target. He then used a point of mist to slash at the ancient tree, splitting it neatly in half. Is just a single drop of stored fog really so powerful? The ancient tree collapsed, crushing Zhang Bing, but he instantly shattered it into 1,000 pieces in the blink of an eye. This is really interesting. It can cut and also defend against attacks. The effects of this kind of fog are quite versatile. If used skillfully, the Minwu body will become his trump card to deal with high-level mutated beasts. Then continue supporting the cleanup team first, and then return to the monster pharmacy forest to become even stronger. Zhang Bing stood frozen, staring intently at his hand. From afar, Liu Sisi rushed over, shouting loudly, "Zhang Bing!" She rushes past him like the wind, casting spells with both hands, ready to fight. Lu Tutu steps in front of him, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "You've encountered the fog beast, where is it?" That familiar scene suddenly brought back old memories, making him quietly think of Sister Sack. Feeling awkward, he stammered and said, "Sister Tu. Actually, here's the thing." "What?" "Did you eat the essence of Minvu?" she angrily shouted right in his face, constantly blaming him without stopping. "Thuangbin, are you saying that I'm living too long, eating random things without knowing their source? Do you know you almost died?" Truangbin didn't dare argue, only forced a stiff smile as he gently rubbed his ear, secretly thinking it couldn't be that serious since he had already used the appraisal spell. "What right do you have to assume you can just vomit it out? Are you suggesting that what I ate might actually be something very dangerous?" Liu Sisi slightly frowned, her calm voice analyzing that the fog beast is an obscure species with an unpredictable origin. She paused briefly, carefully dissecting the situation. "They don't have a fixed form and usually hide as parasites on other creatures. The black mouflon from the gunpowder beast he mentioned is probably just a puppet being controlled. When the host dies, they will infiltrate every internal organ, patiently waiting for a new victim." Lu Tutu emphasizes the core point, which is the ability of the fog demonic to control the infected victim. Zhang Bing felt a chill down his spine as his initial confidence vanished completely, and he silently questioned himself. Isn't that fog already bound to him? He quietly reconsidered everything, recalling the moment he swallowed Mingwu's essence. Was that intense pain caused by the fog fighting for control over his body? In the end, he finally voiced his suppressed concern, his voice full of worry. "If you're unharmed, does that mean the parasitism failed?" Liu Sisi shook her head lightly, her voice uncertain. "I don't know. You're very special. Maybe there's a monster inside you that has destroyed the fog beast, or maybe it's because you can completely control yourself. So even if you're parasitized, it doesn't affect you." Suddenly, she leaned close to his face, smiling mischievously with a devilish grin, then teased him with a playful, half-threatening, half-joking tone. "Basically, if I find out you're up to something strange, I can only cut you down." Zhang Bing jumped in surprise, begging desperately, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake." At that very moment, a tiny spider suddenly released its silk and dropped right between the two of them. The tiny beautiful spider opened its sparkling eyes and looked at her with innocent surprise. For the first time, Lu Tutu was stunned by the giant spider suddenly appearing close to her face. Her body froze for a moment. She panicked and summoned her icy sword before screaming in terror. Liu Sisi wildly swings her sword in all directions, nearly hitting Zhang Bing, who narrowly dodges in time. She keeps screaming non-stop. A very large spider appears. Then she rushes forward, wrapping her arms tightly around him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Hurry up and chase it away quickly." Truangbin gently strokes her hair, a warm feeling rising in his heart, and he softly smiles to himself. Still afraid of insects like that? It's just like when we were kids. He reminisces about the childhood days spent together. "Sister Tutu, look what I caught." He excitedly held the insect close to her face, making her panic and scream, flailing her arms wildly. "Quickly, take it somewhere else." The insect panicked and struggled before flying away. Truangbin sadly watched his new friend escape, his voice full of regret. "Your new friend was just caught, and now he's being chased away by her." Liu Sisi gently pats his head, speaking softly with a caring tone. "You silly kid, with so many people in the orphanage, you can make friends with anyone? Why do you go catching insects to be your friends?" Truangbin pouted, whispering sadly, "But then one day they will leave the orphanage. Well, what will I do then?" She pulled him into her embrace, holding him tightly with warmth, then promised firmly, "Tutu will agree with me. No matter what happens in the future, she will always be my friend." Truangbin looked up, her eyes shining brightly as she asked eagerly, "Really, don't try to fool me." Liu Sisi smiled brightly and said, "Let's go," and time flew by in the blink of an eye. Returning to the present, Zhang Bing still held Liu Sisi gently until she gradually regained her composure. At that moment, she realized she was pressed close to him, her cheeks burning like fire. She hurriedly cast a freezing spell on him to hide her embarrassment. "What are you holding me so tightly for?" Zhang Bing, in the wilderness, any item of unknown origin carries hidden dangers. Nothing in this world comes for free. Although you were lucky to escape this time, in the future you must remain vigilant when facing such items. She gently tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and turns to look at him with the serious expression of an older sister. Remember that carefully. Truong Bin obediently nodded and agreed. He gazed at her for a long time, then softly smiled, thinking to himself that he had once thought that after Sister Tutu joined the cleaning team, her personality would become more distant and cold, keeping her distance from him. Now it's clear that she hasn't changed at all, still quietly caring for and protecting him as before, just hidden deep inside. Suddenly, Lu Tutu's communication device blared loudly with flashing red signal lights. She hurriedly grabbed the receiver, listening to the report from the other end, and was stunned. How could this be? All right, I understand. Turn around and head back the way you came and shout to him, my investigation and your special training end here, we have to return to Mchow City. Truong Bin watched her hurried figure, filled with curiosity. What happened? Liu Cece hurriedly replied, Captain Kimba was seriously injured by the heavenly normal lake. I have to return to the city immediately for support. Truong Bin was stunned when he heard that. Wait, why don't we ask the external investigation team or support from other cities? Lu Tsutsu explained hurriedly. That way we won't stir up trouble. And the outside world is very complicated. I'll explain on the way. The two hurriedly returned to the city. On the way back, he and she talked about the situation in the outskirts. It is unclear when exactly, but mutated beasts have been ravaging everywhere. To survive, humans were forced to build strong walls to protect themselves. Due to the blockade of transportation, the city can only rely on the investigation team and the Awakened to expand the map. Intelligence reports from the team indicate that the area with the village and the wildman near Mingzhou has fewer mutated beasts, but is located far across the sea. Because the sea is filled with high-level mutated beasts, we cannot investigate further for now. Are there any other strongholds left, or is there something hidden beyond the ocean? Now that both have entered the city gate, Liu Situ asked urgently, what is the situation inside the city now? The Kimba team reported, over the past few days, we have fully controlled the situation in Mchow City using the illusionary light of Heavenly Mac, and we haven't detected any differences in Thien Thuong Ho until last night. He sighed heavily and continued. The Artisan District has a mid-level Heavenly Normal Lake gang hiding out. We went to confront them. Turns out it was a trap. The enemy leader was also there. Team leader Kimba was seriously injured while protecting us during the retreat. Now the captain's plan is for you to temporarily take over as team leader Kimba and lead the team to ensure the safety of Mchow City. Lu Tutu nodded firmly. I understand. After finishing his meal, Zhangbing asked Han, do you need my help? Lu Cece looked at him and said firmly, no need, you should go to Tiedihon, I'll come find you when I have time. Zhangbing immediately obeyed the order and watched as Lu Tutu and teammate Kimba left, only able to silently pray for both Kimba and Tutu to be safe and sound. Truong Bin yawns deeply, stretches his muscles, and long quietly thinks to himself, at last it's time to rest. After days of wandering in the wilderness, he's truly exhausted. He walks leisurely through the streets, the sounds of bargaining from the vendors echoing nearby. I want this one. Zhangbing glanced at it and muttered to himself, not knowing how Vuong Huyet Man's beast training was going. Then the rustling sound of falling autumn leaves surrounds him. Truong Bin suddenly notices something strange and stops in his tracks. He glanced back at the passing traders, noticing they were frozen like statues, feeling puzzled and wondering why everyone suddenly stopped. Suddenly, a stranger blocked his path. The man spoke. My brother. Zhangbing quickly turned around, his voice sharp and echoing through the silent space. Who is that? He quickly whispers to his internal system, go for an appraisal. The system responded with repeated attempts, all of which failed to solve the puzzle. Only on the 66th try did a hint emerge, and that person skillfully activated the disguise talent, making him only able to extract the single clue of the human race. He was momentarily stunned and asked, what is this attribute? You can't see, can you? You still want to test my abilities, but I have to give you some credit. Even for an awakened person with advanced appraisal skills, they can only use their appraisal technique up to 10 times a day, but you can use it unlimited times. Zhangbing was confused inside. The forced inspection order from himself naturally allowed free use. But wait, how does this guy know? He hesitated and asked cautiously, Old man, what do you want with me? This old monster looks ordinary on the outside, but the aura emanating from him is so cold it chills to the bone, making the scalp go numb. The intruder clearly has malicious intent, and the old man remains still as he cautiously probes. Play with me. The mysterious old man stands there, his taunts pouring down like rain. Why don't you make your move already? Zhangbing remains on the defensive, showing no signs of aggression. I have no reason to fight you. The old man suddenly smiled eerily, his body surging with overflowing strength. Does he even need a reason to become stronger? So claiming you will avenge Tu Tin Jiao is just empty talk? The words like a sharp blade piercing the heart, Zhang Bing seethed with rage and charged forward like a blazing lightning bolt. The old man repeated his taunt, and he swung his sword down, but the old man dodged just in time, leaving a deep crack in the space where the blade sliced through, while he stared in amazement at the shimmering rift in time and space. Truong Bin quickly turned around and prepared his move, still analyzing the enemy's attack in his mind. No, this is a time-space teleportation skill. He has already slipped behind him. He poured all his strength into a punch at the old man, but just one of his arms was solidly blocked like an indestructible wall. Old man, your comment is full of contempt, but your speed still needs improvement. So why did you make the old man suspicious? He secretly concealed that hand behind his back, quietly gathering his energy, then suddenly unleashed a surge of fake fire, flames swirling fiercely toward the target. But the old man, transparent like smoky bones, made his move useless, causing his attack to vanish in vain. He muttered to himself. Everything seemed distorted, the phantom figure gradually becoming clear from afar. It was the old man returning. Turns out he used a clone. And now it's my turn after I've been attacking tirelessly. Zhang was momentarily surprised, but it was just a clone. The old man swung his hand, a sharp sword shooting out swiftly, and he quickly dodged to avoid it. This time it's the water element, countless icy blades rushing relentlessly, forcing him to turn and flee desperately. Truong Bin glanced back, cursing inwardly. Damn it, how many more tricks does he still have up his sleeve? He blurted out in horror. He really is a monster. Zhang Bing spun around quickly, slammed his heel to stop, a faint mist lingering, while the rest turned into a thick purple-black aura in his palm. The layer of bones quickly turned into a sturdy shield, blocking the deadly blade with a deafening clang. He charged straight at the enemy. Longha's resolve was reckless, only daring to try that move. The old man's attacks relentlessly battered the shield, creating thunderous explosions. He gradually narrowed his guard, a plan forming in his mind to strike first and create an opening. Truong Bin releases a cloud of mist towards the old man, then swiftly charges forward, taking the opportunity to launch a surprise attack with the Dark Assassin. The old man sees the move, a faint smile curling on his lips. You're quite clever, but your strength still isn't enough. Truong Bin jolted as a blinding light struck his face, forcing him to close one eye, and the entire body of the old man burst with a dazzling radiance like the sun, flinging him far away. He crashed to the ground, his head hitting the pavement with a loud thud, a sharp pain making him whimper softly. Truong Bin tried to get up, but his body was completely paralyzed and couldn't move at all. The old man praised him a little, his voice mixed with admiration, but at his level, having such strength is already rare. Truong Bin lay motionless on the ground, full of resentment, still using mental energy, too scheming. The old man scoffed and turned his back to talk to someone else, and only then did Zhang Bing slowly manage to sit up. He stared intently at the man in front of him, secretly calculating how much effort the old man had put into scrutinizing him so thoroughly, his strength clearly surpassing Kim Ba and Tu. Such a powerful expert in the city is probably only matched by the cleaning team leader. The two quickly stopped at a small roadside shop and sat down to chat. Zhang Bing, having some idea of the opponent's strength, spoke respectfully. "How should I address you, sir?" The old man sneered, his tone full of cunning. "A name is just for others to call you. You can call me whatever you want. Do you really not know who the old mansion master is?" Truong Bin quickly checked his mind and saw that the cleaning team had already gathered information about him. But what was Tudo Thoi Bok's purpose in meeting him this way? This time, Sir Tudo Bin Than took a sip of tea and calmly reminded him better not to think too much before blocking the ability to read others' minds. Zhang Bing was stunned as the old man read all his thoughts. Tudi explained the reason for the visit, saying, "I've been here for 200 years, and no one with infinite level ability has appeared in Mingzhou. Do you think I wouldn't come to see it? Are you saying that I am at the infinite level? What is the infinite level? Isn't the highest level of talent and rank among humans the apex level?" Tudu added to clarify. Even if the supernatural ability is powerful, a person can only awaken one in their lifetime, but infinite levels are different. They can dissolve the limits of innate talent and continuously produce new awakening abilities. Tudu looked at him seriously with a curious tone. "I am very intrigued by this. I wonder if your extraordinary innate talent at the infinite level can replicate your infinite level innate talent. Gemstone contract. So, can I refuse?" Tudu pushed forward a sparkling bracelet box. "Of course you can, but why not see my gift first?" Seeing him captivated by the item, the old man revealed that this bracelet is called the Golden Treasure, a piece of equipment I used in my youth. It keeps a skill left over. You probably understand what that means, right? Zhang Bing's eyes sparkled as he eagerly admired the treasure. Master Tudu, you are truly too generous. He thought to himself. The space of the item's inscription is exactly what he has long desired. Seeing him nod in approval, the old man reached out his hand. His palms glowed with a gentle blue light. Give me your hand. Truong Bin reached out, and the blue flame immediately wrapped around both of them. After a moment, Tudo closed his eyes in deep thought, then opened them and sighed before withdrawing his hand. Truong Bin, confused, also retracted his hand and asked cautiously to be sure. So it's over. Tudo nodded in confirmation. It's over. I can't copy your abilities, not even that innate talent that suddenly appeared. It seems like you're quite special. Tudo kept his word and pushed the bracelet box toward him. All right, from now on, it belongs to you. Truong Bin happily accepted it and thanked Mr. Tudo. As his hand gently touched the bracelet, a strange burst of light exploded, leaving Zhang Bing momentarily stunned, unable to look away. The system window flashed, indicating the assessment was complete, along with a vivid flashback. A young girl with her hands and feet bound and her body covered in blood gradually appears. Clearly, he whispers, could this be the process of creating this bracelet? A hooded thug quietly poured a foul-smelling liquid over the unfortunate victim, causing her to scream heartbreaking, soul-wrenching cries as the surrounding crowd encircled her, muttering incantations non-stop. Zhang Bing watched the scene with a feeling of indescribable unease. These rare magical tools are all paid for with human lives, are they? He carefully examined the exquisite ring born from that suffering, his heart suddenly turning cold at the brutality without escape. After watching the entire flashback, Zhang Bing raised his head, his scrutinizing gaze directed at the old man. Old Master Tudu, is the process of creating all these special equipment always so cruel? Tudu lifts his teacup, takes a sip, and begins to recount slowly. 100 years ago, it was the same. Even now, despite the ban, there are still criminals using people as sacrifices in the shadows. I initially wanted to destroy this thing, but if you can use it properly to punish evil Yang Xian, then perhaps the spirit of this device can rest in peace. Zhang Bing was filled with sorrow as he asked about the distant past. What was Mchow like 100 years ago? Was human life considered worthless everywhere? Tutu put the teacup down on the table, his voice hoarse and deep. Yes, the old man began to recount. 200 years ago, the Chu family's beast tamers ruled Mchow City, with their ancestors appearing sinister and ruthless. The old man continued, all the people in Mchow City are slaves of the Chu family. They have no future, no hope. The scene of strong men bending under heavy loads becomes vividly clear. Men work tirelessly day and night, only to earn a bowl of thin porridge to survive. An innocent woman is surrounded by men, about to be subjected to a disgusting and heinous act. The more beautiful women are chosen as slaves for the Chu family, turned into toys for the spoiled young masters, while the children are brainwashed with twisted ideas from a young age. All the children were gathered in one place, brainwashed tirelessly day and night by the Chu family. The useless elders were cut up to feed the livestock, thrown to the mutated beasts of the Chu family to devour. At that time, anyone who awakened their supernatural power would either be tortured and controlled or become a living material for forging weapons. Tudo recounted this, causing Elder Long to rage with fury. Because the Chu royal beast family committed countless heinous crimes, the brave heroes quietly united their strength to overthrow their rule. So that's how it is. Tudo looked at him with a gentle voice. Is there anything else you want to ask? Zhang Bing asked without hesitation, expressing his lingering doubts. Master Tudu, you're so powerful, why don't you take action to deal with the Moon King and liberate the city again? Tudu shook his head and explained clearly it's not that he won't act, but that he can't. You might think that the defenses of Thon Mchow are very weak, even allowing Tian Xunhu to infiltrate without them knowing, but that's a misunderstanding. In fact, the protective system of Thon Mchow is quite tight. An image of the investigation team with countless members appears. The elder analyzes in detail, while on the periphery, the investigation team is scouting and chasing mutated beasts. Near the city gate, the cleaning team is dealing with sneaky beasts in the shadows. In addition, there is a royal divine weapon from the Sun and Moon Holy City inside the city. Within the influence of the Sun and Moon Pearl, all living beings are forced back below level 40. In other words, even the regal mutated beasts that sneak in only retain peak level strength. Tudu stood up suddenly, turning to leave, but I am undoubtedly the strongest in this level. The old man hesitated, but at this moment, Truong Bin also stood up quickly and asked urgently, Mr. Tudo, Do you mean there are insiders in the city? Tudu nodded slightly, praising his quickness. He looked back with a contemplative tone and said, after the city lord disappeared, besides me, only remnants of the Chu family's beast tamers who know how to craft divine weapons remain. Zhang Bing remembered the scene of the mutated beast tearing apart innocent civilians, grinding his teeth in fury. The Chu house beast tamer had sealed the sun and moon, bright pearl, and released the heavenly Norm Lake into the city. Recently, the chaos caused by the mutated beast was also manipulated by them. So why didn't we wipe them all out back then? Tudu sighed heavily. After overthrowing the Chu family's rule, we have always tried to clear out the remnants of the Chu family. But weeds can never be completely eradicated. Maybe it's because they've existed in Mchow City for hundreds of years, with roots deep underground beyond measure. Zhang Bing clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly, as countless questions flooded his chaotic mind. That's right, this invasion by Heavenly Norm Ho is full of suspicious loopholes. What exactly is the Chu Beast Tamer family's true plan? Is the city lord still alive, or has he fallen, and what caused the beast transformation to rise? How does the heavenly normal Lake King wield his supernatural powers? Zhang Bing watched Tuo's figure disappear into the distance, pondering the questions that had just arisen. Those questions still had no answers. Tuo Shibai's actions must be taken with utmost caution. Otherwise, if the old man falls into the enemy's trap and a fierce battle breaks out, Cheng Mingzhu might not be able to be saved. Like in the previous life, nuclear weapons were just terrifying, and they couldn't be used until life and death were imminent. Even if the Moon Prince kept provoking slaughter, everyone would be angry except Tudo Thoibak. At that moment, Tudo finally spoke sincerely, saying, although I can't copy your abilities, we need you. He turned to approach, extending his hand for a handshake. Brother Truong Bin, do you agree to join the clearing team? Tudo quietly waits for his approval. Zhang Bing didn't hesitate, immediately gripping the elder's hand, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. He shouted, I agree. While forging the spirit of the iron, the sound of hammers striking weapons echoed endlessly through the night, along with whispering stories. Huang Kuyet Man curiously asked Sak, why are you suddenly repairing equipment? Sak diligently responded, having some free time these days to do a little. Huang Kuyet Man watched her work, her mind suddenly drifting into thought. It's been a few days. I wonder when Zhang Bing will return? Hearing her worry about him, Sak teasingly said, do you miss him? No wonder you've been so distracted these days. Huang Kuyet Man blushed and stammered to explain. Not at all. I just haven't had anyone to teach me martial arts these past few days, which made Huang Kuyet Man's face even redder. She lowered her head to look away and whispered, I wonder how he's doing outside the city, whether he's encountered any danger. Sak stands behind her, grinning mischievously, teasing her further. Look at yourself. Do you resemble a little bride, and yet you say you don't remember it? Vuong Kuyet Man was teased so much that she covered her ears tightly, refusing to listen, mumbling and denying. Sak had enough of teasing, took the knife and walked back to the basin of water. All right, I won't tease you anymore. She carefully rinsed the knife in the basin to cool it down, and then said, actually, the villages outside the city and areas without dangerous demonic beasts have already been marked. As long as Zhang Bing doesn't enter those places, it should be basically safe. Vuong Kuyet Man was curious. There are villages outside Mchow City. Sak wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled gently at her. Of course there are. Those villages are often closed off, backward and xenophobic. And there are even many demonic mutated beasts with divine spirits. The image of a victim being burned alive in blazing flames appears, surrounded by fanatical worshippers kneeling in reverence. Sak warned, if you go to a wild area and encounter a village later, it's best to avoid it and keep going, or you might get caught and very likely become a slave or a sacrifice. Vong Huyet Man asked innocently, everyone is human, so maybe we can communicate, right? Sak smiled eerily, her face suddenly stiffening, and her voice sounded very serious. Basically, they are not considered human. In the wilderness, the most dangerous thing is not mutated beasts, but those savage humans. Vuong Kuyet Man hesitated briefly, a vague sense of unease rising in her heart, when suddenly behind Sak, a cluster of strange black bones appeared silently. She remained unaware of this, continuing to threaten Vuong Kuyet Man with a fierce expression. They often wear strange masks, silently appearing behind their victims. Those shadows bearing their fangs slowly creep closer to the two girls. Vuong Kuyet Man trembles as she looks back and stammers, Sister Sak, what you said, is it like that? Sak turns around quickly, unaware that Hiem Gui is lurking, and calmly replies, it's pretty much the same. Only when the shadowy figure approached and revealed a terrifying face did Sak gasp in horror, her eyes wide open. In the midst of that fog was Zhang Bing, the young man raising both arms, pretending to scare the two young women. Vuong Kuyet Man, overwhelmed with fear and tears in her eyes, screamed loudly, while Cusack didn't bother to run. Instead, she kicked straight at his groin. Truong Bin froze in shock, pain spreading throughout his body. The pain was so intense I almost fainted. A few minutes later, Truong Bin's pain eased somewhat, but sweat still poured down his face as aftershocks continued to linger. He tries to calm himself down, pretending nothing happened. Truong Bin stammers, "Sister Sak, your move is really too ruthless, isn't it?" Cusack stepped back, shielding Vuong Kuyet Man, with a high-pitched, alert voice asking, "Who are you?" Truong Bin trembled uncontrollably, clutching his groin, then ripped off his mask and forced an awkward smile. "It's me, Truong Bin." Wang Quet Man and Cusack almost fainted from shock. Now they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Cusack walks up and greets Truong Bin with a hard slap to the back of his neck. This kid comes back without warning and even plays tricks to scare us girls. Truong Bin rubbed his head with a wry smile, his scarred mouth curling. "Weren't you just arriving and overheard the two sisters talking about the village's wild men?" Wanting to add some excitement to the atmosphere, she suddenly turned and kicked me. After the greeting, Cusack returned to her coat, prepared to put it on and head back. "I guess this counts as completing the training too." Truong Bin nodded quickly in agreement. "Yes. Next I will stay inside the city to strengthen my abilities." Cusack happily put on her well-fitting coat, and just then she suddenly remembered that today she had just found a clue related to the floor. Before leaving, she turned back and advised, "I'm also preparing to go outside the city. Liu is counting on you." Zheng Bing hurriedly asked, "Are you leaving in such a hurry?" Cusack waved goodbye and disappeared, not forgetting to tease Vuong Kuyet Man. "Who would be like someone who waits for me day after day, like a restless ghost? I won't bother you anymore." Truong Bin was confused and didn't understand what was going on, while Vuong Kuyet Man blushed all over. Seeing Sheepsack walk away, she hurriedly stepped out the door, feeling awkward. "It's getting late. I should head back to my room and rest." She hesitated for a moment before the door. Then Vuong Kuyet Man softly called out. Zhang Bing responded curiously, and Wang Kui Min looked at him with a gentle smile. "You can return safely and sound." Zhang Bing felt the warmth spreading, smiled in response, and waved goodbye to her. Long secretly thought that Locke had been in this world for so long, and for the first time he felt like he was home. Suddenly, Lu Thiet Fong appeared out of nowhere, startling him and making him jump. He glared at him fiercely, gruffly saying, "Someone else has already gone to the room. What are you standing there smiling foolishly for?" Lu Thiet Fong lightly slapped him and told him to go find Cusack tomorrow morning, saying he was seriously ill and telling her not to leave the city. Truong Bin looked at him worriedly and said, "Uncle Liu?" Liu Zhifeng tapped his head with his pipe and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not stupid or sick, just pretending." Truong Bin winced in pain and rubbed his head, saying, "So tell me, sir, San has been missing for so long, it's most likely because she encountered something unexpected." Lu Thiet Fong slumped into his chair and said, "You know best the strength of your daughter. Shaosak wants to investigate San, but Uncle worries she might also be in danger, so he pretends to keep her from having time to take risks." Truong Bin realizes this and lowers his voice, saying, "Uncle Lu." Lu Thiet Fong finished his cigarette and said, "That girl values loyalty and affection. When she's troubled, she overthinks and won't easily accept risks." Zhang Bing forced a smile and said, "Uncle Liu, you've worked hard." He forcefully taps the cigarette holder to flick the ash away. "You have a natural talent for forging, but little Sack doesn't know how to teach anyone. But for forging, it's not that special. So there are quite a few mistakes. In the coming days, I will teach you the true art of harmony and forging." Liu Zhifeng pointed the cigarette at him. "Although our technique isn't exactly top secret, it's still an exclusive skill of the Liu family. So you must learn it wholeheartedly for your uncle." Zhang Bing clenched her fists, her face full of determination. "Yes, I will definitely not let Uncle Liu down." A mysterious blue mist appeared, and a woman's voice echoed softly in his mind. Truong Bin is Tutin Jiao." She smiles cheerfully and encourages him. "It's me, keep going, I'm waiting for you." He looked at her and whispered softly, "Tutin Jiao." Truong Bin watched the smoke fade away, leaving behind a shimmering blue feather on the floor. According to what Zhang Bing recounted, Quis followed Liu Tiepeng's advice and did not go outside the city. Liu Tiepeng also secretly taught him the art of creating illusions. Lu Thiet Fong sits leisurely smoking while judging. I can sense the risk of lung cancer. Cusack stands nearby, listening with a proud look. Then, stop smoking. Truong Bin has also figured out a way to control the fog. He used a fragment of creation magic on the fog. The fog became more precise in shape, and in some aspects it could also be considered stronger. During his training with Mchow Man, he also observed carefully and made his own judgments. Mchow Man successfully mastered the first 3 techniques of Vien Mchow. Zhang Bing remembered that on that evening he was able to hear To Tinjiao's voice. It felt like he had heard it somewhere before, so that night he asked the cleaning team to look for evidence. "Captain, is there a heavenly mirage lake near the forge? I just heard it very clearly." Tudu announced coldly. "We already cleared the area where you live. There's no way Tianshang Hu could be there." Truong Bin thought differently. If it wasn't the wind whisperer who could hear it, then what was it? He has considered another possibility. Could it be that Tu Tinjiao is still alive but living in a different way? For revenge, and to find the answer, he must personally peel off the mask of the heavenly norm Ho Tu Tinjiao. About 3 days later, a stranger quietly sneaked into their Tu family's house. He broke the door with a stick, and the door quickly swung open. Inside the bedroom, a girl who doesn't know anything is still sleeping soundly on the bed. The perverted stalker eagerly approaches her, asleep as if dead. It seems he successfully drugged her today. He grabs her blanket and pulls it aside to reveal her smooth white body. The stranger grins wickedly. "I've heard that the young lady of the Tothantu family has a slender neck, smooth skin, and a beautiful face. Today, I will taste it fresh to see if it's really as everyone says." Just then, a dark fog gradually filled the room, along with a chilling voice. Tang Tiu Pham, startled by the stranger, turned around and shouted, "Who is it?" In the fog, Zhang Bing kept revealing his information. Tang Tiu Pham, nicknamed Shorty, standing 1.5 meters tall with a vulgar and lowly appearance, realizing he's being clearly identified, panics and can only shout from his side. Who is there? The shadow behind him gradually becomes clear, disliked by the girl he loves, and his mind slowly twists into a perverted state. "Have I not been right to say that over the past 5 years you've killed countless girls?" Tang Tiu Pham shouted angrily. "Who are you, really?" Zhang Bing said. "I am here on orders to take your life." Tang Tiu Pham's face suddenly turned pale as he frantically turned and fled for his life. Long Here muttered in confusion. Clearly the entire family had been drugged and knocked out already. He risked everything to rush forward, but the thick fog still clung tightly, chasing after him relentlessly, making him wonder whether this strange thing was a person or a ghost. The bones suddenly retracted and turned into sharp needles, stabbing into his calf. Tang Tiu Pham staggered and lost his balance, falling face down on the ground. Truong Bin calmly stepped closer, his cold voice ringing out. "Still trying to struggle?" Tang Tiu Pham clenched his wound to stop the bleeding as it poured out, terrified so much he wet himself, stammering incoherently. Stay back. He trembles all over his body, eyes wide with horror, staring at Zhang Bing as if he has just faced a demon. Finally, Tang Tiu Pham collapsed unconscious. Truong Bin stepped forward, gently kicked his leg, and thought to himself, "I thought this serial killer was ruthless and brutal, but he's so easy to bring down." He thought to himself that his first mission after joining the team was complete. Truong Bin bent down and took off his mask. "All done. I guess I should hand this guy over to my superiors for processing. Inspection." The system immediately responds and confirms the command. Inspection successful. A detailed profile of Tang Tiu Pham immediately appears, from his name to his techniques. Zhang Bing scrolls through with a bored expression. A skilled alchemist capable of analyzing whether items have healing properties and using them to prepare medicine. The blossom face, an ordinary quality mask that Tang Tiu Pham wore when doing evil, his awakening ability was so good, yet he fell into depravity and became a villain. He really is a hopeless case. The system automatically replays the scene, with images flashing by in an instant. A mother is dragging herself across the cold ground, tears streaming down her face, desperately begging for her daughter to be released. Tang Tiu Pham contemptuously kicks her, causing her to cry out in pain while he stands beside her, continuously spewing insults. "You took my medicine, but you're still so dishonest. If you want to blame someone, blame your husband. If it hadn't left earlier, I wouldn't have taken a liking to you and your mother. A mere patrol team member who spends all day swearing to protect Thang Minchow. Is this really death? How ridiculous." Tang Tiu Pham sneered, "But he also had to thank it for leaving your mother and daughter to me." The person on the bed screamed in agony. He squeezed the girl's neck and licked her tongue, making her scream in fear. He calmed her down, saying, "Wait a moment. After I finish playing with him, I will send you to meet him." Tang Xiaofan sneered cruelly, "You are all my toys." Behind him, countless souls of innocent women kept crying out in pain. Zhang Bing's face darkened instantly as his body stiffened for a moment. Just then, Tang Tiofam woke up, saw him distracted, and secretly acted, spitting sleeping powder directly into his face before laughing triumphantly. Tang Tiofam keeps swaggering arrogantly. Who the hell let that bastard ruin my good thing? That medicine is enough to take down a large mutated beast. Once you're asleep, I'll make sure to torment you thoroughly. Zhang Bing was completely unharmed. He clenched his fists and glared at him with fury. Damn bastard. Tang Xiaofan was shocked to see that he was still conscious. What? Why isn't it working? He hurriedly thought. Could it be because of the rain? Before he could react, Zhang Bing swung his sword and cut off his hand. Amid the thunderous roar and the screams of Tang Tiufam in agony, he clutched his severed arm, trembling and crying uncontrollably. Zhang Bing was undeterred and continued to cast his spell. This sword is for the mothers who sacrifice their lives to protect their daughters. His whole body erupts with a thick purple aura. 3 small swords flash in his hands, and he whispers that this sword is for the girls who sacrifice themselves rather than submit. Jiang Bing then unleashed thousands of sharp darts, tearing through the wind toward Tang Xiaofan, who could only scream in helplessness. His body was riddled with fatal wounds, his screams echoing non-stop, but he still refused to stop and kept pressing forward. This sword is to honor the righteous scout. Thunder roared as Truong Bin still did not stop. This sword is to remember the anonymous awakener. After a long while, Tang Tiofam's body was in ruins, with both legs cut off and unable to move, one arm severely injured and unlikely to recover. He cried and cursed, non-stop. You crazy bastard, you're a lunatic. Zhang Bing stands amidst the swirling fog. With his current skills, if treated promptly, you can still be saved. I am giving you a chance. Zhang Bing pointed to the gate and said, as long as you can step out of that big door, I will spare your life. Zhang Bing was not yet fully forgiving him and was still contemplating in his mind. Tang Tiufam, you bring despair to those people, and I will give it back to you tenfold. Remember, this is your last chance. Tang Tiufam, hearing that he still has a way out, smiled brightly, seeming to have not yet repented. He, full of energy, casually reached out with one hand toward the door, while continuously scheming in his mind. Wait until I recover from my injuries, and I will make you pay the price. I will tear you into 100 pieces. Cough, cough, cough. Your father can't die here. There are still many beautiful girls in this world that I haven't played with enough. Tang Tiufam was almost crawling to the door, just a little more. He smiled brightly, reaching out to push the door, as long as he opened it and left this place. His hand trembled, unable to grasp the handle, helplessly thinking to himself that it was just a little more. Tang Tiufam lost patience and kept pounding on the door, cursing non-stop. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Zhang Bing slowly stepped forward, that door he would never open in his lifetime. He condensed the fog into a sphere in his hand and looked at him with disappointment. Tang Tiufam, you failed because you didn't give him the chance he deserved. Did Tang Tiufam shout loudly? Truong Bin rushed forward to kill the opponent in an instant, a scumbag. The system displays a notification that killing a higher-level opponent increases all attributes by 1. Zhang Bing stands silently in the rain, looking rather unhappy. Truong Bin's eyes were filled with sadness. He thought that killing Tian Thuong Ho might restore peace to Mchow and save everyone. Zhang Bing looked up at the sky. But does someone like this really deserve to be saved? Huh, what a joke. Trash like you deserves to die. No need to pretend to be noble. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. Are you sure you're at Han High School today is a special day to find a chance to take him away? The voice quickly disappeared, and Zhang Bing looked around, confused. What? Another little punk? He pulls out the communication device from his sleeve. Zhang Bing reports the situation. Captain, the person who assaulted you has been dealt with. Also, I overheard through the secret language that they are planning to move something near Han High Academy. At the headquarters cleaning, Tudo looked puzzled and asked again. Han Hai Manini's side was using her magic to probe. After a while, she frowned and said, It's not possible. I can't sense what's happening there. Someone has set up a barrier. Even I can't probe it. It seems this is not the work of an ordinary person. Tudu told the communication team Zhang Bing to go there first and report the actual situation, and I will contact Liu Suilian immediately. And Tudu reminded him not to act rashly until reinforcements arrive. Zhang Bing received the order and rushed out immediately. Yes, the surroundings of Han High School are now surrounded by a dense barrier, with 3 intruders carefully moving deeper inside. Their boss sighed in frustration. Damn it, we've been searching for 15 minutes. Where did Tran Hock Lich hide? The little one sensed something and warned, the boss is in trouble. Someone has entered the barrier. What? Could it be that our actions have been discovered? The leader shouted. Damn it, with the dragon suppressing stone and the double protective formations here, there's no way anyone could detect us. If that's the case, the one entering the barrier might disturb the celestial scholar, and that would be troublesome. Even if we hide our aura, we can't let anyone go ahead of him. He suddenly shouted at his companions in a loud voice, "Hurry up! There's not much time left. No matter what, we must find her." Both henchmen replied in unison, "Yes." From outside, Zhang Bing quietly surveyed the entire area, his gaze passing over the dragon-shaped object winding around the pillar. What is this? Assessment failed, the system reports the evaluation was unsuccessful. He persisted and tried again, then a third time, finally succeeding. The information panel lit up clearly. Dragon suppression stones, a top-grade artifact of the Zushi level. 4 dragon-suppressing stones placed in corresponding positions can form a dragon-breaking barrier, capable of covering and tearing through most other layers of defenses. He softly exclaims, "So this is the legendary artifact of the highest quality." The system automatically recreates vivid images and scenes of the crafting process, which came at the cost of countless innocent lives. The blood soaked in their hatred was tempered and forged through the red flames into a perfect masterpiece like this. Zhang Bing's eyes widened in surprise. So it turns out that the Tranlong thatch also originated from a human sacrifice ritual? But this has been banned from use among the people for many years now. Truong Bin narrowed his eyes and looked inside through the main door, secretly guessing that the group might not be affiliated with those two factions. Could they be remnants of the Chu family's forces? He muttered to himself, the Chu family's beast tamers being the true culprits behind everything, and immediately a clear sequence of events appeared vividly in his mind. 200 years ago, the Chu family ruled Mchow City with countless crimes, then were overthrown by 3 organizations, and 2 months ago the city was sealed off, causing the city lord Tan Hiem to disappear, leading Thien Thuong Ho to infiltrate the fortress half a month ago, gathering mutated beasts outside the suburbs, and now they are heading to Han Hai Academy to take something away. What is the Chu family really aiming for by luring Tian Yun Tiger to gather mutated beasts outside the city walls? Maybe through their actions this time we can find a crucial lead. From Zhang Bing's position, he suddenly notices someone sneaking closer and quietly thinks that something might be about to slip out, so he must hide quickly. The system alerts and activates the assassin's effect. Truong Bin rushed into the house, closing the door just in time. From the other person's perspective, the leader stepped out first, then carefully looked around. He examined for a long time but saw no traces, and then thought to himself that the person who just slipped into the barrier seemed to have already left. He reassures his companions with a whisper. It's probably fine now. Everyone is leaving. Save a little last energy for emergencies. The 3 of them finish their task and quickly retreat. The leader said, "I am going to collect the dragon vein stones and cannot leave any traces." Truong Bin peeked out and ordered the system to analyze. Meanwhile, he quickly updates the intelligence through the communication device. As expected, the main enemy is the Chu family, one with trap skill level 20, another with telekinesis ability at level 17. And the last with hypnotism at level 15. The other side confirms receipt. At the same time, the system announced the successful identification that it could disguise aura and blend completely with its owner. Truong Bin suddenly realized why he hadn't detected them earlier. It was thanks to that object masking their breath, but it seemed its energy was running out. He glanced at the girl behind him, her attribute panel clearly displayed. She is indeed Tran Quin Din. Truong Bin pondered. Is she the target they are trying to kidnap? The growth value is unbelievably high, especially considering her ability is simply an evolved version of the Gemstone Pact. Her name is Tran Quin Din, race human, power, school Han Hai. The 14-star maturity value, your awakening level is intermediate, level 13. Talent, Sacred Mother Bloodline. Blood in the body can enhance affinity with living creatures, and can influence all unfamiliar wild beasts to become passionate followers after the ability is upgraded. It can become a passive skill and expand its range of use. Note that those who drink holy blood cannot use supernatural powers and will continuously encounter misfortune. Zhang Bing frowned deeply. Is the Chu family planning to use her to control someone? Anyway, this girl is completely innocent. He silently made up his mind to never let the Chu family have their way. Thunder roared loudly as the 3 Chu family members suddenly vanished in an instant. The system warning indicates a disruption. Truong Bin hurriedly rushed outside, looking around in confusion. They ran away. Where did they go? Can you find out? At the cleaning team's base, Mani is using his power to sense. I've already detected it. Those people are heading towards the outskirts. At their current speed, Tutu probably won't catch up. Zhang Bing whispered into the radio, I will go stop them. Tutu hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait a moment, Zhang Bing. Don't get excited. You must ensure your own safety first. Convince the Chu family elder that he is the mastermind behind all this. We absolutely cannot let them escape. Even though I can't fight back, I can use the fog to slow them down and buy more time for Tutu. The three Chu family men rush at top speed toward the outskirts of the city. The leader suddenly noticed strange movement in the bushes ahead and stopped to investigate. Suddenly, a fog beast transformed from mist burst out of the bushes. Then the leader stared in surprise. How could the fog beast be wandering freely inside the city when inside that beast is Zhang Bing in disguise? He whispers to himself. Luckily, the illusion spell worked. The fog clone is stable for now, but I must be careful not to let that second-rate appraisal mage see through it. The leader uses appraisal magic. This wolf looks fierce and terrifying. What level is it? Without hesitation, he unleashes countless thorny spikes like a porcupine to interrupt the appraisal process. The leader growled angrily. Damn it, it's interrupted. Truongbin gathered his strength and leapt at the leader. He commands the beast to bare its fangs and claws, ready to tear him apart. The leader is no ordinary foe. Lilang quickly dodges and then turns to shout at his companions. Huang Tam, get away from it now. Huang Tam obeyed and immediately activated his power. He widened his eyes and ordered him to stop. The beast opened its eyes wide, its pupils spinning wildly. Zhang Bing temporarily ceases his attack. Huang Tam breathes a sigh of relief. Good, it's working. Zhang Bing inside remains calm and he quickly devises a new plan. My mental strength is limitless, so I am immune to all forms of mind control and can fully exploit that. I quietly calculate, pretending to be hypnotized to close the distance. Huang San had no idea what was happening and kept moving closer, muttering, Don't move, don't move. He reached out to stroke the animal in front to build familiarity, maintaining a steady voice. Don't move. Once Huang Tam was within reach, he suddenly launched a fierce attack. At that moment, Huang Tam jerked back in a panic. Huh? Why are you moving now? The beast opened its sharp jaws and clamped onto Huang Tam, biting him and making him scream in pain. Huang Tam frantically shouted for help. Boss, save me, save me. The leader shouted Huang Tam's name. The small, furious one charged forward with all his strength. Hurry up, he screams, get out of here for me. Using telekinesis to push Truongbin away from Huang Tam. Truongbin lands safely, the system flashes a notification. His level increases to 9, and all attributes gain 1 point for defeating an opponent of a higher level. All attributes increased by 1. Truongbin silently cheers. Success, now I just need to stop the other two. The smaller one continues to use supergravity. The internal fog instantly tightens, leaving him momentarily stunned. An invisible pressure crushes Zhang Bing, causing the surrounding ground to crack and sink. Zhang Bing was so terrified he couldn't get up, feeling utterly helpless and unable to move. At this moment, the leader had successfully analyzed Zhang Bing, scanning through his information. His name is Zhang Bing, level 9, with a basic awakening, belonging to the Forge Soul Furnace and Cleaning Team. But his abilities are unclear. The leader sneered maliciously. Turns out he's just a human, and a level 9 rookie at that, yet he dares to play the hero. The leader coldly declared, If you're with Tudu Thoibok, then I can't keep you alive. Truongbin briefly recalled that this gravity spell was also used on him by Tudu Thoibok before. Stay calm, you'll find a way out. Under the pouring rain and thunderclaps with Fogwolf disguise, Truongbin is caught in a fierce dilemma, his mind racing constantly. As their attacks streak towards him, he skillfully dodges while analyzing the situation, clearly recognizing that the Chu family's core strength lies in their equipment. Zhang Bing gently activated the mysterious black bone screen, spending 10 units but still revealing terrifying power. He secretly rejoiced that despite his body being restrained, summoning the fog remained unaffected. He kept glancing at the two Chu brothers, one standing firm in his stance, the other charging to dodge. He wondered why the mind control user didn't counterattack with that very power. The short-statured man named Hoang Ni Duong shot out a lightning-like golden beam that tore through space straight at Truongbin. Caught off guard, he barely managed to deflect the attack. The leader Chu Zhaojun also didn't stay idle, secretly preparing his next move. He sneered, I guess your energy will be drained by using your abilities, right? Let's see how long you can keep resisting. Truongbin knelt down heavily on the wet ground, silently watching, secretly wondering if it's not that he's lazy to counterattack, but that he's powerless to do so. Seeing him sit still and motionless, his eyes flashed with a fierce intent, and he shouted loudly, then suddenly another arrow shot swiftly. Zhang Bing struggled to fend off the fog, finally gritting his teeth and deciding to try this new technique, consuming 25 out of 100 fog points. The mist condenses into tiny blades that rush towards the enemy, accompanied by a booming announcement. Mist Tar 15. Zhang Jun angrily throws aside the hidden weapon, growling, still trying to struggle? Suddenly, a layer of pitch-black bones erupts from the ground, locking both of their bodies in place. Bin skillfully manipulates the bone curtain and reveals his sharp insight. You don't fight back against my attack because you need to lock onto the target before unleashing your mental energy. Huang He's name suddenly jerks in surprise. What? Immediately, Bin lunged forward to attack. He was confident that his prediction was correct. As long as he controlled this guy, the mental energy would vanish. Meanwhile, Tuan was stunned and called out Huang He's name. The other guy, seeing him rush past, was panic-stricken. Too fast. The fog transforms into a sharp sword, and the warning flashes. The fog clears by 10. He plunged straight into Huang He's stomach. The guy only managed to think silently that he couldn't move. But he still clenched his teeth and used his mental energy to self-destruct, tightening his grip on Zhang Bing's wrist. That surprised him. It turned out he was using his mental power on himself. The guy triumphantly held his hand tight, almost letting you have your way. Luckily, I forced myself to control my right hand to break free from the restraint. This is your last bit of energy, isn't it? Breaking my arm isn't enough to stop me. You also have to disable your body. With attacks like this, it's basically impossible. Before he finished speaking, he activated his fake fire ability, with chaotic flames spreading everywhere. Huang He suddenly screamed and pushed him away with a palm strike, cursing filth. Bin saw a lightning bolt approaching and felt a cold chill but couldn't dodge, taking the hit to the chest and collapsing in pain. Huang He sneered, "That's quite a few tricks." Bin thought to himself, I didn't expect their outfits to be so fire-resistant. Both of them simultaneously unleash their mental energy. The cold-blooded man decides to end it here. But at this moment, Bin, still clutching his aching chest, speaks up. "There's not much time left." Jun sarcastically replies, "So you mean you're about to die?" He looked straight at them, his voice cold. "No." From behind you, 2 flowing streams of water twist like tentacles appear, and your voice still echoes evenly. "It's the time I hold you back." As soon as he finished speaking, those tentacles lunged forward to attack the 2 of them. Huang Ni didn't have time to ask before being pierced through the body. Tuan luckily blocked it, growling and cursing, still stubborn even in death. He not only dodged in time but also managed to shoot a counterattack arrow at him. Bin was terrified but reacted quickly, instinct telling him to dodge to the right. Luckily, the arrow only grazed his shoulder. Behind Tuan, Lu Tutu's figure appeared with her shining sword, striking mercilessly. He shouted for reinforcements, but when he looked back at Huang Ni lying motionless on the ground, he was startled. Did she defeat Huang Ni with just one move? With swift agility, he used his bow to block Tutu's sword strike, but her strength was overwhelming, knocking him to the ground. Tuan angrily growled, "Who are you, really?" Tutu ignored him and kept relentlessly attacking. Tuan realized he was at a disadvantage and broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, I've been drained too much by that bastard." Then he summoned a ring. "I have no choice but to use this." Jun put on the ring, and it immediately shone brightly. The summoned sword descended straight down, and 2 recognized the danger and shouted to stop. But too late, the terrifying power of the lightning shattered the earth, and rocks flew everywhere. The blinding light merged into the swirling air. Tutu quickly moved Bin, who had fainted, to another place. Luckily, he was still safe and sound. Watching the lightning strike the hole in the ground and Tuan disappear into the shadows, she sighed regretfully, wishing she could have captured the remnants of the Chu family alive. Meanwhile, Bin lay exhausted beside her, his voice crackling through the radio as Manny's voice echoed. Tutu quickly brought Bin back. She was surprised and asked, "What's wrong?" Then she was stunned by the message from Manny. "Huyan Quang Tian Mak has been broken." On a tall building, Lak Fi Vu stands on the rooftop, an umbrella shielding the heavy rain. Prince Wang Zhaoming quietly appeared from behind and respectfully asked, "What is it your highness has summoned me back for? What about the gathering of strange beasts outside the city?" He bowed and reported, "Everything is prepared, your majesty." Suddenly, from afar, a lightning strike startled Min. Fivu furrowed his brow as he looked at the sudden event. What was that sound? And Min knew full well what that thing was. This is the 10,000 Thunder Guide. Shu Tuan is in trouble, quickly making the fox pay attention and making up an excuse. Maybe it was thunder and lightning. Suddenly, Fivu turned around, and he briefly saw the bloodthirsty fox behind the mortal cloak, asking, "Do you see anything unusual?" Min broke out in cold sweat, his voice trembling as he replied. The oppressive aura of the fox from Fivu was suffocating. She kept searching for abnormalities on his body. "So what are you nervous about?" A giant, terrifying fox shadow looms beneath her feet. Min cleverly comes up with a plausible excuse. "Your Majesty, I have been afraid of thunder since I was a child. so Faivu scoffs coldly. Useless. But she doesn't give up easily, her mind wandering as she considers, the sound echoing from within the city, yet now nothing is seen, just like last time. Fivu recalled the moment of the chase, when the target was badly wounded, and surely destined to die. But just around the corner, he vanished without a trace, daring to escape my sight so blatantly. Fivu Sin Ungi leapt off the rooftop. Long's plans are just a clever distraction now. Human illusion magic is useless against our race. She smirked with excitement, her crimson eyes shining brightly in the darkness. The chase officially begins, and a thought flashes through her mind. Maybe there's something else that can indirectly block my view. Perhaps this entire city of Mchow is just a fake. Her eyes gradually change, and her proud voice echoes, just as she had anticipated. Then she immediately activated her domain, sweeping her tail to scan everywhere, searching through the dark, ominous clouds in the sky. Tutu below whispered, asking, "Where has the female student from Han High School gone?" She muttered to herself, unsure of what was happening. But Tianmo was indeed disappearing. At that moment, Zhangbing suddenly opened his eyes and woke up, trembling as he called out Sister Tutu's name. He tremblingly pointed at Huang Tam's cold body, his voice trembling as he urged to use that thing immediately. Tutu turned her head to look, her heart pounding, while he hurriedly urged her to go quickly. At this moment, the breath of the fox spirit spreads throughout the city's alleys, layer after layer closing in without leaving any gaps. Eyes vigilantly scan everywhere, targeting the one hiding inside the narrow, deep building. They cling tightly to that spot. Fivu spins around swiftly, her fiery red pupils like hellfire tightening around the prey, finally dragging the little beast out of its den. At that moment, Chutrash Tuan was desperately carrying the saintess through the pouring rain, almost forgetting the treasure he was fleeing with. The sound of Fivu's cry echoed loudly, making Chutrach Min startle. It's so late, and someone still dares to sneak out of the city. He's panicking and secretly worried. Tutung, it's found out. He was about to rush forward to block the way and stammered, "Your Majesty, wait!" But she suddenly darted past to Chutrach Tuan like a ghost. Chutrach Min suddenly fell into despair, but in life, he simply couldn't stop that monster. From a hidden corner on the outskirts of the city, a sudden sharp voice rings out, "Urgent intelligence! Urgent intelligence!" A group of people in black cloaks bowing their heads attentively listen to Chutrach Tuan's report. The cleanup team has a hidden assassin named Zhang Bing inside the city, and our plan for tonight has been completely ruined by him. Huang Tam and Huang Ni are dead. The others fell silent after hearing that. Xu Zhao Tuan's voice still echoed urgently. When the rescue troops of the sweeping team arrived, I had no choice but to use the 10,000 thunder lead. Xu Zhaoting's older brother frowned seriously and pressed on, saying, "So you're saying that Zhang Bing still isn't dead?" He quickly replied yes, but I checked his information. Besides the cleaning team, he was also at a forge called Iron Soul. The brother nodded and said, "I understand, but the urgent task now is for you to quickly get the Saintess out of the city." Suddenly, Chu Zhao Tuan's voice rang out in horror. "Lak Lak Tivu, why are you here?" The older brother looked stunned. "What did you say?" And from the communication talisman, all he could hear was his screams of agony. Chutrach Tuan's brother looked pale and trembling as he asked, "What happened?" Quickly answered Chutrach Tuan, but Chutrach Min rushed forward, growling, "Don't call any more, the plan has failed." Chutrach Tuan was killed by the fox spirit. His brother, upon hearing this, angrily shattered the communication talisman, screaming, "Damn it, does all our years of effort amount to nothing?" But Chutrach Min reassured him, "No, the Saintess is still alive. She is the nemesis of the Heavenly Fox. Fong's people realize they can't kill her and will definitely bring her back to the City Lord's mansion." Chutrach Tuan, losing his temper, shouted, "So what do you suggest we do? Without the Saintess, how can we control those fox spirits anymore?" Chutrach Min replied calmly, "The Lord of the Palace has a secret passage leading outside." Oh, he suddenly remembered that hidden route and confidently said, "I am the only one who knows it now." Then he outlined the plan. "You will guide the mutated beast through that secret passage into the Lord's residence, causing trouble for the fox spirits. I will take advantage of the chaos to get the Saintess out." He, with hair covering one eye, sat arrogantly above and snorted dismissively. It's easy for him to say. So what can the person from the other side do, just by defending the Lord's mansion with the mutated beast we've gathered? Chu Zhuoming added, "Therefore, we must take advantage of the assassin Truong Bin from the cleaning team. Now Prince Yue is overseeing the entire city, and if anything happens, he will act on his own. We just need to send the Sharpclaw troops to attack Zhang Bing at the forge to lure Prince Yue and the cleaning team over. While the two sides are fighting, we will control the mutated beasts to attack the city lord's mansion so they won't have time to react. The guy with the hair covering his eye interrupted. But if we do that, it will be equivalent to completely turning against Tian Shunhu. He is determined that he can only succeed and must not fail. Also, when you act, do not reveal my identity. Another man nodded in agreement and praised him for being a true heir of the Chu family. His purple eye, half covered by hair, gleamed sharply as he smirked. We will continue to help you play out the Vice City Lord's scheme. The Holy Maiden is relying on him too, Chu Jiaoming. Has the darkness swallowed everything, and the whispers echoing, the shadowy figure gradually appears. She softly asks, "Are you awake now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Zhang Bing gradually regained consciousness, sat up, looked around, and asked back, "Where am I?" She slowly replied, "This is the cleaning team's base. The urgent situation earlier only allowed us to bring you here." Team leader Kim Ba, are you seriously that badly injured? Tutu hurriedly explained, "I heard it was Lak Thi Vu who acted without hesitation, seemingly sensing our presence." A figure stepped in from the door and said, "You're awake so quickly. It seems your recovery is going well." Hua Kuet visited Zhang Bing's injury situation, marveling at how he single-handedly took on 3 opponents over 5 levels higher and even killed one. "How did you do that?" She looked at him curiously with great interest. Logically, surpassing 5 levels should have the ability to defeat instantly in a flash. Truong Bin quietly considered that since I'm still inexperienced, it's better to keep it to myself, and Tutu introduced me to that woman as Hua Kuyet. She once said her ability is Yang Guang Sheng Nang, and the wound on your body was healed by her. Truong Bin avoided the topic, forcing an awkward smile. Luck was on my side this time. What we call a great misfortune turned into a blessing. Luckily, this time with Miss Hua, without everyone else. I don't know how many times I've died. Hua Kuyet chuckled heartily and said it was a small matter. And anyway, I no longer need to maintain the heavenly curtain. Hearing this, I thought to myself that I heard Sister Hua was strict, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Then Hua Kuyet continued. Okay, enough with the formalities. If you're awake now, go meet everyone. Truong Bin broke out in a cold sweat inside. Min retracted his earlier compliment. Hua Kuyet said we need more comprehensive intelligence about tonight. In the office, Tran Lavai was dozing off while muttering, and Miney grumbled irritably, "Why does she never finish her work?" Finally, she lay down on the table. "Captain, I am submitting my resignation." Even while sleeping, Tran Lakvai nodded in agreement. Hearing that, Miney's eyes lit up. "So Xiaowei has woken up? Share some of the work with me." But Tran Lakvai didn't bother to answer, and just snored loudly. Finally, Miney kept attacking Tran Lakvai, shouting for her to fight back, but she skillfully dodged every move. Tuodo watched the 2 girls play like children, shook his head in exasperation, and could only smile awkwardly to comfort them. "There's nothing more I can do. The headquarters is short-staffed right now. Please bear with us a little longer." 2 others enter from outside, one calling the team leader, who turns his head to inquire. As soon as he arrived, he immediately threw himself into Hua Kuyet's arms. She happily agreed to help share some of the work, while the girl cheerfully teased and whined. But it's still her promise that hurts me the most. Tudu looked directly at Truong Bin. "Let's get straight to the main topic. Our previous guess was that the Chu family teamed up with Tianchang Lake to wipe out the opposing forces against them. But now I believe there is no real cooperation between them. It's not hard to see that the Chu family has set up a barrier formation. So they must have known about the existence of the illusory light sky curtain, but they haven't told Tianchang about it, which shows they want to use Tianmiao for some purpose." Thinking about the image of the demon fox and the Chu family member, the old man continued his speculation based on the fact that obeying others is not typical of the Chu family, but with their current strength, they cannot oppose Heavenly Norm Ho. Therefore, the girl they took from Hanhai Academy last night is probably the key to dealing with Heavenly Norm Ho. Hua continued to explain that the head of Han High School, Tran Hoc Lei, only had one son named Tran Hao Van, who passed away 40 years ago and was never married. In the same year, Tran Huo Lei suddenly announced to the public that he had a niece named Tran Quan Ding. According to our investigation, this girl does not carry any bloodline from Mchow City and is likely from a remote village outside. Moreover, Tran Hoc Lu seems to have been extremely doting on her niece, never allowing her to contact anyone outside for 4 decades, and her personal records are completely blank, with no mention of any awakening or any kind of ability being activated. The image of the saintess suddenly flashed in Hu Kuyet's mind. Zhang Bing hurried over, speaking urgently. "I know her ability. I already used the appraisal technique on her before." Both of them were stunned and eagerly waiting for him to continue. Her ability seems to be called the Holy Mother Bloodline. Tutu shivered and whispered out the Holy Mother. Could it be the Holy Village? The old man suddenly froze in vague anxiety, impossible for it to be a coincidence. Truong Bin quietly recounted what he knew. While at the city lord's mansion, Ti Vu and the saintess Quan Ding sat facing each other. Quan Ding excitedly exclaimed, "It's so big here, sis. Do you still live here?" Ti Vu replied seriously. "Mm-hmm." The girl kept asking curiously, "It seems like you're not feeling well. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Ti Vu simply replied, "No." Junding still innocently poured her tea. "I understand. Grandfather said that when you're upset, you should eat a little more. Drink your tea." Ti Vu shouted angrily, "Want to die." At that moment, the foxtail shot out swiftly, rushing straight toward Quan Din. The girl stared blankly at the approaching thing, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, her golden eyes flashed brilliantly, causing Ti Vu to startle. "Those tails can't touch her." Kunding remained calm as if she hadn't noticed at all, even more brightly smiling as she offered the cake. "Sister, why aren't you eating?" Quan Ding put the cookie into Ti Vu's mouth and gently said, "This cookie is new and very tasty." Ti Vu's heart was in turmoil. Why couldn't she bring herself to act? Quan Ding innocently continued, "It's delicious. You can only stammer a yes to get by." Then she quietly watched the girl in front of her, suddenly realizing how embarrassingly shameful her earlier attack was. "Wait a minute, why do I feel so embarrassed around this person?" Quan Din took a sip of tea, but the girl frowned, her stomach hurting from the bitterness. The girl muttered, "This tea has such good cream. The tea maker must be an idiot. No wonder she's upset." Li Vu heard that and her pride was hurt. She whispered to herself, "I must be an idiot." Then she left a message saying, "I'll brew another pot, please wait for me," before happily running off. Ti Vu is still utterly confused. Everything feels so strange. What exactly is happening to me? Why do I feel guilty? As a prince of Thien Thuong Lake, I can't have a problem. The issue lies with that person. Ti Vu reveals her true form, questioning who she really is. Meanwhile, Tutu and Truong Bin are diligently training, and she rushes to his side while deeply analyzing Truong Bin's power. "Your fog is very similar to my water element, like controlling thoughts or changing shape yourself. But there is a difference in origin." She releases her water energy, with streams shooting out like arrows, and explains that water elements can be recycled and reused, while his fog is one-time use and dissipates. Then she explained the reason for that, which is because you cannot transform the physical mist back into vaporized fog. If fog were like water, it would be more practical and could switch between gas, liquid, and solid forms. At this moment, Zhang Bing skillfully used a short blade to block her attacks. Hearing those analyses, he chuckled helplessly, thinking of Gaara from Naruto and realizing that mist, even as an intangible entity, has its advantages, like not needing to store it in a jar but carrying it with him. Lost in thought, Tutu rushed forward and shouted, "Pay attention to focus or you'll startle me." And unprepared, Zhang Bing was caught off guard by her attack, flying backward. Still, he managed to use the mist to steady himself and avoid crashing into the wall. Zhang Bing felt lucky that he could still use the mist to defuse the situation. "Since when have you been in the air, Tutu?" She used the violent snowstorm and told him that luckily you can absorb the fear of creatures and transform it into mist. It will compensate for certain durability weaknesses. When attacks are launched, Zhang Bing's body moves quickly to dodge. He was confident he could avoid this level of attack, but suddenly the ice blocks on the ground melted, catching him off guard. Turning into water and controlling Truong Bin's limbs, he wondered whether he could feel the sensation of being controlled. Only then did he realize that the ice was formed from water. Just now my focus was completely drawn by the ice shard attack from above. Tutu successfully restrained the opponent, warning that if your opponent isn't afraid of you, then the fog will quickly dissipate. Although Truong Bin was pointed out, he still smiled, his violet eyes shining as he told her, "If that's the case, as long as your attack is strong enough, one hit will be enough to kill the opponent." As she finished speaking, she realized there was a dagger covered in mist above her head. Tutu challenged, "So let's see how strong your attack really is." Then she used a water spear to surround her position, bones like a storm attacking Tutu's water shield. When the dagger pierced through the defense, Tutu was amazed that it could break the water shield and enter inside. Zhang Bing happily said, "Tutu, you lost and you didn't hold back your praise. Your fog can break through my defenses unexpectedly, truly astonishing." The match is over, and she also stands up straight. Perhaps the monsterized fog is the next generation of beastly transformations of the king-level beasts. With such a special trait inherited, the fog can deal damage beyond its level. Still, she said it, but isn't he lacking combat experience? If it really is a life-and-death battle, then you would have already died by now. Hearing this, Zhang Bing was confused. Then he immediately understood the meaning of dying. Zhang Bing cried out in panic, It's so hot. It's so hot. Why did the water suddenly start boiling? Tutu crossed her arms and scolded, understanding the importance of knowing her own abilities well. There's no harm in practicing more when there's nothing else. Just like water transforming into ice, hot steam, or mist, those things can cause unpredictable consequences during a fight. As she was speaking, Zhangbing smiled at her unfriendly, creating a slippery liquid. You shaped it with bones into a spider and showed it to her. Like this, Tutu. Tutu was terrified when she saw what she feared. She sprayed water directly into his face and shouted loudly, "Get away quickly. Stay away from me." Zhangbing was splashed directly in the face with water and accidentally swallowed a few sips. Startled and frightened, she quickly grabbed his collar, shook him back and forth, and pleaded, "Spit it out quickly. My water element is pure water. It's toxic." "Zhangbin, even if I don't get poisoned and die, you'll shake me to death first." Then she whispered an apology. Zhangbin also paid no mind and said, "But right now his form looks a bit strange. You feel your body becoming limp and uncontrollable." As he finished speaking, his lower half turned into water, his pants slipping down to reveal his naked, watery body. Even one of his arms turned into water. Zhangbing was terrified. "My hand." Tutu also nervously followed. He was a bit surprised and then guessed could it be that he had awakened a new skill? Then he used the appraisal. This time, the appraisal confirmed that consuming a special item has a 10% chance to grant a corresponding special physique, allowing him to acquire the basic water affinity skill. Zhangbing secretly thought that this time the effect of the six-leaf crystal could awaken 2 talents. The pure water body is easy to understand. Still, he ponders what kind of ability this real or fake supernatural power actually is. Tutu anxiously asked Zhangbing, "What's wrong with you? Aren't they using poison to dissolve?" Zhangbin had already taken off all his clothes without realizing it. He calmly reassured her, "It's okay. You should be able to transform back, it just takes some time to get used to it." He then fell into deep thought. If the illusion body and pure water body are inherently similar, then the transformation ability must also be closely related to fog. As soon as his thoughts flickered, his body subtly transformed into a shimmering mass of water. Zhangbing nodded slightly in satisfaction. "All right, then." He continued experimenting, transforming into a rough stick figure that still looked satisfied. Soon he stretched out into a lush green pine tree, quietly rejoicing. After a while, as everything settled down, Zhangbin returned to his original form. I excitedly exclaimed to Tutu, "Look, I've turned back now," but at that moment Tutu could only stare at me with cheeks burning like fire and eyes filled with panic. Tutu had to helplessly turn her face away, trying to avoid eye contact with little Zhangbin, while gently reminding him in a trembling voice to put his clothes on first. He was startled after hearing that and hurriedly and nervously dressed, while she curiously asked, "So what exactly just happened?" Zhangbin casually explained as he pulled up his pants, "It seems I accidentally drank the water you made. I have already awakened the pure water body." Tutu was momentarily stunned, then quickly asked for details about Zhangbin's new skill. She spun around and examined him from head to toe with a mix of amazement and admiration. Zhangbin's rapid progress is truly astonishing, especially this pure form, which is simply the dream of anyone with the water element. If he can awaken so easily, is this the level of infinity? Suddenly realizing she had turned around while he hadn't finished pulling up his pants, they both blushed with embarrassment and quickly turned away from each other, filling the air with awkwardness. Zhangbing just fastened his pants when he saw Tutu still staring, and hesitated. "Are you okay?" Tutu shyly replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, the bright red crystal shard flashes like an emergency alarm. Tutu quickly grabs it, her voice anxious. "What's going on?" From the other end, a frantic and panicked voice echoes, "Report to the team leader. The soul weapon is under attack. Please send reinforcements." She quickly responded anxiously, "Ask nearby teammates for support first. I will be there immediately." The other end of the line obeyed the order without delay. Zhangbing stands nearby, pleading earnestly, "Wang Keishan Min, we are in danger. I want to go too." But Tutu shook his head and waved him off. He couldn't go. This was very likely a trap. Still, he skillfully persuaded her by extending his relaxed hand like water, reassuring her that if the situation turned bad, she could transform into water and escape. That argument was undeniable. Tutu sighed helplessly. "I really have no more options with you. Stay close to me." Then she dashed ahead. Zhangbing exclaimed, "All right." He hurriedly followed closely behind. When the group arrived at the spirit-forging furnace, the sight of numerous black-clad assassins lying scattered on the ground made him panic and wonder why there were so many assassins attacking all at once. Tutu immediately assigned tasks to the other members decisively, leading a team to search for the survivors. He led a team of guards to defend against any remaining assassins. Truongbin Lao hurried inside without hesitation. He circled around to the back of the forge yard, scanning the scattered ruins before calling out loudly for Uncle Liu Wang, Quimin, and Sister Sak. A faint figure appeared behind a collapsed wall, trembling voice calling his name. That person is Ju So, now so exhausted she can only lean against the wall to stand. Ju Si's whole body trembles as she struggles to call his name with her remaining strength. Zhang Bing immediately exclaimed, "Chusak," and then rushed to her without hesitation. Cusack has little time left. She quickly points in a direction, her voice trembling with urgency. "Hurry and get Liu and Wang Kexin." Truongbin hurriedly supports her, but Cusack insists firmly that he go there immediately because they are both badly injured. Tutu quickly rushed inside and told him, "I'll go check on her. You stay here and take care of her." Chuobing kept staring at the wound, his voice trembling with sorrow. "Sister Sak, your hand." At this moment, Jusu was heartbroken but still clenched her teeth and said firmly, "It's okay. Losing an arm won't kill me." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Tutu directed the staff to take the injured for treatment, and he approached the girl lying motionless on the stretcher, asking worriedly. Vuong Kiet Man hadn't even had time to worry more. Tutu patted his shoulder to comfort him and said, "Don't worry. They're just injured and unconscious. It's nothing serious." Then the staff used stretchers to move the injured away, and Cusack was among them. Before being taken away, she turned to remind him warmly that as long as they were okay, she was at ease. But on the other hand, he needed to be more careful because those assassins were all after him. Then she asked further, "Have you offended any major figures recently?" Zhang Bing smiled gently to reassure with a confident tone, "Nothing's wrong, Sister Sak. You don't need to worry about me. Just focus on healing well." Damn it, it's all my fault. The Chu family's beast tamer in this Mchow City. Most of those who want to kill you are them. I'll nod and arrange for someone to investigate. Suddenly, a voice echoed. The energy fluctuation just now came from here. Many of our people died nearby before. Could it be related to those two? Hearing that sound, Truongbin immediately recognized that Lok Thivu and she were very close by. Suddenly, he felt a talisman flying toward his head, with Thivu's voice still calling out. Now is an abnormal time. Wasting food is no longer an option to ignore any threat. Truongbin quickly hugs Tutu tightly and jumps aside, narrowly avoiding her deadly attack. At that moment, Thivu sat arrogantly above, a surge of extreme pleasure rising in her heart. She haughtily looked down, secretly amazed that he could still sense her attack. Truongbin and Tutu quickly got up. He looked carefully at Thivu, then turned to Tutu with concern. "Are you okay?" She replied, "I'm fine, but you don't understand yourself. Because the operation was kept secret, how could it have come through here right now?" He explained, "I guess it has been monitoring the whole city." At this moment, Thivu finally looked carefully at the two people below and was stunned when she recognized the familiar figure. Thivu called out loudly, "Truongbin," while he calmly responded, "It's been a long time since we last met, Sister Lack." Then he tried to compose himself and activated the assessment. The assessment was underway, but interrupted by Tutu, who rushed forward to block him, ready to attack. Tutu shouted loudly, "You go and run, let me stop her." She regained her Bao Feng Tu Yet, shooting sharp ice beams toward Thivu in the air. Zhang Bing tried to continue the assessment but failed because he wasn't close enough. The ice beams shot straight and true, but all were easily handled by Thivu. She looked at Tutu without any fear and launched her deadly attack, secretly thinking her identity had been exposed. Thivu raised her barrier and swallowed the huge ice block, and at this moment she also confirmed one thing and spoke out loud. "Recently, it seems that everything is indeed connected to you." Behind Tutu, a dark, abyss-like force suddenly gathered and swallowed everything. It shot towards her like a lightning bolt, but Tutu quickly raised her ice shield. However, the attack was too fierce, breaking through her entire defense and forcing Tutu to jump aside to dodge. She secretly marveled at how a single strike could break through her entire defense. Thivu, smiling sarcastically from above, flicked her eyes with contempt, thinking that exposing her true identity didn't matter anymore. She also cannot see through her illusion magic, only guessing her attack based on the changes in the surrounding cold air. Then Thivu laughed loudly. "Let's see how you defend this time." Then she swung her tails rapidly from all directions. Tutu, who was releasing freezing cold air, suddenly became disoriented by the multi-directional attack and didn't know how to respond. Truongbin then rushed back, urgently warning her. Tutu carefully watched from above on the left. Tutu was startled and dodged just in time, Long silently grateful that Truongbin had returned in time. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to resist. Then he kept shouting directions, skillfully guiding her to avoid directions. 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. Next, she skillfully avoids all directions at 4, 8, 10, 1, 2, and 11 o'clock without any harm. At 5 o'clock and 12 o'clock, she uses her own ice layer to block its attack. Minvu squinted, wondering why Long was suspicious about how Truong Bin knew, just as a tail suddenly curled up and a sharp point flashed, aiming in one direction. Truong Bin turned his head and saw Minvu's pupils shrinking in horror. He quickly spun around, his body tense and focused on dodging. Now Minvu was truly furious, her lips pressed tightly in frustration and resentment. As expected, every time I strike, he dodges with terrifying precision. Watching Truong Bin gracefully evade my tails like a skilled ballet dancer, she silently thought that Truong Bin must be the one capable of seeing through our clan's disguise. Then Minvu gritted her teeth in fury, her shrill voice ringing out, "I should have killed him directly back then." Then she switched to another move, her voice full of challenge. "Let's see how long you can avoid it." Truong Bin dodged and glanced at Tutu, while Long suddenly froze in worry. "This is bad. I can't both evade and point out Tutu's position at the same time." Then he suddenly had an idea, muttering to himself a 3-turn, left 3-turn, right dance, his body flowing gracefully as if dancing a traditional folk dance. In a flash, he slipped behind Tutu. While she was still dazed calling his name, Truong Bin quickly summoned thick fog to create a protective barrier for both of them. He silently cheered inside, just in time, while still playfully teasing. "Lax's anger seems a bit excessive. Is it because of her recent heartbreak?" "Provoked like this," Minvu sneered, his fangs flashing in and out, his voice full of amused delight. She immediately unleashes the terrifying power of a leader, a crazed smile spreading across her face. "Truong Bin, you've hidden your strength well. Every time I've tested you like this, you've managed to deceive me." Then she used all her tail whips to attack Truong Bin's tiny sphere, her voice full of arrogance and judgment. "But this time you're doomed to face trouble." She further taunted, "Your 3 tails can defend, but what about 3,000 tails?" The sharp tails streaked rapidly toward them. Tutu quickly formed a thick ice barrier to defend, but she also whispered, "Its force is too terrifying." Seeing countless tails piercing toward him, the fog barrier begins to crack, accompanied by a system notification that the fog is running out. As time passes, he grits his teeth and fights on. "If you can hold out for a second, then you can consider yourself the winner." The relentless announcements echoed without end, Tutu's scarred face contorting under the overwhelming pressure. As the fog reached 0, Truong Bin helplessly thought that he had used up all his fog, yet he still couldn't hold on. Could it really be that he must die here? Suddenly a voice rang out, "If you can hold on, I can only give you one chance." Zhang Bing realized that behind him was a clone of the team leader. As he struggled to fend off 3,000 tails from the beauty Minvu, a stream of yellow smoke suddenly wrapped around her body, completely sealing her attack power. Tutu's voice immediately echoes, "What is this?" "It's now." "All right then." He immediately withdrew the protective layer around his body and suddenly exploded into a burst of cosmic energy, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that shattered the tails. Seizing the moment, he clenched his fist and pulled her forward, shouting loudly, "Two, go." Minvu went crazy with rage, her teeth clenched and growling in fury, ready to run. Then she unleashed her power, tearing through the captain's golden smoke and charging after him. But now Zhang Bing and Tutu have vanished without a trace. Anger boiling in her mind, she immediately ordered all of Tian Thuong Ho inside the city to hunt down Zhang Bing with full force. You must see the dead and the corpses to truly live. A while later, in the safe room outside the city of the cleanup team, in the infirmary where the severely injured had been treated, she summarized what Truong Bin told her, her voice full of amazement. "Now you are a member of the cleaning team, and Thon Mchow has become the ruler of those rotten foxes." Zhang Bing nodded in confirmation and added that although they didn't dare to act rashly, the city was still unsafe. He took her hand, his voice full of regret. "Sorry, it's all because of me." But Cusack smiled to comfort her and said, "It's okay, losing one arm won't kill you. And also, she wants to thank you for saving Uncle Liu and the others." Tutu stood outside the door, quietly listening to their conversation. Truong Bin didn't know and continued, "I will definitely find a way to take back the forge. Until then, I can only let everyone endure a little hardship and hide outside the city for a while." She listened outside, recalling the moment he clenched her hand and ran away, feeling a deep sense of admiration as he had grown much more mature unconsciously. Cusack noticed her and gently smiled at him, saying, "The girl is still waiting for you. Go do your work first." As he left the hospital room, Truong-bin looked at her curiously and asked, Tutu, is there something you want to talk to me about? Suddenly she pouted and asked, What do you call me? Truong-bin jumped in surprise, realizing he had called her the wrong name, and quickly corrected himself. Then he secretly blamed Ju-se for calling that girl something that confused him, but after thinking it over, he also felt it was understandable. At first it was fine to call her Tutu in social settings, but after getting to know her better, it started to feel a bit awkward. Anyway, it's just a way of addressing each other, so forget it. If you prefer to call me that way, then go ahead. That made him stunned, but then she continued, Follow me. As they moved to the next location, Tutu took the opportunity to brief him on the situation. His identity had been exposed, so he probably wouldn't be able to enter Mchow City for now. They would wait for the team leader to arrange it. Suddenly remembering something, she handed him a test tube. The intelligence about the saint as you provided was very useful, and with the perfect completion of the rapist elimination mission, this is the reward from the cleanup team for you. Zhang Bing took it, looked at the shimmering liquid inside, and guessed silently that it must be golden blood. After a closer look, he joked, Probably not that golden chai blood, right? Tutu nodded and replied, Yes, that's the golden lotus blood of Kimba, which he will need to draw blood from periodically for storage. This blood is usually used for healing or extending life. Try using it in the training room to see if it grants any energy. Then she also reminded him that this golden blood is a type of energy vein that can be inherited by future generations, so it's best for you to be prepared and beware of women who have no morals paying attention. Zhang Bing looked at what was in his hand and pondered, It's just a chance of inheritance, not 100%. Moreover, whether I will have a wife in the future is still uncertain, so why think so far ahead? Then he tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, hoping that the real and fake potion would work. The Minvu body and the pure water body from before are thanks to it. After swallowing, Tutu curiously asked, So, do you have any new abilities? However, he just shook his head, as if nothing had changed. As he finished speaking, his finger suddenly released a strange, glowing red liquid that made Zhang Bing jump in surprise. He immediately activated the appraisal and secretly exclaimed, Success. The Divine Beast Clone is also an infinite-level skill. The notification appeared with the name of the Pure Blood Body, transforming into a pure blood form, and being able to merge into the target's body, quickly healing wounds. He also guessed that this pure blood limb might be able to sense the target's condition precisely. Tutu beside him nervously asked, What's wrong with your hand? However, from Zhang Bing's perspective, he noticed a wound on her face. Hearing that, she quickly covered it with her hand and said, Don't worry about it. Zhang Bing guessed silently that the wound might hide a secret. Then he asked, So besides this, is there anything else you have changed? He closed his eyes to sense and then described to her that in this state he could perceive the life force of all spirits, merge with the other person's body, and heal all their wounds. Of course that scar can also be erased. Tutu didn't say the final part, only happily cheered. So you also have a way to restore Kusak's severed arm. Truong-bin nodded confidently. As long as there is enough blood, theoretically, even if a person is left with only a layer of skin, their body can be restored again. His heart was stirred by the pure blood body that helped him dodge agilely, while the pure blood body also brought healing abilities to his allies. Tutu gently nudges his shoulder, then hurry up and treat Kusak. Zhang Bing smiled brightly. All right, I'm leaving now. Suddenly he called after her, his voice tinged with excitement. Tutu, you're back. Can we talk? Not as teammates, but as old friends from the past. Her cheeks suddenly flushed like peach blossoms. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded softly. At the same time, in a remote wilderness, the peaceful silence was suddenly shattered by a thunderous roar from afar, startling countless birds into flight and stirring the dense forest into chaos as millions of wild monsters surged forward like a rushing river, sweeping away all obstacles. They roar fiercely in anger, rushing together without warning to the gathering point ahead. Manny was walking when suddenly he noticed Tudo busy with something. She glanced at the file in the old man's hand. Long's curiosity piqued. What's the captain holding the files about the Holy Ancestor Village for? Tudu, hearing her ask, suddenly blurted out a story. I wonder if you still remember? Although the Chu family did many cruel and inhumane things when they were in power, from the beginning their royal beasts were also a heroic clan. Facing the natural disaster of Donghan, Chu Sichuang and the sun god of the Chu family united as one, like a blazing red phoenix soaring into the sky every day, bringing light and warmth to the people. I know that after Chu Sichuang died, he was buried in the Loknot mountain range outside Mchow City. The survivors outside the city, moved by that bond of gratitude, protected his tomb. Years later, they united to have children, gradually forming a village, which is the Saint Ancestor Village. But what does this have to do with that village now? Tudo explained that every 100 years, a saintly woman is born in the Holy Ancestor Village, and her bloodline can protect the village from all attacks by demonic beasts. Hearing this, Manini suddenly had a flash of insight and stammered, "Could it be that Tran Quan Din is the saintess from the Holy Ancestor Village?" Tudo nodded, confirming her suspicion, and then added that the Chu family planned to use the saintess to control Thien Thuong Lake. But Manini still has a doubt. Why did the saintess appear at Han High School? And on top of that, with such a major event, the Holy Ancestor Village remained silent and still. Tudo remembered the vengeful look in the eyes of the people from the Holy Village, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. He speculated, what if they did it on purpose? Using the Holy Maiden confined within the city, the Holy to Village could spark a war with Mchow City at any moment. She shivered at the dark scheme, but still wondered why they would act like that. At this moment, Tudo, based on the clues, recounted that 150 years ago, Mchow City once had a tyrannical city lord. To prevent repeating the mistakes of the Chu family, the cleanup team listed her as a wanted criminal and collaborated with the current city lord to expel her from the city. Then, somehow, she rose to become the leader of the Holy Village, recounting his words while imagining that woman's face. The old man continued. Perhaps she never truly let go of Minvu, quietly waiting for the right moment to return and invade again. Hearing those secrets, Manini finally swallowed the big piece of melon and felt deeply satisfied. The security team had set up numerous secret hiding places in the wilderness. Those places are cleverly disguised, some buried deep within the magma, others hidden underground or perched on tree branches. In safe room 003, Lu Tutien suddenly felt the ground shake. She jolted in surprise, guessing whether the Chu family was up to something again. She decided she had to sneak out to alert them, but seeing the worried people in the hospital, if this place were exposed, the injuries could be life-threatening, and Truongbin guarding alone might not be able to handle it. Liu Sichen was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to leave him behind or not, while Zhengbing was busy with something. Then he cheered happily, holding up his achievement. It's a success. Lu Tutien looked at him in surprise as he jumped around like a little monkey and asked, "What succeeded? Isn't it true that this lantern has no more energy left?" Zhengbing then explained, "It's out of energy, but I feel like throwing it away would be a waste. So I tried to see if I could recharge it, and that's how I succeeded in creating a fake flame, channeling fiery chaos into the lantern. Then he transformed into a pure water body to transfer energy into it, then into a pure blood form to add fire, and finally into a Minvu form. But what's even more surprising is that the Yu-Ghost Dedong skill system can conceal surrounding scent information within a certain range. In the end, pouring fog back in made it bright again, and it even achieved a stronger effect. He placed the lamp next to Huyet Men and whispered to Lu Tutien as he walked, feeling like a dog that's had enough. Using Dedong for disguise and safety, now they can leisurely go outside to scout. Outside, thousands of mutated beasts rush in herds in one direction, causing a loud commotion. Liu Siqian and Zhengbing climbed to a high vantage point to observe clearly. I muttered in doubt, how come it's so crowded now? Since when did the Chu family control such a huge horde of mutated beasts? Finally, Liu Suiqian pressed the send button to report to headquarters, whispering into the communicator that she was near Safe Room 3, with an estimated 10 mutated beasts heading toward Mchow City. Mostly Sam Lam Lang and Tu Dan Tho. Not very high level, but numerous. At that moment, Truongbin, still muttering while watching the monsters, found it strange why they were running chaotically like that. Unlike rushing to a specific place, it's like they're fleeing. Suddenly, he notices something, quickly points over, and with a trembling voice tells her, "Tutu, look over there." Lu Tutien also looked in horror at the scene, quickly correcting the headquarters that there was also a huge horde of zombies rushing toward the city, estimated at around 50,000. Seeing the sea of zombies flooding like a tide, sweeping everything on the road, Lu Tutien's voice trembled as she estimated the number at about 50,000. At headquarters, Tudo was stunned by that enormous number. He pondered heavily. 10,000 mutated beasts, 50,000 zombies, plus Thien Thuong Lake and the remnants of the Chu family inside the city. Now with limited manpower in the cave, it's hard to fight on multiple fronts against the enemies. The old man thought to himself, could he have to take action himself? But suddenly remembering something, Tudo quickly changed his mind, still having a way out. He shouted, "Ni Tranlok Vi Hua Kiet, prepare to activate Thien Mac again." Everyone was startled when they heard that. Manny nervously exclaimed, "But hasn't the heavenly seal already?" Lakvu also hurriedly asked what the captain meant. Tudo explained, yesterday while protecting Truongbin, I temporarily suppressed the Moon King. Its energy probably hasn't recovered yet. Although we can't rely on the patrol and investigation teams, there are still many strong forces within the city. Our Heavenly Mac has a different message announcing that the zombies are attacking the entire city. When they broadcasted that news throughout the city, Tudo said, "Wait until you awaken and gather inside the city." He and everyone else then retreated into Minchow's defenses, also avoiding the surveillance of Tien Thuong Ho. Explain everything smoothly, Tudo concluded firmly. Let's act quickly. Everyone follow the orders and move. The old man immediately activated the multi-channel communication and gave clear instructions to the pair on the outer line. Liu Suxian and Zhang Bing, I ask you both to block as many monsters and zombies on the outskirts of the city as possible, to buy time for the inner forces to gather, and soon their response comes back. At Hideout Station 05, the bespectacled young man immediately responds with a professional tone. This is a division, please give orders, Captain. The voice of Tudo immediately echoed. Quickly approach Station Fleury to support Lu Tuthi. Next to him is his chubby blonde-haired friend, cheering excitedly. Let's go. Along with her is the strong and spirited girl, and finally the bespectacled young man speaks to lead the way. It's our turn to fight now. Inside the Lord's mansion, Trokmin's figure moves quietly, his mind racing with plans. He guesses that the raid on the blacksmith's shop went smoothly, then takes out the communication gem to inform the other side that Fuang Tu is not present at the mansion, allowing them to proceed with the next step. The sudden response from the other side left him stunned. They encountered some obstacles. What kind of trouble is this? They hurriedly responded. A group of strangers suddenly appeared outside the city, causing the monsters to panic and lose control temporarily, but it's unclear who is behind it. Realizing how serious it is, Trakmin growled and ordered, "Stop talking nonsense and handle that quickly. If the plan fails, none of them will survive." After finishing, he cut off the communication, feeling frustrated that he couldn't rely on his subordinates. He quickly changed direction, prioritizing finding the Saintess first and waiting for the right moment to take her away. Zhao Ming suddenly heard a noise behind him and turned around to see the first patrol team approaching. He recognized Captain Lin Kei and the crowd with him, and Long looked suspiciously. What are they doing here? Why are so many people following him? He hurriedly greeted, pretending to say, "Isn't that Captain Lam? Why do you have time to come here today? Since the city lord hasn't returned yet, if there's anything important, you could have told me in advance." The enemy's gaze directly fixed ahead, passing him by without a word. Zhao Ming was stunned by this indifference. Could he have realized something? The large hall door was shattered by the enemy. Trokmin was stunned as he witnessed the scene beyond the enormous door. He was stunned what the hell is going on here when he saw a magnificent social gathering happening right in the city lord's mansion. Tran Quangdin, dressed in splendid formal attire, smiling brightly as he greeted those entering. She cheerfully exclaimed, "More friends have joined in, let's play together." Coxdish took a sip of wine and suddenly snapped out of his dream, not understanding how he ended up here. It seems His Highness the Crown Prince just gave him some instructions. After a moment of thinking, the stern face of Zhang Bing suddenly came to mind, and he remembered he had to go catch that guy. Cockdick startled, spitting out the wine, and Quan Din immediately scolded him affectionately. This uncle really is too careless. Cockditch looked at her, guessing that she was the one who invited him to have fun. He hesitated before that familiar feeling, just like with his royal family. Quan Ding wiped the wine from Cockditch's body and muttered, "My grandfather said, don't waste anything." Cockdish involuntarily knelt down and shouted, "Your Holiness the Saintess." She was dazed and didn't understand why everyone called her that. Then smiled brightly, took his hand and invited him to dance. "Let's go dance now." Trakmin, witnessing everything so far, is overwhelmed with guesses. The Holy Maiden? She only influences exotic beasts. Could it be that the enemy Lamkash was also replaced by the heavenly beast? If such a big matter is being kept from him, it seems that Fox isn't trusting him much. Judging by the situation of the crowd, he concluded that no one from the patrol team survived. Even those present are probably all transformed by the heavenly serpent. And Trokmin realized that they seemed to be under Quan Din's control at this moment. Moreover, she herself was unaware that if she could persuade her to cooperate, the plan would move on to the next step immediately. So Trokmin flatteringly asked Tran Quan Din if she was having fun, and Quan Din honestly replied, "At first I just wanted to find a few new friends, but I never expected Sister Lack to organize such a grand dance for me." Then she asked why Tivu hasn't come back yet. Trokmin fabricated a reason that she might still have some unfinished business. He secretly cursed Quan Din as a damn brat. Everyone here was brought by her. "Ignore it." Trokmin started to play tricks and said to her, "I know a place that's even more fun than this. Do you want to go have fun together?" Ding shook off the hand grabbing hers and said sharply, "I haven't had enough fun yet, and I don't know you." Ding's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying look and asked sharply, "But how do you know my name?" Min looked panicked at the crowd around him, who had stopped and were staring intently at him. The space fell silent and eerie, with glowing red eyes in the darkness, staring fixedly at him. Near station number 3, Tutu summoned a massive amount of water, unleashing a relentless attack on the monsters ahead. Bin dodged the attack from the approaching monsters and told her that he had gathered them together, so quickly freeze them. Tutu received the order and immediately covered them with a layer of ice. "It's over. That ice won't hold for long. The monsters break through the thick ice shell and go berserk." Tutu, terrified, says to him, "We're in trouble. There are too many." Bin quickly took on the task to block them. Thanks to these monsters, he accumulated a surge of fear energy, now able to freely manipulate the midnight bone layer, creating countless shadow wolves. He continuously unleashes a 100-fold Minvu, gently transforming them into a mighty giant dragon soaring majestically in the sky. Bin knows he must wait for reinforcements. They will do their best to hold back the rushing monsters. So announced the information, but the Saint Ancestor village is unclear. The undead and monsters are invading Mchow City from 3 directions. The Moon King is sleeping soundly. The Moon Prince is patrolling the city, and Thien Thuong Lake is gathered at the City Lord's mansion, ready for battle. The Chu family is preparing to storm the City Lord's mansion. The dragon from Zhangbing's mist soars into the sky. He mutters, "What you see are mutated beasts." He glanced at the approaching monsters, but to him they were just dark fog energy and endless experience, so the dragon charged straight into the monsters, with experience notifications ringing non-stop. Hearing that, he happily thought that defeating a few hundred more would level up his attributes or rank immediately. A frightened beast roared at its peers, warning them to scatter and wrap around the dragon. So the wave of monsters split into 2 circles around Zhangbing, and he admired how clever they still were. "This giant dragon of mine still sweeps them away like a breeze." Bin observes and assesses that the monsters only want to escape, not fight. A sharp ice block suddenly sprouts from the ground, piercing through the beast's body. The ones that pass through Long Ma's claws cheer. A beast shouted, "The brothers in front of us are safe without dragons, but they didn't expect to face the Snow Queen." After the dragon, too, said she would handle these fish caught in the net. The monsters pierced by ice arrows turn into shattering blocks of ice and water. One attacked, curses, "I said it was safe earlier, you lied." Bin saw Tutu neatly deal with the mutated beasts and smiled brightly, exclaiming, "Tutu did very well, but you told me not to get distracted because the mutated beast would rush at us again." A fleeting thought crossed his mind. How great it would be if there was a system that kept track of the number of monsters defeated. Scanning the approaching monsters without a break, Bin suddenly felt overwhelmed and furious, transforming into a great evil dragon, roaring in rage and disgust, then swinging his tail to sweep away the attacking creatures like a fierce tornado. Suddenly, from another direction, fierce attacks, blazing fire, thunderclaps, and jagged rocks surged toward him. They are attacking one side of the great evil dragon, leaving Bin stunned. Unable to believe his eyes, he quickly turns his head toward the source of the attack, trying to see clearly, but upon closer inspection, only 3 zombie figures appear. Bin was truly stunned to see them using fire, rock, and lightning magic to attack an ordinary person like him. Those zombies are not just capable of biting and tearing, old prejudices are indeed useless. Without hesitation, he activated the appraisal skill, and the result appeared immediately. The race is zombie. The power of the village elder is not yet mature, level 6 basic grade. The giant dragon is now being attacked and bitten by a few zombies, but what catches his attention the most is the origin from the Holy Ancestor village. He needs to quickly send this intelligence back to the headquarters. While the zombies are tearing through the protective fog, Zhangbing struggles fiercely and throws them far away. He snarls and growls, "Get out of here." Still, he knows that zombies don't understand fear. If this keeps up, the dark fog will run out sooner or later. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, and Bin quickly retreated to create distance from them. Immediately, a shimmering layer of water covered the dragon's body, sweeping away the zombies clinging to it. Seizing the moment, he shouted, "All right, I have an idea for this one. Let's see if they try it out, then grab a few of those on me." Zhangbing leapt into the air, distancing himself from the ground and the zombies, while those he had caught on began to burn fiercely. As a decent citizen, he kindly reminded them, "My trick is a bit big. Bear with it a little." Then the fire illusion and flames erupted. This is a self-created ultimate move, Zombie Fireball, turning the burning zombies into fireballs and throwing them directly at the 7 enemies on the ground. The more zombies burned to ashes, the higher the success rate, and even all attributes are further enhanced. Changbing nodded with satisfaction. Very good, now his attributes are almost twice that of a peer-level awakener. At the same time, Tutu's sharp sand blades kept flying out, cutting off the heads of the rushing zombies. She skillfully uses Hoanitu's swordsmanship to swiftly attack the mindless zombies, but their numbers are still too overwhelming for her to handle alone. A zombie with a weapon sneaks up from behind. Tutu panics and shouts, "It's not safe." Luckily, Truong Bin rushes over just in time, roaring at the zombie, "Take this attack from me, great evil dragon." The heavenly ice and earthquake, unmatched technique. Hearing the name of the move, she looked confused and asked, "What are you talking about?" Truong Bin awkwardly replied, "Nothing much." The purple smoke began to spread, and the black dragon's body gradually shrank. Truong Bin's voice echoed, announcing that the first wave of beasts and zombies, about 1,000 in total, had been dealt with, and the second wave would arrive in half an hour. As the black dragon completely vanished, Truong Bin returned to his human form. He still wondered why these zombies could use their abilities. Tutu replied, "They are all imposters who awakened their powers while alive." Truong Bin wondered if that despicable trick came from the Chu family, but he dismissed the thought because he had just confirmed they belonged to the Holy Ancestor village. Tutu's voice from the headquarters sounded clear, explaining that although the Chu family was as ruthless as taming beasts, to them it was a form of faith. They looked down on using sneaky methods like controlling zombies. The old man recalled the Saint village and said, "Based on my preliminary reasoning, this matter is very likely related to the Saint village." Truong Bin's analysis further confirms this point. Tutu was shocked and terrified when she heard about Than To Thon. Just mentioning that place made her suspect the culprit. In other words, it was that woman who caused all this. The scar on her face is also from that woman, and it's deeper. The current leader of St. Ancestor Village, she once looked at Tutu with contempt that she can never forget. Suddenly, Tutu realizes the blue smoke surrounding them is dangerous and quickly says, "Truong Bin, hold your breath. This gas is toxic." Truong Bin held his breath immediately, but suddenly he recognized this smell. It was the foul, rotten egg odor, exactly hydrogen sulfide H2S. When he was in the rescue team, he encountered a fire caused by H2S. If the air contains H2S, it can easily explode. Remembering, he turned to warn her to be careful of the explosion. She was surprised. What did he want to do? Zhang Bing simply replied briefly, with no time to explain, "Trust me." He agreed and gently created a flickering fake fire and flame at his fingertips. Immediately, explosions erupted around him, spreading fire faster than free fire. The announcement sounds, indicating the fake fire is intensifying as the water sphere surrounding Tudan begins to dissolve. Truong Bin senses the change and immediately prepares for the upcoming second afternoon test. Tutu was stunned. Didn't he just say there was still half an hour left? From the thick smoke behind, shadowy figures gradually emerged. He jolted in surprise, tense as he watched, and quickly used the appraisal to check. The system scans the figure ahead, who is sitting on a giant headless golem, and is extremely excited because someone has broken through his poison curse. The opponent praised Zhang Bing and Su Tzu, saying, "You two really have some guts." And upon failing the appraisal, Zhang Bing thought to himself, "Strange. The appraisal of the team leader before succeeded, so why did it fail this time like Lok Thi Vu? Maybe due to insufficient training I can't identify high-level targets. In that case, order an inspection of all the undead within visual range. Notification: you have successfully completed 16.88 inspections. You now possess a high-level appraisal skill upgraded to strategic level, capable of targeting enemies above level 30. So, Zhang Bing confirmed that the opponent is Jia Xiangming, a peak-level fake from St. Ancestor Village. At this moment, Xiangming raises his hand to his ear, though he very much wants to take action himself. But now I have more important matters to attend to. He ordered the green monster. "Go and bring them back here to me, no matter if they live or die." After the successful appraisal, he turned to Tutu and said, "This one is a level 39 Tram Luangia." "Tutu? What does Tram Luangia mean?" Tutu was stunned. "Level 39, huh? And it explains that the psychic ability of the awakened gradually changes depending on usage habits. In the end, it will take on the form most suitable for the user. But if the mental strength of the awakened person isn't strong enough, their own powers will backfire, ultimately turning them into a slave to their abilities. They call people like that Tram Luangia, and those Tram Luangia are all very powerful. We're in trouble this time." Zhang Bing suddenly realized that the giant monster was rushing toward the two of them, a terrifying beast with fangs and claws lunging to attack, but he skillfully used a spiritual blade, condensed into a sharp sword, to cut it down with a fatal blow. Suddenly, a giant zombie wielding an axe appeared and charged straight at Tutu. who was busy clearing out the tiny monsters with her icy cold sword. That monster swung its axe with terrifying strength, muttering only one word over and over: kill. Tutu struggled to block the deadly attack with her sword, trying to keep a safe distance from the dangerous man, then hurriedly contacted headquarters. Headquarters, this is Liu Suiqian. A fallen one has appeared, riding a giant undead. Her strength is no match for him. That person is leading a powerful army of zombies heading north towards the city. A quick glance is enough to see the terrifying power of the zombie horde. She calmly assesses the level of the formidable level 39 enemy. Truong Bin quickly assessed the monster that just attacked him and found it to be a high-level one, level 29. Faced with such a weak monster, he decided to try controlling it first, then used Minvu to channel all his energy into his arm, transforming it into a chain that he threw swiftly at it, binding its entire body. But the monster easily tore apart that restraint, growling with fury. Seeing that, he immediately realized that this plan had failed. This monster far surpassed the previous ones, not even on the same level. Suddenly, another roar echoed from near the city walls, spreading throughout the suburban forest. Both Zhangbing and Tu turned pale, realizing the sound came from Mchow City itself. Could the enemy have already infiltrated inside? At the northern gate of Mchow City, the mutated beasts are rushing in madness. There, a group of ambushers was ready. A man with a turned-up hat clenched his fist, and his spiritual power erupted wildly. A powerful punch can send any mutant beast that dares to attack flying away. Self-proclaimed as the owner of the Beast King Fist Tavern, Falaishian takes a deep breath and boldly declares with overwhelming confidence, "Today, no one will get past here, with my brothers from the Beast King Martial Arts Hall by my side." Then suddenly, he noticed something nearby. The people behind Pu Lai Tien immediately charged forward. An old man with white hair roared loudly, "Let's move together. We absolutely can't let these beasts get any closer." Everyone rushed in, each taking down the rushing hordes of monsters. Among them, a strange zombie suddenly gathered energy in its hand and rushed forward, but Lai Tien blocked it with his strong arm. He shouted at it, "Stop. I noticed your movements with the other zombies are completely different." Lai Tien gritted his teeth as he endured the fierce blows from that monstrous zombie. Its power was terrifying, and blood began to seep from his hand. The demon beast remained silent for a few seconds before shifting to attack mode, transforming its hands into a flurry of punches and kicks aimed directly at the opponent. Lai Tien suddenly felt that this move was strangely familiar. Could it be the martial technique of the Beast King Marquis? At that moment, he couldn't help but ask about the identity of the demon beast. "Who are you?" But it didn't reply, only continued to throw punches at him. Lai Tien suddenly had a terrifying thought. "Is this my stupid junior brother?" Lai Tien ducked to avoid the attack and charged at the monster in front of him. At that moment, he pressed close to its groin, gripping its shoulders tightly, then unleashed the Beast King's powerful martial arts, hurling it into the sky where only the two of them faced each other. Then he delivered a punch straight down with immense force, causing the demon beast to crash into the ground like a lightning bolt. Despite the danger from that monster, Lai Tien activated the super-fast rebirth of the immortal stag to heal his wounds. However, he suddenly noticed the sparkling object near the corpse of the creature, picked it up and wondered silently, could this have fallen from it? Then he felt it was strangely familiar. When he saw the 3 red characters on the token clearly, he exclaimed in horror, "Is this my senior brother's token?" Then he remembered the technique that the zombie had used, knowing it was the Beast King's power, and that it was also holding the senior brother's token. When did the seemingly unconscious zombie stand up and rush toward the opponent? Lai Tien also realizes, could this be the elder brother Lambanxi? Have you been missing for over 30 years? So that little zombie had already realized that Lai Tien was his junior brother. He thought to himself that his stupid junior brother, let's hate him, get angry now. And he still muttered to himself, that year, you went out to investigate the fake awakenings that went missing, but then you disappeared as well. His expression was proud and very angry. I never expected you to be turned into a puppet and end up in such a situation. The puppet named Lam Ban Thich rushed forward, and the two clashed with continuous punches. It believes only he can stop it. Suddenly, Lai Tien said this with a melancholic tone. Senior brother, are you no longer alive? He remembered when Ban Thich was still at the guild hall, fighting against his opponent. Ban Thich threw a punch and said, faster, a little faster, while explaining as he knocked him away. The movements of the Vuong Thuk must change, they can't be so stiff. But after the match, Ban Thich always raised his hand to the opponent and praised him. Although the master always looked down on me, it's clear that I've improved very quickly in that area. The bright smile of my senior brother still lingers in his memory, along with the words, let's keep practicing. So, waiting until you learn it would just embarrass the old man, right? Lai Tian blocked Ho Thi's attack and silently realized that's how it is. Since when did his face become so tear-streaked, and his voice soften as he asked, why has the authority of the senior brother become so weak and powerless over time? Lai Tian angrily pushed his opponent away and shouted in fury, how dare you defile the Beast King's law of authority and insult my senior brother? His whole body seemed to heat up. He grabbed his shirt, decisively tore it apart, and threw it away. Lai Tian was determined. No matter who the culprit was, today I will drag him out. So he entered the state of the immortal Crimson Emperor body Crimson Flame. The current temperature is 500, with the stamina, mana, and agility stats rapidly increasing. Before attacking, he also warned the others to step back and not get caught in the crossfire. With that, he shot forward like a flash of lightning, instantly appearing in front of the demon beast he preferred, coldly delivering a palm strike to its chest like a hammer blasting out sparks and flames. He struck once, and then struck again. Lai Tian fought back tears of sorrow for his senior brother. In the end, he delivered a final powerful strike, like a blazing fire spreading far and wide. Before being engulfed by the flames, all the demon beast could think of was how strong you are, little brother. Then he was completely engulfed in the blinding light. Lai Tian turned his back and walked away, leaving Ho Thi standing lost on the ground with the words, "Rest in peace, senior brother." Suddenly an old hoarse voice appeared. "So you dare to damage my proud work like this? In that case, you take his place." Lai Tian stopped and turned around, asking, "Who is that?" He was startled and realized, then unleashed his energy, asking if you were the one who turned my senior brother into an undead. Huang Min is no pushover either. Then what if it is? His blazing red pupils looked down like a superior, just relying on a mosquito like him to stop the army of the old man. Behind Huang Min, thousands of undead rushed forward like a furious flood. The growling echoed everywhere. At that moment, the plan to trap the Saintess at Chu family's school in Ha Hai had completely fallen apart. The cleanup team had to launch a thorough investigation into the Chu family. Their plan to incite chaos in the craftsman's district finally succeeded, resulting in Yue Fangzi being dragged out and now frantically searching the city for Zhang Bing. The plan to lure the mutated beast into the Lord's mansion failed miserably, cutting off Thi Triu from the mutated beasts entirely, and even the scheme to trap the Saintess inside the mansion fell apart, while a large group of heavenly norm hounds gathered inside. The cleanup team headquarters was forced to investigate the true intentions of the family head, first targeting the heavenly beast. Second, they exploited the Saintess to control the heavenly beast king and ultimately dominate the entire Mchow City. Through the investigation, they gradually realized that the matter was still entangled with the Holy Ancestor Village, so they successfully restored Heavenly Vale and gathered all the forces within the city, just as the ritual attack was about to begin. As the first afternoon fog spread across the north gate, and then to the west and east gates, the south gate remained blocked by mountains, posing no threat of invasion. At this point, the north gate had successfully gathered the Beast King and the Awakened Ones. Meanwhile, the subordinates in the Holy Ancestor Village stand silently, waiting for orders from their leader. A young man wearing a stone ring kneels and reports respectfully. "Master, everything is assembled now." She turned her head back, her voice clear and decisive, all listening to the order. "This operation involves coordinated actions with the basic undead army to disrupt the city's order, allowing you to easily seize some supplies and spread your teachings along the way. But once the Zhao brothers successfully escort the Saintess, you must evacuate immediately and not stay even for a moment." Immediately, everyone obeyed the order and rushed into the mission, except for the man with the stone ring who hesitated, his voice showing doubt. He questioned whether the mutated Beast King in the city might become a destabilizing factor. "Are you talking about that old fox? Actually, it has been awakened for a long time and is now waiting for failure to appear personally." Hearing this, he asked seriously, "If so, attacking now would put the army in danger, right?" Although the Saintess's awakening isn't complete yet, the impact she has caused cannot be easily dismissed. Even by a king-level beast at the moment they take her away, Heavenly Tiger will not act recklessly. If they want to take over Mchow City, besides the fox, the only thing that poses the greatest threat to them is the failure of the cleanup team led by that person. So she arranged in advance to sacrifice herself to open the city gate, allowing the undead to flood into the city with the goal of causing chaos. Their plan was to use the Saintess as a pawn to start a war and let the undead invade. If the cleanup team wants to completely resolve this large-scale invasion, there is no other choice but to activate the Sun and Moon Mchow. After failure, they will use the Sun and Moon Mchow to purify all types of primary demonic beasts and the undead within the city. So exposing ourselves and the cleanup team means we have to retreat. Without the Saintess, we can't control the fox. In that case, the cleanup team was exposed, and after the fox and the cleanup team fought, both sides suffered heavy losses. If we attack Mchow City again, wouldn't that make it easier for us to seize it? The stone ring wearer still harbored doubts, but according to the detective's information, the Chu family seems to be craving the Saintess's power. Could they influence this action? The leader of the Holy Ancestor village was unshaken because she had already sensed it. Probably the Holy Maiden was in a state of confusion. In this case, the Chu family couldn't persuade her because the Chu family can't just sit around doing nothing. That's why she sent the Zhao brothers to pick up the Saintess, because the holy blood flowing in their bodies can communicate directly with her, and perhaps to keep the Chu family's upper echelons from getting involved directly. If the members of the Chu family in the city try to use force to take the Saintess, they will not be a match for the Zhao siblings. After hearing her explanation, he suddenly realized and shouted, "Leader of Than Min." Finally, she told him, "Let's go, we should head out now." The man with the stone bracelet immediately obeyed. At this moment, a dagger made from Minvu was stabbing down, and Tutu and Truongbin were struggling to deal with the attacking zombie. He cut it down, and then rushed to eliminate the others. An angry voice rang out, "It's too many now. We simply can't finish this like this." As he charged into battle, he suddenly sensed a killing intent, turned around quickly and saw a tall zombie wielding an axe preparing to attack him from behind. "Wait, careful, watch out." The sword shatters into pieces as she is thrown far away and falls to the ground, and it immediately leaps toward her, preventing Tutu from regaining her composure. Truongbin is blocked by the lower-level monsters, and his mana is running out. He panicked, thinking, "Damn it, Minvu is almost out of energy." Tutu could only watch helplessly as the tall necromancer swung down towards her. Everything happened too fast. Zhangbing shouted in despair. "Be careful, Tutu. When it swings a powerful blow to finish her, a sturdy shield blocks its attack." A smirking person taunts, "My grandfather's shield is no vegetarian." Tutu gazed at the massive armored figure before her and recognized him as Zhang Shuzhong. From afar, swords were rushing toward her. They are aiming directly at the demons holding Zhangbing. Seeing that sword, he guessed that the illusion swords are from the Hudoi. The illusion swords completely took care of the zombie soldiers. On the other side, a girl also kicked away a zombie soldier. That was Tran Tuyet Dayep. And the zombie wielding an axe that attacked earlier is now the target of the illusion swords. 3 swords are embedded in the ground, and the zombie has moved aside. The illusion sword user earlier was Tran Min. He looked at Tutu and asked, "Are you used to that sword technique yet?" She raises her sword to stand up and ask him again, "Is that l'attaque?" Zhangbing shouted a warning, "Everyone be careful." At the same time, Tran Min's illusionary swords attacked the giant golem relentlessly, but its body showed no signs of scratches. He thinks that physical attacks won't work on it, and now he also roughly knows how to take down this brute force monster. "Senior, help me restrain it." Tran Min understood what you meant. He immediately rushed forward, using multiple illusionary sword techniques to surround the creature and control its attack range. The muscular zombie struggles to break free by swinging an axe at Tran Min, but is blocked by his sword, while Truongbin quickly circles around to its back. Last time, he dared to identify that fake Tram Luan as an old master who used poison to control the zombie, and the poison couldn't be burned away normally, so the only way is to burn out the poison in the zombie's body. He throws some red stones onto the monster's back and uses the remaining spiritual energy to create a hammer. He's going to make this creature face his Ziluyan serpent technique. Only then could the control be completely broken. Zhangbing used all his strength to strike directly at the red stones on the Huathi's body. Seeing the Zalan Trui had already entered its body, he then conjured a flaming sword in his hand and directly struck its back with the blazing fire of the Zalan. The monster was thrown far away, flames raging fiercely, creating a spectacular scene. It lies sprawled on the ground, steam rising from its body as Truongbin tended to it carefully. Tuyet Tiep stretched lazily, feeling like the matter was finally settled. She shook her head slightly, secretly complaining that these guys really weren't easy to deal with. But Truongbin immediately denied it, because those truly formidable enemies had already infiltrated deep into Mchow City. Then he turned to Tran Min and clearly explained that there are still quite a few casualties hiding in Safe House ER04. Currently, he is using a device to mask their aura, but he isn't sure how long it will last. Tran Min nodded, saying that Tudu had already briefed them on the overall situation, and they would handle the wounded. Everyone had witnessed his displayed abilities firsthand. He then decisively ended the conversation, urging him to leave quickly because Mchow City was in dire straits and needed Truongbin, while the injured could be managed by others. He smiled and replied, Thanks for your efforts, Senior. Immediately, he turned and rushed toward the inner city, Tutu watching his back with a worried look. Tranmin saw that she was hesitating, so he urged her to return to the city with him. They could handle things here on their own. She was startled for a moment, then quickly nodded and obeyed. So she hurried to catch up with Truong Bin, shouting after him, "Wait for me." At the southern gate of Mchow City, countless undead are stunned in front of the city wall. The ones stopping them are the forces from the command tower, most notably Feng Lai Yan, wielding the immortal Red King state. Relying on his incredible regenerative speed to heal every wound he has, he contemptuously looks at the horde rushing toward him as if they were just soulless grass. Next to him, Baida transformed into a giant white wolf in a fierce berserk state to drive away the monsters. He shouted to his teammates, "Quang Truong is recovering, help defend him with all your strength." As they charged into battle, suddenly a warning shout to retreat rang out. A blazing fireball shot towards them. Feng Lai Xian aimed precisely at the lurking monster ambushing them, while Bai Dai swiftly dodged to the side with agile movements. He rushed forward to shield his comrades, sneering provocatively. "Ta Huang Min, is that all your ability? You still have many tricks up your sleeve, so show them all if you're confident." And old Ta Huang Min calmly stroked his beard, secretly thinking that initially this poison was crafted by the demon cultivators and was highly effective. But recently it accidentally encountered a fire-type awakening. He truly underestimated him completely, while Feng Lai Tian charged forward fiercely, hoping to avenge his senior brother. But unexpectedly, he was punched away and fell to the ground. Feng Lai Xian growled furiously, "It's time to end him." Ta Huang Min spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but he remained undeterred and delivered a deadly punch to the chest of the false Tram Luan. A thunderous explosion erupts, blood and flames scatter everywhere like a deadly fireworks display, and Feng Lai Tian glances at Ta Huang Min, now deformed like a misshapen pancake, then shouts to everyone that we must capture the king first to fight. So the zombie army you mentioned earlier suddenly froze, realizing that some of the zombies were still writhing and moving. Feng Lai Xian was stunned, unable to understand what was happening, why the zombies were still alive. Then he was ambushed suddenly as Ta Huang Min used the deadly zombie toxin to reanimate the corpse and invade his body. The old man sneered contemptuously as if he was just a clumsy joke to think he could end him. It turns out Ta Huang Min used the zombie toxin trick to possess a corpse and revive his soul, sacrificing his life under the control of the zombie to save himself, which is why he suddenly rose from the dead, shocking him. Feng Lai Tian was stunned to see him come back to life, yet he was alive again. Suddenly, his heart pounded wildly, and the sharp pain made him moan in agony. He clutched his wound tightly, blood pouring from his mouth. Feng Lai Tian gritted his teeth and looked at him. "What do you want to do?" Ta Huang Min grinned mischievously, full of pleasure. "So you noticed so quickly?" The old man glanced at your wound and slowly explained, "I injected the deadly poison directly into your body, and once it spreads throughout, you will become the zombie of this old man." Hearing this, Feng Lai Tian found it utterly absurd, like a child's prank. Who in the world would believe such a thing? He frowned, full of doubt, and said, "How could that be possible?" Feng Lai Tian erupted with power, roared loudly, and transformed into the super soldier Yan. He activated the second tier of the Immortal King's Red Emperor form, with a golden appearance, temperature soaring to 1,000 Diosny degrees, causing his stamina, strength, and agility to spike along with that fiery blast. Ta Huang Min stroked his beard, showing his long, unused teeth with a sneer. Planning to burn himself to remove the poison, don't waste your energy. He confidently waved his hand, causing the zombies to rise simultaneously. The poison that can be burned is just the most basic type. The poison I control over the zombies is not just one type. Bai Duk Soi loudly growls in concern beside Feng Lai Tian's team. Master Ta Huang Min calmly replied, "The stronger zombies have been granted many types of deadly toxins by me, toxins that are indestructible and make the zombies immortal." Feng Lai Tian turned to comfort his team, saying, "Don't worry about me." Near Safe House 3, the giant zombie suddenly became ferocious and charged into a slaughter, causing the entire Tranmin team to panic. "What?" Ta Huangmin controls all three zombies and attacks Feng Lai Tian at the same time. "How long can you hold out?" Feng Lai Tian glances behind. Elder brother, the blue-haired one with claws rushing forward. "Junior brother, stop me." Feng Lai Xian roared in anger upon seeing his senior brother turn into a zombie, saying, "I will definitely not spare you." Ta Huangmin snorted coldly, his eyes full of contempt, as he used his dirty, grimy hand to control his trump card. "It seems you still haven't understood the situation, if you remember your senior brother like that." Ta Huangmin roared loudly, commanding the giant zombie to charge straight at him. Then just go ahead and die with him. Feng Laitian is caught in a dilemma. Hesitation means death for everyone. He gathers all his strength and fists, determined to strike quickly and win fast. Feng Laitian lands a punch to stop the giant zombie's attack, causing the weaker ones nearby to be thrown far away like weeds. He was hit hard and spat out blood. She pushed herself too far. Just when it seemed he was about to collapse, he managed to punch the giant zombie away. Feng Laitian relaxed his arm, carefully wiping the blood from his mouth. He glanced at his hand, gradually infected by poison, shivering slightly with concern. This venom spreads quickly. The small, quick monsters like mice rush at him, not giving him a moment to rest. He silently thinks, "It's still not enough." Feng Laitian keeps dodging, trying to find a way to turn the tide, but the final form of the crimson immortal energy remains unshaken. If this continues, I will also turn into a zombie. He glanced at his teammates fighting desperately against the swarms of bugs. If I fail, the North Gate will collapse completely. Feng Laitian thought of the worst-case scenario now. Could it be that heaven intends to destroy Mchow City? Suddenly, a scream echoed from afar, and Liu Cixi and Zhang Bing rushed to the rescue. She was running while updating the situation on the other side. According to the intelligence from the barrier team, the Beast King's realm shop has been locked up. Liu Xiu swung her hand to shoot ice darts, taking down a few enemies and prioritizing saving people first. Zhang Bing supported her blind spots. At this moment, Feng Laitian was exhausted, but when he saw the two allied members arriving to help, he still tried to see clearly. Who are they? Liu Cixi clears a path with icy barriers to reach him faster, shouting, "Senior, hang in there." Her ice blocks collapse onto the minions around Feng Laitian, creating a gap for him to counterattack just in time. He pushed himself to the limit and spat blood. Feng Laitian roared and threw a punch toward the sky. This is the Five Beasts Fist technique, a fierce and ruthless move. He hugs his wound and approaches Zhang Bing, advising him, "Little brother, go back quickly. It's dangerous here." "Senior, there's no need to worry. I came prepared." He carefully examines the wound on his body and says firmly, "I will treat your injury first." Feng Laitian hesitates briefly, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. "But this wound of mine." Truongbin wasted no time, immediately using the pure mystical body to liquefy and seep deep into the wound, causing him to jerk back involuntarily, unsure of what he was doing. "Little brother." Truongbin's gentle voice echoes from within him to soothe. "Don't worry, Senior. This is my healing method." Feng Laitian was confused and didn't understand what was going on, but she had no choice but to trust him, secretly thinking that this technique was truly bizarre and strange. He glanced at his hand. The poison had stopped spreading, and his strength was returning like a spring, leaving him stunned. Not only was the external wound healed, but his internal vitality was also rapidly rejuvenating. "Little brother, you really do have talent. Unfortunately, I cannot cure the poison on the senior's body. I can only contain its spread." Feng Laitian clenched his fist, letting the familiar flames engulf his entire palm. "You can control the poison very well. That's enough." Truongbin secretly ordered the system, confirming his success. The Phoenix Fairy, with the physique of a Beast King, possesses the innate talent of the Crimson Immortal, with a speed 200% faster at healing wounds, capable of controlling the heartbeat, activating inflammation, erupting with terrifying high temperatures, and overall physical qualities are greatly enhanced. When his body temperature reaches 6,000 degrees Celsius, he can enter the solar flame form, multiplying his power tenfold, healing all abnormalities and transforming the crimson flame bloom into a vast ocean of true fire. He smirks faintly, his legs wide and steady in an offensive stance, his voice deep. "Please give me a little more time, little brother. I will handle that neither human nor demon guy." Truongbin secretly observes the surroundings from within Feng Laitian, thinking to himself, "It sounds easy, but the opponent is a Tram Luangia. I must be very careful. First, I will test the strength of the shop owner." Ta Huang Min stands tall among the zombie corpses with an arrogant and self-satisfied expression, his voice echoing loudly. "Obediently become my living sacrifice." Feng Laitian spat directly in the old man's face, sneering, "Don't mess this up." The system displays Peng Laitian's information panel according to your command. Identification successful. Attribute interface shows. Name, Peng Laitian. Beast King Power Palace. Peak level of Awakener. Feng Laitian raised his head and roared fiercely, his body erupting with raging flames, reaching temperatures of 3,000 degrees, causing his stamina, strength, and speed to soar like an arrow shot. Feng Laitian swiftly closed the distance faster than lightning, aiming straight at Ta Huangmin, sweeping away the surrounding minions like shattered glass. He closed in on the old man in an instant, raising his hand high, ready to strike. Old man Feng Lai Tian punched a powerful blow to Ta Huangmin's chest, causing him to be struck by the fiery attack without time to dodge. Truong Bin from inside warned, "Senior, I dare to say, this guy's life is tied to the nearby corpse. If you want to kill him, you must also deal with the corpse." Ta Huangmin sneered and laughed mockingly, tightening his grip like a pair of tongs. "Do you think you can kill me?" The zombie horde, following the old man's command, rushed toward Feng Lai Tian. He reacted swiftly, raising his body temperature to 4,000 degrees, burning himself to ash, turning Ta Huangmin into a sizzling spit, just missing the salt and pepper for extra flavor. Feng Lai Tian uses the old man's body as a fuse, burning through each zombie with disdain. He raises his head, still unsatisfied. "Not enough yet, brothers. Is there any way to quickly raise my temperature?" Truong Bin stroked his head pensively, apologetically. "I don't think my fire can reach the level of the senior, so I probably can't help." Suddenly he shouted out loud as if he had broken through. "That's right, this might actually help." Zhang Bing grew an arm from inside and handed the item to him, dropping 4 shimmering snake scales into his palm. Feng Lai Tian took them in surprise, curiosity in his voice. "Why didn't you take out such good items as the Sich Luin Jia scales earlier?" Truong Bin's voice is tiny and a bit shy. "You didn't ask at first." Feng Lai Tian didn't hesitate, swallowing all 4 pills at once. Zhang Bing watched nervously, secretly cheering. "Very well, this is true fire magic." The flames on Feng Lai Tian's body suddenly eased, and he stood silently among the zombies to draw snake scales to supply enormous energy. An explosion erupts, a devastating wave of energy sweeping away the unlucky zombies within 5 meters. Lu Tu, fighting nearby, turns her head in surprise. Long Day watches, in awe, wondering what just happened. The wolfman gazes admiringly at Feng Lai Tian, secretly thinking he never expected the leader to survive and witness such a form. Bok Duke smirked, knowing that victory was already leaning in his favor as the shockwave gradually subsided, revealing Feng Lai Tian's entire body blazing with pure white flames intertwined with mysterious blue aura, erupting like an awakened volcano with terrifying power. Zhang Bing widened his eyes in amazement. This form is too domineering. Even the fire cultivators would be somewhat intimidated by this temperature. Feng Lai Tian thanked him in a deep, warm voice. "Brother, this mid-range form is putting a heavy burden on my body. Please keep healing me continuously," Truong Bin assured. "Leave it to me." He turned to his comrades behind and said firmly, "Don't get hurt." Everyone understood the power of this form and quickly retreated. "Did everyone hear me? Go back to the city first." Ta Huangmin gradually revived his burned body, staring blankly at his hand with a look of confusion. "How is that possible? The poison I left in his body has disappeared." Ta Huangmin shouted loudly. The entire army obeyed the order, and he pointed directly at Feng Lai Tian. "Capture him for me. Today, Feng Lai Tian will show you how to roast 20,000 zombies in 1 second. He calmly takes a deep breath, and then unleashes a raging inferno. This is the most chaotic and wild Beast King's technique. He drew a perfect circle, stopping all the approaching zombies. They were burned to ash in an instant, unable to even scream. All the flesh and bones have turned to dust without a trace. Glancing at the remaining dust, Feng Lai Tian calmly declares that these 20,000 living corpses have all been burned to ash. Liu Sisi, witnessing that power, gaped in shock. Long was filled with fear. Too terrifying. Among the people I know, his strength is at least in the top 3. Suddenly, a frantic person rushed in, trembling voice reporting urgently that it's bad news. The owner of the 2 remaining martial arts halls has betrayed, and Shimen and Dongmen have fallen. Feng Lai Tian was stunned and exclaimed, "What? Why would Ngao Donghai and Ngo Nuokvu betray us?" Ta Huangmin sneered repeatedly, summoning the zombies from the ground once again. "Cheng Mingzhu has fallen. I no longer need to stay here and hold you back." I jump onto the giant elephant's back, ready to withdraw all troops with a mocking tone. "This time you win, but I will reserve a spot for you, hoping that next time we meet, you will still be as mighty as today." "It's impossible to say otherwise." Feng Lai Tian growled threateningly. "Next time I will definitely kill you." He turned to everyone, his voice commanding. "I am enough here. Everyone return to the city to reinforce." Feng Lai Tian turned to Zhang Bing and said, "Brothers, the poison has been eradicated. You should go back now." Zhang Bing nodded, worried about Long, secretly thinking that if he spoke now, he probably wouldn't melt away. Inside the city, chaos erupts as mutated beasts flood every alleyway. The villagers panic and flee, screams echoing through the air. "It's a mutated beast. Hurry up and save yourself with the defense organization. Move quickly." Huang Trak Min stands above, gazing at the city engulfed in chaos, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Just enjoy it slowly. He grinned widely. This is the kind of influence that Mchow City has lost without the Chu family, and behind his two subordinates rushing in after completing their submission to their master. Huang Trak Min, without turning his head, recognized his family and said coldly, "How is everything going?" Trak Tuan's brother reported clearly, "About a whole herd of mutated beasts has entered Mchow City and is now under our control." Huang Trak Min nodded, satisfied. "Good. You guys should command the mutated beasts to attack the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible." Brother Trak Tuan briefly showed concern at that bold plan. "The City Lord of Pu? Are you joking? Tran Quin Din is guarding that place." He hurriedly explained, "When the mutated beasts approach that area, they will be immediately controlled by the Holy Mother's blood within her body." The person with one eye covered asked curiously, "That's right, even the celestial tiger would become her servant. So how are we supposed to take her away?" Huang Trak Min suddenly raised his voice. "Do you guys even understand what this means? Tran Quin Din still hasn't fully awakened. Her mind is no different from that of a child right now. This way, she will unconsciously and passively control all the mutated beasts around her." He slowly outlines his own plan. "If a large number of transformed beasts rush towards her, that power will exceed its limit and explode uncontrollably. When the City Lord falls into chaos, that will be the perfect opportunity for you to sneak in and help Tran Quan Din escape." Tran Quan Ding sits confidently on the throne, with the lead mutated beast beside her, and the lowly rebels kneeling in submission below. She vaguely allows the mutated beast to lick her face. "Little White, stop licking, it's suffocating." Tran Quin Din gradually regains her senses, rubs her eyes, and opens them to look around. Tran Quan Ding looked around in confusion, wondering where everyone else had gone. To her, all the mutated beasts had been granted citizenship, turning everything upside down. Suddenly surprised, "How come there are so many little whites here?" She looked up at the transformed creature holding her, staring curiously. "You look very strange. What exactly are you?" "You are all so cute too." Huang Trachmin secretly watched from behind a stone pillar, thinking to himself that it indeed matches the data he has. He whispered just loud enough for his subordinates to hear that the approaching horde of mutated beasts was already driving her crazy. Tran Quan Ding calmly steps out onto the balcony, narrowing her eyes as she surveys the city. Why are there so many small white figures outside? In Tran Quan Din's eyes, only shimmering round shapes could be seen, dazzling her. There are so many. Tran Quan Din's mind gradually becomes unstable. Her brow furrows and sweat pours down her face like rain. "Little White, please don't." Tran Quan Din lost her temper and sat down, shouting, "Stop it. Xiaobai, don't come any closer," her scream echoing throughout the city walls from the balcony. "Mom, where are you, Mom?" A huge mutated beast is chasing after Nunu, making the little girl scream, when suddenly two outstretched hands appear out of nowhere. Zhang Bing and Liu Xiu arrived just in time after hearing Nunu's scream to save her, forcing the mutated beast open so it couldn't swallow the little girl. "Quickly get out of the way." Lo Tutu then held Nunu tightly, making the girl exclaim with joy, "Xia." Truong Bin angrily, his hands beginning to emit fierce flames. "You beasts, can you stop running around while I'm grilling this deliciously charred and crispy mutated beast?" Nunu's mother hurriedly runs over. "Nunu, don't you guess." The little kid, scared, hurriedly ran towards his mother. "Keiki." "Thank you. Thank you very much." Liu Sisi reminded the two of them to leave quickly. Zhang Bing glanced at her, noting that the area ahead was densely populated, and they couldn't let them go any further. Lu Tutu let out a small sound, understanding his meaning. She took out Damli and Lack and ordered everyone. The cleanup team members initiate an immediate defense while others organize the evacuation of civilians, and everyone in the team responds loudly in unison. The mutated beasts have also arrived at the scene, of various sizes and species. Lo Tutu observes carefully, "It's really hard for me to defend against so many mutated beasts without destroying that building." Zhang Bing thought of the best way to attack, trying to hold as many as possible and just buy time to evacuate others. Suddenly, a group of mutated beasts appeared, and the howling of the white wolves caused the ones behind to become less aggressive. Zhang Bing looked at their movements with confusion. What's going on with these mutated beasts? Through the walkie-talkie, Liu Sisi also heard the same situation. "Captain, the mutated beasts over here have all stopped," Lu Tutu said confusedly. "What's going on? What is going on?" He looked up at her, wondering if Tran Quan Din was gradually opening her eyes, as a powerful aura radiated from her and spread across the surrounding area. Not stopping there, the intensity of her power was gradually growing stronger outward. Huang Trachmin's subordinate exclaimed in panic, All the mutated beasts in our city have lost control. Huang Trachmin was stunned and couldn't believe it. What do you mean? The worst has finally come. Damn it, has the sacred blood of the saintess fully awakened in her? What bad luck this 1% chance could actually be triggered by her? Tran Quan Ding suddenly shot off into the distance, and there were many little Bai over there. Huang Trachmin was even more panicked when he saw her run away. Damn it. He hurriedly wrenched his pig-like body to speed up and chase after. Hurry and chase after him. Suddenly he sensed a special aura, causing his whole body to freeze and almost fall face first onto the ground. Huang Zhaoming glanced back inside the mansion, secretly thinking that this aura could only be brought by a transformed beast of the royal thief, and he imagined a giant creature with unmatched strength, which led him to consider a certain possibility. Could it be that the Moon King has awakened already? Huang Trachmin stopped in his tracks, thinking carefully. Could it be that Tran Quan Din has awakened the Moon King early? If so, it's strange that his two subordinates caught up with him when he stopped. What are you doing here? What's going on? Huang Trachmin ordered, "Tell the others who sneaked into Mchow City to capture Tran Quan Din. I still have some matters to attend to now." Shu Trachtuan immediately obeyed and ran off. Watching both of them leave, Huang Trachmin had a moment of contemplation. The awakening of the Moon King means that the heavenly normal Tiger Fang has reached royal-level combat power. Revealing myself now would only lead to death. Looking back, my shadow is a strange demon waiting to explode. He thought to himself that it would be safer to just wait and see what happens. Inside the city, after being attacked by mutated beasts, everything was in ruins and heavily damaged. Bok Duke shouted loudly to the whole team. Everyone worked in groups of 3 and eliminated the remaining monsters. The whole team responded in unison. After finishing the mission, he turned to ask about the condition of Wang Feng Laixian and the body of the sect master. Wang Feng Laixian lightly touched his muscles to hold himself back. "I'm fine. Zhang Bing has healed most of my wounds. I'm just a bit tired and need to rest for a while." Baide angrily punched the nearby rock, causing it to crack. Master Fan can only vent his anger on inanimate objects. Those traitorous shop owners are even worse than animals. Wang Feng Laixian patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Now that things have come to this, we can only quickly clear out the undead at the southern gate." Bok Duke calmed down a bit. Master of the shop. Wang Feng Laixian continued speaking, then turned back to the city to send reinforcements. He looked toward Donut City and said, "Let's see what's happening here. If we can save even one person, that's better than nothing." Suddenly, 2 young men who were eavesdropping shouted loudly, "Look there! A group of fake awakeners is coming from the north. Could it be reinforcements?" The group approached boldly, and their leader shouted loudly, "Control those people. Not a single one should enter the city." Are those 2 young men really aware of the full extent of the chaos? This is getting complicated. Ngo Nuoc Vu's subordinates shouted loudly in response to the order. Wang Feng Laixian immediately showed a clear attitude upon seeing the rebel army approaching. "Ngo Nuoc Vu, do you have the nerve to come here?" He quickly ordered his team to gather. "All of you prepare to fight." Bok Duke explained to everyone that Liet Duong Quin Quan left the western gate open, causing Mchow City to fall. The 2 young men who thought they were coming to rescue suddenly realized they were enemies and hurriedly ran back. "What? You bastard!" Wang Feng Laixian angrily asked, "Ngo Quanchu, why did you betray Mchow City like that?" "Master Feng, have you ever thought about changing your life?" "What do you mean? Look at this Mchow City." Ngonhu Vu envisions a picture of the entire city engulfed in a sea of flames. Those thousands of lights, though dazzling, are fragile, as if they might shatter at any moment. Every year, hundreds of lives are lost to brutal attacks from the feral beasts. It seems we can only protect a third of this land. Have you ever imagined what it would be like if we wholeheartedly created a king among humanity? Ngonhuoc Vu dreamily envisions the day he rules the entire world, with just one king born from the holy ancestor village. Don't even mention this small Mingzhou city. Let alone spreading to the ends of the earth, humans will no longer be a joke for the mutated beasts. Feng Laixian sneered at the old man. "So that's how it is? Are the academies that teach the theory of the supreme right of humans within our authority your people?" Ngonhuoc Vu said without regret, spreading his arms wide. "That's right. But unfortunately, you've chased them all away. Otherwise, you could have been one of us." Feng Laixian immediately took a defensive stance, his voice full of contemptuous mockery. "So the entire Mchow City would have to be buried along with it. Both sides are tense, ready to clash at any moment." Ngo Ruovu calmly reveals his plan, his tone as composed as if nothing is happening. "Don't worry, this time we only want to take away an important person to help the holy ancestor village be born. We won't completely destroy Mingzhou City. Of course, if you stay still and don't enter the city to report, I won't lay a hand on you." Feng Laixian wouldn't easily swallow those words. If we didn't care, then why bother? Vu, seeing no other way to negotiate, charged forward, so the only option is to truly defeat you all. At the North City Park Forest, Tran Quan Din has arrived here, controlling all the mutated beasts. Is that Tran Quan Din? Did the mutated beast suddenly stop because of her? He quickly ordered the inspection system. The system reports a successful assessment. The attribute panel displays the name Tran Quan Din, human race, fallen angel, and a divine bloodline talent. The blood in the body can influence all forms of life and greatly improve living creatures. All living beings will have a chance to be influenced and become fanatical believers, but those who drink the holy blood cannot use this energy and will face misfortune again and again. Tran Quan Ding admired the mutated beast with a cheerful voice, saying, "Niu Xiaobai is really something. You guys are so adorable." Truong Bin was stunned when reading the new information, his heart full of amazement. She actually became a Tram Luan believer too? Lu Tutu jolted in surprise and exclaimed, "What? How is that possible?" When she saw the two people running over, Lu Sisi quickly pulled Zhang Bing to hide deeper. Someone is coming. The one with hair covering one eye hesitated and asked, "What should we do now?" "Maybe we should go back first." Chu Jiao Tuan scolded him. "What are you talking nonsense for? Our mission is to bring that girl back to the Chu family at all costs." The one-eyed hair-covered person reluctantly agreed and argued back. "But you saw it on the way too. Did Zhang Bing and Liu Sisi secretly overhear and think they were from the Chu family?" The one-eyed person looks worried now. "Everywhere in Mchow City there are demon summoners, and our mutated beasts are all controlled by that girl. Moreover, those people can't get in touch either." The one with one eye covering his face said straightforwardly, "Based on just the two of us, there's no way we can complete the mission." Shu Trak Tuan Kao, if you see him feeling so discouraged, don't say those words, even if it means risking your life. Suddenly, a voice echoed, interrupting their conversation. "I didn't expect the Chu family to be the type to do things behind the scenes, and to have such damnable people among them." Both immediately looked around warily. Who could they be? The two unexpected newcomers immediately reveal themselves, speaking thoughtfully. "Compared to the Chu family people we've met, you have more backbone, so I can consider this." Zhang Bing quickly assessed the two newcomers. The attribute panels of both appeared, revealing that the one wielding the giant snake was Zhao Yalong. With the divine blood talent, the blood serum contains extremely potent stimulants that can continuously enhance one's strength and are also highly toxic. The owner must be a seasoned tiger player, clearly Trion Long. With the divine blood talent, the blood serum has a strong aroma and can attract all nearby creatures. The lower the intelligence, the easier it is to be drawn in. Truong Bin quickly drew his weapon, his voice urgent. "I've finished the assessment. These people are from that Saint Ancestor village, and their abilities are very similar to Tranquin Din." Lucy C. quickly stood up and said, "Maybe this is an important clue. Let's find a way to capture them alive and extract information." The one-eyed person glanced cautiously at Chu Trash Tuan and the two enemies, saying this might be our only chance, but there's still a glimmer of hope. Chu Trash Tuan nodded. "Let's take the risk." The two immediately rushed toward the enemies. "Let's go." Poison quickly seeped into the one-eyed, hair-covered person's body, making it a bit difficult for him to move. His vision immediately blurred from the strong poison, and both of them froze, feeling their bodies ache as if struck by a hammer. This is Zhao Yanlong, who at that moment ordered the two beasts to attack the two people. The more you panic, the faster you'll die. Be careful, there's poison involved. Both of them used their strength to block the monster, but Chu Trach Tuan, the weakest, was bitten by the beast. Seeing that they could still fight back, Trio Ngan Long praised them. "Your skills are not bad, but unfortunately, you won't last long. I advise you to give up resisting and obediently become a sacrifice. You, with one eye covered by your hair, shout that you won't surrender easily like a puppet. Don't even think about it." Triun Ganho quickly tried to pull his older brother away, sensing something was wrong. "Hey, get out of the way." A massive explosion erupts, causing everyone nearby to be caught in the blast. As the smoke clears, the two fierce beasts lie wounded on the ground. Trio Ngan Long was lucky to save his own life. Trio Ngan Ho narrowly escaped death, trembling with relief. "Damn it, I almost went with them. Luckily, the mutated beast saved me." Tran Quan Ding flies down, curiously looking below, and asks, "Why are you two injured, little white?" Trio Ngan Ho is startled and looks at her. "Saintess." Tran Quang Din flew down low and began healing them. "Don't be afraid, I will help you heal." "Greetings, holy lady, we have come to welcome you back." Tran Quan Din paid no attention to the two men, only caring about the two injured beasts. "There are harmful things in your bodies that I will help you remove. While Tran Quang Din treats your wounds, both of your bodies will also react." Trio Ngan Ho nervously clutches his hand. What's happening? Why do I feel like the power of my holy blood has lost its effect? Trio Nanlong was confused. Isn't it said that the saintess hasn't awakened yet? Why is this happening? Both bodies reacted violently and became painfully intense, causing them to scream. Please, holy maiden, stop. If the rapist erases all the holy blood from the demonized beast's body, we will have to face the backlash. The tiger gradually regains consciousness, and the two fierce beasts, cherished by her, stand up and walk normally. Tranquanding looked cheerful, saying, "This is much cleaner now." The two beasts snuggled up to her as if she were their true owner. Tranquanding gently stroked the tiger's head and said, "Do you feel this place isn't good? Then let's go. I'll take you and Little White to another place." The three of them calmly left. Xiao Yanhu forced himself to stand up. Could it be that the saintess was already fully awakened? Trion Ganlong gently stroked his head, looking helpless. It seems we can no longer guide the Saunas back to the holy ancestor village through bloodline connections. Trio Nganho hurriedly helped his brother stand firm, while Trio Nganlong showed a look of frustration. Damn it, we can't do anything now. We can only meet His Majesty the sect leader first and figure out the rest. Liu Sisi frowned slightly, her brow raising in suspicion. The leader of the holy ancestor village? Could it be that she has also sneaked into Mchow City? Zhangbing tilted his head, curiosity in his eyes as he looked at her. Who is she? Why do I feel like she's very much like... Lututu quickly adds more information to him, her tone calm but sharp, familiar with her. Her name is Li Yao Shui, the former second city lord of Mingzhou, now the most wanted fugitive by the cleanup team. Lu Sisi bit her lip, anger flooding back as dark memories suddenly overwhelmed her. She killed my master, and the scar on my face was also caused by her. She's very strong, not inferior to our captain. We need to find out if this beast has come to Mchow City or not. Lu Sutu suddenly pulled her thoughts back to reality, her voice firm. We couldn't control Tran Quangdin before, but we can control these two. Zhangbing clenched his fist, determination flashing in his eyes. With Tran Quangdin and the demonized beast long gone into the distance, it was time to act. Lututu suddenly summoned her icy bow, aiming to pin her target down. Each icy arrow shot out with a flash, causing the two brothers to react instantly with a start. Trio Ngan Long quickly pushed his younger brother aside to dodge in time, silently shouting in his mind, "It's dangerous. There's still someone else in the darkness." To protect his younger brother, Zhao Yanlong took the hit from Liu Tusu's ice sword, which pierced his shoulder and froze it stiff. She shouted sharply, her voice cold and commanding, standing still. Trio Ngan Ho frantically shouted, "Xiaka!" before you can regain your composure. Truongbin rushed in like a shadow, wrapping you in fog and successfully controlling both brothers. Truongbin narrowed his eyes, his threatening gaze fixed on Trio Ngan Long. If he dares to release the deadly poison, I guarantee he will die a horrible death. Lututu cut straight to the point. What is your purpose for coming to Mchow City? Tell me, has Li Yaoshua already arrived? Where is she? Trio Ngan Long said softly with a faint smile and a challenging look. There's nothing to say. Lututu didn't flinch as she swung her sword fiercely at his body because of those arrogant words. Zhangbing smiled gently, softly placing his hand on your shoulder, whispering with a hint of meaning, "You might not say anything, but she definitely will. I will take responsibility for healing, and I will never let you die easily." Zhao Yanlong gritted his teeth, trembling with rage, shaking the damned demons of yours. Then your heart-rending scream echoed, tearing through the sky and earth. In the office, Liu Tutu hurriedly contacted Tidu. "Captain, I have found a very important clue." Liu Sisi. "What's going on?" Liu Sisi immediately reported in detail. Thongbin and I captured two people from Saint Ancestor Village. According to their explanation, one of the goals of the Holy Ancestor Village this time was to take Tran Quanding. You awakened that female bloodline and then hesitated for a moment before continuing. Li Ngao Tuyet is also in Mchow City. Tudo furrowed his brows, his expression turning serious. "I understand. You two continue questioning the people from Saint Ancestor Village. If the worst happens, I will personally take action myself," Liu Susu answered firmly. "Yes." Tutu turned to look at Manni. "Manni, prepare the teleportation formation." "Captain, are you really determined to activate the Moon and Sun Pearl?" She trembled slightly, anxious about him. The Sun and Moon crystal was hidden in the city square, and once activated, he would be exposed. If the king of Thien Thuong Ho doesn't show up, revealing your identity now would be very dangerous. Tudo paused for a moment and then explained clearly to her. The original plan was to lure the king of Thien Thuong Ho out first, then have you hold him back. This way, there would be no obstacles in activating the Sun and Moon Pearl. But now the one arriving is Li Yaoke, and her unpredictable behavior will surely bring many surprises. Tootie clenched his teeth and had to take a risk. Now I can only take one gamble before they react and activate the Sun and Moon Bright Pearl. This is the only way to save Mchow now, so I can't delay any longer. At the square with the monument, a deserted place with no one around, Tutu led the army through the teleportation gate, quickly reaching the location. He looked up, his gaze distant towards the chaotic city filled with smoke and fire, a wave of unease rising within him. In this way, people's hearts will change and a powerful trend will emerge. Tutu suddenly realized the deep anxiety within his heart. I can stop the Chu family and the beasts, but how can I stop the tide of public opinion in people's hearts? Lingao Tuyet suddenly appeared before Tudo like a silent ghost. Are you trying to rely on the Sun and Moon Jade to make your final effort? Man-En is startled when she sees her, her voice full of surprise. Why are you there? I clearly checked and saw that no one was in the square. Tudu sighed softly. Disappointed that the plan had failed, it seems things won't go smoothly after all. Man quickly ordered the entire team to be ready, full of determination to face the battle. Lingao Tuyet smiled confidently, as if victory was already in her grasp and failure meant giving up the fight. Since the moment you appeared here to deal with the threat of the demon, I have already won. Tudu sighed with a sense of resignation, hoping you understand. Why are you so obsessed with winning or losing? Have you ever thought that your way of ruling humanity goes against the rules of the world? Forcing to change the rules will trigger all the demon beast kings worldwide. Moreover, what will happen to humans if they can't break through to the king level? Lingao Tuyet looked at him with determination, her voice full of resolve. I will not be able to fail. Tutu was furious, her eyes flashing with sharpness. Before he could swing his blade to strike an innocent person, she had already cooperated with Zhaoxiang Ming. As she keeps using any means necessary, it means she has already lost. She is walking the path of the demon path, not the path of the sovereign. Lingao Tuyet still remains unaware of her wrongful and filthy actions. An ancient saying goes that even a general's victory leaves 10,000 bones, let alone my path to becoming a king. How could there be no bloodshed? Whether it is the path of deception or the path of a king. In the end, the winner is still the ruler. Tudo still tries to pull her out of the mud, but she walks in on her own. The more her ambitions grow, the more people she will kill, even dragging others into eternal destruction. Lingao Tuyet just chuckled softly, then waved her hand, immediately summoning a horde of undead to pour in. I have no hope of convincing him, so I brought some people here, Lingao Tuyet thought. Once the Sun and Moon Pearl is activated, it will soon attract the Heavenly Beast King, which is impossible. At least wait until I take the Saintess away and let her appear to deal with Thoi Bok. She sneered, her voice full of defiance. Today, no one will activate the Sun and Moon Pearl. Tudu glanced at the person wearing the stone ring. Duthan Hai, you are now the city lord of Mchow City. How come even you? Duthan Hai has fully sided with Lingao Tuyet since Brother Bok's time, and the heavenly normal tiger is extremely powerful. Lingao Tuyet is right. Humanity needs a king. We should unite instead of dividing like we are now. Tudo looked at him thoughtfully, his voice full of warning. Lingao Tuyet is not a wise ruler. She won't succeed. Du Chenghai closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Maybe so, but what Ngao Tuyet said isn't wrong. Some things have to be done by someone. Whether the outcome is good or bad, Big Brother is stubborn, and I know I can't convince him. So the two armies clashed, tearing through space with fierce strikes. Duthan Hai shouted loudly with a resolute voice, Please, Big Brother Bok, get out of the way. Tudu hovers in the air, her iron will unshaken, then let this battle decide the fate of Mchow City. In the industrial forest area of Thandnam residential zone, a deafening explosion suddenly erupts in the distance, causing the animals to panic and become alert, immediately drawing Tran Quan Ding's attention. What's going on over there? Why are you all so afraid? Lu Tutu sensed the intense energy fluctuations and suddenly felt uneasy. This energy fluctuation is Tran Quan Ding Kao. Tran Truz. Immediately, he orders all the beasts to head toward the explosion. Shall we go see? Seeing her lead the way and leave, Zhangbing hurriedly followed. Long was worried as Tran Quan Ding and the mutated beast were swept in that direction. Lu Sisi suddenly exclaimed, The captain has already acted. She rushed toward the towering column of smoke. Let's go there and meet up. Zhangbing briefly stared in a daze at her figure. What about the Zhao brothers? Liu Sisi had already arranged everything in advance, her calm voice replying, I have informed the branch to take them away. Now in the square, the two sides are fighting fiercely, and it seems that Tudo's side is gaining the upper hand. Tudo separates from the battle and faces Li Naotuyet alone, continuously casting dazzling spells, but she evades them all effortlessly. She slightly smirks at him mockingly, defeated. Could this be all he's capable of? Tudu intensifies the pursuit, determined to prevent her from escaping, only needing to temporarily restrain her. Liao Tuyet suddenly finds herself trapped within a sturdy shell, her face flashing with surprise. What? Only now does she realize his plan, but it's already too late. He's trying to trap me to buy time for the sun and moon bright pearl to recharge. She glanced at Du Chunghai and issued a firm command. Du Chunghai, go destroy the moon and sun pearl now. He immediately obeyed, shouting loudly. Hua Kuyet, Man Ni, and Tran Lak Vi rushed to the front line, blocking the way. As long as we still breathe, you won't step past this point. Du Chunghai, furious, charged forward with his weapon in hand. Then you all go to hell. He slammed his staff into the ground, shattering the stone beneath, and pushed the three of them back. Zhangbing and Liu Suyu rushed over in time, shouting, don't get too cocky too soon. Liu Suyu raised her hand to create a thin barrier to protect the three of them. Zhangbing coordinated a leap at Du Chunghai. Liu Sisi carefully caught Manni. Manni, are you okay? I'm fine. You go help quickly, and don't let them bother the captain. Lu Tutu looked up at the sky and froze in surprise. Lai Nao Tu yet? Tran Quandin slowly approached, immediately catching Lu Tutu's attention. The Holy Maiden has indeed arrived. Ling Yao Tuyet glanced at Tran Quandin briefly and wondered silently, Zhao Quandin, so the Zhao family brothers have failed then? Tran Quandin calmly flies towards Tudo. Lai Yao Tuyet watches on, silently pondering that her energy is currently in an extremely unstable state. Could it be that the Holy Mother's bloodline has fully awakened and entered the stage of transcendence? Tran Quandin stopped before the enormous golden energy source, frowning, and gently reached out to touch the sphere. Is this the thing that makes you feel threatened? But why do I feel so familiar with this? She reached out to touch the sphere, immediately triggering a fierce reaction. The sphere expanded, swallowing Tran Quandin and trapping her inside, while all the chaotic energy erupted, shattering Lin Gao Tuyet's barrier, causing Tudu's army to fall. Lin Gao Tuyet was stunned by the scene. How could such a huge energy fluctuation be generated? Tudo looked panicked. It's dangerous. Tran Quandin is now absorbing the energy of the sun and moon pearl. The enormous energy from him is spreading, causing everyone around to weaken and retreat. Zhangbing carefully stepped forward and helped Liu Tsutsu. Take it easy, are you all right? Tran Quandin gazed into the distance, whispering softly as if feeling his father calling him. She muttered to herself from a place very far away. Only Lin Gao Tuyet was unaffected, still floating steadily without any trouble. That's perfect. The energy of the sun and moon crystal helped the Saintess complete her transformation ahead of schedule. Tran Quandin hurriedly soared away. Little White and the others, come with me. Seeing her disappear from sight, Li Nao Tuyet secretly rejoiced, convinced that after escaping, the Saintess must have sensed the call from the ancestral saint of the village. This way she can return to the village on her own without our interference. Ling Gao Tuyet immediately transmitted the information directly into Duthan Hai's mind to hide the plan. I have hidden the Saintess in the city for over 10 years. Now the final opportunity has arrived. Quickly inform our people to escort the Saintess back. Her strength will help me become king. Duthan Hai nodded clearly, and she slowly descended as Long began to consider. And those fox spirits will surely awaken after losing Tran Quandin's suppression. I fear they have all sensed the commotion at this memorial square. Li Nao Tuyet frowns, carefully considering each step. This obstacle could also lead to failure. Everything is proceeding as planned. I must retreat quickly before the Moon King appears. Seeing Tudu leading disciples closer, she chuckled softly. Failure? I didn't expect you to put all your effort into absorbing the power of the sun and moon bright pearl, only to end up helping me. Originally, she was meant to fall into darkness and transform into a saintess, then perform a complex ritual at the Holy Ancestor Village. Lin Gao Tuyet leisurely left, saying, but now there's no need, because this is my destiny. Liu Suyu charged forward unwillingly, her voice full of rage. I will kill you to avenge my master. Lin Gao Tuyet sneered and looked at her contemptuously. You think you can do it alone? She easily blocked all of Lu Tutu's attacks. That girl doesn't know her limits. Li Yaoyue pushed Liu Sisi away several meters. Clearly she was no match for her. Zhangbing hurriedly rushed to catch her. Tutu. He jumped up and hugged her tightly to reduce the recoil. Even with the protective fog layer, the force of the throw was still quite strong. Lin Gao Tuyet no longer bothered with everyone. Failed? See you next time. Tran Lak Vi wondered why the old captain didn't pursue them, but Tudu replied that they should first deal with the threat inside the city. Manna quickly ran over to check on the two. Zhangbing, Tutu, are you both okay? Zhangbing helped Liu Ziyu to stand up. We're fine, just a little hurt. Lu Tutu frowned, blaming herself. I'm still too weak. Manny, hearing the loud noise, becomes alert. Clearly the magical beasts and active spirits had already been taken away by Confronting and Ling Hao Tuyet, so where did that sound come from? Tutu quickly realized and shouted, "It's the king of the heavenly normal otters over there. Manny, activate the teleportation formation now." Manny was surprised to see the crowd rushing toward her. Wait a minute. No, they are the heavenly normal lake. Lam Hachdij ordered everyone to put down their weapons immediately, or be killed without reason. Mani instantly activated the teleportation, with Liu Sisi and Zhang Bing rushing forward to protect her. Lu Tutu summoned a layer of ice. Luckily, I had already reported the information about the heavenly normal hound to the cleanup team earlier. Zhang Bing shouted loudly to remind us that everyone rushing towards us now are all from the heavenly normal lake. Everyone, be careful of those invisible attacks. Tudo's eyes shine brightly like stars. No need to go. He decides to reveal himself. Tudo hovers above. I will control them. The system announced that the brainwave resonance has been activated, causing all the heavenly immortal lake creatures to be hit with a brain-shattering wave, similar to when Tripitaka recited a spell for Sun Wukong. Tudo ordered, "Everyone, leave Mchow City now," Hua Huyet called out anxiously. "Captain?" Tudao frowned as he looked at her. "This is an order." Zhang Bing wonders why Tran Quanding didn't take the Thienthuang Lake with him. Liu Sisi looked at him, worried that the king of the heavenly normal lake had already launched some kind of concealment. "Let's go, Zhang Bing." Tudu felt relieved that everyone had retreated. Well done. He forced everyone to leave for their safety. Facing the king of the heavenly normal lake, even with all of you, will only lead to death. The gate of transmutation quickly closes, and Tudu shouts loudly at the heavenly foxes, "Why not appear now?" He stared into the distance. "Let me see how strong you are as the king of this fox den. You are the strongest human I have ever encountered." A beast appears, its entire body pitch black, constantly emanating dark energy matching its color. But for me, its strength is still not enough. Tudu commands the assessment system, which after a moment reports that the heavenly normal leopard's skill distorts perception and overturns reason. Tudu looked at these two different skills and found them a bit confusing. What kind of skills are these? The king of heavenly normal lake did not speak much and reached out with his claws. Tudo faced it bravely without fear. Whether his strength is enough or not can only be known by trying. He skillfully dodged its attacks, Longtum assessed. "Are you going to use your ultimate move to destroy him?" Tudo seizes the opportunity to counterattack, unleashing his vacuum of destructive energy, secretly calculating to melt the opponent's internal organs with scorching heat, then creating a gap to tear him apart from within. The heavenly sovereign lord praised, "Your attack is powerful, but it won't work on me." Tudo was stunned, eyes fixed on it. Not effective? Could it be that it's just a distortion of perception? Tudu activated the illusionary clone, dodging its relentless attacks while assessing the situation. No, that's not distortion of perception. Before the fight, I sealed all my senses, and yet it's not even a clone. A clone would vanish instantly when hit, just like mine. Then why is it harmless? You should know that even if it's a mountain, I can still create a hole like this. King Thien Thuong Ho smirked and looked at him. Don't think you can only rely on clones to escape me. It gently snatched him into the void. Tudo trembled, as if he had uncovered the secret of that skill. I understand now. This is the effect of the ability called overturning normalcy, not like perception distortion. It doesn't affect my senses, but breaks the common understanding of reality. Temperature, gravity, physics, any normal sensation of reality is meaningless to it. The heavenly normal king clenched him tightly and said, "Die." Seeing him silent, he thought he had suffocated and released him to check. Tudu suddenly turned the tide. "He's not dead." Tudu smiled softly and said, "Unfortunately, your ability can only break your own shared consciousness." Tudu's whole body emits a bright light, but it has no effect on me. The entire body of King Thien Thuong Ho is covered by a golden barrier, and it looks around in surprise. "Is this a space barrier?" "No, this is a time barrier." Tudu Thongdong casually offers a gift. "I give you a package. Time is frozen." Thien Thuong Ho King sneered, glancing at the barrier he had set up. "So what if you trap me in this space?" It gently nods and pulls Tudu's head as if pulling out a toy. "As long as you die, the barrier you created will also disappear." Tudu won't die that easily. Suddenly he swells up to become the one controlling King Thunen Thuong Ho in the palm of his hand. It turns out he activated time and space, and death will reset the time around him. Rewinding to the moment the skill was activated, Lord Thien Thuong Ho was stunned, looking around in confusion. "What?" It gradually showed interest, narrowed its eyes, and confidently took the upper hand again. "You're an interesting human. This space is bound by time." If the creator resets the time of this space infinitely, I will also be trapped here in an endless loop. Tooty's body slowly regenerates, piece by piece. But since I can break the usual rules like time, I won't be reset when time rewinds. The heavenly sovereign Hu frowns and looks at Tudu, and you won't remember what happened. But I want to keep the memory of killing you every time. It breathes fire at him, slowing down the regeneration process. I will kill and resurrect you many times without getting tired or annoyed. If I don't kill you, you can slowly torture me to death after you come back to life. No matter how many wounds you have, time will heal them. The King of Heaven looked at his nearly restored bones with a shiver of apprehension. Humans really are a terrifying species, or maybe the rumors from other races aren't wrong. The mutated beasts below are frantically tearing apart humans. Tianhuang King Ho glances at them. As long as they keep devouring humans, one day the mutated beast could attain human potential. It orders all its troops below to immediately quell the chaos in Mchow City and try to keep casualties to a minimum. In the end, we still need them to continue reproducing so we can benefit from their blood. To the south of the city, Wu Ruovu and Feng Laitian are still engaged in a close solo battle. At that moment, Lam Kakdich, the third party, stepped in to block both of their fists, stopping them. Feng Laitian looked at his actions in confusion and said, "Let go now, Lam Kakdich. What are you doing?" Lam Kakdich is the one who's truly confusing, scratching his head and wondering why people are still fighting each other during such a disaster. "Are you really a bunch of fools?" Feng Laitian pointed at Ngorovu's face and scolded him. "He is a traitor, betraying the Bright Pearl." Everyone shouted to stop, to hold back, to be honest with me for once. Ngonwokvu thought to himself, the patrol team was already here. If this keeps going, then I might as well go all the way. Then the old man didn't hold back and launched an attack at Lam Kakdish. "You too, go die." But before Nuokvu could reach out, he was blocked by an unseen force, as if something invisible was grabbing his head. Immediately, Lam KD was able to easily take Ngo Nuokvu's head, surprising Feng Laitian, and he wondered to himself when Lam KD's strength had increased to such a level. He threw the old man's head to the ground without hesitation. I really didn't expect that our patrol team was only temporarily protecting the city lord for a few days, but the city has already fallen into chaos like this. He glared at everyone present there. "Either put down your weapons or I will kill without asking. Master Feng, please come with me for a moment. What happened today? I need you to explain it to me a little." Feng Laisian dared not disobey orders and responded. "Understood. Truong Bin's team and a few others are temporarily staying here in safe room 8. Zhang Bing held Liu Zizi's arm. "Cici, stay calm a little." Man Ni checked her abilities again and found them to be the weakest, which was hard to understand. Why is it like this? My abilities are weakening. Even Tran Min nearby can feel the rapid decline in my stamina, and the exhaustion is much greater than before. Zhang Yuzhong joined the conversation, and I felt like my weight was also increasing. Liu Susu looked at everyone nervously. Could it be? Truong Bin frowned as he looked at her. "What's wrong?" She hurriedly contacted Tudo. Captain, please respond when you receive the good news, Captain." Zhang Bing looked at her anxiously. "Take it easy, what exactly happened?" "Man," and he looked at her hand with sadness. "The captain has blessed all the members of our cleanup team." She explained further that blessings are a rare national power that can grant others certain attributes, semi-permanently. Unless the giver of the blessing dies, the strength of this blessing will stay with the recipient for life. The blessing that Tran Min received is that his physical exertion rate is halved. Tran Tuyet Deep's blessing is that her fatigue is reduced by half. The blessing that Zhang Yuzhong received is that his weight is halved. The blessing that Liu Sisi received is that her mental energy consumption is halved. Manny bit her lip tightly, holding back her tears. At this moment, everyone's blessing words suddenly disappeared, showing that the captain could. Zhang Bing puzzled, recalling him, wondering how someone like Tuodushi Biao could be destroyed so easily. Suddenly, his arms lit up and echoed Tuodushi's voice. "A being like this won't last long." Immediately, everyone cheered and held his hand tightly in overwhelming joy. "Captain, are you all right?" Tudu glided through the thin illusion, his voice deep and hoarse, not in the best condition. "It will probably take about another year for Tianshuanghu to completely kill me, because my energy is gradually running out," Zhang Bing hurriedly interrupted. "Old Tudu, Sir Tu, do you want to contact us now through the bracelet?" Tudu slowly replied, "No, this is my backup plan. When I die or lose my life, part of my consciousness will form an artificial personality and transfer to this bracelet." The old man frowned and said, "I am actually just a virtual personality now, not a real person." Lucy C. looked worried and asked, "Captain, what can we do now to save you?" So the person currently inside the bracelet isn't Tudu Toibak, but an artificial intelligence with part of his memories. Toto chuckled softly. Don't worry, the situation is almost exactly as I predicted. I had a premonition of death when I was in Mchow City, but in death I saw hope. The old man briefly recounted his battle. The king of the Heavenly Serpent Lake was trapped in a time loop by me, and only when my energy was completely drained or the loop was actively broken could he escape. Therefore, it can only stay in the square and keep killing me until my energy is completely drained. Tudo looked around at everyone. It won't be able to act recklessly in the next 5 years. This is the best chance to defeat the most powerful sect of Thien Thuong Ho. Can we seize this opportunity? Old man looked directly at him and said everything depended on Zhang Bing. You have unlimited potential. When the name Truong Bin was mentioned by Tudo, everyone there was stunned. Truong Bin? Captain, I really don't understand what you plan to do, but I hope placing my trust in Truong Bin might be a bit premature. Mani also expressed his agreement. Truong Bin's potential is indeed not bad, but he's only a low-level pseudo-awakened. But Liu Sisi disagreed and agreed with Tudo's opinion. I trust the captain's decision, so what should we do next? Mani still wasn't completely satisfied, but at this moment Tudo began to guide everyone. Don't rush like this. What is a little storm now? At first, facing Chu family's beast-taming awakened ones was truly hopeless. Back then, the Chu family possessed countless equipment, including 5 rare treasures like the Sun and Moonbright Pearl. And on our side, we have nothing at all. Zhang Bing's expression grew more serious as Tudu continued to manipulate everyone's minds. In fact, at that time, you and the enemy were separated by a huge gap, and you also lacked weapons capable of fighting the demonic Beast King. Tran Min was extremely surprised to hear this. A weapon to fight the demonic Beast King? Is there really such a weapon? Tudu glanced at Truong Bin and replied, Of course there is, but only those with unlimited potential are qualified to enter that place. And each person with such potential can only participate once in their lifetime. That is where I brought out the arrow capable of changing the world. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Zhang Shuzhong exclaimed in amazement. So this time it's really about Zhang Bing? Truong Bin, is he now a level martial ability faker? Captain, based on your arrangement, I don't think it's possible. Tudu seems to not hear it at all. He placed his hand on Zhang Bing's shoulder, continuing to manipulate his mind. This could also be a good thing for you. That place can be considered the foundation of our humanity. You can use those ruins to unlock the secrets of a world that only belongs to you. Everyone has now been brainwashed. Mani happily takes Tran Min's hand and pulls him away. No more beating around the bush. Let's set out right now. Just when morale was high, Tudu threw cold water on them, causing the momentum to drop. Don't rush like that. There are still a few things to consider before we set out. Truong Bin, come with me. A moment later, Zhang Bing followed Tudu to the cleanup team at safe prison number 8. Walking and wondering, is there really no way for the captain to save him? Tudu listened to these words, appearing completely calm, even forcing a slight smile. This is the choice I made after careful consideration. If I don't stop the Heavenly Normal Lake Clan's king, there are only 2 possible scenarios, and neither of them is something I want to see. Hearing this, Zhang Bing immediately asked, what kind of situation is this? He imagined Li Yaoshui and her clan attacking the city mercilessly, and then said, the first scenario is that we cannot stop the attack from the Holy Ancestor Village, and as a result, Mchow City will fall into Li Yaoshui's hands, with about 50% of the awakened people dying in that civil war. The second scenario is that we successfully stop the attack from Saint Ancestor Village, but because of my departure, the King of Heavenly Norm Lake will personally confront the experts who have revealed their true strength, and at least 30% of the awakened will be unable to escape. The final scene he envisioned was of the Moon King crushing the experts with his own hands. Now that the King of Heavenly Norm Lake has been trapped by my trap, the strongest among them is only the Moon King. In a one-on-one situation, high-level experts might not be a match for it, but if one person faces many, Yue Wangzi probably couldn't withstand it. He took Zhang Bing to the cell where Zhao Yanlong was chained and continued, even if it wants to kill and replace all the awakened who have shown their strength, it will take at least 1 or 2 years. Seeing the prisoner, Zhang Bing frowned. Indeed, this was the best possible situation given their current strength. Finally, Tutu ordered him to enter the cell. Go and get some of Triu Nganlong's blood. Hearing this request, Truong Bin felt confused. What is the purpose of you asking me to take Zhao Yanlong's blood? Tuti asked solemnly. You've been stuck at level 9 for a long time, haven't you? Truong Bin honestly replied. Yes, in the previous battle there were signs of reaching level 10 mid-tier. I started channeling my inner strength, but at the crucial moment of breakthrough I was inexplicably blocked, unable to level up and feeling like I was stuck in my throat. Tudu immediately pointed out and advised, try drinking a bit of Zhao Yanlong's blood first, then awaken your new skills, and afterward I will show you how to break through. There is no bottleneck from beginner to intermediate. The reason you can't advance is because you have too many abilities. Hearing that, Zhangbing immediately took Nganlong's blood and used it. He focused on drawing the power from the blood to level up. To-do observes and points out that those with only one awakened ability usually have no other options. Besides choosing their path early on, awakened individuals with multiple abilities must select one, or they risk stagnation when leveling up. A shining foot appears in To-do's words. Once you identify what you truly want and the path you want to take in the future, breaking through to the intermediate level becomes inevitable. Zhangbing absorbed the essence of To-do's words and continued to focus on leveling up, while the alien artifact had already begun to activate his new innate talent. The blood of the former king allowed his body to draw strength from his own pain. The more painful the experience, the clearer the effect. Remember that everything that doesn't kill you will make you stronger. At this moment, Truong Bin has delved deep into his mind, seeing a brilliant stream of power before him, accompanied by To-do's echoing voice. Now he must harness his new talent and sense the differences among the various abilities within his body. Carefully identify each of your abilities and keep them activated but not triggered. Then you need to reflect on your own heart, clarify the path you want to take, and understand your deepest true desire. Your abilities will naturally respond to your inner thoughts. Now, as the Appraisal eye activates, the power of the Oath Gemstone, the Dark Traveler, the Minvu Wind Tongue, the Fake and Real, the Minvu Body, the True Fire, the Pure Water Body, and the Pure Blood Body are gradually enveloping him. When Zhangbing opened his eyes, he immediately frowned. The crack crystal. The illusionary fake. At this moment, To-do from behind asked, "What do you think? Have you made your decision yet?" Zhangbing surged with strength, but inside he was deeply hesitant. There are too many options. Isn't there a way to balance both? Hearing this question, To-do Luke felt helpless and said, "You have to look into your own heart. I can't decide this for you." Truong Bin then looked at his hands, emitting a powerful energy, and pondered. "In fact, what makes me most hesitant is between the gemstone contract and the false reality. The gemstone contract is my fundamental ability. Most of my abilities actually originate from it." Thinking that, he closed his eyes and began to channel his firepower and the mysterious energy surrounding the blue gem. He hesitated again, but the false reality was the ability that nurtured his already powerful skills. In the end, he unleashed 3 types of power: fire, dark water, whether it was the divine fire body, pure water body, or bloodline of the ancient king. These skills are among the most powerful, and although the false reality ability originates from the contract gemstone, its potential is just as great. In the end, Truong Bin's body radiated a brilliant blue light. You have made your decision. What you need to do now is choose one of these 2 options as the core to advance. Tutu looks at the power emanating from Zhangbing and is very pleased. It seems he already has the answer. The system displays a message: Evolution successful. Truong Bin has reached level 10, awakening as a mid-level fake. At this moment, Truong Bin sensed that the surroundings were no longer as active as before and grew suspicious. Did I level up? Appraisal successful. The system displays a message confirming the appraisal was successful. The attribute panel appears, showing that Zhangbing has now reached level 10, and his level 7 mid-tier crystal contract has been awakened. Additionally, an advanced mid-tier skill has been unlocked. Zhongli looked at the attributes and skills with some surprise. Although he only leveled up once, the difference in skill between a beginner and an intermediate awakener is huge. At this moment, Truong Bin suddenly moved his hand to control the flame with ease. His physical and mental strength have improved significantly, allowing him to release the fire of the Fire Eater precisely, and his control over his abilities has become much more meticulous. Tu-do looked at Truong Bin skillfully controlling the fire and expressed his satisfaction. "Did you level up successfully? I'm so happy for you." "Yes." Zhangbing was very excited as he looked at the flames in his hand. Henry only gained combat power after Tu-do reached the intermediate level. It turns out that after the intermediate level, his control ability improved significantly. In an instant, a red stone formed from the fire he created, a martial artifact. Unexpectedly, the stone soon transformed into a sharp weapon. He pressed it into the ground, causing a crack, and thought to himself that with just a few more advanced skills, even transparent, useless gemstones could be utilized. Zhangbing examined the weapon for a while before praising it. The hardness of the mid-level protective gem is probably comparable to the Mchow sword, a treasured item that is always with him and not easily damaged. Tu donghe vaitilien but kuoi. Just as I expected, you didn't choose the false reality, but instead made a contract with a protective gem as your core to improve. Truong Binhin Thu Trong Taimin, Net Mat Kung Sochut Kong Nang Toy Banten Se Lua Chon Ke Wok Bao Thach. I also once considered choosing a fake supernatural, but in the end I felt it didn't suit me at all. Luckily, I didn't choose a fake supernatural. While it's easier to gain abilities, the cost is full of risks. As he spoke, he imagined his body burning away to dust, and Tudo found that idea perfectly reasonable. When the fake supernatural awakens, new abilities, side effects, backlash, and even death are everywhere. Zhang Bing added, and although the speed of awakening the crystal oath was a bit slow, each new talent it awakened was an indispensable need, like adding coal on a snowy day. Suddenly, a voice rang out saying, using the name of the patrol team, specially recruited awakened individuals, step by step eliminating threats, taking a year to eradicate potential dangers. This voice stunned Zhang Bing completely because he knew exactly who it belonged to. Yue Wangzi. Then, Zhang Bing and Tudu returned to the meeting room where Tudu began to outline the plan. Based on Zhang Bing's information, the Moon King is accelerating the elimination of experts in Mchow City, recruiting many awakened individuals under the guise of the patrol team. Tran Min, suspicious, asked, "Are they planning to target those who fought before?" Tudu sighed and replied, "Probably yes." At this moment, Truong Bin proposed an idea. I decided to return to Mchow City to find the Phoenix Pavilion Master to explain the situation and see if there's a way to rescue them from the city. Tran Min immediately opposed this suggestion. No, that's too dangerous. At this moment, Zhang Bing imagined the Moon King holding Tin Jiao in his hand, which made him even more furious. If we just let it go, those people would be silently swallowed and replaced like a patrol team. Tutu quickly placed her hand on his chest, wanting to help too. "Going alone is too dangerous, I'll go with you." Manny also wanted to help and immediately said, "We'll go too," contacting familiar awakened people one by one. That way it will be faster. But Tudu once again intervened to stop me and the others. We can't tell if the awakened person has been replaced by Thien Thuong or not. It's very easy to be exposed. At this moment, Zhang Bing recalled his dark skills and confidently took the lead. "I have leveled up to a mid-level awakener. If I sneak in alone, even if I get caught, I am confident I can leave safely." Tran Min strongly opposed, saying, "I object. Right now, Thon Mchow is like a dragon's den. Do you realize how important you are right now?" Truong Bin didn't back down easily and fought back immediately. "I know, but seeing our comrades being devoured by Thien Thuong, I can't stay indifferent." Inside his heart, he was still shouting a phrase, "Moreover, I haven't avenged to Tin Jiao yet." Tutu heard this and immediately called out his name in worry. "Zhang Bing," he immediately reassures her. "Don't worry. I have a way out. Even if I face the Moon King, there will be no problem." Tran Ming still refuses to give up, determined to stop him at all costs. "If you really want to go, beat me first." Truong Bin immediately agreed. "All right, give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, Truong Bin released a dark aura, transforming into a lightning-fast dagger that pressed against his neck, leaving him stunned. "He's so fast. When did he start attacking? Isn't he going to lift a finger?" It's clear who wins and loses. Truong Bin put on his purple mask and said, "Looks like I've won." Tran Min looked at him in amazement. "Is this?" "Minvu," finally he had to admit that you are much stronger than before, leveling up. Tutu is also very pleased with the result and praised him. Someone with infinite potential is not an ordinary awakener. Previously, only after I advanced to the intermediate level could I kill mutated beasts beyond my level. But when Truong Bin was at the basic level, he could already kill mid-level awakened individuals. He is more outstanding than I am and has much greater potential. The elder excitedly raised his finger and continued. "So I don't oppose Zhang Bing returning to Mchow City, but I have a treasure I want to give him first." Hearing that, Zhang Bing hurriedly spoke up. "Wait a moment, I also have something I want to ask Truong Thu Trung for." Thu Trung was startled upon hearing that. "I see." He immediately used Appraisal on Thu Trung. The system displays a scientific and technological skill that can convert body fat into material energy, then use that energy to craft items within the user's knowledge. The user can recover the material energy and craft on their own form. Thu Trung is still smiling as he responds to Truong Bin. "What can I do to help you?" He quickly leads Thu Trung outside, saying as they walk, "You can help with something important, but it's not convenient for you to follow me here." Just a moment later, the sounds of arguing and shouting echoed non-stop. "Huh? Truong Bin, leave some for me, don't be so stingy, after all your flesh will grow back, so of course you won't be missing any on your body." These words left everyone else speechless. A moment later, Zhang Bing stepped in and thanked Shoujong. Mani, curious, asked, "What did you tell Zhang Shoujong to do?" Unexpectedly, at this moment, Thu Trung entered looking like just a skeleton, causing Manny to be utterly terrified. "Truong Thu Trung, what happened to you?" At this moment, in the secret chamber of the Than Tru team, Truong Bin and Tudo are standing before a dark scythe. Truong Bin asks Elder Tudo, prompting him to recall his glorious days when he used this weapon to cut down monsters and proudly speak. This scythe is called the Scythe of Fear. It can not only instill terror in creatures, but also evolve through blood absorption. When I was young, I used it to slaughter tens of thousands of mutated beasts, absorbing the fresh blood of countless monsters. Even now, whether in terms of hardness or sharpness, this sickle is considered one of the rarest in the world, almost a divine weapon. The Fear sickle is the most suitable weapon for you to bring back to Mchow City, as it can also increase your chances of victory when facing enemies. Hearing that, Zhang Bing immediately grabbed his battle scythe with a confident smile. Suddenly, an enormous evil spirit emerged from the scythe. Seeing that, he was very satisfied. "Thank you, Captain." At this moment, Tudu seems to have discovered something and smiles mysteriously, saying, "It looks like someone is still worried. Since I've used up my energy, I'll return to the embrace to face the energy here." The two of them continued their conversation leisurely at home. Just as Tudu disappeared, Tutu reappeared, and surprisingly, her scar suddenly vanished, revealing an incredibly beautiful appearance. Zhang Bing looked at her in surprise. "Tutu, the scar on your face." She smiled softly and spoke, reminding him that they had previously agreed to talk as friends, not as teammates. Liu Suti and Zhang Bing sit under the faint moonlight, both sharing their thoughts. She gently speaks first, saying that she has stepped out of her inner demons and remembers Vihoa healing her face. "The previous incident made me realize that my abilities are too weak, so I won't stubbornly cling to my blindness anymore. I will rely on everyone's strength to defeat Ling Gao Tu Yet together." Liu Sisi tilted her head slightly and looked at him. "Is your firm decision to go back to Mingzhou alone also a stubborn act of revenge for your friend?" Zhang Bing was silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. After leveling up to the mid-level awakened, he indeed had this thought before. Anyway, I could clearly feel my strength surging. I remembered the time I had to pretend to be asleep in front of the Moon King and told her about it. He is no longer a helpless person who can only pretend to sleep when the Moon Prince comes to his house. She listened to him speak, and then showed concern. Zhang Bing smiled warmly to reassure her. "Don't worry, take your time." He still distinguishes clearly between what is important and what is not. This time, returning to Mchow City, his main purpose is to save people. Zhang Bing frowned seriously, and regarding Tu Tinjiao's rival, he won't act rashly until the right opportunity comes. Liu Sisi leans back and glances at him, but he leaves alone, and she still feels uneasy. Truong Bin shows her the item in his hand, explaining he also has a secret weapon taken from Truong Thu Trung, so there's nothing to worry about. Inside Mchow City, where many monsters roam freely, Zhang Bing dressed carefully and observed his surroundings, thinking that clearly the Tianthuang Fox within the city had increased patrols. He hid in a corner to watch Tianthuang scolding the people and temporarily sealed off Minchow Square. People without a duty are not allowed in. Tootie suddenly appeared behind him and whispered, "Don't worry about me. That old fox won't be able to do anything to me for a while. On the contrary, have you thought of a way to handle this yet?" Truong Bin's eyes grew sharp. Having finished his thoughts, he noticed the fog creeping into the study of the Beast King Boxing Club where Wongfeng Laitian was focused on work. Truong Bin immediately reveals his true form as soon as he gets inside. "I am the owner of the Phoenix Pavilion." Wongfeng Laitian was delighted to see him arrive and stood up. "It's you, my brother Truong Bin. Where have you been these past few days?" "Since that day, I've wanted to thank you in person, but I haven't been able to find you until now." He forced an awkward smile. "This story is quite long, but after recounting everything, I just want to ask if Mistress Fuang is willing to help me." The man crossed his arms and looked at him seriously, saying that, as you said, the city lord had long since abandoned Min Chao, and the one in actual control now was Cao Thien Thuong. What you said is truly hard to imagine. At this moment, I interjected, saying Commander Captain Lam from the patrol team requests to see you. Vuong Pung Lai Tien ordered, "Take him to the living room. I will come later." The other replied clearly. Zhang Bing looked straight into his eyes as the surveillance authority had been replaced by Cao Thien Thuong. The Phoenix Pavilion Master only needed to glance to confirm that I was telling the truth, or lying. In the living room, everyone followed the instructions and was led inside. Wongfeng Lai Tien happily entered to greet the guests. "Sorry for the intrusion, Captain Lin isn't available to visit." Lin Cockdish crossed his arms and smiled confidently at him. "I'm here to congratulate the Phoenix Guildmaster." He immediately became alert, not knowing where this happy news of mine came from. Lam Koch Dish, accompanied by a few heavenly normal foxes behind him, seriously told him that the city lord had decided to make Feng Fuang Quan the deputy city lord of Minchow City. and it would be announced to the entire city in a few days. He glanced at the monsters behind him, secretly wondering if these were the true forms of the celestial foxes. Vuong Pung Lai Tien politely smiled and said, "I sincerely thank the city lord for your favor." He turned his back and left after completing his task. "The message has been sent. I am returning to my duties now. Sorry to bother, Captain Lam. Please send my thanks to the city lord on my behalf. In my heart, I curse from my father and mother to their ancestors. How dare these beasts?" Zhang Bing used pure blood body resonance to directly participate anonymously in the conversation earlier. He saw the person leave and then slipped out. Master Feng Guan looked at him reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, I won't intervene when the strength gap between the enemy and us is too wide." Wang Feng Laixian opened the door to lead him to another place for a chat. "You must have a plan already for coming to see me." He got straight to the point and asked, "What do you need my help with?" I immediately made my request. I hope the Phoenix clan leader will take this opportunity to be promoted to Deputy City Lord and hold a banquet to honor those who awakened and participated in defending Mchow City that day. As he left, he said, "We will inform those not yet replaced by the Heavenly Court." Wang Feng Laixian led Zhang Bing to the training area. He continued to outline the detailed plan. "Those willing to leave with me will exit the city through the designated gate. Those who do not want to leave will also be aware of the false celestial foxes plan, so they can prepare and avoid being easily controlled by them." The old man gritted his teeth, realizing that some people are entangled with their families and might not choose to leave. He nodded in agreement. In this difficult situation, there's only so much we can do. From Zhang Bing's perspective, it seems like everyone in the gym is a disguised CIO Thien Thuong. He glances around and then whispers the report to him. His boxing club has also lost many students to replacements. Vuong Pung Lai Tien looked down at the floor with anger. "I never expected my small boxing club to hide so many beasts like this." He turned to look at him. "What you've done is more than enough. In a situation where it's hard to tell friend from foe, no one can protect everyone." Vuong Pung Lai Tien gently pats his shoulder to encourage him, saying, "Do it your way. I will do my best to cooperate." Zhang Bing bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you, Lord Phoenix. It should be us thanking you for giving us hope to eliminate that beast." At this moment, a familiar figure passed by, immediately catching his attention. This was the monster disguised as Tutin Jiao. As soon as he saw it, his heart was filled with raging anger. It is the beast that killed Tutin Jiao. The one in charge of everything stands there, calmly watching over everything. Loc Thi Vu asks, "Has anything unusual happened recently in Mchow City?" "Your Highness, everything is normal. Only recently, Feng Laixian has been preparing a banquet." I sneer contemptuously. Just promoted to Deputy City Lord and already showing off. This Feng Laixian is only that capable. Tutin Jiao stepped forward and asked if His Highness needed someone to monitor the situation. She glanced at her, not needing to say anything. It was just him taking the opportunity to grab some free benefits from her. "Someone like him is no threat to me at all." Loc Thi Vu looked at her hand and thought, "We should take the threat from that rat squad more seriously." I sneered wickedly. Lo Nguyen Hin is a terrifying monster, especially the name Truong Bin. Both of them immediately responded clearly. At Vuong Pung Lai Tien's banquet, everyone took turns to come and congratulate him, to congratulate the Phoenix Guildmaster. No, it should be called Phoenix City Lord from now on, and I hope the City Lord will look after us more in the future. Yes, I hope Lord Fengcheng can guide me a bit. Wang Feng Laijian smiled gently. "You are too courteous." At this moment, a subordinate of his approached and whispered, "Master of the shop." He whispered something to him with a very serious expression. After hearing that, he quickly bid farewell to everyone. "I must take my leave now. I apologize for not being able to stay and chat." Vuong Pung Lai Tien forced a polite smile, apologizing for the poor hospitality and asking for understanding. Fortunately, everyone there was courteous, and the Lord of Mchow City could go about his business. Lam Kachdich watched him leave with disdain, not bothering to follow. "Let's go. This Puong Lai Tien is just as His Highness predicted, only here to seize wealth." At this moment, a tall and slender figure caught To Tin Jiao's eye, and she couldn't help but exclaim that the appearance of the girl was truly top-notch. Which neck is he looking at? "You like her?" Lam Kachdich nonchalantly left first, so you can stay and enjoy yourself. "Remember, this place is crowded and noisy, so it's best for you to wait until after the party ends and he makes his move." Tutin Jiao bowed her head in a twisted manner. "Yes, Feng Pung Laixian has gathered some important people to discuss private matters." Bokduk wonders, "Lord Feng, do you have any instructions for us when summoning us here today?" He looked around at everyone and called them here. Indeed, there is an urgent matter to discuss. As for the specific details, it's better for him to explain. The purebred bloodline has lost its effectiveness, and Truong Bin appears before everyone with a majestic and heroic demeanor. "Hello, Commander Bok." Bok Duke and the others were surprised and open-mouthed when they saw him appear. After Truong Bin explained the situation clearly, everyone was eager to start a lively debate. How is that possible? That's right, if what you're saying is true, then Mchow City must have fallen into enemy hands a long time ago. I have been in contact with Lam Kok Dich and some other members of the patrol team, and I have indeed noticed that they have been acting a bit strangely lately. Tran Vihoa also agreed. Yes, the city lord hasn't appeared in a long time. Everyone listened to me for a moment. As my brother Zhang Bing said, I have personally confirmed the existence of the replacement. Vuong Hung Lai Tian continued. The emotional expressions are well disguised, making it very hard for us to tell. Many of the people outside at the party have already been replaced by CIO Tian Thuong. He clenched his fist and pressed it against his chest. Everyone here has been friends with me for many years, so if you trust Master Feng's person, I hope you will lend me a hand. Tran Vihoa immediately agreed. What do you need us to do? Master Fuang just needs to give the order. Bai Duke also agrees. Exactly. Zhang Bing is my student. Moreover, we have fought side by side before. I trust both of you. Truong Bin felt much more at ease now that everyone agreed. To deal with Chao Thian Thuong, we need to temporarily endure for the greater good and preserve our strength. He hands out his small note, indicating that none of the people on this list have been replaced by the Heavens Decree accuser. We can split up to inform them about the current situation. Everyone took their own sheet of paper, and he continued. Later, the Canquet team will activate the teleportation array here. Truong Bin clearly outlined his plan. If they agree to leave with us, then after exiting the main gate, they should return here and leave through the teleportation array. Are you still hesitating so much, Do Shu? Then my family, Vuong Feng Lai Tien, grabs the curly-haired person's shoulder. This is also a desperate measure. Currently, the only person who can distinguish the false Tianchang Fox is Zhang Bing. In this list, we can't tell in time whether any of their family members are the Celestial Fox or not. He glanced away at the others. If the information is leaked, the false prophet might accelerate the destruction of the awakened person. So if you decide to stay, you must be cautious of suspicious staff around or temporarily take the family out of the patrol team's control. Bok Duke shook his head in frustration. Yes, with so many staff members, it's quite difficult to ensure the information doesn't leak. Zhang Bing summoned a small sparkling flame in his hand. I will observe quietly. If Chao Thian Thuong shows any sign of something unusual at the party, I will send a signal with the fire to alert everyone. Wang Feng Lai Xian has finished planning the action, so I will bother everyone now. When the party ends, everyone happily says goodbye. Yes, Mr. Baida, I take my leave first, and when we have free time again, we'll have a drink together. Thanks. I'm sure we'll host a better party tomorrow and have a good chat. City Lord, I will take my leave as well. Wang Feng Lai Xian bows to the guests. If the hospitality was not attentive enough, I hope everyone can understand. Truong Bin watched from the side as people gradually left, thinking to himself that he had informed most of the guests, and it seemed that Chao Thian Thuong had not yet noticed anything unusual. At this moment, To Tin Jiao truly appeared and suddenly reminded him. Truong Bin was cautious. He immediately became alert and looked around when she reminded him. To Tin Jiao was warning him about something. At this moment, his gaze meets someone. It's To Tin Jiao in disguise, slowly approaching. Zhang Bing clenched his fists inwardly, so that beast has arrived and seems to be targeting Tran Vihoa. He hurriedly thought of a way to lure it away. Or else, if it discovers any clue, the entire plan will be ruined. Tu Tin Jiao begins to approach Tran Vihoa. Miss Vihoa, please go ahead. Tran Vihoa turned around when she heard a familiar voice. It was To's younger sister. Is there something wrong? Tu Tin Jiao smiled softly and made a suggestion. Since I happened to be passing by and saw you're alone, I'd like to take a walk with you. Is that okay? She nodded immediately without any suspicion. Zhang Bing smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, this bold little fox dares to show her face. Just the opportunity I need to make my move. Then he suddenly jumped in, interrupting their conversation. What a coincidence. The disguise that concealed his identity has been hidden away in the gold bracelet. Zhang Bing confidently stepped forward to confront the imposter. To Tin Jiao, long time no see. Truong Bin glanced at Tran Vihoa, mouthing to her to find Director Feng and tell him I'm in trouble and to come to Tay City to find me. To Tin Jiao, disguised, was momentarily stunned when he saw you appear. Zhang Bing, why is he wandering around the city like this? She smirked cunningly like a big fish willingly swimming into the net. She only intended to nibble on the appetizer but ended up catching a tempting bait. If we can bring him back, His Highness will surely be overjoyed. Before she could carry out her plan, Zhang Bing dashed away faster than the wind and clouds. Tu Tinjiao saw him escape and hurriedly chased after him. Truong Bin, where are you trying to go? He didn't bother to answer, activating the Midnight Shadow Assassin to boost his senses and speed to the maximum. Truong Bin transformed into a lightning bolt, rushing forward with his long legs to escape. She was tailing from behind but still couldn't catch up, and Longdoi was confused and uncertain. Strange. Why is this guy running so fast? He weaved like a shuttle escaping, then suddenly turned into a dark alleyway. Tu Tinjiao, caught off guard, froze in confusion, looking around in all directions. Where is he? Zhang Bing suddenly appeared from the shadows, weapon in hand, right behind her. He swung his stick, slicing through Tu Tinjiao's body and causing blood to spurt out. Tu Tinjiao, in pain, leapt back, trying to keep a safe distance. Truong Bin rested his staff on his shoulder and sneered at her. Do you still need to keep pretending? Don't worry, I won't let you die too quickly. The true form of Tu Tinjiao is actually the terrifying monster Tiancheng Hu. It watches him warily, not daring to underestimate him. It seems His Highness is not wrong. Although I don't know what method you used, you truly can see through our clan's deception. I remember your ability isn't to let her talk nonsense for too long. Suddenly, he struck from behind, making her jump, and she only had time to turn her head and look back. This is Minvu. Tu Tinjiao quickly dodged the small blades rushing toward her while also having to fend off his attack. She thought to herself, has he been possessed by Minvu? Lost in her wandering thoughts, Tu Tinjiao was cut by him with a deep gash on her stomach, and she screamed in pain. Zhang Bing immediately summoned Minvu's iron chains and said, Do you know he jumped high, threw the chains to tightly bind her limbs while still rambling on. Although I haven't known her for long, it's because of her that I accept my current situation. Truong Bin continued slowly. She helps me stay calm and no longer feel anxious. What are you talking about? When did Truong Bin become so powerful? He slowly walks over. To me, she is my childhood friend and also the most important person in my life. Zhang Bing plunged the dagger deep into Tu Tinjiao's flesh, causing her to scream in pain. Stop! Stop! Zhang Bing completely ignored the monster's pleas. She only wanted to fulfill her ideals. He angrily swung his knife down, causing the monster's blood to spray everywhere. Why do you want to hurt her? The dark purple blood clearly isn't human, flowing and pooling on the ground. Tu Tinjiao trembled, still trying to appear disdainful of him. So that's why, unfortunately, you will never be able to find out. She opens her mouth to add salt to his wounded heart, her expression desperate and tragic as she faces death. Hearing that, Zhang Bing's blood boiled and he decisively struck it repeatedly. The monster's scream echoed loudly. It was suffering from pain but still struggling to breathe. It let out a cry of agony. Just kill me. It hurriedly took on Tu Tinjiao's appearance to soothe him. Zhang Bing, unable to bear the sight, forcefully tore off the mask, causing it to startle in horror. Stop, I think I've avenged enough, and drew the sword from my back. Truong Bin frowned and stared angrily at the monster. I want to kill you, cut him to pieces until nothing remains intact. You damn fox. In the end, he avenged his childhood friend. Zhang Bing gently lifts Tu Tinjiao's face with both hands. It seemed everything had come to an end, but Lac Thivu sensed it and rushed in, unexpectedly defeating the 36th Night Moon alone, showing significant progress. Hearing the familiar voice, he immediately turned back and she called out his name. Zhang Bing Lac Thivu crossed his arms and looked at him from head to toe with an arrogant expression. I didn't expect you to still dare to come back. Do you want to die? Zhang Bing stood bravely and stared at her intently, wondering how she knew I wasn't prepared, while constantly trying to get the system to assess. But all attempts failed. She looks down on him for being stubborn, even as he's dying, and still tries to resist. Lac Thivu reveals his true, ugly form. Really? I'm about to go all out against you, so I'll make sure you die clearly. Only now did his system finally succeed, and her attribute panel immediately appeared. Beast transformation, celestial fox moon prince, mutated fox race, innate talent, distorted perception, capable of altering the target's perception and forcing the target to be unable to recognize abnormalities. Huyan Ho Chi Vai King, after reaching adulthood, can freely change its tail and has many special functions, with scale and type related to its level. Lac Thivu swung her tail to attack from behind Truong Bin, but he quickly activated Minvu Chi Thi to create a barrier that blocked the attack. The fierce attack wore down the shield by 210 and was blown back by a strong gust of wind. Truong Bin quickly withdrew his weapon to counterattack and break free. He clenched his weapon, successfully blocking her attack, then shouted the weapon's name loudly like in a daring card game, shouting, "Big Pig Giant Scythe!" Truong Bin was forcefully thrown back by the momentum, surprised that he couldn't withstand the blow. and silently wondered if his Minvu technique was this weak. Truong Bin knelt on the ground, carefully observing the opponent's attack. The recent assessment revealed that its main attack method was in its tail, so he quickly transformed into a liquid form to slip through the dense barrage of attacks. Pure water body can avoid physical damage, so its attacks are useless. Laktivu was amazed to see his diverse skills. It seems your ability isn't limited to just one type, huh? She also has a counter-move against you, but don't think that means you can escape. Laktivu's tail suddenly turned light blue, making Zhang Bing panic. You're in trouble? She looks at you with disdain. And no matter how many abilities you have, you can't bridge the gap in strength. His limp body gradually fell under her control as Zhang Bing watched his hand go numb and stiffen in terror. It lowered its tail to an extremely low temperature, freezing his pure water body. Laktivu casually chatted with him, but there is one thing I find very curious. Her face darkened, exuding a heavy, terrifying aura. Even Tu Du Thoi Bak couldn't see through the illusion of the king. So, what method did you actually use? Zhang Bing asked quietly. Are you stupid enough to tell her everything? I thought to myself. Even though I can't activate both talents at once, Laktivu landed and looked calmly at the glowing ground beneath her. A red gemstone? As soon as Laktivu touched the ground, Truong Bin quickly used his move. The martial contract can compensate for this. The martial seal is a false fire seal, a contract with a protective gemstone that can temporarily suppress attack abilities within the gem, and all its power will explode in a single burst when destroyed. His strike billowed a thick cloud of smoke, lingering after the skill dissipated. Laktivu retracted her tail and glanced at him with a cold expression. With a flick of her wrist, she turned around, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at him. But really, helping you escape outside, why wouldn't you want to continue? Truong Bin shrugged and replied honestly that he alone probably couldn't escape the encirclement. His eyes sparkled brightly as he looked behind him. So I chose to call for help to save Bin. Just then, a voice called out from afar. Truong Bin, Vuong Pung Laitian and Bakduk rush to help him. Vuong Pung Laitian anxiously asks, Dr. Tran Vihoa said you're in trouble? What is going on? Bakduk Hot High runs after. Everyone else has escaped. Only you are left. Seeing his two allies approaching, Laktivu silently calculated. Feng Laitian. Could it be that the recent explosion brought everyone here? It turns out they are the same group as Truong Bin. While the three of them were exchanging, she secretly launched a tail attack. If she won't let me use it, then go die. Seeing her tail rushing towards him, Truong Bin quickly pushed Vuong Pung Laitian aside. Carefully noticing the wound on his back, he became worried. Little brother, your back is over there. Truong Bin, lying on the ground without any injuries, looked up and said to the two of them, Don't worry about my wound. She's the fox. So that's how it is. Indeed, it is a trouble for me. Bakduk, please take care of your student. Bakduk looked Laktivu up and down, still in disbelief. Is this the heavenly normal lake? But her appearance is clearly... Zhangping suddenly transformed into a beast and pounced on Baidi, startling him like in those slim comics on Black Cat, shouting, What the hell are you doing, you little brat? Don't worry, Bishop Bai, I won't harm you. Truong Bin activates Pure Blood Body with visual resonance, then draws both of their attention to Laktivu. Now look at her form. Bakduk was terrified when he saw the monstrous creature even more terrifying than a demoness. Oh my god. Laktivu swings her tail again to attack. Truong Bin shouts loudly to warn him. Princess Vuong Pung Laitian carefully dodged the attack on her stomach, thanks to his warning. Understood. Seeing her tail sweep across the building like mowing grass, he was momentarily surprised. Is the attack power really that strong? Truong Bin turned to guide Bakduk. Captain Bak, open your left hand. He raised his palm upward and asked him again. Is this how you want it? Truong Bin places a small amount of red-colored substance into his palm. Find a way to get the head of the Fengjin to eat it. Baide smiled subtly, understanding the message. I understand now. I have a plan. He threw the potion forcefully towards Vuong Pung Laitian, implying quickly swallow it. It's good stuff. Vuong Pung Laitian turned around quickly, taking a bite as if signaling a secret message, then immediately swallowed it down, and after swallowing he could clearly see Laktivu's true form. You damn beast, I can see through you now. Vuong Pung Laitian easily dodged her attack. Bakduk also didn't stand still and used his internal energy. We're here to help him. Vuong Pung Laitian angrily transformed into a distant form. Damn beast, give back the life of my disciple. He roared and revealed his form, the immortal Crimson Emperor body flame form opening. Bakduk also stood up, revealing his true form as the frenzied battle god warrior. Master Feng Quan, you just swallowed my blood, although we can temporarily see her true form only for a short time. Both of them rushed forward, attacking Laktivu simultaneously. She was overwhelmed and stood frozen, looking at both with utter confusion. Why? Seeing her attack being seen through makes Vu a bit annoyed. Why is it that even they can now see through my illusion? Could it be that little Bin is up to something? She angrily retracts her tail, which is quite displeasing. Vu bares his teeth, eyes wide open with a fierce red glow shining. Forget it. No matter what method he uses, she just releases a series of longer, thicker foxtails to kill him all. Vu looks back and calls out to his subordinates. Nguyet An suddenly moves. From the dark shadow, a long hand reaches out and a fox emerges from Vu's shadow. Yes, Your Highness. Wang Feng Laixian whispered cautiously to his friend. Be careful. I can sense that the fox emerging from its shadow is very powerful. Zhang Bing inside Baidi also sensed the threat. It was not an illusion. How could that celestial fox hide in the shadow without being detected earlier? He exhaled helplessly, annoying, in pure blood state, and unable to use the appraisal technique. What exactly is the power of that fox? Zhang Bing emerged from Baide's body. Head of the Phoenix, this is a few of my last snake scales. He hesitated to look at him, but even if I enter the Sunflame form, it will still be very difficult to fight them off. He handed him the snake scales while encouraging him. Headmaster, rest assured, I guarantee we can all escape from Mchow City. Just give me some time to hold them off. Vuong Feng. Lai Tian listened to him and immediately put the snake scale in his mouth, chewing it crisp like fish flakes. If you said so, then his body temperature skyrocketed to 4,000 degrees, along with his stamina, strength, and agility increasing dramatically. Vuong Feng, Lai Tian trusts you completely. We are entrusting our lives to you. The fox couldn't wait and charged forward, killing one of the enemies first. It targets Baida first, starting with you. Baidi can't dodge in time and only manages to raise his hand to block and protect himself. He counterattacked by leaping onto the fox, and both immediately brandished their claws to slash at each other. Bakduk's chest was wounded with 2 claw marks from the cat spirit, and the fox used its leg to block and prevent itself from flying too far away. Zhangbing saw he was injured and immediately helped. Guard, let me treat your wounds. It seems this fox might use your shadow to attack you. Bakduk stands still so you can treat his wounds. On Vuong Feng Lai Tian's side, he quickly dodged the tail of Vu as it approached her neck, striking her tail while secretly considering another strategy. Being beaten down like this is not the right way, Vuong Feng Lai Tian shouted loudly at Bakduk. Old Bai uses the 3-pronged strategy. 1 is to focus on the enemy, 3 is to unleash divine power. Bakduk immediately replied, Understood. Is that all you've got to kill me? Scratching my itch is okay, your speed seems decent, but your strength is too weak. The fox was driven crazy by his constant chatter. Too talkative, he pushed him down and quickly stabbed his claw into Bakduk's stomach. He was struck a fatal blow and staggered, blood pouring from his mouth. Bakduk Nan at that moment grabbed the fox's head as if he deliberately let it hit him. Got you now, Bakduk shouted and prepared to throw it forcefully. He threw the fox hard towards Vuong Feng Lai Tian. Shop owner, Vuong Feng Lai Tian inattentively glanced at Bakduk and was immediately hit by Vu's tail. Seeing the fox I released earlier being thrown back to her, she looked at it in surprise. Vuong Feng Lai Tian used the most chaotic divine beast aura to envelop both of them. A massive explosion suddenly erupts in midair, and Zhang Bing leaps away from Baide. At this moment, he hands both of them the martial contract crystal, which has already stored the fat technology, so they must hold on to this tightly later. Truong Bin takes the blue core gem, ready to complete the process and recover the fat. Both shout loudly, Understood! He immediately launches all 3 away to hide the watch. The 2 old men, still stunned, were dragged along as he sneaked through the sky road, shouting in fear. Bakduk was so frightened he nearly fainted and quickly struck Truong Bin on the head. This kid, if you want to use this method, you should have told me first. I wasn't prepared. Only Vuong Feng Lai Tian looked happy and excited. Bakduk looked down below, but with this, they will definitely escape. Both of them escaped safely, while Truong Bin completely transcended. He coughed up blood, weak and exhausted, having used pure blood to heal earlier, draining too much energy and feeling faint. He took out the red gem and said this stone would lead the 2 of them to the base. After saying that, he fell down, causing the 2 old men to panic. The brat is outside Mchow City, lost in the forest, now deep into the night. Truong Bin lies motionless in the woods, actually unconscious and not yet awake. When the leaf hit his face and fell, he slowly opened his eyes, waking up in a foggy state. He looked up at the dark sky, only the sound of leaves rustling in the wind remained. Truong Bin groggily sat up, still not fully awake, still alive. He brushed the leaf off his face and his bracelet started to glow. At last he had woken up. Zhang Bing looked at the bracelet as Captain Tuodu explained again that he was badly injured earlier and had been unconscious for a long time, and only now did he realize his body was aching all over. It hurts so much. He looked at your wound, and I did my best to stop the bleeding temporarily, but I'm reaching my limit now. Sorry, I need to rest for a while. Zhang Bing shook his injured body. Captain, there's no need to apologize. Without the captain, I might have died long ago. Captain, please rest assured and take a break. We need to contact headquarters quickly. This is Truong Bin speaking. Come in headquarters. This is Truong Bin. Please respond if you receive me. But after waiting for a long time, all he could hear was the wind rustling in his ears, and he helplessly looked around. It seemed he could only rely on himself. Truong Bin crawled into the cave. Like a fan club member unable to leave the den during a match, he lit a fire inside and bandaged his wounds. Although purebloods can choose targets to heal, they cannot heal themselves. Is this what it means to be a doctor who cannot heal himself? He clenched his teeth and bandaged the wound tightly to keep it from opening. His attack reserves are now depleted. If a mutated beast appears now, it would be a disaster. Luckily, this cave looks safe. I'll stay here for a while. The system window displayed a report showing 2 out of 300 fire reserves and over 100 fog reserves, and Zhang Bing, lost in thought, accidentally dropped something without realizing. This forest is quite complicated, and even by tomorrow, with my current condition, it will be hard to find a way out, so I can only hope my teammates find me soon. He turned back to look at the item he just dropped. This is Tin Jiao's hairpin. Seeing her keepsake, he couldn't help but his mind replayed the scene of him killing the monster disguised as her. Those memories seemed to salt his already wounded heart. Tin Jiao trembles as he clutches the hairpin tightly. After everything I've been through, I finally avenged you, but why do I feel no happiness? Zhang Bing slammed his fist into the ground in agony, claiming it was for you, but in the end it was just my own obsession. He raised his hand to reveal his blood-stained palm from punching too hard, always talking about justice but secretly craving fame and fortune. Zhang Bing gritted his teeth, lost in confusion about what he was doing. What's the point of revenge? The dead ultimately can't come back to life, not even with Huatuo's resurrection techniques. He suddenly stopped for a moment. Wait a minute. Could I really revive Tin Jiao? He recalled a bit that in the past he used pure blood to heal Sister Tuong, helping her severed arm grow back. According to senior brother Tranmin, the new arm is in very good condition. Sister Tuong shows no signs of rejection, and it even looks almost identical to her previous arm. And when I entered the body of the Phoenix Lord, I found I could replace the trachea to keep him alive. If my guess is correct, maybe I can revive Tin Jiao. Then, full of hope, he placed her facial skin piece on the ground. Truong Bin nervously focused his strength into his 2 fingers. The pure blood body's ability is limited to healing designated targets. But now, Tin Jiao only has a layer of skin left. I don't know if it will work. The pure blood body has been activated. Blood from his hand begins to drip down beneath the mask, followed by a massive viscous fluid flowing out. Truong Bin's face turned pale, but this only made him happier. Although exhausted, he had succeeded. He sat there performing the ritual to summon Tin Jiao from the dead, then unleashed all his energy and maximum power to recover. The flowing blood continuously connects the golden veins, weaving into a net. Gradually, it forms a realistic Tin Jiao, but her arm is strangely distorted and gaunt, making him panic. What's going on? Truong Bin frowned as he stared intently at her hand. Could it be because I am injured and can't restore my entire body? But you didn't give up and became more determined? No, I absolutely cannot give up. Zhang Bing, full of energy in a figurative sense, became stubborn about his decision. Even if I run out of all my energy, I will never allow myself to lose you again. Wangfeng Laitian and Baide, with Zhang Bing's help, reached their destination successfully. Wangfeng Laitian felt something was off and warned his friend that something was wrong. Preparing to land, Bakduk immediately obeyed. As soon as Wangfeng Laitian let himself fall freely, Bakduk also jumped after him. Both of them fell into the forest, with Wangfeng Laitian landing safely first. Bakduk followed, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, his voice full of reproach. Honestly, that kid is completely untrustworthy. Tranmin stepped forward and greeted. You must be Senior Phoenix Lai and Senior Baide, right? We've been waiting here for quite a while. Zhang Hutrung quietly retracted his belongings behind him, pulling back the fat. As soon as the fat returned to his body, his whole figure puffed up and wobbled. Zhang Yuzhong forced a smile, honestly unable to hide it. Upon receiving news from Zhang Bing earlier, he immediately retracted the fat and temporarily paid no attention to their landing issues. He forced a smile, rubbed his cheek, and sincerely apologized for frightening the senior. Wang Fong Laijian burst into laughter and patted Truong Hu Trung on the shoulder, saying, "This little obstacle isn't enough to scare us, but if it were someone else, it's hard to say. This kid still has a lot to improve, but he feels much more relieved." Absolutely. Absolutely. Lucica looked around anxiously, unable to find Zhang Bing with her. Where is Zhang Bing? Didn't he come back with the two of them? Bakduk closed his eyes and turned away. I was about to tell everyone what happened, then Baide explained clearly to everyone how Zhang Bing fell into the dense forest. He explained that because this area has complex terrain, people who enter often don't return, so it's called the Lost Forest. The two of us lack navigation skills, so if we suddenly jumped into the vast forest to find Zhang Bing, we might not even be able to save ourselves. Tranmin raised his hand to his chin, thinking, the badge of the Thon Trung team has a positioning function, so we can find our way back any time after entering the forest. Lu Tutu stepped forward without hesitation, saying, I'll go. Vuong Pung Lai Tian also wants to go with us. I will go too, regardless of Truong Bin's injury. I also feel responsible for Bok Duke. You should go and treat your wounds first. Don't worry, my wounds are already starting to heal, just a bit slower than during the day. The monsters in this forest can't hurt me, so I'll stay behind, and Phoenix Boy will go find and rescue Truong Bin. Truong Hu Trung, you lead Bok Duck back to the base. Truong Hu Trung looked confused and pointed at himself. Me? That's great, you suddenly shake your head in surprise. No, that's not right. Truong Hu Trung makes military gestures to ensure the mission is completed. Tranmin nodded in satisfaction. Very good. The next morning arrived and Truong Bin's breathing grew heavy. He kept trying to pull Totin Jiao back from the dead, even though he was exhausted to the point of fainting. He couldn't give up. Almost there. At this moment, the system notification appears, indicating mastery of body structure and circulation laws, allowing the basic pure blood physique to upgrade to intermediate pure blood. The current maturity value is 4 stars. He secretly rejoiced, feeling that the success rate had been greatly increased and the level-up skill was just in time. This time, it would definitely work. The city has succeeded. Zhang Bing opened his eyes wide, tears streaming down his cheeks. Thanks to his relentless perseverance, Totin Jiao truly broke open the coffin lid and came back to life from the dead. She smiled brightly and waved at him. Long time no see. Truong Bin. Zhang Bing stood frozen like a statue, unable to believe what he was seeing, stammering again. Totin Jiao, you finally fulfilled your wish, and with a blink, you collapsed. It's so good. That made Totin Jiao scream in panic. Truong Bin, are you okay? He is exhausted and can only lean on her. It's okay, just a little tired. Totin Jiao quickly helped him lie down with his head on her lap, thinking she could wear a proper shirt instead of showing her cleavage in front of others. Who could stand that? Only Truong Bin, the honest young man, wouldn't think dirty thoughts. She gently chides him softly, still liking to mess around like before. Zhang Bing smiles brightly, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. If I hadn't messed around, maybe today wouldn't have happened. He quietly rejoiced that he had swallowed the gem that day. Totin Jiao softly smiled and said, I know that all along you have been trying very hard. She recounted what she had witnessed to him. Even if the school doesn't value him, even if he still claims he must go farming, even if he faces enemies he can't easily defeat, he never stops moving forward from start to finish. From the bottom of my heart, I feel very happy. You need to cherish them even more. Seeing that Zhang Bing remained silent and didn't respond, she didn't wake him up either. Are you tired? You've done very well up to today. Rest now. A tear rolls down his cheek. Totin Jiao sobs uncontrollably, gazing at him with a lingering look as her voice trembles. I also want to move forward with you. She gently brushes away her tears, trying to hold back her rising emotions, but it's too late. Her soul's energy has been exhausted. But if I were you, I believe I could find me somewhere in the future. She gradually disappeared into the void, that fleeting, beautiful moment like a passing dream. I hope that by then she will still remember me. Her final words were spoken, and Totin Jiao drifted away with the warm breeze, leaving Truong Bin once again alone in the desolate wilderness. Goodbye, Truong Bin. And so Totin Jiao disappeared. Whether they will meet again in the future remains unknown, only hoping that after Truong Bin becomes stronger, he will find her after she moves on to a new life. Darkness envelops the ruins where Truong Bin resides. He suddenly wakes up, confused, sits up and shouts loudly, Totin Jiao! Truong Bin quay lai thi the. Totin Jiao nam bard dong tre mardat, chua keep keolen, anan hin hang topao, dat tailen vaiko, kelai. Daddy, ngun hu vai se kam larndo. Kilat ngoi ko lai, an giat min kitay doy mart, vohon kua Totin Jiao moto. Truong Bin panicked and stepped back, shouting coldly, It's too cold. He tremblingly placed his hand on her nose to check. He was horrified and couldn't believe it, gasping for breath. Truong Bin clenched his fist, his eyes blazing red, shouting loudly, "What kind of joke is this? Isn't it true that you used to talk to me before?" But she still showed no reaction at all. Finally, Zhang Bing sat quietly watching her, muttering to himself those previous times he heard Tutin Jiao's voice. So this time, it definitely wasn't an illusion. It seems that at this moment she mentioned something about soul energy. He sat quietly, pondering, unaware that the beast's leg had secretly approached. Could it be that the resurrection failed because of the lack of a soul's reason? He lowered his head in contemplation. Fine. If it's really that simple to come back to life, then it's too unusual. Is she really still herself after being forced to be resurrected? But according to what she said, as long as we find her soul, there's still a chance. Suddenly he hesitated when he saw a giant ant staggering away. Zhang Bing thought to himself, a mutated creature. Finally its eyes closed, and it fainted. At the edge of a flickering fire, a swarm of giant ants crawled over. Truong Bin sat still, watching the ant in front of him, and when he saw it open its eyes, he asked with concern, "Are you awake now?" It made a sound in response. I opened my palm, placed the small piece of food towards the ant, and asked, "You look weak. You must be hungry, right?" Zhang Bing watched it, happily nibbling on the food, and said I was unconscious. "You didn't attack me, no matter what the reason." "I won't ignore you." The ant suddenly froze and looked in a direction. He saw it circling around Tutin Jiao's body from earlier, quietly wondering, "Are you asking where she's going?" He raised his arm and looked behind, replying, "She's sleeping peacefully." Now in a quiet place, quietly thinking within the embrace. "I see. You want me to eat it, right? Does that mean I should cherish the present?" "That's right. If I keep declining, I can't change what has already happened." He turned to look at the ant and asked, "So, I still don't know what kind of ant you are?" I silently thought, "Analyze." The notification sound rang out, the evaluation successful. The attribute panel of the fortress-moving armored insect demon was displayed. Queen ant of the mutated ant species, with a potential of 8 stars in the primary level of mutated beast, possessing the Iron Fortress talent. Its body is extremely hard, and the larger its size, the stronger its defense. Its size increases with level. The abdomen has a storage space that can expand as the body grows larger. He exclaimed in surprise, "Royal talent." Another notification appears. The majesty of the mature queen ant can reproduce asexually, creating mutated ants in the storage space, capable of controlling her subjects and possessing terrifying powers that are related to her form. He closes his eyes, smiles faintly, thinking he never expected this tiny little thing to have the potential to become a monarch, escape the Moon King, and now he encounters another one. Whether this is considered lucky or not. He looked at the dense swarm of ants forming a black mass and asked suspiciously, "What is that?" "Inside," he thought. "Scan for identification." Immediately, the information panel appears. Identification successful. Attribute panel of the mutated Black Mountain Carpenter ant. Mutated ant species. 1-star potential. Level 5 primary mutated beast. Innate talent. Black Mountain Legion on the exoskeleton of the individual ant. There are sharp spines, high defense capability. The ant's corrosive acid is extremely powerful. The ant colony can share unified tactical information. He exclaimed in surprise, "Mutated ant." Zhang Bing looked at the ant beside him and said with a smile, "Hey kid, your teammate is here to pick you up. Are you okay? Could it be that the black ants formed a long line and are crawling into the cave? It seems you're not very popular, huh? The wounds on your body weren't caused by them, were they?" Suddenly, the swarm of ants crawling past tilted their heads and glared at it with glowing red eyes. Zhang Bing hugged the tiny ant, sprinting away from the chasing swarm, shouting, "It's not good. We've been spotted." Inside, he thought, the innate royal talent of this ant originally made the swarm terrified. But because of their low rank, could it be that they are actually seen as a provocation by them? Truong Bin looked at the fragile ant in his hand and said sadly, "Little one, it seems your royal talent still needs time to be refined." In front of him was a giant brown bear. He turned around, pondering how to hold them back. Startled, he touched the back of the bear and shouted, "I got it!" While the angry bear turned back after being awakened, he had already safely jumped forward. Zhang Bing, the furious bear, shouted loudly at the ants, thinking that this way he should be safe. Suddenly, Zhang Bing saw something, was startled in shock, and his eyes fixed on the bear, which instantly turned into a white skeleton in the blink of an eye. He shouted, "Damn it, is this an ant?" The birds on the treetops are startled and scatter into the sky. Truong Bin leaps up to a high branch, looks back and thinks luckily these ants can't fly, so moving to higher ground is better. He glanced at the ancient branches falling one after another behind him and whispered, but chasing like this is really terrifying. They directly knocked down all the trees they passed. He jumps onto a tall ancient tree branch, holding tightly to the trunk to avoid falling from the shaking, wondering if there's any more movement. Could this be an earthquake? Zhang Bing stared in horror at the scene before him, opening his mouth in shock and shouting, "Damn it!" A giant tree much larger than him suddenly appeared right in front of him, making him exclaim in amazement. What is this thing again? That tree lifts its leg high towards the ants and asks in a deep voice, "Where do you come from, ant worms?" It stomps the ground and shouts, "How dare you disturb my rest?" The ant swarm refuses to give up, crawling all over his legs. Green roots, charged with power, strike fiercely into the giant swarm of ants. But that tree trunk quickly wrapped around its own leg, a surge of power from above its foot knocking away the ants. Zhang Bing, nearby on a tree trunk, saw this and wondered silently, can it really speak human language? So, plants can also wait for transformation like mutated beasts? Luckily, it drove away the black mountain ants, so I took this opportunity to retreat quickly. He swung his hand to activate the shooting spell just as dozens of slender trees lunged to wrap around his waist. His voice rang out asking, "Wait a minute, that human." His eyes flashed with a bright red light as he shouted, "Don't leave so quickly." He was surprised and wondered if his hiding spot had been discovered. Zhang Bing turned around to face him thoughtfully. Even Minvu Dahan was detected, proving that this tree person must have a very high level. He shouted, "Identify." The voice announced, "Identification failed, failed." The tree trunk chuckled loudly and said, "Little Bing Yu, don't worry." At this moment, a voice announced that the identification was successful, revealing the identity attributes of Diep Trong Xuan, a human race. Silent pretender, no physical strength, no growth value, at level 35 with a top-tier awakening talent. The super plant mutated body can be transformed into a plant branch, possessing various plant abilities and continuing to evolve endlessly with age. I looked up and listened as he said, "I only saw you after those ants woke me up earlier." I pondered silently. A silent pretender, huh? The sound of his voice continued to ring out, asking, I haven't seen a living person in a long time, so I got a bit excited. He thought about the two people he had met before and wondered to himself why all the previous Tram Luanjia seemed so perverted, yet this one looks so innocent. This tree person seems quite friendly. Oh, I see, so that's how it is. I figure I can't leave now anyway, so might as well talk to him. It can't hurt. Diep Truong Xuan knelt down and asked, "Where are you from, little friend? I am from Mchow City." He burst into loud laughter and shouted, "Well, what a coincidence. I also come from Mchow City." He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "However, besides this, I can't remember anything, or perhaps I have truly been pretending." Zhang Bing asked in shock, "You can't remember?" "Senior Diep, may I be so bold as to ask you something? Do you know that you are Tram Mac Jia?" His eyebrows furrowed as he replied, "I see. Tram Mac Jia, what kind of thing is that?" He suddenly pointed at him and shouted, "Wait a minute, do you know my name?" He stammered in response. I really dare not hide it. I have some knowledge of appraisal techniques. After examining the senior, his name appeared as Diep Truong Xuan. He looked in amazement as the bracelet opened by itself, thinking the captain had woken up. Inside, Tudo shouted, "Diep Truong Xuan? You must be Master Deep," Truong Bin asked with concern. "Is the captain awake now?" The old voice responded, "Yes, I was already awake when you two were talking just now." Diep Truong Xuan was amazed and exclaimed, "This friend of mine can actually reside inside this bracelet. It's amazing. From your tone it seems like you know me. Could you tell me about my past?" A golden light appeared from the bracelet wrapped around his arm, and the old man's voice recounted, "We initially formed a resistance army together to overthrow the Chu family's tyranny. You not only possess great strength but also excel at disguise, which is why you infiltrated the Chu family and took on the role of a spy." Tootie's voice grew serious as he said, "During a covert mission, you were discovered by the Chu family and met with an unexpected disaster. I never expected to meet you here. A resistance army? That sounds pretty interesting, but I don't remember any of what you just said." Tidu stepped out from his embrace and said behind him, "Truong Bin, I need to ask you for a favor." The old man stood straight and watched him play with the birds, saying that so-called reincarnation is actually a kind of lost spirituality, just like Master Deep here, who has lived as a tree for many years. His consciousness gradually adapted to this normalcy and regarded it as everyday life. His human memories also faded over time. This state even causes him to unconsciously forget his former self. The old man just frowned at him as the birds excreted on him before shouting. Moreover, those who are false Tram Luan are no longer ordinary people, and their spirits have surpassed those of normal humans. Any conventional mental control methods are ineffective against them, so there are no precedents for curing false Tram Luan. Tudu's figure came up behind him and continued speaking, but he was different. Zhang Bing looked up at Diep Truong Xuan and asked loudly, "So you mean you want me to give Senior Diep the contract gem?" He lowered his head and shouted excitedly, "Can you save me from the abyss?" A level 7 crystal contract stone with inactive effects appeared in his hand. Yes, in theory, the method is to eat this magic stone, but the spiritual power of the Tram Luan Jia must be guided from outside to fully recover. This also means that Senior needs to let me have full control of the body. He used a slender tree to wrap around the treasure stone and said, "I thought it was something serious." Deep Truong Xuan threw it into his mouth and said, "This is nothing." A gap appeared on his tree body, swallowing the stone. He was startled to see his whole body emitting a blue light and couldn't shout out. Had he already swallowed it? The notification sound rings out. Contract successful. Beast contract. Diep Truong Xuan. Zhang Bing was stunned, opening his mouth in shock, thinking how he could have swallowed such a decisive move so easily. Moreover, has the contract already been fulfilled? His whole body emits a blue light as he raises his hand and says, "Let's try giving an order and see." Diep Truong Xuan, I order you immediately. Raise your hand and let that light enter his chest. He gave the order to stop the descent into darkness, his eyes shining with pain, shouting out in agony. I wondered, I just tried it casually. Could it really be genuine? That guy suddenly transformed into a human form, secretly thinking, damn it, he actually dispelled Tram Luan so easily. Deep Truong Xuan looked at his hands, startled, and shouted, "Chung Mingzhu, Chu family beast Tamer, I remember now, I remember everything." The notification sound rang out. The additional effect of the memory contract crystal was activated, and the new summoning contract beast was triggered. I was stunned, thinking that signing a contract is just like awakening a hidden ability. Both can unexpectedly benefit from the consumption of spirit stones. This is the first time I've realized that. I hold my face with both hands and scream inwardly. But in this situation, can I awaken new abilities through a level 7 gemstone contract? Truong Bin sighed softly, watching him grin foolishly before shaking his head in resignation. Forget it. Let's just consider it a good deed and wait for the UN crystal to level up to 8. This old man looks so happy? Dip Truong Xuan looked at him seriously and suddenly remembered to ask, "I still don't know your name." "My little friend," I calmly introduced myself. "I am Truong Bin." He reached into his shirt and said, Zhang Bing laughed loudly, saying he could lift the state of Tram Luan, but this guy's name seems a bit too modest. A purple flame appears in Diep Truong Xuan's palm. He shouts, "I have lived in the wild for many years, and I have nothing to repay you with. If you don't mind, please accept this. It seems to have characteristics of both living and dead things." At first I found it interesting, so I kept it. He shouted in surprise. "Is this the essence of Bright Moon?" I shouted inwardly, initiating the appraisal. The alert sound rang out, confirming the appraisal was successful. He thought to himself, perhaps because of the previous appraisal, that this time the process went surprisingly smoothly. The information panel appears, showing that the quality of the mystic essence of Bright Moon is a question mark, indicating it is a concentrated energy stored in the black bear Hak Hung Minvu by the bear. After use, it will trigger some very surprising effects. Zhang Bing used both hands to lift it, thinking this time it must be the bear's secret, right? But at least it's better than that sheep's secret. He sighed and said he was sorry, and if I had something better. Zhang Bing replied, "It's okay. Senior Diep, this is very useful to me. Maybe. Moreover, I am volunteering to help you, Senior." His face darkened as he looked at the essence of the Minvu and began to calculate. Tutu had previously said that the human creature is essentially like a parasite, and as long as it doesn't explode to take over the consciousness, it wouldn't be a big problem. Now, facing the group in front, he thought to himself that with his past experience, he was sure he could handle it now. Moreover, even a beginner-level Ming vessel cannot harm the Moon Prince, so if I want to defeat it, I still need to become stronger. He closed his eyes and threw it into his mouth, shouting loudly, "Let's go, brothers." Immediately, a purple light radiates from the entire body. He shouted, gritting his teeth, trembling all over, silently telling himself, "I can do it. I can do it." A beam of dazzling purple light shot out from his feet. The notification sound rang out, indicating successful absorption of the essence of the primary spirit body, upgrading it from basic to intermediate level. He can enhance his spirit body by absorbing the current rage reserve of 199,300. Hearing that, he patted his chest in relief. The notification board appeared, showing the current growth value increased by 1 level, and the level was raised to 9 through the gemstone contract. Zhang Bing looked at the black-purple energy emanating from his hand, thinking to himself, It really is exactly like last time, but to increase by 3 levels at once? I really can't believe it. And the gem has also been upgraded. Diep Truong Xuan's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, Chow Min Than, indeed talent has been born. Who would have thought that thing is actually meant to be eaten? He bowed his head and thought, because maybe you are the only one who ate it and survived. He turned to look at the face on the ground and said, Old two? You've been watching for a long time but haven't thought of going out yet? He turned to look and saw him snort coldly, saying, You're too trusting of others. Zhang Bing hurriedly dodged aside and shouted, Oh my God, are there still masters? Diep Truong Xuan crossed his arms and laughed loudly, saying, It's all fake bones. What's there to be afraid of? But old Toe, do you really plan to sink into this darkness forever? He asked irritably. Whether you sink or not, what difference does it make? Our current life is also carefree and relaxed, isn't it? Diep Truong Xuan sighed and said thoughtfully, Looks like you've also forgotten many important things. He was startled when he heard him say, Do you really not want to see your family again? And from that face, a head began to emerge, muttering, My family. Yeah. He looked in amazement as the giant earth turned into a person, requesting an appraisal. A notification sound rang out. DNA analysis failed. The appraisal failed, he muttered aloud. Family members? The voice echoed, Successful identification. The attribute table of Tuthan Ba, a human race fallen illusionist with no value in physical growth, no rank, and a pseudo-zenith level 35 innate talent, a super mimicry mutated body capable of merging with inorganic substances in nature to absorb their properties. Features include the inability to merge with objects smaller than itself. Zhang Bing shouted loudly. Tuthan Ba. Diep Truong Xuan pointed at Tuthan Ba and scolded him. Look at yourself now, what kind of person have you become? I have a feeling I've heard this name somewhere before. I look at the bracelet and listen as Tudu begins to speak. Not surprised that you've heard of him before. This is one of the founders of the investigation team and a legend in Mchow City. But he has been missing for many years. I didn't expect him to be here in this wilderness. He frowned and asked suspiciously, Do you think it's just a coincidence that the two elders ended up in this wilderness together? Diep Truong Xuan stroked his beard and said, I was severely injured by the Chu family and thrown out of the city that year, so I had to transform into a tree to heal my wounds. As a result, over time, it became part of the forest. After that, Two Elder was still just a boy, so I thought these two things weren't related. He stood up with one hand onto Than Ba's face and said, I really didn't expect that boy would later build a family and career. The first time I met him was in the wilderness, and sometimes he would tell me about his adorable granddaughter. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, Granddaughter? So that's how it is? I see now. Diep Truong Xuan suspiciously asked, Little friend, what's wrong? He raised his hand, and a white figure appeared from his embrace, shouting, I wonder if Senior can recognize this. Tuthan Ba's eyes immediately widened as he looked at the body in front of him. He released Tatin and asked, Is this the person? In the darkness, a young man's figure softly speaks. Dad is here. Everyone is waiting inside. Then a voice asks, Are they calling me? A young woman holding a newborn baby asked, Is the baby just waking up? A suspicious voice echoes as she points ahead and gives instructions. Jiao Dao, your grandfather is here to visit you. Who are you? Tuthan Ba, in the form of a land person, screams while holding his head. Who am I? Diep Truong Xuan, watching from below, asked with concern. Old To, is that him? He pointed at To Than Jiao's body, suspiciously shouting, Could this girl be Tuthan Ba? Standing with her hand on the ground, glancing over here, loudly demanding, Who is she? Who is that girl? His eyes glowed with a blue light as his mind raced with thoughts. The Chu family's beast tamers, the family investigating the demon city, you cannot forget him shouting loudly with his head tilted back, Who am I? Truong Bin beside him was startled and shouted, It's dangerous. If this continues, he will completely lose himself. Diep Truong Xuan glanced at him and said, Truong, little friend, come up with a plan quickly. His brows furrowed in deep thought as the gem just leveled up, but once the contract is made, the new powers cannot be awakened. There is a green gemstone in his palm. He grits his teeth and thinks, What are you thinking? Right now, saving people is the most important thing. Zhang Bing jumped up, threw the stone fiercely at Tuo Qingba and shouted, Senior Tuo, swallow this quickly. I will help you break free from the trance state. He didn't listen and swung his hand to knock him away, shouting, You're deceiving me? Diep Truong Xuan was startled and called out, Little brother Truong. His voice roared loudly, You all want to deceive me. His eyes flashed with wild blue light as he shouted, Maban, don't even think about achieving that. Quickly leave Mchow City. Diep Truong Xuan helped him up, stood tall, and looked up at the elder advising him. That's enough. Open your eyes and see clearly there is no Ma Ban here, and the person you mentioned isn't present. This is your granddaughter, a member of the original family. Senior, please wake up. I look at To Tin Jiao's glowing body and mutter, my niece. Yes. Eat this now, and your memories will flow back like a cool stream. Tuthan Ba hurriedly grabbed it, whispering the name of his dearest loved one. The announcement echoed, dry but clear. The contract immediately takes shape. Summoning Tuthanba's beast is complete. Truong Bin promptly orders decisively, I demand you stop the state of descent right now. A giant form made of crumbling earth and stone, like a cracked shell under the harsh sun. In the end, from the shattered debris, the old man appears in a tired but vivid human body. Tuthan Ba, moved, reached out to the girl, voice trembling as he called, Dao Dao, and gently caressed To Tin Jiao's face, his expression full of confusion and concern. Why did everything turn out like this? Who was responsible? He collapsed to his knees in pain, clutching his face as tears streamed down, sobbing uncontrollably. I can't be with my granddaughter. Grandpa is sorry. His eyebrows furrowed, tears streaming down like rain. He shouted angrily, could it be that Ma Ban did? From Zhang Bing's embrace, Tsu Tuo's voice echoed calmly, but sharply. After he disappeared, Ma Bin took over as the head of the investigation team. What kind of hatred is there between you two? Tuthan Ba, hearing this, was filled with rage, his fist clenched so tightly it turned white, and he shouted loudly, hatred! It's not just hatred. He's a Chu family member. How can we let him be the team leader? He slammed his fist into the ground, trembling with fury, shouting loudly. Damn it, he succeeded again, not only losing Mchow City but also failing to protect the one I love most. After hearing this, Truong Bin stroked his chin and muttered thoughtfully. No wonder so many major events happened in the city, yet the investigation team remained inactive. Although he had anticipated it, he didn't expect Chu's people to act. Could it be that they still kept the hidden card since they couldn't take Tran Quin Din away earlier? Diep Truong Xuan's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. Young Master Truong, what are you talking about? I can't understand a single word you're saying. Gentlemen, although you have just regained your memories, I must tell you some very bad news that Chengmingzhou is now in imminent danger. If Elder Deep hadn't helped me, I think this little guy and I would have lost our lives here long ago. Are you saying that you have heard Jiao Jiao's voice many times and even seen her apparition? Truong Bin's voice responded firmly. Yes. Sometimes it's like he's just guiding you, he said excitedly, but you clearly saw her. Tuthan Ba raises his finger and confidently asserts that it can't be an illusion. Truong Bin jumps in surprise and shouts in horror, what? Tuthan Ba maintains his composure, his calm voice analyzing. Jiao Jiao was born very intelligent and awakened her abilities early on. Her power's effect is similar to that of a soul emerging from the body. And the most astonishing thing is that it can also enter other people's dreams. His voice echoes thoughtfully. I suspect that before she was killed, she was in a state where her soul had detached from her body, and the illusion you saw was precisely created by her ability. From then on, it is believed that Jiao Jiao might still be alive. Tuthan Ba frowned, her voice heavy with sadness, but because her body had been destroyed, she was forced to maintain her soul state. But her soul had been wandering for a long time without support. And now I'm afraid it's too late. Zhang Bing was startled and shouted in panic. Tin said she was in a state of limbo? Yes, he thought of her with the blue aura. So does that mean when she said those words she didn't want to be involved with him? He put his hand on his forehead, tears streaming down his face, and with a forced, self-deprecating smile he scolded affectionately, Why are you so foolish, helping me silently all this time, and in the end, asking me to give up? Truong Bin pulled her body into his embrace, while Long silently resolved to stay firm. But how can I give up? Once everything is settled, I will definitely come find you. You two seniors, I wonder what your plans are for the future. A gentle blue light radiates from their bodies as Diep Truong Xuan strokes his silver beard and laughs heartily. We have spent more than half our lives for Thon Minchow. Now that it faces another danger, how can we stand by and do nothing? I believe that Brother Tu thinks the same way I do. Tuthan Ba furrows his brows, Longshan contemplates, and he also wants to see Jiao Jiao again. The illusions of the tree and stone people appear from them, resolutely growling, so we will join forces with you and go together to rescue Chengmingzhou. You can command us freely. In another corner, Wang Fenglai, Tran Min, and Liu Susi rushed past the dense bed. She clenched the communication device, her brows furrowed, listening to the urgent reports. What has happened? The signal from Zhang Bing's communication device was lost near your 7 locations. Tran Min looked back, his voice firm, as if this place couldn't be wrong. Vong Hung Lai Tian frowned, his voice worried. Where could that kid, so badly injured, possibly run to? Lu Tutu furrowed her brow, her eyes fixed on the bloodstains in the grass, making a puzzled sound. She parted the leaves to the sides and stepped deeper inside. Her eyes widened in shock. Vuong Hung Lai Tien exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the wreckage of the forest, then continued. What happened here? Tran Min calmly analyzed. This is the trail of the Black Mountain expedition. It seems Zhang Bing has run into trouble. Liu Su Su, hearing that, rushed forward urgently and said, Let's chase after them, quickly. Tran Min raised his hand to stop her and said cautiously, Wait a moment. Ahead, a dark, purple, gloomy passage suddenly appears. From within, a fist of a rabbit emerges, smashing toward her. She raised her ice shield to block in front, suspiciously asking who. That fist gently pierced through the shield, knocking her back. Luckily, the others managed to catch her in time. Fuang Lai Tien, long time no see, are you still well? Ta Huangming laughed loudly, his voice full of provocation, and said, Look what kind of gift I've prepared for you. Vuong Pung Lai Tien responded with a sarcastic, mocking tone. So that's why I smell a rotten stench everywhere. It turns out it's you old zombie demons. The old man snorted coldly with a contemptuous tone, still that arrogant attitude. Today he waved his hand, releasing the zombies to charge, roaring triumphantly, Don't think you can escape. Tran Min stands firm, casting a spell at the zombies in a calm voice. Could it be that before leaving the town, the holy ancestors' village left spies to monitor us? Lucy C swings her sword, cutting through the zombies with a decisive tone. It's fine. Just kill them. Vuong Hung Lai Tien wipes out the zombie horde, urgently saying, His target is me. You guys find a chance to escape. A tall zombie rushes from behind, growling and dreaming. He tensed up, shouted with full determination, his immortal golden chain body and imperial flame form activated. A golden beam from the sky shining down, raising his body temperature by 1,000. Boosting his stamina, strength, and agility. He clenched the other's fist and punched back fiercely, his voice steady. I told you so. The bull-headed man's eyebrows furrow as he roars angrily. I will kill you when we meet again. He swings his hand, throwing him aside, and the dark purple portal swallows him before suddenly appearing behind him. Vuong Pung Lai Tien didn't see him and asked doubtfully, Is it already moved away? Recognizing the danger, he immediately turned around, crossing his arms in front of his chest to block the punch from the tall zombie. A small purple portal flickered open, a giant arm reaching out from inside. The arm suddenly appeared behind him, delivering a thunderous punch that made him gasp in surprise. Liu Susi is fighting another zombie, and seeing this, she shouts anxiously, Master Fuang Quan. Vuong Pung Lai Tien can only raise his hand to block the sneaky punches coming from all directions through the corridor. He grits his teeth, cursing inwardly. What a tough opponent. Vuong Pung Lai Tien clenched her teeth and quickly considered that the punch was as hard as mystical iron, and even pierced through space. Clearly not from the same attacker. She tried to suppress the pain from her fist hitting something, and suddenly a suspicion arose in her mind. Could those two women have the ability to manipulate the teleportation gate? Without hesitation, he used the 5 elements fist technique, wrapping the zombie in a blazing gold vortex and flinging it into the air. The two women stood motionless, their eyes fixed on the shimmering gold whirlpool before them, filled with suspicion. Vuong Hung Lai Tien rushes forward from the side, roaring as she charges. She suddenly halts and immediately opens a dark purple pathway right in front of her. He secretly rejoiced, seeing that his judgment was correct. She turned her head and shot a sidelong glance at Za Huangmin, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? They are already right in front of us." The old man calmly replied, "Don't worry, take a closer look. After the last battle, I tracked him from afar using the life shield. The zombie now has no vitality left, and I keep explaining without stopping. As soon as there is no sunlight, his body temperature will only continue to drop." The voice is full of confidence, never able to enter that white state. Vuong Feng. Lai Tian grits his teeth as the announcement rings out, body temperature at 600, stamina decreasing, strength weakening, agility dropping. The old man opens his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. That's also why I waited until night after he left the city to act. Seeing him face to face with the old man, he opened his mouth and roared loudly, then obediently accepted death. Not far away, Zhang Bing saw the blazing golden whirl. It was the Phoenix clan leader. Lu Sisi swung her sword and cut down the zombie in front of her, saying, "I'm almost done here." Tran Min stood still beside him, continuously reciting a spell and saying, "It's the same for me." From the sharp wound that had fallen, a stream of greenish aura burst out, spreading thickly everywhere. She quickly covered her mouth and shouted a warning. "It's poison again, Tran Min. Hold your breath." On the other side, Vuong Feng Laitian was surrounded from all sides, and the passages took turns sneaking attacks on him. Ta Huang Min rushes forward, claws extending from behind him, growling, obediently become a zombie for this old man. He bent down, punched the old man away, shouted loudly, and deluded himself. He clenched his fist tightly, flames blazing brightly, and shouted, "Using the same move to hit us twice?" The old man knelt on the ground with zombies behind him, sneering. "Tay also doesn't expect you to fall for the trick so easily." His lips curled up, but his companions probably won't be as lucky. Vuong Feng Laitian turned around and saw a dark purple corridor suddenly appear behind Liu Cixi, then shouted to be careful behind. From inside, a zombie stepped out and punched her hard in the back. She only managed to cry out in surprise before the passage quickly vanished. Tran Min turned back anxiously and asked, "Team leader, are you okay?" She turned around and replied, "I'm fine. Watch out for your back." He stood firm, waving his hands, controlling the twin swords, shouting, "Sword technique, what a waste." The zombie snarled, crushing the two swords beneath its feet and cursing, "Showy and flashy." Wang Feng Laisian rushed forward, secretly thinking I must quickly call for reinforcements to save them. Ta Huang Min pointed at him, commanding the zombies to surround him, then sneered, "You still care about others?" He swung his hand, smashing the zombies apart, shouting, "You bastard." The blue gem in his chest glowed, pouring out green power. He laughed loudly. "It's time to close the net." Suddenly, from behind, Diep Truong Xuan, in the form of a giant tree man, stomped fiercely towards him, causing him to panic. He gathered his strength and kicked down, resulting in a deafening explosion. The old man quickly stepped aside, surprised, and asked, "What is this thing?" Wang Feng Laitian hurried over to Lu Tutu, worriedly asking, "Are you all okay?" She turned back and replied, "I'm fine." An abrupt shout echoed. Tutu, the leader of the pavilion, finally found everyone. She gasped and turned her head to see him standing on the body of the tree, shouting out loud. "Truong Bin," she smiled brightly. "That's wonderful. You're safe and sound. That's just perfect." Ta Huang Min was panicked, and now he has an accomplice too? Did he not realize that Tathanba had sneaked up behind him for a surprise attack? When did this happen? He turned to see the giant zombie rushing toward him when he heard a warning, "Watch out! He's the one with the invincibility divine power." As the zombie stared at him in confusion, he used his superpower to dissolve into nothingness before his eyes. He sped past, muttering to himself, "Really hard to deal with, huh?" Wang Feng Laishan warned him, "Be careful, the enemy is actually a fallen false." He looked up at the bright morning sun above. "Luckily, it's daytime now, you shameless thief. What other tricks do you have?" His two hands burst into flames, his body temperature soared to 800, and his stamina, strength, and agility all skyrocketed. Zhang Bing's team prepared themselves with peak power. "If you're so proud and daring, then show your full strength now." The pink-haired girl frowns, quickly considering. "These reinforcements are no ordinary foes, and now we've missed the golden opportunity to catch Feng Laiqian." She carries the blue-haired girl and turns to Ta Huang Min, saying, "This situation is not good. Let's retreat quickly." The old man roared, "No way." His hands erupted with blue flames, and he shouted, "We're almost there. Just a little more." The old man was pulled into the portal and could only shout out loud before she snapped, "Stop wasting words." She held the girl tightly in her arms and coldly sneered, "Consider yourselves lucky this time." Vuong Feng Laitian rushed forward, shouting, "Don't even think about escaping." Truongbin followed, trying to persuade him, "Master Feng, please don't get agitated." Seeing the gate shrink before his eyes, he turned to listen to the man say, "We still don't have clear information about the enemy, so if we pursue blindly, we might fall into their trap. Let's first regroup at the base with everyone. And the people of the authority hall are also waiting for that day." A voice responds, "All right then." Liu Cixi led the three of them to stop in front of the giant tree and said, "We're here." Zhang Bing asked in surprise, "Why doesn't this place look like before?" "Of course, because we've transformed it into a fortress. It used to have limited capacity, but now it can hold more people and is much closer to the trial ground, making it even more convenient to start." A dark purple magic circle appeared, enveloping the four of them. In the blink of an eye, they were inside the base. She smiled and introduced, "This is secret base number 08, located 1,800 meters underground. It can hold up to 2,000 people and has a total of 164 rooms." "Everyone can take a tour around," Zhang Bing exclaimed in amazement. "It's really big, especially with the addition of the safe house from before. So how many of these outposts has the captain prepared over the past 200 years?" Zutu's figure flickered, and he smiled, saying, "It's always better to be more prepared." Lucy turned around when still serving in the investigation team. I learned that they had established many outposts outside the city. One of them was very close to the testing ground, but now I don't know if it is still in use. Tuthanba asked, "I hear the current leader of the investigation team is Ma Bin, right?" She hesitated and replied, "And he is also your trusted disciple." The old man turned to look at him and asked, "The younger, Tu had mentioned earlier, when he was unconscious, that Ma Ban seemed to be related to the Chu family. What exactly is going on here?" He sighed heavily. He opened his mouth and said this story must go back 10 years, his deep voice flowing like an old stream winding through rocks, recounting every detail. "I remember when Deputy Lord Huang Zhaoming suddenly summoned us to the Lord's mansion. I heard that an informant had discovered the main base of the Chu family enterprise but was acting as the head of the investigation team. I don't know anything about this so-called informant, but doubts gradually arose in my mind. Fragments of memories suddenly blurred like morning mist," he whispered. "When I asked the informant about his identity, the deputy city lord simply said that this man was a cleanup crew member and did not appear frequently." At that moment, eager to settle the remnants of the Chu family, I stopped pressing further. A shadow of the past flickered in my mind. He led his subordinates along the treacherous mountain cliff, his voice heavy like rolling stones. Then I guided my team to follow the clues and drove for a week before finally finding its main hideout. His voice suddenly rose with anger just as we were discussing plans to attack the enemy camp when the Chu family suddenly launched a surprise attack on us. At that moment I was still wondering why my whereabouts had been exposed. Now it's clear that it was obviously a trap set by them. Tuthanba frowned, his voice full of frustration from the surprise attack and the exhaustion from the long journey causing heavy casualties among the team. Just as I sensed something was wrong and was about to retreat, he suddenly remembered that chaotic moment, only catching a glimpse of the gleaming dagger before Ma Ban suddenly attacked me, leaving me no chance to dodge. He pictured the bloodstained scene, his voice filled with pain. "It is a very sinister dagger that pierces the body and renders all abilities useless. I endured a lot under their torture. During that time, I also heard them calling Ma Bin Sir." His voice suddenly grew low, like a sad autumn wind. "Luckily, the continuous effect of the dagger is not permanent. After realizing this, I pretended to be dead to fool them, then was thrown into the river, but I escaped by hiding underwater, blending my body into the flow and slipping away unnoticed. But the wound was too severe, and I quickly lost consciousness, sleeping in the darkness for who knows how long. Those painful memories gradually faded away." Deep Truong Suan nodded sympathetically. "No wonder you were so cautious when we first met. Turns out you were hiding such a secret. Every time I ask you, you always have no answer. Perhaps your spirit is beginning to sink into darkness." Tudu stroked his chin, a sharp glint of contemplation in his eyes. "It's Huang Trach Min again. From this perspective, the investigation team was already under their control 10 years ago. It seems the Chu family's conspiracy is much more intricate than we imagined." Liu Sisiu suddenly remembered the dangers she had faced before. Longshan thought, if it weren't for the captain's initial promotion, staying in the investigation team might have been safer. Mani appeared with Tran Lak Vi and Hua Kuyet, smiling brightly, and asked, "Why are you all still here?" She pointed to Diep Truong Xuan and Tauthan Ba and asked, "These two are definitely the seniors that Truong Bin met in the wilderness, right? I've heard of you for a long time, and today I finally have the honor to meet you. This little one is Truong Bin," he replied softly. "This is what I found in the wilderness. Although it's small, it has the potential to become a king." He smiled and introduced, "And besides, it's very friendly and not hostile towards us. Maybe in the future it will become a good partner for us." Hua Kuyet looked at Cayenne Hao with bright eyes. Manhwa Niai reached out and touched it, exclaiming in amazement, "Is the potential of a king really real?" She crossed her arms and cheerfully shouted, "In short, the final matter has been settled. First, everyone should stay at the base to recover and rest well." Tudo's voice rang out firmly, saying, "So the investigation team is now our enemy." Seeing everyone's suspicious looks, the old man continued, "We can't rely solely on their safe haven, and must also guard against their schemes." He stepped forward and insisted that before setting out, we must be fully prepared to handle the upcoming situation smoothly. The man running quickly asked, "When did the investigation team become enemies?" Truong Bin turned back and replied, "It's a long story. We'll talk about it all together later." In the Saint Ancestor village, faint light flickers on the wall as the silent city is guarded by stern soldiers patrolling among fierce beasts. On the stairs, a dark purple corridor suddenly opened. Ta Huang Min, with a chest wound spilling out, rolled in pain. The old man turned around, pointing at the two figures behind him and growling, You damn old woman, I'm annoyed with you two shouting from behind. Why are you ruining my good thing? If I had known earlier, I would have trained at your place first. A cold voice echoed and asked, I see someone causing a commotion here. Liang Gao Tuyet casually twirled her hair and said, Stop getting so worked up, old man. The crowd saw her all kneeling down and shouting to welcome the sect leader. The old man looked at her and shouted, This is not what we agreed upon at the beginning. I let you command the troops to seize my martial arts relics. Instead, you promised to help me gather the materials for the exam preparation. Are you now trying to back out? She glared at the old man and shouted, I, Li Ngao Tuyet, always keep my promises, and I will never let you suffer any loss. With this situation, you should realize that the two new aides are just as powerful as Feng Laixian. If you want to get past them and capture Feng Laixian alone, you're not very confident about it either. She crossed her arms and stepped closer to the group, saying, Moreover, the sun has risen, and Feng Laixian can turn into her white form at any moment. Don't worry, catching Feng Laixian is only a matter of time. She thought of Tran Quan Din in the room and said, If we can borrow her strength, I believe I will be able to break through to the king level soon. Her eyes flashed with a golden light as she shouted, and the four people kneeling in front immediately turned into blue water. Liang Gao Tuyet turned around and said, I will retreat for a while now. Her eyes flashed with a threatening golden light. So, old man, you better behave yourself, understood? Ta Huangmin immediately knelt on the ground, his face pale with panic as he stammered, I understand. A week later, inside the door, a room echoed with loud crashing sounds as Zhangbing and Wang Kuimin attacked simultaneously from above and below. Bok Duke revealed a wolf's head, grabbing her leg in his hand. He reached out to catch her punch and kick, saying, Your strength is too weak. Haven't you eaten yet? He jumps high, leaving her alone to face the old man. He swings his arm, creating a whirlwind of divine power around his wrist. Zhangbing uses the Beast King Sovereign technique, digs into the stubborn ox, creating a black-purple tornado that strikes towards Bai Day. The old man raises one hand, gently blocking the jab, drawing flowers and leaves. Vuong Yuyet man from behind suddenly embraces the old man and loudly shouts the Beast King Sovereign technique as the black-purple vortex engulfs both of their bodies. The sound echoes loudly across the mountaintop. The two of them then crash their heads into the ground together, causing a huge explosion, dust flying everywhere. After a long while, Baide was covered in blood and sat on the ground while Tran Vihoa bandaged him up, angrily scolding him. The two little brats were let go, their attacks reckless and uncontrolled. My lover, is this your way of revenge? My old wounds haven't healed yet and now I have new ones. Sorry, officer, I couldn't react in time. The old man angrily stood up, clenched his fist and shouted, What did you say? That brat is now grown up and capable enough to stand his ground. Tran Vihoa held the old man's hand tightly, advising him to stop moving to avoid worsening his injury, then gently pulled her away as her coaxing voice sounded. Let's eat, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Old Zoa rubbed the bump on his head, crossed his arms, and smiled warmly, secretly marveling at how much the young pair's martial skills had improved in just a few short days. Truong Bin's strength is undeniable, and Vuong Kuyet man is quietly closing the distance, as if he had previously underestimated her potential. Just as they enter the room, a familiar voice calls out from inside. Truong Bin, is the training over already? He immediately replied happily. Kimba team leader, are you also here to train today? That's right, the hospital's boring, so I come here to work out and stay healthy. Then he suddenly raised the barbell high and shouted with great energy. All right, take a break for a while, and then do another round. The crowd immediately raised their weights high and cheered loudly, then both of them headed straight to the forge team to clean up. Zhozhong, may I trouble you today? Huh? Are you two going to ruin the training room again? Vuong Guyet man clasped her hands in front of her chest, blushing as she forced a smile. I'm really sorry, he said, scratching his head with a sigh. I truly don't know what to do with those two. She hurriedly followed him, worriedly asking where he was going, not thinking he was about to have dinner. Zhangbing turned around and said, Go ahead first, I still have some things to do. She exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you arrived at the door of the meeting room. Tudu sat comfortably at the head of the table and called out, Truong Bin, you're here? Just in time. I was about to tell you some things to note when you arrive at the testing site. His eyes flickered with a gentle blue light, accompanied by a whispering roar echoing loudly. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room with flickering torches, a piercing scream tore through the air. Why is the hole in the center? The black-clad figures circle around the round table, with a motionless shadow in the middle. The leader spoke coldly. The Sanus has been taken away, so why does your house still have the courage to come back here? The second elder roared, You, the chief elder, just whisper with your chin resting. Forget it. Chutrakmin accidentally awakened the Saintess, which indirectly caused the Moon King to fight Tudu Thoi Bok. I will forgive you this time for that. Thank you, elder. The Great Elder turned to the side, his voice deep and probing. If that Truong Bin really is someone who wields unlimited power, then he will definitely come to the trial ground. Chu Diem Bin, do you have any news over there? Even if Zhang Bing has infinite talent, he is still at a low level and far weaker than us. If he dares to go to the trial ground, I will make sure he never comes back. The Great Elder clasped his hands tightly and warned sternly that underestimating the enemy because of youth is forbidden, and the true danger of those who awaken at the infinite level is their potential to destroy opponents at all levels. Back then, Tu Du Thoi Bak made us suffer defeat step by step, so don't underestimate an opponent like that. The second elder beside him roared, "The biggest problem now is that the Saint clan has taken the Saintess. Previously, we lost many personnel in Mchow City when the Saintess was taken. If the Holy to Village can reach the strength of a king-level power a step ahead." Mr. Chu Hong Pong, dressed in a black cloak, stood up with a cunning voice. "Two elders, have you forgotten my trump card of the Chu family?" Second elder. Chu Vianlong slammed the table in fury. "Stop mentioning that wide-eyed wolf. We have dedicated all our efforts to raise him. Yet he remains steadfast in that ridiculous sense of justice." A voice echoed with emotion. "If he agrees to follow the family's plan," she spread her arms wide and shouted excitedly, "why are we forced to hide in this cave?" Under the flickering torchlight, she continued, "There's no need for the second elder to be angry. The reason I mentioned him is because I've come up with a pretty good plan that not only allows him to serve the family, but also greatly enhances the Chu family's strength." I pressed my chest against Chu Chu Duong's face with a sweet voice, "But I need our little Ku Duong to cooperate," along with the boy puffing his cheeks in annoyance. The corner of her mouth curves into a cunning smile as she continues, revealing the key to entering the Forbidden Land. The second elder was startled and shouted, "The Forbidden Land, do you mean to say?" The two elders exchanged meaningful looks, and the elder's palm revealed a blazing red feather. He sighed heavily, though he didn't want to do this. It was the only way now. That person throws the feather back to Chu Hong Pong and decisively orders you to leave. She pinches the blazing flame with 2 fingers, swallowing the black cloak. She raised the feather and promised firmly, "I, Chu Hong Pong, will not disgrace my destiny." Outside Mingzhu Pavilion, deep underground, Chu Yuan Long Sai stepped forward, his voice bitter. "Even a child cannot be cared for. You talk about restoring the Chu family, but do you still not understand Zhao Zhouyang's character?" He stopped in front of the divine bird drawing on the cliff, his voice doubtful as she continued, "I mean, besides your uncle, who else could control him?" Her warm voice recounted how. That time, Xiao Chu Yang sneaked into the armory and mischievously activated the Heavenly Thunder, destroying a bunch of equipment. If it weren't for your protection, he would have been expelled from the Chu Tzu family long ago. Maybe that's why he's even closer to you. So I led him to the giant gate of the Chu family forbidden area and stopped to shout, "We're here!" Chu Yuanlong crossed his arms and asked skeptically, "Is this the forbidden zone? It doesn't feel all that special, does it?" Chu Hongpong held up the torch to shine on him and chuckled, "Is this your first time here? In my memory, it seems you have never been involved in the family's affairs." The feathered plume soars up, glowing with fiery red light. He snorted coldly and whispered, "Don't think of me, Chu Vian Long, as just like you." He looked at the slightly open door, his tone sarcastic. "You treat the lives of the people like weeds. Do you really think continuing like this will lead to a good outcome?" He crossed his arms and shouted, "It is because of your Chu family that we are in decline. I cannot win against myself. That has been an unchanging truth since ancient times." Suddenly, Chu Yuanlong froze, his eyes wide with horror. He stared intently at the giant divine bird skeleton inside and shouted, "This is the first elder of the sun. Godbird clan." He stepped closer, growling, "What are those 2 old men trying to do? Hiding the divine bird's corpse here." Chu Hongfang whispers to remind him that there's no need to worry about other things for now. We should focus on finding Xiaoqiu Duong first. He steps forward and calls out loudly, "Chu Duong, Chu Chu Duong, don't hide anymore. Come out quickly. Uncle Vian Long is here to visit." He frowned as he saw a small coin rolling rapidly toward him. She bent down to pick it up, pretending to be surprised, and shouted, "Where is that kid Chu Chu Duong?" Yuan Long clenched the coin tightly, his face darkening as he shouted, "Don't pretend anymore. I just stepped in and already sensed it. Chu Chu Duong isn't here at all." He turned to the skeleton and said in a deep voice, "What are you really planning?" Impressive. One of the most outstanding awakening talents in the Chu family. "Ah," I stepped closer to the giant skeleton, my voice full of enchantment. "If that's the case, I won't beat around the bush anymore. I want you." She raised both hands high with an admiring look, shouting loudly, "Becoming a divine bird. Chu Vianlong was startled and shouted, "What do you mean becoming a divine bird? Are you talking nonsense? This is just a skeleton. Are you really going to abandon your respect for beast taming and start controlling wild animals instead?" I turn around again, my voice firm. Although the Chu family has different methods of beast taming, the fundamental principle has never wavered. I turn around and reveal with a smug tone that after years of relentless research, I have finally discovered a miraculous way to transfer the power of the divine bird into the body of another creature. Unfortunately, no one in the Chu family lineage has the right to wield that divine power, but you are different. You possess the talent to summon and merge with spiritual beasts along with a solid foundation of strength, making you the perfect choice to inherit this legacy. Shu Vianlong clenched his fists, channeling sharp intensity into each question. Sounds pretty tempting. So, what is the price I have to pay? I was briefly unsettled by the piercing prediction, like being offered as a sacrifice. It seems I was right. His gaze swept over the encircling shadows and questioned sharply. These assassins are also your people, aren't they? Shu Vianlong's entire body erupts with a fierce aura, activating his beast god subentity. The phantom of the White Azure Dragon King appears, majestic and threatening, roaring defiantly. Then just send your troops. The black-clad man swung his sickle horizontally, aiming straight at his throat beneath the enormous bones. Chu Vianlong raised his hand to stop the sharp spear, bent his back, and with a cold, contemptuous snort, he clenched the spear's handle like an iron clamp, then struck out with his other arm, causing the attacker to scream in pain. The henchmen chaos pushed and shoved each other. He was about to deliver a final blow when he suddenly hesitated, glancing suspiciously toward the shadow beside him. The black-clad man beside the bright chain suddenly pulled it back with a flash of blue light, tightening around him with a creaking sound as the flesh and bones radiated with energy. His giant phantom beast god flickered in the air, simultaneously restrained by two black-clad men with chains, while behind them another pair of black-clad men with swords charged forward. The two from behind stabbed fiercely, turning their heads with fierce eyes, growling, wielding a blood-cleaving sword, two strands of real bones emanating and two demon blades, truly not sparing any effort. He raised both hands, roaring loudly like a dragon, tearing apart the iron chains and sending the crowd flying in all directions. Chu Vianlong turned around, mockingly addressing Chu Hongpang. "Is that all?" Suddenly, a demonic face appears, accompanied by a savage laughter echoing through the air. Thin, invisible threads extend from his body, connecting to Chu Duong's hand. The boy let out a chilling laugh, and he secretly thought this feeling was the ghostly lightning technique of Chu Duong. He knelt, clutching his chest and groaning, "This spot is where he just picked up the coin." Chu Hongpang waved his hand, ordering the black-clad men to attack, his voice cold. "Start immediately. Quickly, begin the ceremony." Shu Vianlong's whole body burst into a bright red light, and he shouted in disbelief, "Why?" His eyes shone brightly as he clutched his chest and screamed, "Why did you betray me?" Finally, he transformed into a bright red light and roared one last time. Chu Duong at the base on the other side suddenly felt the ceiling shake violently. Zhang Bing shouted in panic. Earthquake Long secretly worried, could it be another beast tide? A man stands at the dark purple path, shouting orders for the crowd to evacuate. "Prioritize the injured, don't panic, everyone." She glanced and saw Wang Feng, Lai Zhan, and Baida waving from the gate, walking this way, and her heart suddenly filled with suspicion. Could an ordinary earthquake really shake such a sturdy base? What exactly happened? From afar, Kimba Hot Hai runs to the gathering point to report urgently, "I just checked around, probably no one is missing." He raises his hand and says firmly, "Let's go too." "Wait a moment, brothers of the Zhao family. They still hold valuable information about the holy village." Hearing that, he replied seriously, "The captain is right, then I will go." Truong Bin was full of hesitation. The enemy is dangerous, begging them like this is truly risky. Then he patted his chest and shouted bravely, "I will go." In his mind, he carefully considered team leader Kim, but lacked the means to protect himself, and he could reduce danger by using the pure water body form. Liu Zixi hesitated and called out, but he turned back, speaking in a gentle, reassuring tone. "Don't worry, I will be careful. If the situation becomes unstable, I will use the pure water form to escape." Her face darkened as she pointed at the red dot on the map, demanding fiercely, "They are all high-level awakened individuals. Even if the pure water body can protect you, have you thought about the consequences if they choose to sacrifice themselves? This place is 1,800 meters above the ground, and if the teleportation gate disappears, you'll be trapped. Diep truong swangeve, gyong bin tin de shwat. Kokachne, tuise dikung to laude. Dambao he bunchung se than that makaira. Wangho chungta voi truong bin kung dakiket kewoksru, new tuksuko batngo tikawe kung kote tuima tule kewok touchbe tuima. Liu Sisi sighed heavily, reluctantly nodded. It seems this is the only way. Tathanba turned and rushed forward, urging urgently, "We can't delay any longer. Let's set off quickly." He turned back and told them to go ahead. "I'll catch up soon." Kimba stood silently watching the three figures disappear, a hint of doubt flashing in his mind. "Does Captain Tudu have another purpose in rescuing the Zhao brothers?" she whispers softly, needing to be even more careful. In another room, Chu Chu Duong sat gloomily on the sofa, flipping through a book as a sinister laugh echoed. The kid looked up at the projection of Chu Vianlong inside, his voice twisted with jealousy. "No wonder Vianlong isn't coming to play with me. So it turns out he's having a lot of fun outside. I really am jealous of him." He turned the page, transforming into a divine bird, sneering, but if he never agreed to come home, how could it be? He suddenly looked back and asked the two figures behind him, "Do you think that's right?" "Mom!" My eyes are blazing red, and I'm laughing wildly and crazily. Anyway, our Chu family, Chu Chu Duong, was tightly embraced by the two puppets, and all three of them smiled eerily. "You also have the best family, after all." Seeing Chu Vianlong collapse to the ground in the book, struggling to sit up, the boy chuckled loudly. Over at the forbidden area, Chu Vianlong screams painfully as his body burns, the mesmerizing flames gradually transforming into a divine bird. Nearby, Chu Hong Pong stands proudly, backed by a silent group of black-clad figures, his voice cold and detached. "Stop, causing trouble. The ritual is already complete. No matter how powerful you were before, you are just an ordinary human now. Now that I can become part of the divine bird, what's so bad about that?" The man in black beside him frowned and asked, "If you can revive the divine bird this way, then why did you have to team up with Thien Thuong Ho before? And also, how much effort did it take to seize the Saintess back to Saint Ancestor Village?" She clutching her chest and shouting insults, then raising her head to admire the giant divine bird before her, explaining clearly that teaming up with heavenly normal Ho was only because only the Moon King could hold back Tudu Thoi Bak. Chu Hongfang's voice, low and steady as he recounted. According to what the elder said, Tudu Thoi Bak and the Chu family have been at war for over 100 years and have used more than 10,000 types of abilities. Although he has never broken through to the king level, his strength is enough to rival a king. Because of many years of confrontation, we have discovered some of his weaknesses. In the early days, our Chu family lacked strong mental control experts, and he was unaware of this. Her voice echoed with scheming intent. Her mental resistance is truly very weak. That's why we spared no expense. Now, if it weren't for the desperate situation, I wouldn't have chosen this method to revive the divine creature. That blood is the result of my 40 years of hard work. Because of it, I have never once used the beast control technique, having to swallow all the humiliation and contemptuous glances over many long, bitter years. My gaze fixates on the shimmering crimson blood before me, my trembling voice echoing. And even if it costs a lot, the controllability of this bloodline still cannot compare to that of the Saintess. A blazing red streak flashed and shot into the throat as the divine bird roared with excitement. Now the Saintess has returned to Saint Ancestor Village, and Zhang Bing from the cleanup team can also enter the trial ground. Gaining power comparable to that of a monarch, if any of them steps into the monarch realm first, our Chu family will surely face the risk of being overthrown. The divine bird blinked awake. She gritted her teeth, her voice firm and resolute. "Even if my blood contract can't fully control the divine bird at this moment, we can only take a gamble." In the depths of the forest, the divine bird tore through the rock layer and soared into the clouds, circling high above with a blazing red halo, like a waking young sun. "Why is the sun so dazzling today?" Wang Feng Laitian also covered his eyes with his hand and suddenly shouted in horror. No, that's him staring in amazement at the divine bird circling in the sky and exclaiming in shock, "Could the earthquake be caused by that mutated beast?" Unless it's Manhwa interrupting right now, speaking with a trembling voice. The sun spirit bird of the Chu family atop the mountain, Chu Hongpong clenched his fists and shouted in ecstatic excitement. "I did it. I succeeded. The spirit bird has now been reborn. Since Tudu the Bak is controlled by the Moon King, there is no longer any threat." She lifts her head to admire the magnificent divine bird before her, her voice full of pride. From now on, the Chu family will control everything. Suddenly it spread its sharp claws to the sky, towering over the people below. Her eyes widened in panic as she screamed, "What?" The gaze of the divine bird flashed with overwhelming hatred. It stomped down where they were and then shot off, leaving behind a blood-stained, gaping hole. Now this is control. Inside the 8th Cleaning Squad prison base, the two Trio brothers lie exhausted among the wreckage around them. Trio Nigan Long whispers, his voice weak and full of despair. We have used up all our strength but still can't escape. We're going to die here. Yeah. Trio Nanho turned and said in a warm, reassuring voice, surely when he was captured, he must have foreseen this day. Don't be afraid, I will be with you. A giant stone crashes down from above at terrifying speed, heading straight for the two motionless people who have no strength left to resist. Both closed their eyes and surrendered to fate. Suddenly, a flash of dark purple light appeared, accompanied by a hurried shout. Minvu uses Beast King power technique, striking the edge and knocking away the falling stone. Tathan Ba and Diep Chuang Xuan each support one person and rush away. He roared fiercely, urging you on. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Zhao Yanhu was carried on his back, a surge of emotion rising in his heart. We are out now, Tathan Ba shouted. Truong Bin, hurry up too. A mystical purple glow radiated from his body, his hair flying wildly. He responded decisively. Understood. He forcefully threw the stone to the ground and then rushed after. A streak of light flashes by and crashes into the emergency exit door. Zhao Yanhu looks on with wide eyes, stammering at the chaotic scene. Are you saved now? Zhang Bing replied immediately, his voice tense. Not yet. Let's hurry to the teleportation room. The base suddenly shook violently. He suddenly looked up and saw a giant rock falling from above at lightning speed, and a flash of his past life memories crossed his mind. During the rescue, he silently shivered at the familiar feeling, as if buried beneath the rubble. This time, a flash of white appeared, and he wondered if he would have to die again. He opened his eyes wide, hearing urgent voices calling out to him. Truong Bin, wake up quickly. Tuthan Ba and Diep Truong Xuan transform into stone people and tree people, holding up a giant rock. He shouts loudly, we can't hold on much longer. You have to think of a way quickly. He exclaimed in surprise, Senior, who told you to interfere so much? Trio Nagan Ho beside him softly shouted, stop talking nonsense, can't you? He reached out to touch the cracked wall, his voice low and contemplative. The portal must have collapsed already, so there's probably no hope left for teleportation. He whispered softly, just think of a way to escape and leave us be. Trio Nanlong held up 3 fingers, his voice full of challenge. That's right. If you stay any longer, you'll be the 3rd person to die at my hands. Zhang Bing angrily pointed at the 2 guys and shouted loudly, you are hostages, so you have no right to ask for an easy death. Cheer up a bit for me. He secretly thought that the death of these 2 guys would definitely benefit the Chu family. Deep Truong Xuan remains calm. I can be patient, but it will take a few days. Although Brother can merge with the stone, he cannot help you escape. His face darkened as dark energy spread out. The atmosphere here can only last for half a day at most. I can transform into pure water to escape. But for these 2 brothers, the voice of the scholar from the White Dynasty echoes anxiously. There's no solution either. I previously took a small blood sample from their brothers. The old voice said that the blood components of these 2 saints are completely different. When mixed, they create special energy fluctuations. You once borrowed your older brother's blood to awaken the blood of the former king. If I absorb my younger brother's blood now, maybe I could activate a new power. He stared at his bracelet, voice filled with doubt. Captain 2, you told me to save people, so you already had a plan, right? Zhao Yanhu frowns in confusion. Aren't you afraid of being controlled? He replied calmly. I'm not afraid. If I were, I wouldn't have come this far. In short, do you want to die here, or are you willing to make a deal with me? I understand now, although our positions differ, the Trio brothers are not ungrateful. Take as much blood as you want. In a moment, he looked at his 2 hands, his voice trembling. Strange, why is there no change at all? Could it be because I didn't drink enough? As soon as he finished speaking, his face turned pale, his eyes flashed with gold, and he spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Diep Truong Xuan shouted in panic. Zhang Bing and Tuothan Ba nearby shouted in shock. It's just a little blood. Why did it turn out like this? What effect does this blood have? Zhao Yanlong shouted in terror. Hey, are you okay? His eyes flashed with a cold gleam as white smoke billowed out, and the system notification rang out. The false alien creature has taken effect, meaning a new innate talent has been activated. The king's treasure stone, the treasure of the king. It's like a royal decree, capable of temporarily enhancing strength, skills, and basic attributes of contract beasts. Above the base, the divine bird flaps its wings and soars, spewing flames that engulf the entire forest, burning everything. As long as that troublesome bird remains there, the fire will never go out. Hold on, we need to leave quickly. She clenched the ice blue crystal in her palm and growled in refusal. No, Truong Bin still hasn't come out yet. Man grabbed her collar tightly and shouted, Enough! She was furious with a flushed face, shouting loudly. The teleportation gate had already closed, but Zhang Bing still has the power of pure water. and the two seniors will find a way to escape this danger. They won't get trapped easily. She's always the most rational person in the group. Why are you so reckless today? She looked at the divine bird through the thick ice, warning in her voice. That bird just killed someone from the Chu family. It looks completely crazy. If we don't leave, all of us will be trapped and die in this sea of flames. Liu Sisi frowned, her voice firm. So, let's go. Suddenly, from behind the two women, a figure rushed forward and shouted, "Get back!" Baide led the young men from the base confidently. "We will stop it." The whole group gathers their strength to face the rushing divine bird, roaring together as they charge forward. The crimson-eyed divine bird lunged forward with madness, its force blasting out and knocking everyone back with cries of pain. Baide shone with a pure white light, fighting to the end, grinding his teeth and growling, "I can't hold on any longer." From the depths of the earth, a tree burst forth with a bright blue glow, tearing through the hard soil to rise up. Truong Xuan, in his tree-human form, welcomes the morning sun and rushes out to aid his comrades. Thunba tightly held the three bodies of Truong Bin and the two trio brothers as they slipped through the crack to escape. Both seniors unleashed their powerful strength together, roaring loudly. "Little friend, we are here to help you." In the empty wasteland, Truong Bin struggled to pull the heavy chain, forming a prison that locked the two trio brothers inside. Then he gasped for breath as if he had escaped. Liu Sisi anxiously asked nearby, "Truong Bin, what's happening to everyone?" "I can't say it all, but I have already drunk Xiao Yanhu's blood." Therefore, the former king of blood evolved and formed a contract with the gemstone linked to the king's treasure talent. The notification board flashes. Vuong Qibao Thatch enhances the initial spirit contract gem to strengthen the contract beast's abilities. It lasts for 10 minutes, and each contract beast can only be enhanced once per day. I suddenly remembered the moment when Diep Truong Xuan used a branch to tightly bind the divine bird, and I explained, "So I used this talent to temporarily boost the attributes of the two seniors to level 5, just enough to reach level 40 and break through to the king level. Although the enhancement only lasted 10 minutes, it was enough for us to escape." Zhangbing gazed intently at the sparkling stone, a sudden sense of doubt rising in his heart. But after drinking Xiao Yanhu's blood, the images he saw became clear. Imagining the bodies wrapped in a layer of blood essence on the cold wooden shelf, he frowned and wondered to himself what they really were. Zhangbing smiled and looked at the shimmering Minvu cage, saying, "It seems there are still many secrets in the Saint Ancestor Village that we haven't uncovered yet." He raised his head and saw Elder Deep collapsing in smoke, his heart burning with rage as he shouted loudly, "Elder Deep." His eyebrows furrowed tightly as he watched the chaotic battle unfold. The divine spirit flapped its furious wings, sweeping a sea of flames that knocked Tithanba and Bakduk to the ground. Tithanba fell face down, crying out mournfully. He gritted his teeth and groaned, "My butt is broken." Bakduk slammed to the ground, quickly bracing himself with his hands and shouting, "I can't do it anymore. My power is also fire, but its flames contain the power of the sun, surpassing ordinary fires. I can't withstand it." He observed Tithanba and Diep Truong Xuan, silently judging, and noted that Elder Deep was still being suppressed by it, only Elder. Tu could barely contend with it. Man Nai was stunned and muttered, "Countermeasures?" An idea suddenly flashed in her mind, and she exclaimed, "There is a way." She rushed into the crowd, shouting, "Where is the barrier formation? Gather quickly. Everyone try to control this divine beast. Help me buy 30 minutes. If you can't join the fight, then go to Zhang Haosheng to get the signal transmitter. Hurry up. Tutu, please come help me quickly. I just want to give everyone a chance to survive. This girl has really grown up." It really eased my worries a lot. Truong Bin wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth, and Longda muttered, "I also ate this royal treasure stone." Tudu's voice echoed loudly, "Let's go. Let's help control this divine bird." His whole body radiated a mysterious purple glow, clutching a sharp sickle as the system notification sounded, temporarily increasing his level by 5, now at 24. The divine bird rains fire from the sky, targeting Diep Truong Xuan, Bakduk, Truong Bin, Tran Min, and Kim Ba, who each unleash their own power to dispel the flames one after another. Truong Hu Trung, on the edge of the battlefield, with his gaunt body weighing only 60 kilograms, clutching his stomach and panting heavily, sighs. "Now I don't know how much I need to eat to make up for it." Man pointed to the blazing red dot on the map and said, "Although Liu Sisi's abilities are not enough to directly suppress this sun god bird, she can temporarily suppress its solar energy. Next, our barrier team will help her set a trap that can contain this divine bird." She discussed with everyone around, and these signal devices could expand our range of capabilities. After everyone has taken what they need, they will proceed to bury it at the designated location according to the instructions on the map. Over there, the divine bird raises its head and condenses an energy sphere for its next attack. Suddenly, the sphere vanished into thin air. It bent down, its eyes filled with suspicion as it looked at the crowd below. Bakduk deploys super defense, surrounding it with energy as it roars loudly. I have temporarily cut off the surrounding air. In a vacuum environment, it can't create fire. Elder brother Diep, now is the time to act. He calmly responded. Diep Truong Xuan shot out long branches, wrapping and pulling it down, shouting fiercely for the demon. His eyes flashed red. He roared sharply, then charged forward and flung himself, extending his tree-like arms to throw the divine bird into the air. Bakduk, along with Wangfeng Laitian and Kimba, rush forward as Dongthan shouts loudly. The vacuum effect has ended, so act quickly. The three of them gathered their strength, roaring loudly as the divine bird exploded with a deafening blast, sending dust and debris everywhere. Tran Min closed his eyes tightly, forming hand seals and chanting a spell. Like the wind rushing forward, like the forest standing still, the incantation was swift as the breeze, slow as the woods, with day before and night behind, a swirling vortex roaring behind him. From within, the sword gradually revealed itself, and he shouted loudly. The sword unleashed a dragon and a phoenix. Zhang Bing's hands flashed with mysterious purple, secretly calculating that his fusion with the bloodline of the Zhao brothers was the reason for his sudden breakthrough to level 19. Now with the addition of the King's Jade and the Bright Mist, my attack power is nearly at its peak. That energy surges around the newly appeared sword, as my voice echoes, Tran Min, I'm here to help you. The two of them wave their hands simultaneously to control their power and shout together, let's go! The blue sword shadow entwined with dark purple light shot down into the deep pit where the divine bird lay. The blade pierced deeply, it shrieked in pain, covered by the blue glow, arching its neck and growling silently as the purple light gradually faded, a dark red feather falling as a sign. Bakduk hesitated and asked, Are we done yet? He looked carefully at Longthan Cam. I just hope everything is fine after that fierce battle, and I haven't had a chance to examine this divine bird. The old man stared at the swirling black smoke and shouted, Have we defeated the king yet? From that feather, a blazing red aura wrapped around, his eyes widened in horror, and Tudo's voice echoed from his arms. No, it's not over yet. The old man watched the light, and the image of the divine bird gradually appeared, explaining that after the first head of the Chu family died, the figure of the sun god bird also disappeared from the sky and earth. It is said that it transformed into a guardian spirit, watching over the owner's grave for a long time without leaving. For all these years, we thought it was dead. But now that it has appeared, it confirms another ancient legend. The divine bird reveals its true form, blazing with fire, as Tudu calmly adds. That is the sunbird, the immortal soul. The divine bird spreads its wings from the heavens, unleashing a rain of fire. To Thanba's illusory figure soaring upward, he charged straight into the approaching giant sea of flames, reaching out with a roar to activate super defensive air energy. Diep Truong Xuan beside him also launched a long branch toward the divine bird. The branch hadn't even pierced through before turning to ashes. He quickly pulled back and shouted, The fire was supposed to be out already, so why is it still so hot? The water evaporated almost instantly. Truong Bin, the black dragon with wings, swooped in to peck at its neck, causing it to scream in pain. He clenched the divine bird's body with both hands and shouted, I got it now. Everyone come help. The rest of the team rushed forward, each channeling their strength, attacking its body all at once. His fists slammed down without any effect, and Tran Min's twin swords melt instantly upon contact. Bakduk quickly steps back, his eyes wide with horror, unable to believe what he's seeing. So this temperature is even hotter than my solar flame state? Kimba, standing nearby, interjected with a calm voice to analyze. This isn't burning fire, but its body emitting an extremely terrifying amount of heat. Thanba's eyes flickered with a mysterious purple glow. He murmured that its ability was not just to ignite flames, but also to control the surrounding temperature. Shen Diao raised his head high, opening his mouth to condense a radiant golden orb, then unleashed that energy stream directly at Wangfeng Laitian. He only managed to roar a warning, Careful, who's there? The lion witnessing this scene burns with worry and calls out, Master Feng Quan! It seems that the time of our two great masters has come to an end. The three of them and the shadow dragon descended from the sky, rushing to Wangfeng Laitian lying there, all shouting for the head of the restaurant. He frowned, coughing up blood, and weakly lamented, Almost lost my life. Even Commander Feng is standing nearby, staring intently at his palm as the system notification echoes. The level 9 additional effect didn't activate, and the level 10 additional effect didn't activate either. He wondered silently. The protective gem had been upgraded twice before, but why didn't he feel any effect after eating it? Could it be that I have to give up just like that? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in my ear. Zhangbing, can you hear me? He was startled and exclaimed in surprise. It's from Liu Cece glancing at her teammates, her voice firm as she commands, the trap is already set, you need to quickly lure the divine bird over. Understood. Zhangbing, in his black dragon form, soared swiftly, immediately drawing fire from the divine bird. Old Master Deep, hurry up. Seeing the divine bird's body piercing through Diep Truong Xuan's tree, he shouted out in worry. Senior Diep, the group including Lu Tutu stands firm in the magic circle. She leads everyone in a loud shout. At this moment, they unleash the ice-piercing wind and storm, attacking the hovering divine bird. It jerks violently, its eyes wide open as the blue energy coils tightly around it. This trap won't hold for long. Let's run while we can. But Diep Senior, It's okay, luckily no injuries, we need to leave quickly. You two senior brothers can go into the protective crystal to rest first. He nodded in response. Indeed, we are a bit tired, so this is for the best. He reached out to reveal the crystal contract. The contract pouch can contain the contract crystal and shrink down to the size of a rice grain for storage, with a maximum storage space of 10 cubic meters. But now that the base has been destroyed, where else can we go? The area around is completely destroyed now. There's nowhere left to hide. Soon the divine bird will escape, so we need to move quickly or we'll be discovered. Zhangbing glanced over the scorched wasteland before him, hearing Tu Diweng's firm advice from his arm. The only solution now is to head towards the training area. There is also a backup base nearby for non-combatants to hide. Everyone, let's move out first. Hearing that, the whole group hurriedly rushed away. The ice on the divine bird gradually melted. Manny sensed it and turned her head to look back. Zhangbing saw her stop and frowned, asking what was wrong. She shouted in panic. It's only been over half an hour, but the trap is almost losing control over it. She looks around quickly and decisively, determined to find a place to escape. My bracelet flashes with a golden glow, activating its equipment. I have a way. He raised the Minvu lantern high, smiling reassuringly. This lantern can hide our breath within a certain range. Everyone follow me quickly. Don't let the team get separated by it. Inside the dark cave, faint sounds echoed. Baiday stepped in, relieved, finally free from that damn bird. Tranmin looked around and calmly addressed everyone. Let's rest here for a while to conserve our strength. Liu Zizi turned back and quickly asked, Are you okay? He wiped the sweat from his chin and said with effort, I'm fine. I just used up a lot of Minwu energy, so I'm a bit tired. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Tranmin approached with a worried tone. If we go to the deepest part of the ruins, will it attract that sunbird? Jotai's figure flickered behind him, a confident smile on his face. Don't worry. That training ground has mystical properties that can completely evade all probing eyes. That solar divine bird won't be able to sense us. The old man's eyebrows furrowed as he spoke in a contemplative tone. It's just that even there, it was a stronghold of the investigation team. According to Thanba, the investigation team had long been infiltrated by an unknown force. The old man thought of the holy village and the mutated beast as a warning. Besides being alert for the secret ambush by the investigation team, they also had to be prepared for an attack that Sun Tu could launch at any moment. Vuong Phuong Lai Tian flinched in surprise. Santo? Isn't that the demonic beast at the king level? I only heard my old friends mention it once. I never expected it to be here. Tutu raised his hand, his voice firm. This is certain. The aura of the mountain ancestor is indeed outside the training area, and if you want to enter, you must go around behind it. For safety reasons, everyone should bring Bim Bim flowers with them. It's quite annoyed by the smell of the morning glory flower. Zhangbing suddenly remembered his past life, filled with suspicion about that mutated beast. A king-level mutated beast hates bindweed? Could it be that this bindweed is not like the one I know? He smiled brightly at him, excitedly saying, I'll ask the guardian of the temple to watch the surroundings while I go find some food and conveniently look for some Bim Bim flowers. He hesitated, his voice filled with concern. This. Mr. looks at him sincerely advising, Truongbin, you've already exhausted a lot of your strength. Maybe you should stay here, just let Bok Jiao Quan and I go. Bok Du crossed his arms and agreed, saying, That's right. It's better for us to go instead of him. Zhangbing considers the strength of the wolf and the fire son of both people, speaking firmly. At this moment, there is no moon and no sun, so everyone should stop arguing with me. Anyway, my skills are suited for nighttime activities, so I should go. Lududu clenched his arm and said firmly, I'll go with you. He looked at her and thought to himself, It's also good to take Tudu along, she's more familiar with the wilderness than I am. All right, but to avoid any surprises. He turned to Zhang Yuzhong, who looked surprised, and he demanded decisively, Xiaoban, prepare some equipment for me, like bear traps or similar things. Your face looks pale and your tone is full of complaints. Lately, I've been close to being turned into one of you. I've gone from being bright and lively to gaunt. By the shimmering lake, dozens of peaceful magical beasts bow their heads to drink, as a quiet streak of dark purple approaches the trapped pig beast. Zhang Bing transformed into the dark omen and swiftly approached the prey, pouncing onto its back and finishing it off with a deadly strike. The front paw flashes with mysterious purple light as a notification sounds. Minvu gains 50. He immediately returned to his human form, sat on the pig's back and made a deep cut with his dagger, speaking with satisfaction. Using Minvu for hunting is really effective. I think after a few more scares, I can fully restore my energy. Liu Sisi approached quickly and called out, "Zhang Bing, come here for a moment." He turned around suspiciously, his gaze resting on her face as he asked, "What's the matter?" Slowly, she points her finger toward the tall tree where a flower is shining with a fiery red glow, and whispers, "Look at this bim bim flower." Both quickly jump up, leaving behind a soft sound, and she exclaims, "Let's go up there to see." Zhang Bing crouched down, reached out to touch the flower, silently wondering if this was truly the morning glory of this world. He grasped it, lifted it up, and examined it thoughtfully, feeling no difference at all. Suddenly, a thick brown gas burst out from inside the flower and hit his face. He quickly threw it to the ground, tears streaming down, coughing violently, and shouted, "No wonder, son, to finds this flower so disgusting." He whispered softly, "It tastes like warmed durian in the microwave." The girl beside him, witnessing the scene, quickly covered her mouth and giggled uncontrollably. Liu Sisi gently explained, "In Mchow City, there's a punishment where people are locked in a room full of morning glories and made to sit there all day." He widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Isn't that just like marinating them with spices?" On the lush branches, countless glowing flowers shine from nearby trunks. He gently touches the vibrant blossoms in front of him, marveling at their beauty. Liu Sisi looked up at the shimmering seeds floating above and said, "These are the seeds of the huo huo flower, which drift with the wind during the season to new places to grow oak trees." She gently brushed her hair aside with one hand, reaching out with the other to catch the drifting seeds, then whispered, "If only life could be peaceful, without struggles and conflicts, it would be so wonderful." Unfortunately, that perfect ending remains just a distant dream, the morning glory flowers faintly spreading their alluring scent, then quickly fading back into silence. But no matter how beautiful the Huang Huo Cao may be, it will forever drift aimlessly, unable to find a harbor. He tilted his head to look at her, while his hand secretly played mischievously. He held the small bottle in his hand and softly called, "Take it easy." Then he brought the bottle over to her, smiling, because the ending wasn't set in stone. Lu Tutu blushed, clutching the bottle tightly, listening as he continued speaking. "It's like this glass vial, not only blocking the scent of the morning glory, but also providing a quiet environment for Huin Hoa Thao." She shyly clutches the vial and quickly runs off, shouting, "Let's go, or everyone will be waiting." In the silent night, the divine bird blazes with fire all over its body, swooping over the strange beasts. It opens its beak wide, its eyes blazing fiercely, flapping its wings to shoot out torrents of fire that sweep toward the monsters, causing them to panic and scatter in chaos. Inside the cave, the flickering fire cast a warm glow as the group gathered around the campfire, grilling fragrant wild boar meat. The sounds of sizzling from everyone echoed with nostalgia. In such difficult circumstances, to still enjoy such delicious grilled meat is truly an unexpected pleasure. Truong Hu Trung is gnawing on a piece of meat, pointing at Truong Bin and shouting, "Cook me a few more pieces of meat or I'll really become a skinny guy." Bok Duke pinches his belly fat and teases, "That's right, you're already very thin." "Truong Bin, you tell me, is that right?" He smiled brightly and held out the golden grilled meat plate in front of him. "I'll also give this to you. Maybe in the next few days I'll need to rely on your abilities again." His eyes immediately lit up and he pushed the old man's head away with his hand. "Well then, I won't hold back anymore." He said that, then burst out laughing, but immediately afterward he groaned in pain. The old man saw this, hugged Zhuo Yuzhang's shoulder, and asked with a smile, "The freshly grilled meat goes straight into your mouth. How could it not be hot?" Zhao Yanlong sat in the cell and turned to his brother. "I wish our village had this kind of atmosphere." Zhao Yanhu calmly pointed out, "Don't be dazed anymore. We are just tools in the village. No one cares about life or death, so who can treat us like humans?" Zhang Bing brought the plate of meat in front of him and shouted, "This is for both of you." He crouched down slightly, gruffly saying, "What are you standing there for? Eat quickly." Both of them immediately smiled brightly. Zhao Yanshu took it from his hand and said, "Thank you." Suddenly, a violent tremor shook everything, and he turned around in confusion. "What's going on?" Liu Sisi pointed to the blazing red glow outside the cave and shouted, "Look, the sound is coming from over there." Zhongbing stared in amazement at the forest ahead, where countless flames erupted, followed by a horde of strange beasts rushing down like a sea of fire. I wonder if the fire on the mountain caused the beast tide. Suddenly, the divine bird with flames soared into the sky. The people inside the cave suddenly understood. No wonder there was a sudden fire in beast tide. It seems that Beast was using this method to force us out. The whole group turned inward. Zhongbing kept a calm tone as he analyzed. Based on the fire intensity and wind direction, the forest fire shouldn't have spread here. Let's stay here for now. Wait for the animals from yesterday to pass before continuing. The forest gradually returns to peace. Not far away, the investigation team is gathering in the woods. A black-haired guy asks with a puzzled look, "Captain, it's been almost 2 days. Who exactly are we ambushing?" Ma Bin, sitting nearby, replied, "A guy named Zhang Bing. I heard he's also an unlimited ability user." The green-haired guy next to him shouted in surprise, "You have an infinite-level ability?" Maban, the team leader of the investigation team, whose real name is Chu Diem Bin, from the Chu Beast Tamer family, took out a cigarette and said, "His recorded ability is the Crystal Contract, which was once considered useless by the outside world. But with just one spell, he could easily kill Huang San and his men. What's even stranger is that his body can turn into blood and mysterious, unpredictable water, and he seems to have an escape secret technique that's almost impossible to detect. If you include the Crystal Contract, doesn't that mean he has 5 different abilities?" He couldn't tell his expression clearly and replied, "Maybe this is just the tip of the iceberg of what he's showing." His face darkened as he serious warned, "As an infinite awakening, only the devil knows what other hidden tricks he might have. Therefore, if he really appears outside the training area, you must absolutely not underestimate him. Be careful and do not take the enemy lightly, or it will be difficult to keep your life." On the other side, a voice announcement echoed, and the illusion's spell effect had ended. Zhang Bing shouted, "Tutu!" Indeed, the Chu family has set up an ambush outside the training area. Liu Sisi sat by the fire and asked, "How many people are there in total?" He held up 2 fingers. The perception of the technique was unclear, and the number of people couldn't be accurately judged, but there must be at least 2 peak-level awakeners. Vuong Fung Tien. Lai listened quietly, then said, "If there's a good day, I might be able to kill those 2 peak-level awakened myself." He sat cross-legged, raised his hand, and said, "Maybe I can handle one of them too." Bak Duke crossed his arms and asked back, "Truong Bin, do you really think you can handle an elite awakener?" He looked straight at the old man and confidently replied, "Although I am only at the intermediate awakening level, my appraisal technique can help me understand the enemy's situation. Unless it's a powerhouse like the Pavilion Master Fing, it won't be a big problem for others." He calmly explained, "I will investigate again after the beast tide passes to see how many peak-level awakeners there are on the other side. So for now, we should take turns staying awake at night, rest well, and conserve our strength." The chorus echoed, "Understood." The next day, the sunlight seeped in to wake up the two, Zhang Bing and Liu Sisi, who were still dozing off. Zhang Yuzhong rushed in from outside, shouting urgently, "Things don't look good. I think we're in trouble." Hearing that, everyone hurried outside. As they witnessed the scene before them, everyone froze in place, and a loud cry of alarm rang out. "Last night, that firebird destroyed the surrounding forest. If we go to the training area now, we can only cross this burned land." He gently strokes his chin, his tone mixed with surprise. "This beast also has some intelligence." Tutu's figure quietly appears in front of the barrier, his serious expression warning that the only way forward is the path to the training area, with no way to avoid it. His deep, steady voice asks, "Estimated time to cross is about half a day. Zhangbing, do you think that lantern can still hold up? I'm not quite sure. The durability of the lantern has run out, and I'm afraid it won't last much longer." He closed his eyes tightly, took out the Minvu lantern, and sighed deeply. As expected, the greater the ability, the heavier the burden, and in the end, you still have to rely on yourself. Baide smiled brightly, patted his shoulder firmly, and repeated with enthusiasm, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility," saying, "Well done. I didn't expect you to say such philosophical words. I will remember this saying. One day I will put it on the signboard of our Bungquan." Hearing that, Long silently thought who would have guessed he learned that line from a movie in his past life. The 2 brothers from the Zhao family sat huddled in the cage, cheering loudly as the echoing shouts reminded them that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Both looked at each other and repeated in unison, "The greater the power, the greater the responsibility." Huh. Zhao Yanhu suddenly remembered the time he was rescued before and softly said, "The village never saw us as people, only as tools. But Truong Bin, despite facing a desperate situation, tried his best to save us. Even if our relationship was hostile, he still respected us. Trio Nan Long beside him crossed his arms and slowly said, "At first I thought he was too strange, but now it seems he's not stupid." And suddenly images of Truong Bin with a glowing halo above his head appeared in both of your minds. They shouted in unison, "The greater the power, the greater the responsibility." Yu and Wang Fengtian, Lai heard the noise, turned around in surprise and asked, "What are you two trying to do?" Zhao Yanhu rushes forward and shouts, "I have a way. Big brother Zhang Bing, I have a way to help you." Trio Ngan Long kneels down before him, bowing deeply. "Please give us a chance. We are willing to follow you." He pounded his chest in oath. "I, Trio Ngan Long, swear to follow Lord Truong Bin for my entire life. If I dare to disobey, I will be punished by heaven." He nodded beside him and said, "I also do the same. Brother Truong Bin, I am willing to swallow your gem to prove my sincerity." Trio Ngan Ho also follows. "Big brother Truong Bin, I am also willing to swallow your gemstone, and from now on I will only listen to your words." He looked at the two of them, his voice full of curiosity. I'm very curious. What is it that made you decide like that?" Trio Ngan Ho led the way and said, "Brother Truong Bin, our lives were saved by your bravery. If we can't stand by your side, then what was all this loyalty for?" Trio Ngan Long added, "You deserve our trust, and even more so, our loyalty." He crossed his arms and listened as he nodded in agreement. "Yes. If we return to St. Ancestor Village, we will still be regarded as tools for life. So we are determined to follow the big brother. Even if it costs us our lives, we will never complain." He reached out gently to help them up and said softly, "Don't rush to show loyalty. Just stand up first. I need to understand one thing. How many people have you killed in the past, and were any innocent victims caught in the crossfire? The people who died at our hands were enemies of other villages who insulted the holy ancestor village. I cannot judge whether they are innocent or not, but they all died because of their own choices. As for me, I only killed 2 people, both from the Chu family, who were full of sins and unworthy of mercy." I gently stroked my chin and smiled calmly. Aren't the others in the villages basically just beasts? In the conflict between the holy ancestor village and them, it's truly impossible to tell who is more innocent. Grudges are like wind and bones. The true nature remains unclear, and right or wrong cannot be distinguished. Changbing took out 2 blue-green stones and seriously explained, "You must think carefully. The contract's power is extremely formidable once entered. It is the beginning of fate, and regret is impossible." "Have you two thought it through?" The 2 of them replied in unison, "We've thought it through." He handed the 2 stones to them. Long thought to himself, "After all, I've already swallowed these 2 level 9-10 gems before, but they were useless, so I might as well use them to form a contract with them." Both of them simultaneously put the stones into their mouths. A flash of light erupted, enveloping all 3 of them, and the notification sounds echoed one after another. "A contract has been formed with summoning beast Zhao Yanlong. A contract has been formed with summoning beast Zhao Yanhu. From now on, my brother and I will risk everything for the big brother and swear loyalty to the death." "We understand, big brother," the 2 of us said in unison. He looked at the 2 and asked, "What was that method you mentioned earlier that could help us?" The 2 of them bowed their heads and clasped their hands, saying, "Please wait a moment. We'll be back soon." They then dashed off quickly, their figures disappearing from sight, causing the crowd to hesitate and whisper, "Are they okay? That's pretty foolish. Can we really trust them?" Vongpung Tien Lai crossed her arms and watched their figures leave, her voice full of doubt. Some savage humans or mutated beasts also follow their beliefs, and their expressions are exactly like these 2 brothers. Do they really see Zhang Bing as a god? Tran Tuyet Tiep wondered, but why did it end up like this? Truong Hu Trung stared at him curiously. "Truong Bin, could it be that you used some kind of mind control ability? Based on their current appearance, it seems like they are expressing their admiration for you." He silently glanced at him, his face darkening with annoyance. "How is that possible? If I really had this kind of mind control ability, I would choose Sister Tutu. Tuyet Tiep is even better than choosing those 2 men." Trio Tuyet Tiep clutches her face and groans. "Truong Bing, so it turns out you've been targeting me all along?" Truong Hu Trung stroked his chin, pondering before shouting, "Don't say that. Even though Zhao Yanlong and Yanhu are men, their skills are also interchangeable." The crowd stepped back, lining up to look at him with judgmental eyes. He gaped and shouted, "Wait, don't misunderstand. I do have some." A sudden mound of earth shot up from underground. He spun around quickly, voice full of suspicion. "What's going on? The two trio brothers are riding a giant lizard bursting out of the ground. Xiao Yanlong raised his hand and shouted, "Brother Jiang Bing!" The figure of Tudo appears from the bracelet and explains, "If we can harness its power, we can pass through an entire large area." Truong Hutrung's cheeks flush with excitement. He shouted, "If we do it like that, we can avoid Chu family's ambush and reach the testing area." The old man quickly shook his head in denial. "That's not necessarily true, son. Tu is a mutated beast king, so this land lizard definitely wouldn't dare approach that area." Truong Bin put his hands in his pockets and said firmly, "Let's go. We'll deal with the other matters after we defeat the divine bird." The earth-drilling spirits started moving, and everyone quickly burrowed underground, heading forward. Zhang Bing's group was dazed and staggering on its back. A faint sound came from the high branches, and they fell to the ground, clutching their heads. Zhao Yanlong calmly said, "We can only go this far. No matter what, the divine earth lizard won't move forward." He held his head in dizziness, "So let's have it make a few more trips and move the rest of the people." Tudu looked at the canyon ahead and shouted, "We can reach the training area through this canyon, but it's also the best ambush spot for the enemy." The old man reminded him, "We're not far from the training zone anymore, so distribute the bindweed flowers to everyone." Lu Susu reached into her bag and responded with a sound as the group reached out to take the morning glory flowers. "Follow me, Tutu. Give me 2 flowers so I can prepare some for Elder Deep and Elder 2 as well." She turned and asked, "Do you worry that stronger experts from the Chu family might be ambushing us?" He looked around at the crowd and speculated, "I'm also worried that the divine bird might appear unexpectedly. If that happens, we'll need the help of 2 senior experts to handle it." Bokduk furrowed his brow and asked, "Isn't that dead bird already thrown away by us?" Truong Bin gently patted Truong Hutrung on the shoulder and calmly advised, "Although the Chu family can't fully control that divine bird right now, we can't ignore potential threats either. Who knows what other hidden tricks they might have up their sleeves, so being cautious is never a waste." Wang Fengxi and Lai crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. "Zhang Bing's words are very reasonable," Bokduk replied with concern. "But once the Tai Duongtandiu attacks, even the 2 seniors in their prime would find it difficult to resist, especially since they are still recovering from their wounds now." His eyes flickered with a mysterious blue glow as he clenched the glowing jade in his hand, then reassured everyone. "Don't worry. I have a way to handle this. If we can't handle the situation here, it doesn't mean there's no way to enter the training zone." From above, the bird silently observes the people below, as if listening to him, signaling that the journey ahead is full of unpredictable dangers. Lak Vi and Hua Kiet led the wounded and those not skilled in combat to the nearby safe house. The image of him is vividly reflected in the sharp eyes of the bird. "Captain, Zhang Bing and his group are preparing up ahead, not far from us." Bian Bian clenched his cigarette in his mouth, a cunning smile curling on his lips, then loudly declared, "Our luck isn't bad either, but soon that luck will run out." Standing tall before his subordinates, he shouted, "Get ready, everyone. The slaughter is about to begin." Outside the training area, silence was so thick it was almost frightening, as Zhang Bing's group cautiously moved deeper inside. As he passed a dense cluster of trees, a squirrel with blood-red eyes clearly under control was secretly watching. He maintains a calm tone, warning everyone that they are likely ambushed nearby and everyone needs to stay alert. Suddenly, 2 demonic beasts with glowing red eyes swoop down like shadows from above, and he immediately shouts, "Watch out!" Bokduk was startled, quickly turning back and stepping back to dodge its fierce pounce, then suddenly transformed into a wolf with lightning speed, spun around and threw a heavy punch causing it to panic and shrink into a tiny mouse shape, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhang Bing stared in amazement and exclaimed, "What exactly is this, a mouse or a bear? This kind of ability is really strange." Bokduk gently rubs his wrist, still feeling a bit numb, and explains, "It might be a strange hamster bear, its strength even greater than ordinary awakened enhancement users. If your physical qualities aren't enough, it's best not to face it head-on, or you'll definitely suffer a painful defeat." Suddenly, Truong Hutrung pointed up and stammered, and the group looked up to see a giant toad standing tall, their voices filled with shock. "Is that the mountain ancestor? Why does it look so huge?" Among the crowd, another member exclaimed, "I thought the sacred beast was some huge animal, but it turns out to be a giant frog." Zhang Bing's eyes flicked quickly like lightning toward the man sitting perched on a nearby tree branch. "Master Feng," Huang Pengtian Lai whispered softly. "I see. So let's give him a little taste of the meeting, shall we?" My voice responded immediately, and that's also what I meant. He swung his hand decisively, launching an attack straight at the tree where he was hiding, causing him to jump up as if stung. Lamb cursed. "Damn it, we've been caught." On the other side, Zhang Bing's face darkened like gathering storm clouds, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He raised his sickle and shouted, "Are you trying to notify someone? But I'm afraid there won't be a chance for that today." He gently swings a sharp but light strike. At that moment, a notification sounded, Minvu plus 30. His eyebrows furrowed, long, deep in thought. So using the war spear as a weapon can also replenish Minvu? It seems I definitely need to study the proper way to use this weapon. Zhang Bing concentrates all his strength and gazes intently at the notification panel in front of him. The total additional energy of 10,000 points turns the core level Minvu into a fragment level Minvu, doubling its energy efficiency. Minvu reserve increased from 300 to 1,000. The current Minvu value is 300 out of 1,000. Where there are saints, there are also cultists. Where there are tall mountains, there are deep ravines. A cultist of Minvu from the deep abyss is terrorizing. He smiled brightly with excitement and exclaimed that 1,000 Minvu equals 10,000% power, making the combat strength 1,000 times stronger. Whether it's dual cultivation or shape-shifting abilities, this is truly a huge leap forward. On Ma Bin's side, the young girl with long purple hair quickly reports, "A Lu has died." Hearing this, he responds calmly, but with a hint of emotion. It seems they are already alert and lying in ambush. This is a direct challenge to us. Chutam Sich, no need to hold back. Pay them back with their own coin. Chutam Sich's eyes flashed with fiery red. He grinned fiercely and charged down from above, roaring, "If you are so eager to seek death, I will make sure you get it." He raised his hand, forming a sharp golden sword, then threw it forcefully at Zhang's group, shouting, "I will take your blow." He turned his head to look at the incoming attack, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "Still have a trick up your sleeve?" He raised his hand, forming a sturdy bright shield, thinking to himself, just in time to test this Minvu technique. A warning sounded immediately, Minhuo -50. The silver spear condenses from fierce energy, clashes with the mysterious purple shield, causing a shockwave that erupts and tears through the surrounding space. Chutam Sich lands amidst the swirling dust, slowly sheathing Minvu and challenging, "Is that all you've got?" He grits his teeth and veins bulge on his forehead, secretly thinking, he's just a mid-level awakener, yet he can withstand my full-force strike? He really has some skill. He stared at him with wide eyes and shouted, "Is this the one with unlimited potential? Truly a freak." Ma Ban suddenly appeared behind him, coldly saying, "We must kill him before he fully matures." He glanced at the newcomer, silently assessing their skill. Tuthan Ba, upon seeing him, erupted with rage and shouted, "Ma Ban! The one holding the black knife is Ma Ban. Do you want me to take action?" The announcement echoed. Shu Diem Bin, level 36, gently reassures, "Senior 2, please don't reveal yourself first. I have my own plan." Truong Bin turns to look at Lu Tutu and asks firmly, "There are 3 top-tier awakened enemies. I will handle one of them. Fengguan is in charge of 2 of them, and the remaining 6 high-level ones are assigned to everyone else. Tutu, do you think this is okay? If 7 fight against 6 and can't win, then it can only mean our cleanup team has a serious problem." Everyone returned to train harder, Ma Ban's face grim as ash. He clenched his cigarette and muttered, "If just Tudu Toi Bok alone has caused our Chu family so much suffering, letting that infinitely capable guy rise again would make the situation even harder to control." He closed his eyes tightly and decisively ordered, "No mercy," directly summoning the sun god to go. The long-haired, purple-haired girl beside her responded clearly. Ma Ban drew his knife and charged forward like a shadow, roaring loudly, all obeying the command. This mission has only one goal, to kill Zhang Bing, no matter the cost. His subordinates are right behind him, shouting in unison, "Understood." Zhang Bing swung his scythe forward, shouting loudly to confront the enemy. He skillfully tilted his body to dodge the deadly blade from Ma Ban. Behind her, the long purple-haired girl raises one hand high into the sky, muttering a mysterious incantation. Liat Diem Chilin appears from the distant horizon as foretold by fate, summoning a blazing red energy that tears through the sky. She whispers as she tears through the defenses, burning everything along the marked paths. She leans back and leaps up, murmuring continuously. In the darkness of all things, the sun god appears with the power of light. Her voice soars as she shouts, "Long live the sun god bird." Immediately, its figure suddenly appeared before their eyes. Ma Bin was fighting fiercely with Zhang Bing, suddenly letting out a savage, triumphant laugh. He uses your power to retreat, then gives a decisive order for everyone to fall back. Lu Cizi's eyes widen in horror as she urgently asks, "Is this the divine bird?" He shouted in doubt, "Isn't that the lost control divine bird? How did they summon it?" "Look at it gathering a huge sphere of power in the air," Truong Bin quickly shouted warning. Everyone, watch out! The divine bird unleashes dozens of flames from above, aiming straight at the crowd. Truong Bin skillfully dodged. Long Tam was amazed. These crazy guys actually summoned the divine bird. He curled up, avoiding the blazing fireballs rushing from all directions, and suddenly realized that at this moment, the divine bird was not out of control. He looked back at Ma Bin's group in the distance, full of doubt. But why isn't it attacking them? Without hesitation, he charged straight at them. Under his suspicious gaze, he swung his sword to block the growling, shouting, "You want to die!" A sudden announcement echoes, activating the pure water body technique. Zhangbing transforms into a flowing stream of water, gracefully slipping past the blade. Ma Ban suddenly looked up at the raging flames rushing toward the two of them. He shouted loudly, stepping back. The flames crash down to the ground, and he quickly steps back a few paces, narrowly avoiding them. He grips his sword hilt tightly, panting and cursing, "Do you think you're so clever? I'm not inferior either." I turn into water and smile, saying, "If you call out the divine bird so recklessly, aren't you afraid it will die here?" Ma Banzhang spreads his arms, his voice loud and harsh. "The divine bird is the sacred beast of my Chu family. If I die, you guys will die first." Zhangbing crouched to avoid the incoming flames and shouted loudly, "Everyone come here quickly and execute Plan B." Holding the king's treasure crystal tightly, he shouted, "Elder brothers, follow the previous plan." Diep Truong Xuan and Tuthanba in their tree, and stone forms appeared simultaneously, their voices clear. The two of them face the divine bird as the announcement rings out again. The King of Jade Crystal activates, temporarily boosting the power of the contracted guardian. Both of them leapt forward together, charging straight at the divine bird and shouting loudly, "This rotten bird, our opponent." Ma Ban stared in horror and shouted, "Oh, Tuthanba, aren't you already dead?" Tuthanba coldly snorted at the divine bird and said, "I will settle with you later." The long, purple-haired girl stared intently at the thick smoke in front of her, where no one was in sight, and quickly reported, "The group of Zhangbing is nowhere to be seen anymore." Ma Ban saw the two people being knocked away and roared, "What kind of trick is this to lure the tiger out of its mountain?" He spun around quickly and ordered decisively, "Hurry up, they can't run far." The group behind shouted in unison on the cliff, the space heavy with silence. Zhangbing raised the Minvu lantern high, leading everyone to rush forward, shouting, "It's over here!" About a little more than 100 meters ahead. Lu Sisi stayed close behind, her voice full of worry. "Do you think the two seniors can hold up now after you all couldn't even hurt the divine bird before?" He turned his head and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I anticipated this long ago." He explained clearly while running, Sun Tu is a mutated beast with extremely strong territorial awareness. As long as it perceives a powerful presence like the divine bird, it will definitely react. The two seniors already brought the morning glory with them. His voice echoed. Therefore, as long as we delay until the nest appears, the role of the morning glory will be fulfilled. If we can successfully trigger the conflict between the nest and the divine bird, we can escape safely. Lucy frowned slightly, her voice hesitant. "What about the investigation team? If they intervene, will we be able to carry out the plan smoothly?" Zhangbing recalled the scene where the crowd dodged the flames and replied, "I had previously directed the divine bird to fly towards the investigation team, but it kept attacking, and the team members had to hurriedly dodge. This means they are unable to control this divine bird." As he ran and looked back shouting, they must have used some method to prevent the bird's sensing ability. Only then would the divine bird not target them. The so-called indifference is because they know that rushing to intervene would only make things worse. I rush forward quickly. No matter what happens, they'll be right behind us. We have to move faster. Over at Ma Bin's location, Chu Tam Shi shouted, "Captain, we can no longer sense their aura." He suddenly thought of the Minvu lantern and muttered, "Only the Da'uan Dadang or Chujiata's mountain bird lanterns can hide top-tier experts in such a short time." However, the 5 emperors only need 1 lantern. How did Zhangbing manage to hide the aura of so many people? He took out a box and said, "Forget it, I have a solution." The long-haired, purple-haired girl advised him, "Captain, that will cause many side effects to your body. Are you really sure you want to use it?" Chu Tamsich also chimed in, "That's right, Captain. Right now next to Truong Bin, only Feng Lai Tian, the awakened top tier, remains, so there's no need to do that." He opened the box to reveal an eye emitting dark purple energy and shouted loudly, "Do I need you to worry for me?" His eyes widened. "If Zhangbing manages to escape into the trial zone, can you bear the consequences?" That guy was sweating. Ma Ban didn't hear about this and immediately swallowed that eye. He clutched his chest, groaning in pain, and knelt down on one knee. The eyeball rolled down into his stomach, bulging out as Ma Ban threw his head back, crying out in pain, his eyes turning purple, gritting his teeth loudly, unleashing all his stored soul energy. Ma Ban summoned 3,000 vengeful evil spirits. thousands of dark purple souls escaping from his body and scattering everywhere. He waved his hand towards the crowd and ordered, "Even if they can hide their aura, they can never conceal the traces of their souls. Let's follow these vengeful spirits." The group chases after the vengeful spirits clearly. The purple evil spirits pursue all the way to Zhangbing. What is this? Why does its appearance look so much like my Minvu? Those ominous spirits quickly surrounded us, and I suspected they were vengeful souls. I was stunned as I watched the Oanlin extend its tendril to block, forming a sword from its body to slash at Zhangbing, and I bent down to dodge. Vuong Fung Tian Lai punches through the body of the vengeful spirit, frowning in annoyance. First it was a zombie. Now it's a vengeful spirit. Why are their methods so filthy? Maban's subordinates arrive. The long-haired girl shouts, "Let's see where you run," as she hovers above gathering a large fireball, while the other creates an arrow aimed at him, and he can only dodge by leaning aside. Vuong Pung Tien Lai raises his hand to deflect the sneaky arrow from behind. He looks at his smoking palm, realizing that the male archer's strength should not be underestimated. The long-haired purple girl throws a fireball fiercely at the crowd, shouting, "Go to hell!" Zhangbing and Wang Fengtian Lai are completely engulfed by the flames, with thick smoke and loud shouts. "Girl, your firepower is not small at all." She was too stunned to speak. His whole body is covered in flames, activating the Immortal Emperor chain in the Imperial flame form. The real fire and fierce flames just happened to help me activate that Immortal Emperor chain. A was stunned and couldn't believe it, secretly thinking that her flames actually had no effect. Just how many more abilities does Zhangbing still have hidden? Both of them turned around at the sound of Ma Bin's order from behind. "Go and handle the other obstacles." Ma Bin's hair turns completely white, becoming taller and stronger, carrying a great sword and shouting at Zhangbing, "I will personally go kill him." The phantom Oanlin opens its mouth wide, showing its fangs towards the crowd. In front of the two, Feng Xianlai used the Beast King's power to carve a giant fire tornado. The long-haired purple girl looked at the fire tornado before her and said, "It seems my ability is being suppressed by him." "This battle is yours to fight," Chutamsich said seriously. He quickly threw a dart towards him inside the fire tornado, and the dart pierced into the tornado. It split off to attack him, forcing him to use both hands to block in front of his chest and step back. He couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, could this shard really pierce his body? Chutamsich breaks through the tornado and rushes in front of Wang Fengxianlai, holding two swords on his shoulders. His eyes narrow as he praises, "Well done, kid. Your strength is indeed formidable today. I will play with you." Meanwhile, Zhang Hutrung is also entangled by the vengeful spirits. Liu Sisi, Tran Min, and Kim Ba rush to their side to drive away the vengeful spirits. The long-haired, purple-haired girl glances sideways, sneers contemptuously, then throws a giant fireball, roaring loudly. "Try this." Ma Ban charged forward with his shining sword, slashing mercilessly, shouting, "So you still care about others?" He leapt into the air, creating a safe distance from the guy. He charged forward, swinging his blade, and shouted, "You will die for me." The blade cut through the air, and Zhangbing instantly transformed into a stream of water to slip away. He drifted away for a while. Longtam cursed angrily. Why did this guy go crazy right from the start? Zhangbing glanced at the glowing eye on his shoulder, suspicion rising in his mind. Could this fury be the hidden power of the armor controlling him? His gaze fixed sharply on that eye. Suddenly, from the tangled hair of the man, a vengeful spirit shot out straight at him. He jolted in surprise and exclaimed in amazement, "What is this thing that actually has its own consciousness?" He swung his hand to counterattack with Minvu. Longdai pondered. "Looks like it's very difficult to escape now," and quickly created a black-purple Minvu circle to envelop Ma Ban. The announcement echoed, subtracting 200 from Minvu. He stared with suspicion at the blazing red stones shooting out from the encirclement. The red gemstone in his hand glowed brightly as he shouted, releasing Tutu's water element. He swung the scythe past the old man's body, freezing a few critical weak points. The announcement rings out again. The instrument on the chain has transformed 160 mana points. He looks at the scythe wrapped around the flow of blood-red water, his voice full of doubt. How can it be so gentle? The notification continued, showing 760 out of 1,000 points, and Zhangbing suddenly realized, shouting out with a look of awakening, no, he simply doesn't bother to catch her. His body gradually deforms, his face contorts, and countless strange tentacles grow out. Ma Bin's body grows stronger and stronger, his nails turning into sharp claws. He gasps in shock. Could his body have been controlled by a cursed spell, and now is rebelling against him? A giant, vengeful spirit phantom appears on his body as Tin Jiao's warning voice echoes. Zhang Bing, run now. He raised his sickle in front of his forehead and shouted in surprise. This sound is from Tin Jiao. Zhang Bing suddenly felt a wave of suspicion. That was Tin Jiao's voice just now. Could she be trapped inside? So what exactly is that eye? Why does this terrifying thing keep appearing? Facing the monster with a mouth like an octopus's tentacles, Zhang Bing's only thought was to identify it. After a few fleeting seconds, the scan successfully replayed the images. Everyone standing there was frozen like statues, their faces showing extreme confusion, making them look lifeless. Mommy, I'm so scared. I'm crying. Don't be afraid, my child. Mom will protect you. Everything will be fine. A young man turned back and said to everyone in a straightforward and urgent tone, Yang Yue, the Chu family's 3rd Battalion in Mchow City will definitely not let you go. He had only managed to say a few words before someone in a cloak kicked him hard, sending him tumbling down the hole below with a curse. Stop talking so much. Then he turned to report to the superior standing nearby. He gently ordered, now start right now. It seems the young man who was kicked down earlier recognizes this man's identity. Captain Ma-ban, you are the investigation team. Ma-ban said nothing, letting his subordinates activate some kind of formation. Nam seems very dangerous. In an instant, the cloaked figures formed a circle, their hands touching the ground, and suddenly the formation was activated, filling the space with strange and eerie red light. Everyone was pushed into the pit, each of them panicking and asking what was happening. Suddenly, sweat broke out as one person's eyes caught sight of something horrifying. Suddenly, slimy mud erupts from beneath the ground, trying to drown these innocent, helpless lives. Not only that, terrifying hands reach out from the mud to drag the stubborn ones fighting back. A strange, mournful cry echoes non-stop. Save us. Save us. The fragile girl could only drown out her panic with her crying. Hoo-hoo. Mom. Mom, exactly what do you want to do? Why are you doing this to us? Please, let us go. And yet, I am still stunned by how disgusting it all is. From above, ghostly figures with terrifying smiles are descending, and a question involuntarily escapes in horror. What is this? These strange things keep pouring in, making it impossible for people to struggle free. After a brief few minutes, everything was submerged and transformed into unrecognizable, darkened bodies. A pair of half-god, half-demon eyes watched everything wide open. Even Ma Bin is actively resonating with the formation. Driven by malicious intent, he was soon completely controlled, unable to resist, only able to scream out loud. The thing imprisoning humans now is called the evil spirit orb. The terrifying eye created by the scorpion demon seals countless evil spirits capable of devouring the souls of living beings and summoning wandering spirits back. The world's sins are so deep, bottomless, and hopeless, yet this eye seems to have a level comparable to a pinnacle of enlightenment. Is it a parasitic creature, given how tense and unpredictable the situation has become now? Zhang Bing had no other choice. He proactively offered, sorry, Captain, I must change the original plan. Captain Tudu responded with doubt and unease. What do you want to do? Everyone is taking the opportunity for you, so there's no need to waste time on him. He gently brings the spirit stone to his lips and calmly explains to the captain. I understand, but this guy is too heinous to forgive. With his fighting spirit rising and the inner turmoil surging within him, I must settle this monster here and now. Supported by the King Seal gem, combined with his innate strength and combat skills, Zhang Bing swiftly charged forward, wielding his weapon, his entire body emanating a dark purple aura as fierce as the beast itself. He swung his sickle with all his might, but compared to Truong Bin's strength, the beast was still far superior. No matter how hard he tried, a gentle flick of its hand was enough to knock him back several meters. But he of course didn't give up. If he couldn't attack, he would defend. Zhang Bing leaned back, evading the deadly and lightning-fast attacks of that ugly monster to the fullest extent. But its fierce and bloodthirsty fighting spirit caused him to suffer a minor injury on his shoulder, a cut as long as a palm that sprayed fresh blood. The octopus-mouthed monster this time opened wide, thrusting its sharp weapon into the ground and aiming straight at Truong Bin. Luckily, he transformed into water and smoothly slipped past the deadly blade, silently wondering if this guy had been fully powered up after transforming into this form. At this critical moment, Truong Bin's strength was further boosted, increasing his attack power by 5,000%. He was quite satisfied with this number. 5,000% is enough to handle this situation. So Truong Bin no longer hesitated and, with his body now fully activated, charged into battle against the monster. This time, he struck faster, delivering a powerful blow to the disgusting, writhing tail of the beast. Immediately, its tail was severed, revealing the layers of flesh inside. Truong-bin tried to keep a safe distance from the monster. After attacking once, I still keep my thoughts ready in my mind, using the enhanced power of the King Jade Crystal. So now, I can control two types of abilities at the same time. Moreover, these abilities can even be combined with each other. The monster is now furious, growling and swinging its blade wildly, its entire body emitting a terrifying and fierce red light. The situation has changed drastically from before. Truong-bin is completely in control. The monster continues to be beaten down, clutching its face and crying silently while he stands proudly watching it. This is a creation combining Minvu Chi and real fire illusion, and its name is quite poetic and delicate, contrasting with its fierce appearance. The monster's name is Min-diem. Truong-bin stood still, gently waved his hand, and immediately condensed an illusory arm from mysterious energy, aiming straight at what he believed was the demon's vital point. That eye must be its fatal weakness. The moment the idea flashed, he acted without hesitation. Truong-bin swiftly swung his sickle and sliced out one of its purple-black eyes with a blazing red pupil from its socket. A new status immediately appeared, accompanied by a triumphant notification. Surpassing the level to defeat the Demon Oath coin, your rank has increased to level 20, and you have ascended to an advanced awakener. Longdom was amazed that killing the Demon Oath coin could instantly help him break through and join the ranks of high-level awakeners. At the same time, a new notification flashed, indicating that the King Crystal had unlocked an additional effect, but the user could not receive it. Zhang Bing's leg suddenly went stiff as he stared with wide eyes at his two palms being drained of energy. The upgraded ability this time was based on the crystal, and it seems that choosing a mid-level breakthrough ability is truly crucial. No wonder I haven't been able to receive new abilities from the gems lately. Maybe this is the path to a higher level of evolution. The monster, using Ma Ban's body earlier, has restored his original form, while Truong-bin is still lost in his thoughts. However, to acquire new abilities, I can go through the illusionary beast path. For me, this method doesn't affect me much. Yeah. Ma Ban used his sword to push off the ground and stand up, heavy panting escaping from his throat with a surprised expression. Never expected this would develop to such an extent. Clearly, he is still not satisfied with this outcome. A cunning smile spreading at the corner of his mouth as he mutters to himself, but even so, don't think it's over yet. He glanced at the dark vortex floating in the air. Long Track pondered if the Tawan Chidong had completely broken free from my control, while Truong-bin was still solely focused on finding his companion, then where exactly was Tin Jiao's soul? Ma Bin's obsession is probably very strong, and even at this moment his heart is becoming more and more dark, with no trace of remorse or light. Instead, he always hopes for a tragic ending. He said that if the demon Wraith doll still remains in his body, the consequences you can't imagine are coming. Zhenglin, get ready to face the aftermath. As the purple-black smoke gradually dissipated, Zhang Bing saw Tin Jiao's figure emerge, but sadly she looked completely unresponsive, almost as if she was being held captive by some kind of spell. Back in the battle, Hu Trung sighed in frustration when he saw that the ghostly figure still hadn't diminished at all. Wasn't the previous fight not finished yet? And now there are even more of them? Liu Cixi also panicked and guessed wildly. The aura of these spirits is unusual. It doesn't seem like it used to be. At this moment, Truong-bin was also working with his teammates to finish off these monsters, and when the shadow of the creature brushed past, he sensed something strange. No, I don't feel anything. Suddenly my eyes darted to one side, showing a look of shock. In just a moment, Truong-bin found himself in a different space, no longer surrounded by lush green trees and the sky above. This place was completely filled with deep, impenetrable darkness. He panicked and wondered, what is this place? From the darkness, a figure ran towards him with a desperate scream for help. Save me. It is a strange young man running over with a terrified expression, constantly shouting in a desperate hope for survival while being chased by a pack of savage wolves. Is anyone there? Help me. What's even stranger is that the young man doesn't sense Truong-bin's presence at all. He even runs right through his body while shouting for help, and the ferocious wolves also pass straight through him without stopping. At that moment, Truong-bin realized these were spirits. The young man ran for a while, but unfortunately was attacked by a wolf. Now the cry for help is just a sound of despair. These strange and mysterious events are not over yet when suddenly Truong-bin's heart also aches once more. By chance, just as the young man was abandoned, he wondered with a confused mind, and the intense chest pain struck harder, forcing him to sit down and clutch his chest. What's happening? Why do I and that soul feel so connected? Every time the young man falls, my chest tightens even more, each time bringing pain and discomfort. Lying on the cold ground, he considers the possibility that he was pulled into this place by the power of spirits. Could this be their memories before death, carrying their unfulfilled suffering, just as the young man officially passed away, causing Truong-bin's heart to ache even more intensely? He buried himself in this feeling as he struggled with this space at the same time. Outside the real space, Hu Trung was struggling with the monsters that were devouring my body. Has Truong-bin already realized that this is the true power of the evil eye? Now he is lying on the ground, blood spreading across the earth as more and more spirits who died here are appearing with each passing minute. What is this now? Suddenly his body froze, his lips trembling but unable to speak. No. An enormous demon is right in front of Truong-bin. He kept begging, don't. The fragile life it was targeting was Tu Tin Jiao, whom Truong-bin had been desperately searching for days. Seeing her standing on the fragile edge of life, Truong-bin could only beg desperately. Stop, please. The demon lunged onto Tin Jiao's fragile and motionless body, and Truong-bin's entire body was instantly pierced, as if 1,000 blades were slicing through him. A desperate scream echoes out, but it cannot reach the end of this space. He screams himself hoarse, tears mixing with blood. You bastard! Truong-bin growled nonstop. I can always have this heavenly luck lake. No matter how hard I try, I can't do anything to that monster when I can't even touch it myself. In the midst of confusion and pain tormenting him, Truong-bin suddenly realized he was questioning himself. Is this so? I can witness her pain firsthand. Is this my karma? At this moment, another To Tin Jiao appears. Truong-bin smiles gently and stands up. Senior, I was right. Before dying, you indeed used your power to separate your soul from your body. He stepped forward and helplessly watched his body being devoured, then reached out to touch Tin Jiao's soul in front of him, shamefully confessing. Although I found your soul, I couldn't save you. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. Unlike before, this time he was able to touch the soul. Truong-bin couldn't believe his eyes. I wonder if I can touch you. With each passing second, Truong-bin gets closer to the truth. Her soul hasn't disappeared, but due to overusing her power, she has become a fallen spirit. If this is the world of spirits, then she must also be a living spirit like me. He stood there pondering, carefully considering his thoughts. This magic circle seems to be exactly the same as the previous one. Could Ma Bin be trying to use these wandering spirits along with our living energy? If this is the world of spirits, then she must also be a living spirit like me. Wang's precious stone is pulled out again, along with Truong-bin's resolute thoughts. If caught, there might be no chance to counterattack at all. He gazed at Tin Jiao's floating soul before him, a resolute determination rising in his heart. He couldn't give up, so he had to risk everything. Absolutely cannot fail. Must make a contract with her to end that endless suffering. With limited time, Truong-bin acted decisively, rushing through countless souls to quickly form a confrontation array. Unlike the dark crimson light, his formation radiates a gentle blue hue, illuminating the pitch-black space as he roars loudly. At the same time, countless sharp chains suddenly pierce through the ground and surge upward. Zhangbing continued to scream, trying to awaken the soul lost in a deep sleep. To Tin Jiao, I heard that Zhangbing is trying to stir Tin Jiao's spirit to bring her back to life. You are not one of those wandering spirits. You are still alive. Wake up quickly. Even as the chains tighten painfully around his legs, Zhangbing continues to scream loudly. Did you forget your dream? You once longed to join the patrol team to protect your family. Did she forget? Luckily, his efforts finally bore fruit. Tin Jiao suddenly opened her eyes and stammered in response to that dream. Truong-bin's lively and resolute voice made the chains around his feet gradually shatter into pieces. He tirelessly rekindles hope, pouring all his strength to bring Tin Jiao back. She once hoped that our future selves could fight for the same belief. As the chains shatter, new ones immediately grow in their place. Truong-bin clenched Tin Dao's wrist tightly, preventing her soul from wandering further astray. His voice reveals genuine concern and urgency. Aren't all those turning points in desperate times because you have always protected me? Although the two forces pulled them apart, Zhangbing clenched his teeth and endured, refusing to let go, his eyes locking onto Tin Jiao. He tried to lean closer to her, then handed her the Vongqi Bao Thach, along with a warm message and a gentle smile. Tu Tin Jiao snapped out of her daze. Memories of their peaceful days together suddenly flooded back. Are you hungry for candy, Tu Tin Jiao? Get out. Who wants to be controlled by you? That beautiful memory seems to have awakened Tin Jiao's soul. Her eyes are no longer vacant like before. She took the vuong qibao thach that Truong Bin just handed her and obediently swallowed it as he instructed, completing the contract with the summoning beast to Tin Jiao. Truong Bin immediately looked at her seriously and said in an urgent tone, "I order you to stop smoking." Tin Jiao closed her eyes tightly, and the command immediately took effect, gradually returning her to normal. When she woke up, Tin Jiao was nestled safely in Truong Bin's arms, shyly asking how he was. "Truong Bin, are you my brother?" Seeing your body half submerged in the formation, Tin Jiao flinched in shock. "What's going on? And you're overjoyed, laughing nonstop." "That's great. You finally woke up. The other souls are still struggling fiercely inside that formation." "Uh-huh." Zhang Bing quickly explained to her that this formation could refine souls. Once swallowed, escape would be impossible. At this point, his voice suddenly grew deeper, his eyes darkening as he lowered his head and whispered, "Luckily, I managed to wake you up, so at least I can say goodbye without regret." Tin Jiao, annoyed, pinched his cheek and shouted, "Don't give up so easily, idiot." Truong Bin smiled faintly in relief. Longtham thought that with a situation like this, her optimism was truly thanks to her. But suddenly he was alarmed when he realized Tin Jiao was still leisurely outside. "Wait a minute. Why are you still outside the barrier?" In that moment, he was also freed from the magic circle. Falling freely, Truong Bin was startled and shouted loudly. Both of them landed on the ground in two different poses, one miserable and one proud. Zhang Bing pouted and scolded Jing Jiao. "Really, I was seriously injured. Isn't there any way to be a bit gentler?" Then he patted the sore spots a few times, giggling. "My wounds feel like they've completely healed, huh? Huh. No matter how strong an alert person is, if they lack spiritual abilities," Tin Jiao nearby gently explains, "the growth of the soul and mind will definitely be limited. But I am different. I have been training my soul since I was young, and now I can even influence the souls of others. As long as your consciousness hasn't disappeared, no matter how shattered your soul is, I can save you," Tin Jiao said, as she looked up at the intact circle of the formation. The influence of the formation on the soul is probably something ordinary people cannot resist, but for me, it's not difficult at all. That formation traps many souls and absorbs their resentment to sustain its own operation. And she also mentioned the only feasible way right now. As long as these souls are saved, the formation might still be broken. But if you want me to bring each of these souls out, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time, Tin Jiaohuhoi suggested, with a bright face and a cheerful smile. "Just now, when I restored your soul, I tied our souls together. Now you can borrow my soul's power to influence the others and try using Minvu to see if you can pull them out." "All right." He stood up majestically, his face full of confidence, summoning divine power with his hand and saying to Tin Jiao, "I can now break their bonds." Truong Bin slammed his hand down, and hundreds of chains rose up at his command, aiming straight at the formation above. In the blink of an eye, he returned to reality, back to the familiar forest from earlier. "Am I really back now? And what about the others?" At that moment, someone stepped forward, sighed in relief, and said to Truong Bin, "You really are quite straightforward." Tin Jiao sat on the ground, sighing heavily with him. "It only took a little, but drained so much of my soul energy." "How strong are you now?" Truong Bin shyly scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. It was her who told me to quickly get them out, after all. Then he lingered for a moment, smiling happily as if completely relaxed. "Finally, she's back." To Tin Jiao really made everyone wait a bit too long. Tin Jiao also smiled gently and responded warmly. "Yes, I've always believed you could do it." Zhang Bing suddenly remembered something and proactively continued. "Oh, right." He enthusiastically introduced Tin Jiao to the identity he had carefully prepared. "This is the body I remade for you. And now, the time has finally come." Tin Jiao looked embarrassed and a little nervous as he asked Truong Bin, "Do you still always carry this physical body with you? Although I'm happy that you've never forgotten, I still find it a bit strange. I want to emphasize that I've always been by your side. You just couldn't sense my soul's presence. At first, when you reconstructed my body, I also tried to merge with it, but when Tin Jiao spoke and reached out to touch that inanimate puppet, this was the result. My ability, although it can cause the soul to emerge and attack others' souls and minds, cannot penetrate into another person's body." Her voice continued excitedly, flowing non-stop as her thoughts spilled out. "If I forcefully take over someone else's body, my soul will be corroded by their power and get trapped there forever, unable to escape." As I told this story, my shoulders felt heavy and slumped, my face blank. Maybe in my subconscious I thought this body belonged to someone else, which caused the soul to resist. Only Zhang Bing remains optimistic in every situation. If that's the case, then the problem is simple. Hohoi said in an upbeat tone, "Tell Tin Jiao to recognize this body as herself and return." "Huh?" So the soul of Tin Jiao has entered the body lying there peacefully. After a few seconds, she slowly opened her eyes. still not fully alert as her mind merged with the new body, staring blankly around. Seeing that the process only took about 3 seconds, Tin Jiao was extremely surprised. She kept wondering to herself, is it really that simple or am I overthinking it? Tin Jiao suddenly shivered, wrapping her arms tightly around her slender body, then frowned as she cautiously examined Truong Bin. Are you going to order me to do something strange again in the future? He cleared his throat loudly, still firmly denying, but his eyes kept darting away. No way. How could it be? What do you think I am? At that moment, the other members also gradually returned and gathered together. They all landed at the same time, their faces softening slightly, showing a bit of relief. Wang Fengxian Lai had just touched down and immediately blurted out a loud curse to vent his frustration. Damn it, I was stuck there just now and couldn't do anything. So frustrating. Zhang Bing glanced at everyone who was safe and sound, feeling a weight lift off his chest. Luckily, it was her soul power that broke the formation and saved everyone. Tin Jiao replied confidently, whispering softly, "No one can trouble me." The joyful atmosphere suddenly turns tense, as a vague unease rises within him. If everyone has returned safely from the spiritual realm, then those Ma Bin guys, Tin Jiao, must have noticed what he's worried about and quickly calms him down gently. There's no need to worry. She slowly explained. In front of the two people were Ma Ban's corpse with shattered soul, lying helplessly between heaven and earth. This kind of formation usually requires some awakened people to cooperate in casting, but he sacrificed himself to forcefully activate it and trap everyone. But unfortunately, he didn't expect that I could break the formation, nor did he expect that you could awaken me from my slumber. Truong Bin glanced at his body and muttered a contemplative remark. These people have blood ties with your grandfather. Today, they also died at your hands, which can be called fate's arrangement. Vuong Fung Tian Lai stepped forward, reporting the situation concisely, then excitedly stomped on the enemy's corpse to verify. The others have also been dealt with, so now no one can stop us. Is this girl Tin Jiao? Why did she suddenly wake up from her silence? He stammered in confusion because just a few minutes ago everything was calm, and suddenly an earthquake struck from nowhere. Tin Jiao jolted in surprise and shouted in panic, "There's an earthquake!" Liu Sisi also felt strange, and Long suddenly became confused. This kind of tremor was unusual, as if something was underground. Zhang Bing vaguely guessed something and looked up at the firebird soaring across the sky with a body of flames like a giant torch. The only thought he had was, could it be the mountain nest? The fiery bird glides through the sky with majesty and dominance, radiating powerful divine energy that commands fear, its burning form ready to unleash countless fire missiles. But the threat they face now isn't the fiery bird. It's the earth dragon-shaped nest itself. The mountain nest just poked its nose out and caused the entire forest to shake. Even a gentle breath from it was enough to topple a 1,000-year-old ancient tree. The fire phoenix spread its wings and soared high, locking eyes with the mountain nest without a hint of fear. To confront it, it transformed all its vitality into a blazing torch that concealed everything. Tithanba and Diep Truong Xuan, hiding in a corner, saw and whispered to each other that this vine truly has an effect. Seeing the situation grow more tense, both hurriedly rushed back. Zhang Bing and the others are probably waiting for us. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Tudu appears, asking questions cautiously. Is this the entrance to the land of training? Is this the way in? While the three of them, Zhang Bing, Tuo Jingzhou, and Tran Min, silently observed, Zhang Husheng suddenly shouted out loud, "But where is the entrance supposed to be?" Tudu seriously offered his observations. "What you see is only the surface. Only Zhang Bing can open the entrance, but we still need some time to prepare." Zhang Bing also felt responsible and took the initiative to step forward, then turned back to smile at everyone. Just in time, everyone should rest here for now. The Sundecide has already started to move. Senior Diep Truong Xuan and Senior Tithanba will soon be able to meet with us. Tin Jiao stammered when she heard that name. Tithanba. That's right, he's her grandfather. Her abilities were also something he told me about. He stood facing Tin Jiao, his voice gentle and relaxed. That's why I was able to quickly judge and help you escape from Tram Luan at that time. They were so caught up in celebrating their victory that they didn't notice every step was being closely followed by the group in black cloaks. A scarred man, probably the team leader under Ma Ban, ordered close surveillance so the team leader wouldn't die in vain. Inside the dark forest, Truong Bin was lighting a fire to prepare food. He placed the large piece of meat on the grill stone, and the rising smoke carried an enticing aroma that filled the air. While Truong Bin was relaxing and grilling meat, Vuong Pung Tien Lai, Bok Duke, and Kim Ba were all vigorously training. Vuong Pung Tien Lai spoke passionately, emphasizing that even when not fighting, training cannot be neglected. Kim Ba eagerly agreed, That's right, the only one who doesn't feel comfortable is Tran Min, since he's not seen as a weight for Kimba to lift and lower at will and can't oppose the elders, so he secretly laments why they always drag me into this. What are you crying about? I'm starving, is there anything to eat? Truong Bin shouted in surprise. Oh my god, where did this zombie come from? Has the village's saint defeated it already? The people around chuckled and said, this spirit creature's aura is so weak, it's pathetic, I don't even want it. What kind of trash is so useless it can't even master this level of cultivation? The guy lay on the ground, clutching his book tightly, his lips almost detached from his face. Or at least can move a little, but I am just a corpse. Truong Bin kindly stepped closer to encourage me, and even handed me a big piece of meat. All right, you've worked hard, eat more after all, even if I use my pure body, it can't make up for your fat. The women's tent is not far from here. The girls sitting inside the tent are chatting, and Mani takes the initiative to speak. That's right. I heard Jiao Jiao and Truong Bin are old classmates, so you also know Tutu? Tatin Jiao looked at Tutu and smiled brightly as she recounted, I used to hear Truong Bin mention Tutu all the time when we were in school, and now I finally get to meet her. Tutu also responded warmly and enthusiastically. Yes, I left the orphanage before Truong Bin went to school, so we lost contact since then. Manni playfully leaned in close to Tutu and teased her. Oh, so that means Tutu arrived earlier then. Yes, Tatin Jiao cheerfully said with a clear, high-pitched voice. I hope the older sisters will continue to help us as we fight together from now on. Manni was startled and asked again what she just heard. The older sisters? Everyone else always treated me like a little girl, but today she suddenly ran over, hugged Tatin Jiao and laughed happily. Good girl, come join our cleaning team. I will never treat you unfairly. As the three of us laugh and joke inside the tent, Tatin Jiao suddenly hears a familiar voice. I finally found you guys. It's Grandpa's voice. Zhang Bing stepped forward politely, showing respect. You two seniors have worked hard. Is anyone injured? Diep Truong Xuan asked in a deep, husky voice. It's okay. That divine bird has gone mad and blindly attacked the flock. Maybe it's still fighting with the nest. There was no time to notice us, and Zhang Bing felt as if he had completely put aside his worries. That's good then. At that moment, Totin Jiao rushed out of the tent and greeted Tathanba loudly. Grandpa! He turned around quickly when he heard his granddaughter's voice. Tatin Jiao ran straight into his arms. She hugged him tightly and suddenly burst into tears without realizing it. Tathanba was still stunned by the scene unfolding right before his eyes. Jiao Jiao, you're awake now? His voice trembling with overwhelming joy. Is that really you, Jiao Jiao? Truong Bin was briefly stunned by the overwhelming emotion between the two grandfather and grandson, then quickly recounted the entire story with sincere enthusiasm. Maban, isn't it Chudiam Bin? The formation he practiced attracts wandering souls nearby, so Tatin Jiao's soul was accidentally drawn in as well. The senior once said that Tin Jiao's soul had not yet died but was in a state of deep sleep, so I took this opportunity to save her from that state. Moreover, the body I created for her is the real Tin Jiao, standing here before you now. Tuthanba also cried tears of happiness, repeatedly patting his little niece on the head. That's perfect, truly perfect, Jiao Dao. Tin Jiao tearfully told Grandma Than, Dad, we thought you were already dead. Both of her parents. He understood his little niece, so he took responsibility upon himself. Trying to comfort Tin Jiao was a mistake of my grandfather. I cannot protect everyone. I am sorry if it weren't for that traitor, I wouldn't have abandoned everyone and caused this disaster. The more I feel sorry for Tin Jiao, the more I resent the ruthless, bloodthirsty captain. Where is Ma Ban? Where is that bastard now? Tin Jiao wiped her tears and smiled as she looked at her grandfather. Please rest assured, Zhang Bing has explained everything clearly to me. She announced clearly that he is dead, and that I have taken over reporting for him. Thanba looked at her with determination, continuously encouraging her. Good girl. He smiled affectionately at Tin Jiao and kept comforting his niece. Jiao Dayao is already grown up. At that moment, Thanba suddenly appeared to be attacked from afar, his body tilting and then falling unconscious to the ground. Everyone hurriedly ran over shouting, Old man! Senior 2, Brother To! Truong Bin quickly examined Thanba, reassuring everyone. There are quite a few internal injuries, but they are not life-threatening. It might be due to overexertion, so everyone shouldn't worry too much. I also assure you that with these injuries I can only perform some simple treatments, so it will take some time to recover. Senior Diep, I will help him check later, and then the two of you can go into the contract bag to rest. Truong Xuan is confident in entrusting his old friend to Truong Bin. All right, then I'll trouble you. After treating Thanba, Truong Bin will continue to take on the job himself. Today, you're willing to shoulder everything without hesitation. Still looking fresh after a long day. Everyone rest now. I'll take the night watch. Seeing only Zhang Bing on guard, the two captains of the cloaked group whispered to each other, "Old Bai, they're all asleep now. Maybe this is the perfect time for the one called Old Bai to make a move. No, can't you see Zhang Bing on night duty? We can't underestimate his tactics. Don't forget how the captain died. We don't even have a peak-level awakener here. If we disturb others, then all of us will be doomed. Old Bai." The headquarters has sent some additional people to help. Looking at the group with ringmasters and symbols on their foreheads, the cloaked individuals trembled slightly. But these people look a bit strange. They haven't said a word since they arrived here. Old Bai is very pleased. He places great trust in them, and if they were sent by the family, their strength must be formidable. However, the most effective approach now is to use the 8 heavy training records to weaken their strength. Then we can attack from behind. Remember, no one is allowed to act rashly without my order. The next morning, everyone was awake after a good rest, and Tudo gently shared the valuable information he had learned. There are 8 training levels in the training calendar land, each with its own challenge. The venomous snake forest, the poisonous creature attack, the fire scorpion desert, the wolf-filled snowy plains, the monster island, the enchanted plains, the deadly highland, and the sky-reaching mountain. Tudo emphasized with a trusting smile, stating that only by passing the first 7 levels in order can the 8th level be unlocked. This is the rule I summarized that year. He patiently added, "Since Zhongbing's level is 20, the difficulty of the training land won't be too high. Time moves 30 times slower in the training land than outside, so we can gradually pass the levels. Also, when there are many people, each person may see different scenes." The training space he mentioned just appeared. Tudo still tried to give a few more instructions. If you want to enter a specific scene, just drag the person who can see it into that scene first, then others can join in. Tutu stands watching and cheers. "I see a rainforest." Hutrung was just as excited. "I also saw the rainforest, but I wasn't sure if it was really a rainforest." Hutrung looked at everyone holding hands tightly and shouted, "Why are you all so eager to hold hands without considering what I said?" Tranmin turned back and teased him a bit. It seems someone doesn't want to go anymore, so they might stay here to protect. Anyway, the team leader said it wouldn't take long. So Hutrung angrily shouted, "Wait for me. I haven't gotten on the car yet." Then he quickly stepped forward and took Tranmin's hand to complain a bit. "Honestly, do you think I'm afraid of dying? Just wait until then and see me fight bravely to surprise all of you." One by one, they stepped in, and after a while, everyone entered the training ground together. The mysterious group immediately whispered among themselves, "Don't let Zhangbing run away." So everyone hurriedly ran to reach the entrance before it closed. Then the scene shifts to a damp, lush green forest, a colder and somewhat gloomier place. Led by Captain Zhangbing, the team entered, happily commenting that this truly was a rainforest completely different from outside. The humid atmosphere makes it feel like it brings people closer to nature, a land of training and tropical rainforests. The mission is to hunt the leader of the Iba bird species. Tudu suddenly points into the distance and announces, "Look over there." Dim Trong Bin seems puzzled. "Does this place actually have a system to notify missions?" A member asked him, "Captain, what is the bird Aibia? Be honest, I've never heard of this kind of mythical beast before. Could it be also as rare as the heavenly normal lake?" For questions like these, of course, only Tudu can come up with an answer. "I'm not sure either. Although the training zones are fixed, the content varies each time. My previous target was Than Diem Tu Hoan Sa, a rare beast that can be found everywhere, but they are very skilled at hiding their scent. If you're not paying attention, it's hard to notice the traces. His illusion is actually more perceptive than a real person, as if these things are behind the others." As Tudu finished speaking, the members immediately looked around and quickly realized they had been surrounded by a swarm of snakes, each varying in size, with bloodshot eyes ready to devour them all. Hutrung and Tinjiao were the first to burst into tears. Ganlong stepped forward proactively to comfort them, saying, "Everyone, don't worry, these snakes were brought here by me." He sadly confessed and raised his bloodied hand. "My blood is very compatible with the snake-like monsters, so when they sense my breath, they naturally react, which also provides a good opportunity to get information from them." He gently approached the little snakes, friendly as if patting long-lost siblings, and asked softly, "You're a good boy. You're the leader, right? Tell me, what kind of bird is that? That's really unfortunate." And Ganlong strokes his chin thoughtfully, translating the little snake's words and then reporting to everyone. "They don't know either. It seems we have to find out for ourselves." Ngeno stands beside with his arms crossed, confirming that these snakes are so small their heads are even smaller than a hazelnut, so what could you possibly ask? The little snake may be friendly, but if its snake vein is hit, it will explode as usual. It grows huge and glares at Nyanho. "Who are you calling small?" He jumped in surprise, his shoulders stiffening and standing upright, hurriedly stammering. "No, it's nothing. Big brother, I'm telling the truth. Please forgive me." Tin Jiao hesitated for a moment, then suddenly felt dizzy, her ears ringing, and with no medicine left, she could only whisper her complaints to Man Ni beside her. Why does my head hurt like this? Jiao Jiao, are you okay? Truong Bin quickly covered her nose and warned his teammate urgently, there's poison gas. Zhang Hutrung, where is the gas mask? Hurry up. Hutrung gently pats his round belly and grins widely like he's hit the jackpot. Come on, belly fat technology, gas mask. So everyone was given a mask to block the poison, which also doubled as a cool accessory. Truong Bin was especially worried about Tin Jiao, gently wrapping his arms around her slender shoulders, his voice full of regret. Damn it. My abilities can't detoxify the poison. At that moment, Kimba took out a small vial of golden liquid from his pocket. Use this, my golden blood can cure the poison. Thank you, Great Gold. Oh. Then Zhang Bing temporarily entrusted Ngan Long with the task. Long. Let these snakes lead the way, and first, let's find a safe place. Escaping this humid, tropical rainforest is like hiding in the lair of wild beasts, with a strangely rich and mysterious ecosystem. Na, the little one, takes on the lead, eagerly twisting its body, causing the young monkey with growing teeth to jump in surprise, even enthusiastically carrying Ngan Long and Ngan Ho on its back. The fog around us has really thinned out, doesn't it? Tran Min gently explained that it was because your physique is too strong, and Vuong Feng Tian Lai, pleased by the compliment, chuckled happily and said, I told you so, training more will definitely make a difference. All right. Truong Bin curiously picks up a dazzling pink feather that fell to the ground. He held it in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. Truong Bin pressed his gaze against the giant tree in front of him, seeing the hollow inside, and suddenly felt a wave of suspicion. Is this tree hollow inside? Lope Tutu stepped closer, carefully examined it for a while, then guessed that it might have been gnawed by insects. No wonder such a huge tree fell. The remaining part had long rotted away and disappeared over the years, probably because it was neglected and completely decayed. Zhang Bing held up the feather and asked the two biologists, Zhao Yanlong, what kind of bird this was. They called this bird Tui Wai. Zhang Bing muttered the revealed name softly, his voice full of contemplation. Tui Wai. I hesitated briefly, wondering if this feather was somehow related to which bird or something else. He responds according to his inner thoughts. For now, he can't say anything. The golden treasury has been collected. In such a vast area, there must be more than one species of bird. The group paused briefly before continuing their journey, inadvertently missing the moment when devilish eyes flashed from inside the hollow tree. Let's just go and look around first. Maybe we'll find a clue. Soon evening fell. Shang Bing flapped his wings, gliding around to scan the surroundings, hoping to catch sight of something new. Lu Sisi leans against a tree by the lake, quietly watching the birds hunting below. After a few seconds, she subtly casts a spell when nothing suspicious appears. The ice across the lake instantly froze solid, and the unlucky birds that hadn't even flapped their wings were struck by the freezing cold and collapsed. The spiritual energy attacks hit the surface of the ice lake, while the rest of the members competed to catch birds. Their echoes are loud throughout the space. The flames warming and serving the barbecue are burning brightly. All the members gather around chatting with each other. Isn't it true that this mission is easy and very simple? But why don't we see any sign of that bird anywhere? Hu Trung said bitterly, chewing on a large piece of meat. How many birds have to die like this? I truly feel sorry for them. Liu Su sat nearby, showing clear signs of boredom after listening. Obviously, he did nothing at all. So why did you stuff even your feelings and grilled meat into your stomach? Hu Trung snapped angrily. Who said that? Without my gas mask, you would have been poisoned long ago. They were joking and arguing, so they didn't notice someone hiding behind the tree watching. Only Truong Bin noticed. He calmly commands, come out from the other side. We spotted the person early on. The members immediately turned around to look. Are they enemies? Not really. Am I the only one who doesn't feel anything? Manny took the initiative to approach and start a conversation. Don't be afraid. We mean no harm. Where are you from? Why are you still out at night without going home? A cute little girl slowly peeks out and naively asks you. Then the girl continued to ask, are you brave warriors here to kill someone off? The members took care of her tenderly. Truong Bin sat nearby, smiling gently as he asked, what's your name, little sister? Where are you from? The girl paused her eating, her mouth still with some food, cleared her throat and replied, my name is Truk Chow. I am from Truk Nguyen village. Suddenly, she fell silent, her lips pressed tightly, tears beginning to well up as if touched by pain. Truk Chow cried loudly and stammered, they came to attack our village, everyone in the village. Bin gently comforted the girl. Don't be afraid, we're here to destroy them. Tell us everything you know so we can prepare ourselves properly. Truk Chow recounted what she could remember. Honestly, this was also the first time I saw them. Oh no, I should say it was the first time I saw their true form. The story begins like this. A few months ago, a man in the village brought a beautiful woman from somewhere back. Since then, she has been singing every morning. Her voice seems to have an irresistible enchantment. Gradually, the villagers stopped working and hunting, spending the whole day waiting for her song. Basically, I didn't notice anything unusual until yesterday when I fainted after eating some fruit. When I woke up, I saw that woman's true face. It looks just like the AI Ba bird from the ancient legends of the village, said to appear as beautiful women whose singing could control people's minds. The mental strength of these people will eventually become its food and be drained by it. At that moment, I tried to wake the others, but no one responded. Everyone was still captivated by the song of the AI Ba bird and didn't notice me at all. Then, my actions quickly drew its attention. I ran away from the village out of fear, but strangely, it didn't chase after me. Then I met everyone. Mchow was telling her story with emotion, while Tatin Jiao stood behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder to comfort her and encourage her to keep going. It is said that whenever the Iba bird appears, a hero from outside will come to kill it. Seeing you holding an Iba feather, I guess you are the hero here to fight this bird. Zhang Bing skeptically asked. Since it feeds on spiritual energy, it can also imitate humans. Then he started to connect the information. Based on what you said, this type of bird also has mental abilities. Tatin Jiao now takes the initiative to say I can help identify the true form of the Aibia bird, but I can't confirm yet if its song has any special effects. Zhongbing wants to act as quickly as possible, so he emphasizes the urgency. Mchow, lead the way. First, let us help you eliminate the Aiba bird in the village, find a specimen, and use the appraisal technique. Maybe we can find some important clues. The next morning, they arrived at Truk Nguyen village. Mchow called out loudly as she walked, "Dad, Mom, I've brought the hero home." Liu Cece carefully observes her surroundings and then nervously says, "Something's wrong, there's no one around here." Mchow sadly lowers her head. Usually at this time, the bird Aiba would start singing, "Where did everyone go?" The girl desperately ran ahead without regard for her own safety. "Dad, it's very dangerous. Don't run around." Mchow runs toward a large house and opens the gate. The girl grits her teeth in fear, sweating profusely. Inside, dozens of birds are hiding. They bar their teeth in a terrifying grin. And upon seeing humans, they all spread their wings and let out deafening screeches. Everyone was staggered and dazed by its feathers hitting them. Man Ni muttered, "Got it, I've fallen into the trap." Luckily, a few people are still outside, not rushing in or fainted, but they are deafened. What is this sound? It's deafening. Those damn birds, each one clutching a team member in their beak, soaring high into the sky. They circle overhead, as if deliberately provoking the others below, who are screaming loudly. Whose birds are these? Vuong Phung Tien Lai and Truong Bin immediately sped up and charged after them, their voices full of fury. Don't even think about escaping. In just a moment, those vicious birds received a heavy blow and screeched in agony. Kimba, Manni, Mchow, and Tran Min are falling from a great height. Truong Bin quickly uses his spiritual power to catch them and ensure their safety. Vuong Phung Tien Lai swiftly passes through the flock, detonating each bird with a loud explosion that makes them stagger, except for one stubborn bird that escapes, opening its sharp beak ready to emit a deafening screech. Vuong Phung Tien Lai staggered briefly from that fierce attack and fell to the ground. Truong Bin rushed to help, shouting, "Stop running!" "Wait a moment, Truong Bin. Let me stop you." She quickly analyzes the current situation with a worried tone. "These birds are too cunning. We've been ambushed. Now everyone is injured. If we act rashly again, I'm afraid." Zhongbing stood silently, contemplating. Just then, Yanlong encouraged everyone in a reassuring voice. "Zhongbing, big brother, I've asked the nearby snakes to track the trail of that Tai Wai bird. The snakes say these birds are Tuamawai, so they are indeed humans. We probably shouldn't directly reveal that we are human either, right?" Assessment successful. The transformed bird is a flamingo with 2-star potential, level 29, possessing the innate ability of dark illusionary sound, which can drain mental energy to produce a hypnotic song that gradually controls listeners, depending on their age and strength. And the duration of control also varies. At high volume, it can directly cause mental damage to the enemy, indeed a psychic ability. Zhang Bing immediately informed all the team members. They indeed have mental abilities. The power of the gemstone contract gives me a strong mental strength, so that attack had no effect on me at all. Some hatchlings can't move and need their parents to bring food back to the nest to keep them nourished. The villagers might still be alive, just brought back to their nests, but if we delay any longer, we can't predict what will happen. At this moment, Tudu spoke up. "Truong Bin, listen to me. The people in this training ground are created from ancient ruins to serve as a training environment. Even their memories only exist for those who have awakened and joined the training. The most reasonable and safest choice is to wait until everyone recovers, and then act together. Truong Bin was a bit reluctant, muttering to himself, but he looked at the little girl, Truck Chow, lying still on the ground, still unconscious from the shock. In my eyes, they are truly innocent and helpless lives, and their lives are worth protecting. If there is still a glimmer of hope, I cannot turn a blind eye. Although everything is still full of uncertainties, Zhangbing then sent a message to 202. Don't worry, I am confident enough to deal with that damn bird. If I encounter danger, I can't handle. I can ask Senior Diep and Senior 2 for help, and I guarantee we won't fall into danger. Lu Tutu and Tu Tinjiao felt more confident and fearless. Then I'll go too, she said with narrowed eyes. My master is also a spiritual force, so my defense will definitely not be affected. I can help protect the spirit. A supporting role, just leave it to me. Zhangbing happily, thanks Na Timthan, and Adai, please lead the way. Tu Tinjiao sat on Na's back, raising her head to ask Truong Bin. Truong Bin, can those who stay behind really withstand the counterattack of the bird people? He confidently emphasized to Tinjiao that the wings of the bird clan are indeed impressive. I have already broken half of it, so they won't dare return to Truk Nguyen village for now. Besides, the only threat to this area is the snakes, but with Zhao Yanlong here, we don't need to worry too much. Old Zhao, I won't forget the kindness of these snakes. No, the layout of this hangwo is still exactly the same as when I came here over 100 years ago, but the pace of passing through the obstacle is too fast. Truong Bin understood what he meant. Are you saying that she deliberately let go of these ruins? Tudu shook his head, his eyes beginning to show signs of worry and unease. He firmly asserted that, no, it's waiting for us to let our guard down. Seeing Na sticking out her tongue and making a hissing sound, Zhangbing felt something was off and called her name. Adai An looked up quietly, muttering to himself, could this blood tree be? Na led all three of them straight toward that tree trunk, where the Abai birds were waiting. Truong Bin quietly slipped behind the big tree, slowly observing and giving orders. The appraisal completed successfully in just a few seconds. The female mutated bird beast of the flamingo race with 3-star potential, top-tier mutated beast at level 33 with a mysterious dark magic talent, can drain mental energy to emit a song that creates illusions, gradually controlling the listener based on their age and strength, with varying durations and a loud, intense sound. It can directly cause mental damage to enemies. Zhangbing read and exclaimed in amazement, not realizing there was another hawk witch. Are these two in charge of reconnaissance? Then he turned back to talk to his teammates, Liu Sisi and Tuo Tingjiao. The female with level 33 innate power is exactly like the previous one, just vulnerable at the throat. 2 blades, and she's done. The 2 Iba birds still sit quietly on the branches, their wings spread out, then folded back in. Adai lies on the ground, gently lifts its head, sticks out its tongue, and looks directly at the guilty birds. It circles the tree lightly as if scouting the situation to help Zhangbing's team. From above, without knowing when Lu Tutu and Truong Bin appeared, they suddenly swooped down with 2 strikes, attacking the 2 distracted birds. A sword and a punch pierced through them, and their screams of pain echoed throughout the forest. It howled in pain, its body pierced by a large hole. It is what it is. Karma. Liu Sisi and Zhangbing prevent them from escaping, using chains to seize their necks and drag them away. Tinjiao also takes this opportunity to report the situation. I've finished checking, there are only these 2 around here. The 3 of them continued to stand in front of the tree. Zhangbing said to Adai, the inside is probably the entrance. Adai, you're so big, wait for us outside. Adai hum hooks dap lai. The 3 of them continued inside, revealing another damp forest. Tudinjiao suddenly exclaimed there is a large open space under this tree, and Truong Bin, deep in thought, seriously reminded us that time waits for no one, and we must split up to act. The 2 of you support each other, and if danger arises, don't hesitate. Contact me immediately. Lu Susu replied briefly. All right, all 3 have split up. Truong Bin is alone, holding a torch, his eyes constantly scanning for any movement. Walking through the silent space, a faint sound catches his attention. Zhangbing mutters, the wind blowing. He feels a bit suspicious and continues to look around the nearby area. The sound coming from there didn't seem like wind, but more like breathing. Truong Bin lay down fully, then quickly turned back. The place he's heading towards seems to be the entrance of the cave, emitting a yellow light like sunlight shining in. Since Truong Bin is in the dark, he quickly raises his hand to shield his eyes. Suddenly he froze, surprised with wide eyes and slightly parted lips, as he watched the large white egg slowly cracking open along with the hatchling still nestled inside. These are the chicks of some bird. He looked around and concluded that the breathing sounds were coming from this area. Zhangbing curiously stepped closer to a newly hatched egg, and since the chicks were all weak and fragile, they posed no threat at all. He watched them carefully and suddenly blurted out, "This face looks exactly like a human face." That thought suddenly flashed through his mind, tightening his lips and shining in his eyes with a faint, restless glow, but no one knew he was suppressing his emotions inside. At that moment, the communication device suddenly beeped. "We found the villagers. They are probably just sleeping deeply. We will gradually get everyone out first." Zhang Bingnan spent a few more brief minutes quietly sorting through the tangled doubts in his mind. Those villagers must have been sacrificial offerings prepared in advance for those damn fledglings. Facing the threat to human lives in this place, he instinctively drew his weapon, exuding a chilling aura like icy frost. No matter how human they appear, in the end, it's just a chase between hunter and prey. Then he decisively charged in, swiftly taking down all the newly born hatchlings because he firmly believed that if they lived even a second longer, more innocent lives would be lost here. After finishing, Zhang Bing informed his teammates, "I will go help you too." Suddenly, the communication device suddenly shrieked loudly. The omen of misfortune strikes. Tutu, now carrying an unconscious girl on her back, looks ahead with a serious and tense face, not surprised that the villagers could be so easily spotted. A flock of crazy birds rushes from afar, attacking the two of them. Tutu helplessly shouts, "So it's their plan to trap us in a net." Tinjiao quickly uses spiritual energy to create a protective circle around Tutu. She shouted, "Big sister Tutu, hang in there, we can't let them succeed." For now, both of them are temporarily safe within the protective barrier created by Tinjiao. The crazy birds kept emitting hypnotic and disturbing sounds, causing Tinjiao to kneel on the ground, her mind overwhelmed by anxiety and worry. This place is sealed tight. The sound waves keep echoing endlessly, and the mental barrier probably won't hold out much longer. Suddenly, she no longer perceives any threat and jumps back in fright as the sound wave suddenly ceases entirely. So Tinjiao quickly rushed over to shake Tutu. Tutu snap out of it. But seeing her pale face and vacant eyes, Tinjiao panickingly shouted, "Sister Tutu!" The loud cry startled her awake, revealing she was fine, just taking a brief rest before rushing out to stop the angry bird charging at her. That bird roars in anger. Damn it, why did the evil spirit get stopped? Fuming with rage, suddenly a figure unexpectedly struck from behind, even teasing by changing its name. "Damn chicken, where are you looking?" Truong Bin swung his sickle and shattered the careless birds, while the leader bird managed to escape just in time, and he blurted out an unnecessary question. "When did luck arrive?" Truong Bin happily replied, "The injured guard in the village didn't tell you?" Then he raised his voice to correct its attitude. "I kill birds and I still have to warn beforehand?" Facing comrades lying scattered on the ground, it starts to panic and scream, "Who are you?" Truong Bin didn't bother arguing with the bird. He rushed straight in front of it, swung his hand precisely to the rhythm before striking. Meanwhile, the bird muttered something darkly in its mind, suddenly echoing an internal reminder. At that very moment, it spat out a bright blue sphere from its mouth, with skulls hanging around its neck like soul-devouring devices. It roared repeatedly, commanding it to become the puppet of that human. Then this bird unleashed a wave of sound 100 times more intense than before, with just a gentle breath overwhelming the entire space. Tutu and Tinjiao hug their heads, cover their ears, and close their eyes, enduring the attack. Damn it, this dark magic is even more violent than before. The bird lady opens her mouth and growls, threatening them. At this distance, even if you are a king, you won't completely avoid my sonic attack. But just as it finished speaking, feeling triumphant, a sharp slash pierced into its chest, and it hurriedly looked down at the pouring black blood. Zhangbing was completely unfazed. He didn't even bother to cover his ears or close his eyes, and he kept mocking. This kind of distraction even qualifies as a mental attack? The bird was stunned and speechless. No way. Why does my ghostly power have no effect at all? It froze in place, staring blankly as Truong Bin made his move, while he reached out with his giant hand to grab it. The AI bird was squeezed tightly, its screams of pain echoing. Truong Bin seized the moment to leap into the air and shouted, "Be quiet for me." He struck down fiercely and mercilessly, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. So the first mission was perfectly completed. The system gently announced that the AI bird leader has been successfully defeated. Training is complete. Rewards have been distributed, and your level has increased to LV25. Zhangbing clenched his fists, finally realizing a few things. No wonder he had defeated so many mutated beasts without leveling up. It turns out only completing training unlocks new ranks. A blue space portal slowly opens, and Zhangbing stands still in surprise, watching as rocks suddenly float as if being pulled into the void. Tutu and Tin Jiao help each other as they move toward him. Wait, there are still villagers trapped inside the lair. Mani and the group are still in Truk Nguyen village. Tudu appears, reassuring Truongbin, "Don't worry, this teleportation gate isn't limited by time." Moreover, at that moment, Tudu turned to explain to the two girls that the boy had directly ordered himself to prevent the evil spirit from affecting him, so he couldn't hear any sound and needed to be cured. The two were stunned, and the three of them looked at each other as if turned to stone. So that was it. Returning to Truk Nguyen village, the heartfelt thanks from the villagers echo loudly. I am truly very grateful to everyone. Seeing the members prepare to leave, everyone asked sadly, "But are you leaving so quickly?" Zhangbing smiled and said to the village chief, "Yes, we still have urgent matters to attend to." The old man kindly smiled and said, "If that's the case, we won't hold up your journey anymore." And then he and all the villagers simultaneously placed their hands on their chests. On behalf of the village chief, I want to send a message to the brave and faithful-hearted individuals. A divine message. What happens to you is not random, but the silent turning of the wheel of fate. The old man sincerely reminds you with full gratitude. The enemies you want strength to fight are just pawns in a game of chess. Keep moving forward. Zhangbing's system also displayed a notification that the hidden quest to rescue Truk Nguyen village was completed, and a side reward was received. His face darkened, a mix of anxiety and curiosity rising. Quickly he asked, "Village chief, how do you know my name?" "Oh, the members are joking around now, but this side reward has actually helped me level up to level 2. I put in more effort than you, but I only gained 2 levels. Fine, it's clear we didn't really help much." Tudu quietly appeared and whispered into Zhangbing's ear. Usually, the experience gained from the training process would be distributed according to the number of mutated beasts killed. This time, everyone leveled up, and this hidden mission reward was truly a surprise. Then he quietly asked Captain Tudu, "What do you think of what the village chief said?" He replied in surprise, "Isn't the village chief just saying goodbye to us? Could it be?" Tudu suddenly looked confused. He asked loudly, "Did you hear a secret meant only for you?" Then he continued to speak non-stop. "Rumor has it that those with infinite power can influence the strength of the world, and the cleansing in the sacred land further helps them uncover the secrets of the world. I formed a cleanup team. The surface aims to overthrow the Chu family's dictatorship, but in reality, it was because of the secret instructions they received that they ultimately changed the fate of Mchow City. As for the details of the secret, remember not to tell anyone easily. Because it concerns the direction of the world, just follow your will and make the choice," Tudu concluded with an urgent reminder. "Now let's move on to the next training schedule." Zhangbing nodded, pursing his lips with determination. The scenery suddenly shifts, revealing a vast marshland before my eyes, the atmosphere eerily silent. The team was swept through the space portal and then fell freely into that desolate place. They panicked, taking turns screaming, their voices echoing across the still water. "Why did I fall right into this freezing cold water?" Manny desperately shouted and begged her teammates. "This water is pulling me in." "Hey, Fatso, throw the life buoy quickly." Hu Trung Nan Hao hurriedly handed her the buoy but still argued to the end. "Who is called fat? This is what we call reserve buoyancy." Zhangbing forced himself to stay calm and asked clearly, "Are you all okay?" Tudu gently replied, "It's okay." Tin Jiao had already grabbed a life buoy for herself, so she let out a relieved sigh. Still okay. At that moment, Tuyet Tiep suddenly felt a sharp, dull pain from below. She squinted, her face contorted with discomfort. "There's something under the water." "You're just leeches. How dare you suck her blood?" The swarms of leeches flooded in thicker and thicker, biting and clinging to her skin. Kim Banga sighs heavily. "Oh well, it looks like we need to get to the shore quickly." Tutu gradually felt her frustration rising, urging her to act faster than ever before. Tutu roared angrily. Those little fish from Dew only deserve to stay in the ice cave. At this moment, Zhangbing has to rely on Na, who is deeply asleep inside the sphere. It seems he can only count on him now. Ah, die. The snake immediately appears, ready to charge into battle. Zhangbing shouted loudly to urge everyone to get on the snake first. Now, they had temporarily escaped the terror from the lake earlier and could chat leisurely. But this swamp was so vast. Could it be that we still haven't found the mainland even when it's already dark? Can we try to stay positive a little more? Tutu glanced at Truongbin, then smiled and asked, "Isn't this the snake from the training ground last time? How did you manage to bring it out?" He eagerly explained so she could understand clearly. "Is the blood oath like the we, able to transmit data across dimensions anytime and anywhere? Tutu chuckled at all the technical jargon he was spouting and teased him. Speak normally. Zhangbing cleared his throat a few times and then continued speaking coherently. A cough. At that time A Long and A Dai had established a blood oath. I suddenly wanted to see what would happen if A Long ordered A Dai to give my gemstone to the staff in that blood oath state. And surprisingly, the contract was actually successful. Later, I stored it in the space for writing and transported it through the teleportation gate. Looking back now, it doesn't seem to be anything unusual. After finishing his story, Truong Bin quickly pointed out to Tutu to look at Ngan Long holding a Dai Dam Thiat. She's watching how happily they are. Ngan Long ignored everything around him. He kept clinging to Dai and crying uncontrollably. It's so good to see you again. I thought I would never see you again. Ngan Ho shyly covers his face and gently reminds his older brother, I feel embarrassed when you're like that. Suddenly, the linked ring with Tudu's illusion flickered, and he announced that the situation was not good. Has anyone seen the mission notification at this training ground? Tutu suddenly remembered and realized she probably never saw the mission notification. Tin Jiao carefully observes the vast surroundings, wondering if the distraction caused by the leeches made us overlook the mission. Suddenly, she screams out in panic. A figure is slowly rowing a boat toward them. Is that someone you recognize, Zhangbing? An old woman stands firmly on the boat, welcoming them with a warm, gentle smile. At last, the warriors have finished their training and finally arrived. The old woman slowly speaks to everyone, inviting you to follow her. Hu Trung is truly so excited that it's adorable. Sitting lazily on the boat, he role-plays as a hero, enthusiastically reciting lines. Whether the princess is in the castle or at the altar, hero, I will go save her immediately. Zhangbing whispered through a communicator to remind everyone that it might be a trap, so they should be careful. Adai took the others and followed the old woman's boat. Truong Bin helplessly muttered to himself, Forget it. I guess we have to follow. Tran Min Nan whispered in complaint. This fat guy is the real challenge for us. After about an hour's journey, they entered the toxic swamp and visited Vai Trung village. Everyone was amazed by the strange scene. Even the village itself was floating on the water. Maybe this training ground really has no land at all. Hu Trung chuckled triumphantly, see? That's because of his wise and decisive leadership. See, tonight you must eat more rice. Tran Min Nan teased back quickly. Yes, you're very clever, but unfortunately you grew a bump there. They enter an old house, and an old man steps out to greet them. Warriors, come in quickly. Our Vai Trung village has finally embraced the light of hope. After the members sat in a circle, he began the story with an introduction. I am the village chief of Vai Trung village, Violanbak. The small, simple village has nothing special to offer you. I sincerely apologize and ask for your understanding. Tudo took the initiative to inquire. What is Headlang Vian Hung to him? Vaidenbach stammered and replied, He's my great-grandmother. The bracelet can talk again. It seems the mystery of the hero is truly beyond imagination. He smiled, but there was a hint of sadness in his expression. Based on the ancient teachings of the village, whenever we face difficulties, the figure of the hero appears, bringing us hope, so I won't waste time and get straight to the main point. The story in Vai Trung village begins. In the southern water area of the village, there is a giant sacred turtle named Trui Nguyet Huyen Kui. It is gentle and very friendly towards people. I have always thought that in the hearts of the villagers, it is a guardian spirit of the village. However, recently it has suddenly become aggressive, attacking many villagers. The violence of Huyen Kui makes us very suspicious, so we can only rely on the brave warriors to investigate the cause, clear this fog, and restore its peace. Even if we can't return it to its former state, I hope the brave warriors can help us soothe it and prevent it from harming more innocent people. Truong Bin understood the mission and encouraged Vai Tan back. Chief, rest assured, we will do our best. He opened his eyes wide, full of gratitude. Oh, thank you all very much. If the heroes don't mind, please enjoy this hot and steaming soup to fill your stomach. Although it wasn't tasty, it was enough to fill the stomach. After saying that, Vai Tan back left so the members could relax naturally. He carefully advised, the sky is darkening, so the heroes should rest early. Zhangbing looked suspiciously at the bubbling dish, and the system also issued a warning. The strange dish emitted a bizarre smell. It wasn't that it couldn't be eaten, but no one wanted anyone to see it. Tran Min Nan coldly teased Hu Trung. Fatty, try your snack. He may be hungry, but he has principles and refuses outright. I wouldn't eat this pot of dark stuff even if I were starving. Zhangbing was still a bit hesitant, but also reassured everyone. Don't worry, this stew should be safe. The villagers probably have no ill intentions. Tin Jiao still isn't convinced and grabs Truong Bin's arm, asking, Are you sure it's safe? Tutu reassures her, I haven't sensed any hostility since we entered the village, so it should be fine. To at this moment whispers to Truong Bin that 100 years ago when I came to train, the village chief was named Vian Hung, and I helped them find a type of bird's egg to raise Huyan Kui. At that moment, Huyan Kui was only as big as a wash basin. Tin Jiao suddenly blurted out a piece of information, which might be the turning point that opens up something for them. It's strange. A person's soul fluctuates with their emotions. Langung Truk Nguyen was no exception last time, but the soul of the Vai Trung villagers seems like a frozen lake. Although still alive, Truong Bin scratched his head and said, You mean these villagers are like zombies in the ancestral village? Hu Trung interrupted with a lot of questions. Maybe you should listen again to what you're saying. Sorry, I can't quite explain it myself. Truong Bin advised everyone to be careful. If no one has seen any clues about the mission, continuing to search would be a waste of time. Based on previous experience, the village chief's invitation is likely related to the mission. Late at night, Vitan Bak stepped out of the house to meet the old woman from earlier. Now only faint echoes of his reminders lingering among the members. Everyone, rest up. Tomorrow we set out. However, it is the ominous sound coming from Vitan Bak at this moment that truly warrants attention. He secretly glances at the old woman and whispers with anticipation that these sacrifices must be fresh. The next morning, the whole group took the initiative to explore, with Adai still as adorable as ever, while everyone whispered among themselves, feeling that this journey was making the feel nostalgic. My butt has gone numb from sitting so long. I wonder how much longer this dress is. Tutu suddenly switched to a sharp observation mode. Being highly alert indeed makes a noticeable difference. I can sense that the water here is much deeper than anywhere I've seen before. Suddenly, Tutu shouted loudly to warn the group. There's something underwater, everyone. A sudden shadow from the calm bottom of the lake shot up, startling everyone and nearly causing them to fall off Adai's back. Tran Min Bin calmly glided on two swords, joined together into a sturdy support. Zhang Bing also quickly spread his wings and soared into the sky. Luckily, this time he was well prepared. He quickly asked, How are the others? Tutu Fanza swiftly set up a giant ice sheet for everyone to stand on. She loudly reassured Zhang Bing that everyone was fine and that she would create a few more paths. At that moment, Zhang Bing was terrified to see the black shadow rushing to attack Adai, plunging him into the deep water. He shouted loudly. Adai seemed to be tightly gripped by the black shadow creature, crying out desperately. Truong Bin looked around in confusion, still unable to recognize the true shape of the shadow. What is that gray thing? Is it another snake? He gritted his teeth, feeling heartbroken for Adai as it was being tormented by it. Just seconds later, both of them suddenly vanished beneath the surface of the lake. Everyone panicked and shouted in unison, It's gone! It's disappeared! Truong Bin looked around anxiously. No, I can still feel it. Adai is still nearby somewhere. This distance should be enough to command the contract, so I shout with all my strength, hoping my voice reaches it. Adai, follow my order and immediately return to the contract gem. But the surface of the lake remained silent, with no familiar hissing sound from Adai, no sound at all echoing back. Truong Bin was extremely confused why there was no reaction. Usually when Thuke Watch returns to space, it turns into a bright stream of light that is easy to recognize. Then he suddenly had a suspicion. Could it still be hidden beneath the water? The surface of the lake roared back to life, splashing water high into the air, making everyone even more anxious. Maybe Adai has safely returned with the gem. Tranmin quickly exclaimed, So this is its true nature. Truong Bin nodded in agreement, saying, It seems we have found the right one. The monster from Vai Trung village, as described by Viton Bak, is indeed the Troy Nguyet Huyen Kwai. The members automatically formed a surrounding formation without anyone urging, ready to face the monster. Truong Bin wielded the divine chain to tighten its long neck while growling a threat. This time, let's see where you run, and of course, the usual inspection. Autopsy. Information about the half-dragon, half-turtle monster appears clearly. The Troy Nguyet Huyen Kwai, a two-headed mutated turtle species, has high potential in stats with its enormous shell-storing power and formidable resistance to attacks. Zhang Bing gritted his teeth and said, A royal talent, and it's a spatial type too. We're in trouble. Seeing Kim Ba acting on instinct without realizing the danger, Zhang Bing shouted loudly, Captain Kim Ba, get out of there now. He quickly asked back, What? But it was too late. Lai Tian, Kim Ba, and Bak Duke were all caught by the turtle's coil and held captive. Then it dragged all three of them down into the raging waves, leaving no trace of them or the monster in an instant. Truong Bin trembled. Now only he was left floating alone in the dangerous air. Everyone else had been dragged underwater. Tathan Ba stepped forward proactively, confident that this place favored him. Let me handle it. Truong Bin gratefully replied, then I'll ask Senior 2 to handle it. Under the water, Kimba held his breath, enduring in silence, angry and cursing inwardly at how sinister this trick was. Still stunned, he suddenly realized that the current was acting strangely. What is this now? A realization about the reverse flow of the Yangtze River suddenly came to mind, and Haiyan Kuai suddenly surfaced from the lake. Someone must have helped out, allowing the members to find a way to escape. Tutu and Tin Jiao quietly stood nearby, silently intervening. Huyan Kuai was now panicked, only able to scream desperately. Tuthanba continues to give orders, Lu's sister, keep sealing the ice and leave the underwater fight to me. Tin Jiao, worried for him, shouts loudly, Grandfather Lai Tian, Baiduk and Kimba have safely climbed onto the ice sheet. All three sputtered and spat out water, complaining a few words. Cough, cough, this water really stinks. At this point, Huyan Kuai finally spoke, snarling each word with frustration. The greedy invaders not only oppressed the villagers, but also took over their homes. Are they planning to kill me now too? Zhang Bing asked cautiously, calmly inquiring, are there any other invaders? In his mind, he suddenly thought that village chief Vai Tan Bak was probably hiding something. He floated up gently, facing Huyan Kuai with a very friendly tone. Please don't misunderstand. We have no intention of fighting you, but it still refuses to believe what you say, and we won't let you achieve your goal. Nganlong shouted loudly by the lake, showing the bleeding wound. Wait a moment, if you take my life, can we calmly talk this through? Huyan Kuai looked hesitant, her expression softening her anger. It gently tucks its head back, quietly watching Nganlong. After a while, it no longer disturbs everyone. Still, the voice carried a hint of resentment and contempt. I'll spare your life for now, but that heavenly being is not to be trifled with. Huyan Kuai sank into the water, with a hint of goodwill to add, I will consider talking to you if you defeat it. Zhang Bing clenched his teeth, his nerves taut with anxiety. What kind of joke is this? A monster transforming here? Another beast tilting its wings against the sky? It is called the Deep Cold Cuckoo. True to its name, its entire body is covered in dark feathers with superior levels and stats. Heavenly gift of the Ice Clan, its wings stir up a storm. After reading, Truong Bin suddenly feels hesitant. Why do I keep encountering such impressive levels? The cuckoo exudes a cold, divine aura just as described. Zhang Bing, Tran Min, and Hu Trung take responsibility for defending and protecting the members. He roars loudly to maintain the formation and must not panic. But the surface of the lake gradually froze over and was erased. Lai Tian turned into a block of ice before she could act, stiff as a stone statue. Tutu was the only one capable of fighting back, thanks to her ice magic. Tuyet Tiep shouted from behind, the breath of this bird is even stronger than the northern snowstorm. Tutu didn't expect its terrifying power. With just one breath, it turned the entire area into an ice sea. The ice power of this mutated beast even surpasses my own. Lai Tian stood there with arms crossed, calmly judging. Playing with ice in the daytime? Then I'll show you what the sun really is. He gently ignites the flame. The immortal Sichuang body, the imperial fire form opens. Are you ready to transform into an eagle? Leiden forcefully leaps up, facing the woodpecker head-on. What's the use of screaming? He charged straight at its body, roaring fiercely, and shut its mouth tight. This is for you. The cuckoo staggered and lost its balance from Lai Tian's sacred fire punch. It felt like it had just stepped out of a steam bath and was completely alert. Then it screamed as it was tightly bound by the vines growing from the tree. What are the young ones trying to steal the credit for? Old Man Diep also shouted angrily. The old men spoke sharply and decisively. Come down here for me. Old Man Deep clenched his fists and cursed the butterflies. Freezing the water surface is enough. Relax and let me handle this a bit. I see he's using a pouch under his belly for support. Old Deep, is that a frost bag? It doesn't feel bad, does it? Old Mr. Deep immediately asked about his old friend. Old Toe, are you frozen solid? Tathan Ba poured all his strength into fierce punches to the cockatoo's belly, explaining as he fought. My ability is to merge with inanimate matter, so whether I turn into water or ice, it won't affect my actions. The sparrow trembled and shivered, but it was remarkably stubborn, and soon bit through the rope tied by Elder Deep. The brave trio of Kimba, Lai Tian, and Bak Duk advanced boldly, with Kimba leading and a defiant, challenging smile on his face. Tai Duang, who dares to challenge me, today I will host a feast of all the birds. He clenched his fists and shouted excitedly. Senior brothers, everyone has placed their bets. Who will be the first to break this bird's wing? Bak Duk proactively proposed that the loser must do 100,000 push-ups. Lai Tian transforms into a deity, casting a spell to create a fierce tornado from the Beast King's power. All three encircled the small bird. taking turns punching and spinning it around, making it spiral out of control. Kimba and Bakduk teamed up to attack the bird's wings. After delivering a powerful punch, Kimba became even more excited and shouted once more. He unleashed a blazing golden light, shooting straight towards the bird cave. Seeing the three of them rush forward like that, Tin Jiao couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. She turned to Zhang Bing, who was also scratching his head and ears, looking confused, and asked softly, "Are they usually this hot-tempered?" He hesitated to justify himself, probably because he had been holding back for too long recently. After all, the opponents were not kings, they didn't have soul attacks. The greedy trio had fought fiercely and then gathered to chat, each showing off their bulging muscles despite being over 30, but that still wasn't enough. I wasn't satisfied yet. As expected, there is still a huge gap between the mutated beast and the king. The cuckoo is temporarily knocked out and lying motionless on the frozen surface of the lake. Just then, Huyan Kuai suddenly poked her head out of the water. "Can't you smell the scent coming from that thing?" Hu Trung jerked back in shock, his face drained of blood. "Oh my god, when did you surface?" Tutu also sensed that something was wrong. Bui, could it be? So she quickly dived underwater. In just a moment, Tutu discovered countless purple poison pills hidden beneath. It's definitely a soul lure again. She swung her sword and decisively shattered them. Zhang Bing then turned to Huyan Kuai and said, "The smell coming from this." "Huyan Kuai, are the intruders you mentioned earlier from the Chu family?" It replied blankly. "I don't know what the Chu family you mentioned is, but it seems like you are not on their side now, right?" Truong Bin suddenly remembered the words of the villains. "We are chasing after Nguyet Huyan Kui. To adapt to the energy of the extreme cold moonlight, we must eat the eggs of the deep cold sea cuckoo during its growth period. For the sake of future generations, there are occasionally groups of people who come to the village to take bird eggs. A few days ago, a group arrived and used this strange Duok Hoan to control the seacock bird and successfully took its eggs. I thought everything was over, but they manipulated the bird to attack the villagers." Huyan Kuai continued. "As the guardian spirit of the village, I immediately joined the battle, but I was no match for them and was severely injured. They also wanted to control me with the elixir, so I had no choice but to use moonlight energy to escape." After hearing this, Zhang Bing whispered to himself, surprised that such a thing had happened. Why didn't the villagers tell us anything? Then he asked Tutu for help. "Tutu, freeze this soul-summoning pill, and I will go back to the village to ask everyone for the truth." Huyan Kuai realized she also knew Tudu, and regretted confiding. As a guardian beast, she couldn't protect the village, and the vow she made to that immortal was Tudu appearing, immediately comforting her long-lost friend. "My friend, this is not your fault. Now we have a common enemy, and you don't have to fight alone anymore." Huyan Kuai stared in surprise, then looked intently at the illusion of him and repeatedly asked, "Tudo, is that really you?" "Absolutely sure. But now I can no longer appear as a human," Huyan Kuai said sadly. "I can't believe after so many years I get to see Master Dudu again. If that's the case, I will kindly step onto the ground and tell everyone that I will take you to the village." Huyan Kuai carried everyone on his back as he entered the village. Seeing the entire village shrouded in silence, Zhang Bing looked around anxiously and asked, "Where did everyone go?" Hu Trung thought of a possibility. Maybe they are all still asleep at this hour. Tutu firmly denied everyone's guesses. No, there is no sign of anyone's presence around at all. Man Nai feels strange. Oh, she also wonders how so many people could have disappeared. Could we have encountered it? When Hu Trung heard the word ghost, his soul almost left his body. He was rambling about ghosts while Tin Jiao continued to analyze. This morning, they even guided us, and even if they migrated away from the village, they couldn't have left no trace at all. Huyan Kui also joined the discussion. "Did you really see the villagers before?" Kimba emphasized. "Yes, they were very enthusiastic, but we really couldn't stomach that dish." Huyan Kui doubted and recounted. "But that day I clearly saw intruders slaughtering the villagers indiscriminately. So how could anyone have survived in that situation?" Tin Jiao was standing when she suddenly caught a glimpse of something. A faint blue smoke emerging from the door of a nearby house. It flickered in and out of sight, and Tin Jiao hurried after it. Zhang Bing shouted in panic, "To Tin Jiao, where are you going?" Tin Jiao approaches the house and touches the door. Her eyes suddenly fill with astonishment. The strange blue flame still flickered, surrounded by bizarre puppets. She muttered to herself, wondering if it was Zhang Bing rushing in, smiling with relief. The fire is still burning. The villagers probably left not long ago. No, they didn't leave. They never existed from the beginning. Tin Jiao touched the puppet. Huyan Kuai was right. These villagers have been dead for a long time. The cursed spirit puppet is flawed and unstable. Her voice is sad and tinged with regret. They have inserted the remnants of souls into these puppets, pretending to be living people. No wonder I felt something unnatural about the souls of these villagers before. Tin Jiao turned back and concluded that the enemies knew that ordinary tricks couldn't deceive us. It seems they understand us very well. Outside, Kimba, Tran Min, Tuyet Tiep, and Bok Duke are hurriedly splitting up. I'll go over there to look for more. I'm coming too. Hu Trung was holding a pot of braised meat in his hand and looked at Man Ni. If those villagers were all arranged by the Chu family, then why not just poison this meal directly? She immediately answers your question. Does she think everyone is as simple as they seem? The Chu family surely knows Truong Bin's abilities. If they truly poisoned the food, it would be easy to detect. At this moment, Tudu suggests that they want us to go to Hu Yankui's residence to investigate, but perhaps it's to find a way to weaken us. In the end, their goal was not achieved and they ran away. Zhang Bing still has some doubts, but why do they know so much about To Tin Jiao's abilities? The only person who knew about To Tin Jiao, Ma Ban, is also dead. Could it just be a coincidence? Lost in thought, Kimba's shout made everyone turn back and find a clue. Come quickly. All 5 of us stand in front of a lake. This is the teleportation gate to pass the level. Tran Min immediately analyzed. It seems we didn't receive the previous mission notification because the task had been completed a long time ago. Zhang Bing wondered, where is the enemy now? Huyan Kuai looked at them, saw the glowing ring, and immediately exclaimed instinctively, Mr. Tudu. Tudu calmly continued, if the order of passing the trials in the training ground is used up, everyone will be forcibly transported out. Since everyone is still here, it proves they have moved on to the next scene in the correct order. The place he suggested is a shining sand dune. Mong cannot see the start or end points, so they are likely ambushing in the fiery desert. Zhang Bing knows time is running out, but he still politely greets Huyan Kuai. We have to go now. Huyan Kuai? What do you plan to do in the future? It answered sadly. Now I have nothing left to protect. I don't know what I can do next. The voice is steady and tinged with regret. Surely new lives will be born in this place again. These little divine turtles will eventually grow up and become new guardian beasts. Zhang Bing sincerely consoles, if what has passed cannot be changed, then better to face the enemy together with us. Mystic Turtle, we need your power. The Mystic Turtle gently closed its eyes, and its deep voice echoed. You, the heir of Tudo, are more interesting than the bookworm of the past. Perhaps re-establishing vows with you is also part of fate's arrangement. Finally it nodded, shrinking its massive form into the gem so Zhang Bing could carry it freely. All right. The contract was successfully made, summoning the Moonlit Shadow Turtle. The Moonlit Shadow Turtle is ready to follow orders. The mission in the village is over, and the group hurriedly sets out towards Sa Mak Viam Hat. As always, they are thrown free from the space gate. Unlike before, Truong Bin has now grown used to that feeling, so he laughs loudly with excitement. Every time he plunges from the sky, it's become a habit. But suddenly, following the team, now he's left all alone. He looked around in panic. Long Day was suspicious. Where did the others go? Didn't we all enter at the same time? Captain, what's going on? Captain. Suddenly, a group of strangers burst out of the void, their tone full of sarcasm. Truly worthy of someone with infinite power. Hearing the strange sound echoing, Truong Bin quickly turned his head back, feeling a chill in his heart, surprised at how quickly they managed to take down 2 high-level mutated beasts. However, our barrier has also been set up, led by the group of black-clad figures just now, with the brown-haired man smirking continuously, welcoming you to disable the barrier. Today is the day for your death. The 2 leaders stand still. Their only task is to command. I will first eliminate you 2 pseudo-enlightened ones. Truong Bin prepared to summon his spiritual power to defend, but suddenly realized Minvu was completely useless. The 2 guys took advantage of your confusion and lack of vigilance to throw punches, knocking you off the beam. Truong Bin's body slid straight across the hot sand. He, clutching his stomach, cautiously surveys the surroundings. The top-tier enlightened mage constructing the barrier formation, the Chu family truly invested heavily here. The 2 ringmasters with glowing marks on their foreheads approached. Zhang Bing, are the abilities you're proud of no longer usable? Don't worry, we will soon help you escape. Amid the fierce battle, the taunts kept coming non-stop. Haven't eaten yet? This punch is far weaker than Wang Kiet Min. The ringmaster's mark suddenly flashes behind Zhang Bing, and within 3 seconds he lifts him up and soars into the sky. He continued to let Truong Bin fall, but he quickly grabbed his opponent's arm, threw him back, and finished him off with a decisive move. The king's fist, snake's heart, the ground where they clashed suddenly trembled violently, dust and debris flying everywhere. The opponent's face still grinning mischievously, even though Truong Bin had stabbed a knife through his chest, a vague sense of unease suddenly arose in him. No, that's not right. He quickly retreated to his teammate's side, while Truong Bin was still trying to make sense of his doubts, clearly having pierced his heart, yet he showed no sign of fear. The strange thing that makes Truong Bin even more confused is that the blade didn't even draw a drop of fresh blood. Could it be that he looked at the two guys gesturing wildly in front of him and suddenly had a suspicion similar to those kids? Is it the expert who truly understands the play, the audience standing nearby chat casually, unconcerned? How long do you think your brother can hold on? What's the bet? I want the scorpion beauty you're keeping. Zhang at this moment uses agile footwork, evading the relentless attacks from the enemy. He charges straight toward the black-cloaked spectators, silently thinking, first defeat the bandits, before capturing the king. The guards around the two noble figures immediately sensed the danger and blocked the way. Truong Bin glided lightly through the air, spinning to dodge skillfully. Every move is smooth and captivating. This is the Beast King rabbit escape technique. He glares fiercely, staring intently at the nobleman, standing calmly and confidently. Truong Bin swings his fist and punches him in the face. But the ninja who was chasing from behind silently struck a deadly blow while he was still stunned from the missed attack. At that moment, the fog once again rolled thickly around. Truong Bin barely managed to dodge in time and escaped injury, but his mind was still in chaos. The core of the barrier that disables me is on those two. The two proud nobles hesitated slightly at Truong Bin's daring move. That clever kid, quickly take him down for me. He still presses on bravely, determined to find an opening. A teammate of the archer pointed his arrow straight at Truong Bin, then lunged forward, swinging his arm to shoot the arrow in a flash. Truong Bin was running and scanning, so he managed to see the arrow's trajectory. He somersaulted to dodge, and the arrow whistled past without touching him. But the surprise wasn't over. Before it could hit, the arrow suddenly veered off course, forcing him to spin another round, secretly amazed at the strange, bent trajectory. This time luck was not on his side, and Truong Bin was pierced through by an arrow and fell freely onto the sand, while the enemy soldiers held him tightly. The two great figures approached, their tones filled with contempt, infinite geniuses. The gray-haired man with the X-shaped scar on his face chuckled with a satisfied grin. Just mud beneath my shoe. Truong Bin, face covered in dirt and scratches, looked up at them and asked clearly, "How did you manage to isolate me alone in this situation? Where are my teammates?" With his reddish-brown hair and a threatening, gloomy expression, he drew his sword and replied, "It's useless to tell you. You're about to die. Take your doubts to hell." Zhang Bing laughed with a slightly arrogant smile and replied, "Hell, I might as well send you there first." "That's right." He stopped speaking, and suddenly the ground beneath them trembled violently, causing everyone to ask hurriedly. "What did you do to cause this tremor?" Truong Bin replied calmly, feeling pleased that he had successfully lured the enemy into the trap. Releasing the soul-summoning pill, he summoned another tornado, shielding himself while also boosting his internal energy and strength. Still, he responded to the enemy enthusiastically. "You didn't use the scorpions to test how long I could last? What's going on? I don't see him anymore." The reddish-brown-haired man shields his eyes, his voice filled with suspicion. "Viemhat Truong Bin is hiding somewhere among the scorpions that emerge after the tornado disappears. I will return this extreme to you immediately." Seeing the scorpions surrounding them, those people screamed in terror. "It's not good. That guy has entered the body of the granuloma, and they are trampling and crushing each one." The scar-faced boss roars as he watches the chaos. "Damn it, there are too many. Where did that guy finally hide?" The red-haired man also showed clear anger, quickly ordering his men to broadcast the command to all level 30s, even if they had to dig 3 meters of earth to find Truong Bin. A pustule detached from the herd and hid in the vast yellow sand. It is the temporary embodiment of Truong Bin. He silently breathes a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat reassured. The danger is temporarily over. Taking advantage of this precious moment to recover, he suddenly remembered the image of the brown-haired villain just now. Again, why did he see this image? Truong Bin closed his eyes, quietly sensing and organizing the pieces of information, then making a judgment. Could it be that the pure-blooded body can resonate with the consciousness of a collective organism? If that's the case, I can use this method to locate my teammates. So he immediately used the infected body with its ability to emit sound waves, spreading through the air from the hearts of his lost friends. Where are they? Where? In just a flash, Zhang Bing caught the signal. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed with excitement, "There is one to the northwest." Time passes slowly. The vast sand dunes swallow all of Zhang Bing's efforts to move. Half an hour later, he found someone. Tudo was struggling beneath the sand. Seeing his figure flash by, the old man immediately exclaimed, "Truong Bin, who hurt you?" "Kid Truong Bin, we've been trapped in the contract bag for half an hour." "What happened?" Truong Bin replied softly. "You were ambushed by the enemy. Bin briefly summarized what just happened to the old man while also removing the pure blood body. They have sealed your powers. Your internal injuries still ache persistently, and your internal energy is disrupted, causing you to cough up fresh blood from time to time. Nevertheless, he still tried to come up with an emergency plan, prioritizing gathering everyone. Seeing him fall into the sand, Tudo shouted in panic, desperately trying to keep his consciousness from slipping away. Zhangbing struggled to get up, but the situation didn't look promising as everything around him suddenly darkened like a sealed room, and he lay motionless in the hot sand, despite Tudo's desperate screams. Zhangbing. Zhangbing. The other fire particles also show strange signs. The soul lure has taken effect, and they are now completely controlled by the dark-cloaked group, who are leading them to follow the trail where Zhangbing just passed. The brown-haired man continued to investigate, and concluded confidently that the last appearance was here. Then his breath had completely vanished. He lowered his eyes but couldn't hide the cold, malicious look in his gaze. Ha ha! Infinite level? It's just a prey good at escaping. The scar-faced lord standing nearby suggests, Old boy, maybe you two should go look for that lord. He immediately got angry and scolded him non-stop, saying who the hell knows where to look for him. This is our only chance. The brown-haired guy is doing everything on his own with no input from anyone else. As for guarding here, I'll send the fire scorpion to search around. Live to see people, die to see corpses. Bin was lucky to be brought to Manni's secret room in time. He was thoroughly examined for his symptoms and current injuries. The ribs punctured the lungs, causing 3 fatal wounds. Luckily, he finally found us. The teammates have all gathered here, standing around the unconscious injured person, Bin. Tutu begins to speak and exchange words with everyone. According to the team leader, the enemy has completely limited Zhangbing's power. When did the Chu family acquire this kind of ability? Tutu sighed and then gave her opinion. If you want to know more, you'll have to wait until he wakes up and tell us. The peaceful and quiet space only lasted for a moment. Manny's sharp senses alerted her to the dangerous movement. It seems there is someone outside. Lydian has prepared for battle, her spirit strong and her words sharp, with no trace of fear. If it's already at the door, then there's no reason not to fight back, right? Kimba also agrees with him, clenching his fists and confidently demanding action. Manny, let us out. We want to fight them. Tran Min, being calm, was anxious and uneasy, so he stepped in to stop the 2 generals. Everyone, stay calm. We still don't know the strength of the enemy. Just then, Zhangbing suddenly moved his lips, his body trembling slightly, and his consciousness returned. Tinjiaotuk happily announced to everyone that Zhang was calm again. Where are we? Weren't we in the training ground? Manny also smiled with relief and then replied to him. When we arrived at the Scorpion Desert, we found out that you were the only one missing. Then I tried to contact him multiple times, but no one answered, so I guessed he might be in danger. The desert is very harsh, so to save energy, I opened the dark room. Zhangbing, exhausted all over, forgot his pain when he heard about the enemies and sat up suddenly, shouting, Yes, those enemies! Tinjiao frowned, baring his teeth in a threat. Calm down. Bin, full of bravado for a moment, suddenly collapses due to his current condition. Tinjiao stays by his side to support him while he continues discussing the matter. The enemies are remnants of the investigation team, including some Chu assassins. I suspect they have been following us. Blending into the training ground, which includes 2 extremely tough opponents who are not only powerful but also immune to pain and bleeding, he quickly realized an important detail after the encounter with those 2. The secret to sealing my power lies in those 2 team leaders. When I launched my attack on them, my strength instantly recovered a part of it. Bin Thuat briefly summarized the situation and the tactics used at that time. To verify this further, I used the soul lure to lure the scorpions over, causing chaos. When the dust obscured their view, my power indeed recovered, and only then could I cling to the fire scorpion and escape. Now you repeat everything to your teammates without missing a detail to express your thoughts, so I guess as long as they don't see, it won't affect me. Tudu, after hearing this, added his own words. If the Chu family had this trick before, they would have definitely used it against me. This suggests they must have only recently learned this tactic. Tonthan to Thien. Thuong Ho doesn't seem to be like that at all. Bin also felt uneasy and honestly expressed his current doubts, and it seemed they could isolate me from the others. Logically, the Chu family should have no influence over the structure of this training ground. After saying that, he withdrew into unspoken thoughts. Could it really be, as the village chief said, that there is a mastermind behind all this? The enemies you want to gain power from here to fight are just pawns. His eyes closed tightly, the headache still lingering. Now he has to deal with more complicated and unresolved information. But the most important thing now is to deal with the Chu family. So he clenched his fist and raised his voice to everyone in the room. Although we don't know where Chu family's tactics come from, At least now we have some understanding of their members and their abilities. The Chu family is holding their ground above, which means their tactics cannot break through the darkroom. He continued to present his reasoning and analysis. Everything makes perfect sense. Everyone is paying close attention. If I'm not mistaken, they cannot see Man N and therefore cannot restrict Man Ni's darkroom. It also means we can return to the darkroom to rest whenever we want. After explaining for a while, Zhang Bing reached his final conclusion, narrowing his eyes as he delivered the final remark. We can use this point to defeat each of them one by one. I don't know if everyone will support the plan or not. Before they could strike, a sarcastic voice echoed behind the two leaders saying, "Hey, are you guys looking for me?" Zhang Bing walks forward slowly, his hands shining with internal strength and divine energy. The two men have been longing for him since yesterday. Now they are whispering his name. He steps forward, clenches his fists, feeling the surging power within his body, slightly worried as the aftereffects from yesterday's battle still linger. As expected, my power has been limited by those two, but I set everything aside. Truong Bin is lucky to have great teammates, but luckily Team Leader Kim and Director Fuong are out of their line of sight, and not limited. The scar-faced, gray-haired leader orders decisively with a wave of his hand. "What are you still standing there for? Go deal with him." Zhang Bing's fighting spirit ignited, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the opponent, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth with an air of arrogance. His eyes sharpened as he said, "Looks like you really care about my strength." Then he loudly delivered a lesson to those in front while transforming into a spirit master and approaching the two leaders from behind. However, you can't just look straight ahead when observing someone. After grabbing the leaders by the collar, Truong Bin hurriedly reports to his teammates. "Manny, open the secret room." "Got it." It turns out that the one grabbing these two enemies by the collar wasn't Zhang Bing, but Bai Dai. He used a transformation spell. The execution of the Grand Tutor's punishment was lifted just as the two leaders shouted curses. Damn it. Both of them quickly struggled free and faced Bai Dai. Just relying on him, they still want to limit us? But our pride only lasted a few seconds before the rest of our team stepped out with their announcements. "Yeah, we're here too." Captain, two stepped forward with a relaxed yet commanding smile, demonstrating the authority of a senior to the two of them. Those two kids seem pretty formidable now. Seeing him, they immediately cower. "Captain To, isn't he supposed to be dead?" It was all Ma Ban. He was the one who caused us to become captains, so naturally he didn't care about the cause. When enemies come to the house, even the elders have to fight. So he cast a fiery glare at these two. "Stop talking nonsense. I couldn't finish him myself before, but today I will use you to vent my anger." Seeing the murderous aura from him, Tin Jiao hid behind Tutu and commented, "This is the first time I've seen my grandfather so angry. Your grandfather and the other young men are charging in and beating the two enemies to a pulp." A joyful shout echoes throughout the room. "I'm about to break. My hand is about to break." Liu Susu smiled softly at Jing Jiao and advised her, "Tao Sr. and the others are handling it here. I need to go support Zhang Bing outside." Jing Jiao grinned and proactively said, "I'll go too, so I don't always have to be on guard against these two." Truong Bin was still excitedly taking out his treasure and cheerfully exclaimed, "I finally can use my abilities now that those two are gone." This item is called the Contracted Gemstone. The contract can be combined with the Contracted Gemstone and special equipment to enhance the item's potential. Each piece of equipment can only be combined once. He held it firmly and showed his determination. Just trying out a new move, the mighty spear has been enhanced, allowing it to repeat the teleportation spell and turn it into a ranged attack. The Fire Eater has been activated, Minvu's body has been triggered, Truong Bin has taken down an enemy with one leg slightly bent and the other extended, both hands gripping his weapon reinforced with energy, simultaneously infused with fire and mist into the spear. Once everything was ready, it was time to act. Truong Bin calmly took them all out in one sweep, just with a single weapon strike. They scattered in different directions, landing in various poses, but none of them were victorious. The surviving enemies were panic-stricken when they saw Truong Min and Tutu appear, still holding the protective shield. Tutu said nothing, and coldly pierced through a man with her ice sword. Truong Bin was very happy, smiling brightly as he asked, "Why did everyone come here?" Tin Jiao replied enthusiastically, "The enemies capable of causing interference have been locked in the darkroom by Sister Manhwa. Let's focus on clearing out the minor soldiers outside. I feel more reassured and motivated to fight." "Good. Only the two strongest, highest-level crystal contract users remain. Except for Senior Diep, this experience will be left for you." "Haha, understood." Kimba at this moment is busy dealing with the man who has a ring on his forehead and escaped Truong Bin's knife yesterday. He gently brushes himself up to avoid his attack. Then he lands softly from behind, his eyes still scanning ahead. When he spots the enemy's weakness, his keen warrior instincts immediately come into play. At this moment, Kimba decides to use the golden blood to finish off this guy, punching him in the stomach and sending him soaring into the sky to admire the view. But just like Truong Bin yesterday, this guy is completely unfazed by Kimba's punch, leaving him puzzled and wondering, my attack has no effect. That guy was just knocked into the air when he suddenly swung his sword straight down into the ground. Kimba reacted quickly and dodged. He quickly stepped back to create some space for discussion with Lai Tian. These two are immortal. Lai Tian also glanced around and replied, living creatures are still quite weak, and they are more troublesome than living beings. Senior brother Diep suddenly appeared at this critical moment, bursting out of the sand and using thorny vines to tightly bind these two guys, while shouting loudly to the two warriors, Kim, little friend, Fuang, little friend, help me hold them. The two immediately charged forward, using all their strength to hold the two. Senior Deep said with interest to the two, even if you are alive or dead, both need energy to operate. As long as it is power, there will definitely be a limit. Kimba still felt surprised despite having subdued these two. Too strong, Senior Diep, drain them completely. After their strength and spiritual energy are exhausted, cracks appear on their foreheads. The two red clown-shaped coins appeared from the crack. Kimba was startled and shouted, clown coins. This thing is their source of power? The two fierce team leaders now had to scream and beg, don't stop hitting us. Unable to move because of the restraints, all they could do was mutter and curse. We have said everything. Captain. To picked up the two bagua pieces and guessed, are you using these to limit others' powers? Maban killing me with a dagger has a similar effect. It seems these items all come from the same person. But this thing requires both of us to focus completely in order to activate it. And when using it, no other abilities can be employed. Tin Jiao, with his spiritual power, confirms. I have scanned the soul. He is not lying. Captain. 2, with a sharp gaze like a knife, looked closely at this guy. Does that mean this thing was specifically used to deal with Truong Bin? He stammered in response. Seeing the two guys hesitating and unwilling to continue, Captain 2 threatened. I'm about to settle the score now. Tell me who ordered you to deal with the Chu family. The story started quite a long time ago. About 15 years ago, Chu Diem asked us to transport goods to the training ground. The brown-haired team leader back then was one of Chu Diem's most trusted confidants. He always yelled at the spiritual beasts, demanding some order from them. I have to stay up 3 nights in a row watching over your herd of beasts. The scar-faced gray-haired captain is still under his command, and he quietly asked, Old Bai, are we really going to join forces with the Chu family? Bai Bok sighed in frustration and complained, why do you always have to be so difficult, Fukba, in this world? Either you're the one playing the game or you're the pawn, and people like us who are good for nothing can't even touch the chessboard. Fukba nervously exclaimed, but just as the two of them were chatting, Lao Bok suddenly startled and shouted, Hey, isn't that the contact? The person he called the contact was slender, wearing a mask and a cloak that covered him from head to toe. Hey, what time are you guys leaving? But that enthusiasm only received a dismissive and contemptuous reply. The goods stay, and the person gets lost. Damn it, my brothers risked their lives to deliver the goods. Do you think this is express shipping? Just one sentence to tell us to leave? Seeing him stride away without looking back, Laubach grew even more furious and chased after, shouting loudly. I'm asking you, but he can't even touch that communicator, yet he possesses incredible divine power, and in the blink of an eye he flung Laubach backward. Do even ants deserve to touch a god? Fuba anxiously rushed over, calling out in a trembling voice. Laobai quickly helped his brother up, just as the contact man lingered to say one last word. He just stood still, but the overwhelming aura from his body was far from ordinary, even making people feel furious. He coldly spat out a single word. Get out of here! Captain Tu, inspecting the scene, saw the fighting group returning outside and gently asked in a calm voice, Are you back? Has the enemy outside been dealt with yet? Seeing the tense atmosphere in the room, Zhang Bing suddenly felt uneasy and cautiously asked, What's going on? Is something happening? Tathangba calmly updates everyone on the situation. Zhang Bing stroked his chin and forced a faint smile. So that's the case, but what does the Chu family want with Hu Yanho to be sincere? Who is the mysterious person they mentioned? And there's also Minvu? Those two guys were so scared, they kept explaining that we were just following orders and really didn't know anything. Tudu doesn't want things to escalate further, so he steps in to protect Old Bai and serve the lady. These two aren't lying. It seems these low-level guys don't really understand the inner workings. However, the perception distortion ability of Heavenly Normal Lake is similar to the True Heart Illusion Tiger. Those two guys jumped in surprise, one after another, their scarred faces panicked. This is the shadow demon of Tudu Thoibach. Tudu remained silent, his stern eyes flashing as he asked sharply, Where is the person who accepted the true heart illusory wolf? Old Bai tried to stay calm and shared the little information he had. We don't know either. He took us with him after completing the 2 training schedules and then left, but his strength and many of his tools are clearly beyond our understanding, so we can't tell which faction he belongs to. The more he spoke, the more his curiosity and fear were revealed in his trembling voice. That monster who can freely enter and exit the training ground is very likely also an individual with unlimited power. In the end, Old Bai bravely accepted his fate and said everything I asked him to say. As for the many things he did to you before, you have no reason to keep us alive anyway. Do as you wish, kill or fight. But Fukba was different. He couldn't hide his terror and hurriedly bowed his head to beg. Please, please give us a way to survive. Laobak was stunned by his subordinate's reaction. Puba, you, Puba, cut him off automatically. Laobak, you taught me to learn how to read the situation. Small characters like us are destined to have no influence on the world's affairs. Better to kneel alive than stand dead. Then the two of them hugged each other tightly, crying uncontrollably. Old Bai, are you okay? Zhang Bing broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking that he found this place a bit disgusting. He carefully considered his options. Although these two are not high level, they are at least veteran members of the investigation team, so they probably have a good understanding of the situation outside the city and within the team. Moreover, they might still be useful later to identify that mysterious person. Finally, Truong Bin proposed the only solution to end this chaos. I can give you a chance, but from now on you must obey my orders completely. You just need to honestly swallow this gemstone to make the contract. He says he wants to make them willingly, but his terrifying expression seems to threaten others. If you want to live, you'd better show some good behavior. Fuba and Old Bai looked at each other, secretly thinking that this thing was even more brutal than the Chu family's deadly oath, meaning that after eating it, they would have to serve as beasts for the rest of their lives. Hearing this, Old Bai seemed a bit unwilling. He swallowed hard, grinding his teeth in anger. The scene shifts to the Baijitian Inn, where after exhausting their efforts and fighting with all their might, Zhang Bing's group is now feasting happily, relaxing and loosening up the muscles. Hu Trung bit into a big piece, grinning widely. This stuff is worth it, even if it kills me. I'd still become a full ghost. Mani also excitedly told you that Thon Minchow's money could be used here, so there's nothing to worry about in the future. Tadu also happily chatted with everyone. It took me a long time to start my training schedule, and this place was just a tribe back then, but now it's grown into this. While everyone was chatting happily, a drunken man from the next table staggered over and slurred, "Hey brother, you guys seem like outsiders, right?" Zhang Bing politely replied with a gentle smile. "I heard that a beast tide will arrive at the town tomorrow." "Beast tide?" The man with a hoarse voice replied, still with a drop of wine on his lips. "Oh, are you talking about those dangerous wolves? I heard that when the wolf pack attacks, there are always people from outside helping the townspeople fight them off. But that's outdated now. Since we're all friendly at the drinking table, this guy took the initiative to keep talking. Surely everyone has seen the big guy on the city wall, right? The one who can shoot 5 giant arrows at once. No matter how many dangerous wolves there are, it's useless. Just let them be content to be the bag and the rice bowl." Only Zhang Bing was a bit suspicious. He hesitated slightly. "Is it really that simple?" Suddenly, Truong Bin found it strange when Tin Jiao suddenly stood up and left the table. He approached and gently asked her what was wrong. Tin Jiao turned back and answered honestly, "Come to think of it, I haven't been back to Mchow City for a long time." Then she casually looked ahead with a restless and eager mood, wondering how things were inside the city now. The next morning, before the sun rose, everyone had already arrived at Mchow City. Below a construction site, the workers are working passionately, loud noises blending together when a fat, bulky man approaches and shouts loudly at the workers. "If I can't fix this broken shop within 3 days, I'll throw you all into the wall," one disgruntled man said, but the stubborn materials he insisted on using were met with curses. "There's nothing else. Tonight I have to smell the scent of bread." The passers-by, hearing his loud and unreasonable shouts, stopped to look and judge him with contempt. Deputy City Lord Huang sure really worked hard. I heard he became a hunting dog for the patrol team to get that position. Inside the City Lord's mansion, some subordinates were bowing their heads, reporting, "Your Highness, the city renovation is almost complete. According to people's understanding, this was a natural disaster that the patrol team has handled." Lak Ti Vu sat cross-legged on the chair, looking worried and wondering if the pigs in the city are eating well and sleeping soundly. The subordinate flattered, "Everyone praises your way of ruling this city. As for the Chu family, what is your opinion, Your Highness?" Lak Ti Vu stood up and responded to the servant's concern. "I know what you're worried about. Since King is imprisoned by Tudu Thoi Bak, you're afraid that Chu family's people might take the opportunity to sneak in. Do you not trust me? The subordinate immediately bowed his head and apologized. No, I dare not. She glides across the ground with a light voice that reveals her cruel nature. Vuong killing too. Du Thoi Bak is only a matter of time. As for that Chu family dog, a dog only resembles a dog when it barks. As long as I hold the leash, that's enough. That subordinate keeps questioning, but Hoswang Trach Min, no, Chu Trach Min, lied to us. Tivu had already planned this in advance. I know. That's why the Chu family deliberately brought him back to let him earn his redemption. We indeed also need his position as Vice City Lord. Moreover, in his private hideout, Tivu has always been secretly monitoring that Truck Min guy. Now he doesn't dare to deceive us anymore. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice with a hint of sarcasm echoed, probing. It seems your development isn't bad at all. Tivu's subordinate immediately raised a sharp claw, glaring hostilely. Whoever you are, Tivu shouted angrily, commanding him. Wait a moment. Given this reckless and impulsive act by him, Tivu decides to execute him immediately, to serve as a warning to the others. Remember, you are only pawns on my chessboard, the stranger sneered, voice full of mockery. Be careful of your own identity, little fox. Tivu asked anxiously, his voice trembling with anger and worry. What are you here for? This mysterious person confidently replied with a superior attitude. You should also know that our pure-blooded branch of the clan has no reproductive function. He is the messenger from the old man Bai mentioned earlier. With just one blood pill, he created the fox spirit from earlier. Even if he could replace humans, he couldn't change the current situation as their numbers continue to decline. Standing before Tivu, his tone was also arrogant and condescending like the narration, so I decided to let her know how to continue preserving your kind. Now that you have taken over Mchow City and have enough resources, that method will no longer trouble you. To remind Tivu, he deliberately probes, his tone full of scheming. Oh, you want to go back to the snowplain area, right? Let's switch to the scene at Bakthiet Tran in the snowplain. Truong Bin's group is following the man from yesterday, and the tense atmosphere is spreading. Time is passing, and the beast tide is counting down. 5 minutes, the time is almost here. A nearby person reassures Zhangbing with a confident voice. Hey, you don't need to worry, come help me out here. Hu Trung, watching through binoculars from above, reports to everyone, his voice a bit tense. It seems like they're almost there. Indeed, the entire pack of foxes is rushing in heavily, growling loudly and shouting clearly. Fire now, let all of us get hit by a copper bullet each for a change. They look terrifying and frightening, yet each one screams in agony from just a single gunshot. Lai Tian watches from above with a look of surprise. Does this thing really have that much power? It looks like we really don't need to get involved. Bakduk also wondered aloud, his voice filled with suspicion. Why is there a fox scent mixed with the blood of these wolves? At that moment, Zhang Bing also shouted in surprise. He clenched his teeth, overwhelmed by shock, his face tense as he gritted out, "That's not right, that thing." Looking at the fox corpse, Zhang Bing confidently deduces it is a heavenly fox. Meanwhile, other heavenly foxes are also under attack from projectiles shot from the city walls, creating chaos everywhere. The man chuckled smugly, his voice full of contempt. These people aren't even capable of starting properly. Looking down at the fox spirits lying on the white snow, he thought to himself, it looks like it's almost over. Time to pack up and have some hot soup. Just as he was about to fire a few more finishing shots, suddenly his bow and arrow malfunctioned. The man immediately looked at it carefully, frowning in annoyance. What the hell is this? This torn bow is malfunctioning at a critical moment. Not only him, those around him also lamented with a voice full of confusion. Our side is also trapped. What's going on over here? It's over. In this urgent situation, a fire temporarily resolved everything. Zhang Bing was the one who saved the day, speaking seriously with a cautious tone. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Kimba smiled excitedly with an enthusiastic tone, saying, I should have let my fist teach them a lesson earlier. The man with the shaved head, apparently the team leader, ordered urgently. Hurry up and call Engineer Song here. I'll go right now. This time, Truong Bin's team charged to deal with this stinky pack of foxes. The members used all their skills, delivering stunning and decisive attacks on the heavenly foxes. Hu Trung laughed happily as he fought, enthusiastically showing his opponent the powerful strike of his weapon. After a fierce and intense battle, the pile of foxtails filled a large white snowfield. Zhang Bing told everyone, his voice full of exhaustion, It's enough, their bodies have been smashed into minced meat. Hu Trung, still adorable, keeps pounding the lifeless bodies. No, I finally met an opponent weaker than me. Can't I enjoy a little satisfaction? Zhang Bing anxiously told the team, his voice full of concern. Why hasn't there been any announcement of mission completion yet? Zhang Bing immediately looked up to scan the surroundings, suspicion in his voice. Could there still be fish slipping through the net? A big question remains unanswered, and moreover, where did these heavenly normal lake creatures suddenly come from lately? The cheerful voice echoes from above the city wall. Prince Huang, Duke Vuong, you have finally arrived. The bow suddenly stopped working. Please, two of you, help me check. Are you both so disappointed? Did you call us just for these trivial matters? That's right, we haven't even finished sleeping yet. Suddenly, an emergency alert sounded, and the mystic warrior activated. Seeing Zhang Bing suddenly fly up without a word, Lai Xian was startled and called out to him. Truong Bin immediately responded in front of these two elderly workers, his face darkening and weapon already in hand, then swung his sickle to cut them cleanly. They dodged, looking at each other in shock. Where did this crazy guy come from? Truong Bin calmly said, full of contempt. Your acting is terrible. I already recognized the true identity of the heavenly beast hidden beneath its disguise, so I cursed these two beasts to their faces. Tutu and Kim Ba stand below, looking up with worried and confused expressions. Some people try to stop Zhang Bing from causing trouble, while he angrily shouts, full of fury, How did you get in here? What is your purpose? Quickly stop him, be careful, they are heavenly deer foxes, like Kaingui Lang, they can eat people. The man with the head injury shouted loudly, ending everything. Enough! He is blaming Truong Bin, his attitude extremely furious. Lord Huang and Lord Wang are the chief designers of the crossbow, and everyone can see the contributions they made to the town. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, pointing at him and shouting, You guys immediately attacked without distinguishing right from wrong even after being saved from a near disaster, and now you're blaming your benefactors. I guess you want to take credit for something, right? Sneaking around and messing with the crossbows so they can't work, all these foreigners are just a disaster. The man, lacking divine vision, desperately protected the two foxes, led the chief engineer for treatment, and imprisoned the foreigners inside the dark prison of Bach Thiet Tran, where Truong Bin's group had been captured and were taunted with contempt to stay obedient. Hu Trung sat cross-legged, puzzled with a curious tone. Truong Bin, why didn't you let us fight back with just this prison? Us? Truong Bin exhaled softly and replied calmly with a calculating tone. Killing the fox spirits is easy, but finding their nest is the hard part. I deliberately led them to this quiet prison to make it easier to hide our actions. Hu Trung crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and pondered. That's true. Those two fox spirits disguised as humans seem to hold high status in this town. If we kill them, we might have to go into exile out there. The mission isn't finished yet, I don't want to wander outside forever. The chubby young man who hasn't discussed the main matter for long was already salivating and swallowing his saliva. Anyway, the food is pretty good. Every meal has meat. A moment later, Zhang Ming proposed a clever plan to secretly kill the two fox spirits and then drag their bodies out in front of the villagers to intimidate them. Hu Trung immediately spoke up to dismiss it, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Why rush? We haven't even had dinner yet. In the end, he only got a harsh scolding. Eat, eat, eat. All he knows is to eat. The fake wind charm worked. Zhang Bing shivered and quickly turned around. That strange sound must have come from those two fox spirits. The two workers that Zhang Bing exposed earlier today are now busy carrying out some shady operation. Those spies are at least level 30. If we don't run now, we'll just end up being stripped and turned into a necklace. Huh? Both of them were extremely confused, whispering comforting words to each other amid a barrage of questions. Where did they even come from? Not only did they ruin my plan, but they also uncovered our true nature. The woman gently pats her ally's shoulder, her voice urgently suggesting, Right now, our top priority is to alert the other clans, or else tomorrow we might face another unexpected attack. As she was walking forward, she suddenly heard a strange noise and quickly turned around, asking, Who's there? Are you suffering from hallucination syndrome again? If you're hungry, go home quickly and chew on some frozen meat. That dark purple smoke is definitely Truong Bin's secret move, not some stranger. It keeps repeating the two haunting words, inspection. The two disguised foxes are still muttering and complaining to each other. What the hell am I hungry for? I just want to survive right now. Zhang Bing quietly sneaked into the dark corner, avoiding prying eyes. The assessment was successful. A level 27. Heavenly Beast of the Thuong Ho, a mutated fox species from the Snow Clan, 2-star potential, intermediate rank, a high-level mutated beast with distorted perception, capable of bending and even repairing the perceptions of living beings according to its will. He muttered the name that the two guys had accidentally blurted out. The Snow Clan Heavenly Fox Guardian steps in, calmly calling out names. 1, 2, He let out a helpless sigh after finishing the count. Damn it! Why is it always one short? Tin Jiao chuckled softly. Even though Long Da was trembling, he still tried to stay calm to distract the entire village. Are you the guard? You've already counted 3 rounds since breakfast. Maybe you should try counting on your fingers. Hu Trung also chimed in, teasingly, to distract that guy from the village. That's right. We're all good citizens who follow the law, unlike that Truong Bin. The more he talks, the worse he sounds. Truong Bin just happened to face his only disaster, and his comrades are too useless. Your careless words accidentally caused the guard to point directly at him and call out his name. That's right. The leader couldn't see anything. Someone, come here quickly, there's an escapee. At that very moment, suddenly a blazing golden light rushed in. Tutu glanced over and immediately recognized it. This was the teleportation of Truing Yet Huyen Kui. The warden points his spear with a sharp tip, glaring and growling in threat. What are you all trying to do this time? Tutu looked serious and quickly warned everyone that an explosion was imminent, urging them to scatter. Just 3 seconds later, a deafening blast shattered the ground into ruins. From the depths of the earth, a dark blue go long with 2 heads emerged, screaming hauntingly, full of torment. Everyone writhed and tumbled in pain from their falls. Ouch, that hurts. Stop complaining. Voice full of annoyance. Can you not do that suddenly next time? I'm doomed. Even if you explain next time, it won't matter. I really don't want to sleep outside in the early winter snow. Dulong has sent an urgent message to everyone, so let's go. Zhang Bing told me to pick up a few people, and he has already made some new discoveries about this mission. After passing the trial, we won't need to live here anymore. The 2 disguised workers return to their hideout and immediately revert to their original form, the celestial fox spirit. Both of them staggered into the meeting room and asked those already present, "Are everyone here yet?" 3 brothers. Is this all that's left? He uses harsh words to provoke and anger his opponents. Why don't you 2 just die out there? The 2 who just entered slump down exhausted and report the situation. We can't do anything because someone outside is interfering. The wounds on this guy's body were also caused by that person. The constant harsh comments and criticisms keep coming, but you don't need to be pessimistic. As long as we have the right equipment, gathering as many compatriots as we want is only a matter of time. While the Heavenly Immortal Lake group was holding a meeting, a deafening explosion struck, shattering the sturdy wall. The members of the Zhangbing team had entered here, appearing calm and proud like returning heroes. Kimba still teasing sarcastically, "I don't know why it smells so rotten. Turns out this is a fox den." The red-haired punk grits his teeth and curses, saying, "You 2 just got followed. There's no way out. These people are too conspicuous. How can I?" Truong Bin clenched the skull-shaped weapon in his hand, appearing here with overwhelming presence. "Did you hear that? Your ancestors appeared in a dream and told me to wipe out your clan." Everyone quickly sensed something was wrong. "Leader, no, who are you?" Before it could get an answer, another loud explosion sounded overhead. Divine energy bullets were fired continuously at the fox demons. Some panic and run away, others curl up and tremble while clutching their legs. Lai Tian suddenly appears behind them, shouting loudly, and so do we. With deep inner strength and Lai Tian's fierce scream echoing throughout the cave, he also conveniently lit up the entire space with a blazing, dazzling fire. Take this punch from me. As for Tuyet Tiep, she's showing off her skills with stunning and decisive spinning kicks. This move is called the Continuous Jade Breaker. Remember it well in hell, each person has their own fighting style, and at the same time the ice blade attacks the celestial fox. Lie simultaneously. This sword energy is all controlled by Tron Min. He doesn't stay still, just flicking a few fingers to wipe out a series. Tuyet Tiep happily pats his back, causing him to cough blood in pain. Well done. The surviving ones, clutching their heads in fear, trembling voice say, "Don't come any closer." Truong Bin gives them one last chance, his cold and calm voice replying. "Where are you from? Is staying here an order from Princess Yue?" The fox spirit disguised as a worker but was unlucky and couldn't escape. Now it must honestly confess. "I don't know who you're talking about. We are people born here." The teammates gawk and shout, "Shut your stupid mouth." Tutu Duong raised his sword high and shouted, "Do you still want to cause trouble?" One determined to show his unyielding will. The heavenly normal fox will never become a slave to humans. It even gave up in despair. After all, it was going to die anyway. And then the 2 of them, united in purpose, transformed into fox spirits and howled, then decided to risk everything against you. Truong Bin despised this arrogant and reckless attitude. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he swung his hand to deliver a decisive strike, ending the lives of the 2 fox spirits. Successfully absorbing their rage, the spiritual energy increased by 20, and that strike also unlocked a new state, helping Bakthiet Tran survive the crisis. The training schedule is over. Tutu stretches, breathes a sigh of relief, and smiles at Truongbin, saying that this time she has completed the training schedule normally. Hu Trung also interjected, but after everything that happened in Bakthiet Tran, I think it's better not to think about it anymore. The quiet space was not long before the rough sound echoed again. What is that sound? His eyes suddenly flashed with a strange blue light as the fox corpses were now being placed into large test tubes inside advanced unfamiliar machines. Everyone suddenly shouted together, "What is this?" Zhang Bing and everyone else couldn't contain their curiosity and moved closer to observe. I have seen this before in a movie from my previous life. Truongbin gently touched the test tube and pondered, "It's better if Mchow City doesn't have this kind of technology." The more he thought, the more anxious he became. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Why does this feel a bit familiar? Hu Trung and Ninghengo are fascinated by these glowing scientific gadgets. You keep fidgeting and playing around. These machines are even more sophisticated than what I have made. It really broadened my horizons. Tinjiao then raised his hand to examine. I can't sense a soul. Could this also be something created by the fake, sacred training ground? Manny picked up a notebook. No, this is experimental data recorded by hand proving that someone created this place. Experiment log number 217. She trembles as she reads aloud the key phrase that creates an entirely new species. Tutu just pointed there and quickly deduced the whole situation. In other words, Heavenly Normal Lake is the result of an artificial human creation. Manai nodded in agreement. No wonder there were no records of Tianchang Lake before. It turns out to be a completely new species. The illusions of the two absent people also show obvious signs of surprise and suspicion. Damn it, those foxes I transported that year, are they all just experimental materials? Plus the time in the training land flows 3 times slower than outside, so it makes sense that nurturing the Heavenly Normal Lake King proceeds slowly. Man Ni suddenly spoke, shutting down everyone's wild guesses. Wait a moment, there's another experimental report recorded in the document. The title is The Potential Development of the Sanus. The experiment took place right in the Lost Forest. When she turned to the last pages, she saw scorched, blotchy marks, but the content seemed to have been completely destroyed afterward. Jingzhou leaned close to read with Manni, wrapping her arms around her waist and whispering into her neck, "This Lost Forest isn't the name of the next training area, is it?" Zhangbing also stepped closer out of curiosity. It seems the only way to uncover the truth is to continue the training. He lowers his voice, mentioning the idea that just came to mind. However, to prevent the appearance of the new Heavenly Normal herd, he decides to destroy this place before entering the next training zone. What are you here for? You promised me before that after you break through to the King Realm, you would bring Tudu Thoibok's body, so of course I came to check on your progress. If you want to break through to the King Realm, you must fully absorb the power of the city's female. I have spent a lot of effort studying this kind of formation during this time. So far, I am confident I have mastered 70%. Her body was lifted up by her, surrounded by a dazzling golden aura. Mchow Tuyet clearly declares her ambition to become a king, and today, inside a remote countryside house, she embraces and realizes her dream. Huang Min had to cover his eyes to avoid the blinding light, and he exclaimed in shock, "Is this the power of a king?" However, the process didn't seem to go smoothly at all. A few streaks of purple lightning flash, causing Mchow Tuyet's plans to face an unexpected obstacle. She frowns, her face showing clear annoyance. Ding Quan's soul might be too difficult to monopolize, so Mchow Tuyet, who couldn't do anything to it at first, ended up destroying her own house in an instant. She also suffered internal injuries and spat blood continuously in a flash. A person slowly walks in, with a sarcastic tone and playful teasing, quite the active presence indeed. The one who contacted her is standing right behind Mchow Tuyet and says, "If I hadn't been here today, your Saint Lord Lang might have already been blown up." She turned around upon hearing the familiar voice and said, "You." He, half god and half demon, spoke in a mysterious and profound tone. Is it possible that Trung Quan Din's abilities can keep evolving? Looking across this entire world, he truly is a special existence. The contact person emphasized that if they continued to follow the guidance, they could very well become the strongest person in this world. As for her, wanting to absorb all her still unevolved abilities would truly be a waste of heaven's gift. Mchow Tuyet angrily justified, "Isn't this village already completely sealed off? How did you get in here?" The contact chuckled mockingly and asked her, "Do you think these little pests can stop me?" He continued to explain, "Regrettably, the training materials I prepared for Trung Quan Din are no longer usable. But now I have a new research topic, so I will not hold you accountable this time." Mchow Tuyet also looked annoyed with this guy, clearly showing her disgust for the training. You just want Trung Quan Din to kill her father himself so you can push her potential even further. It's really disgusting. The communication relay sounds so fake and insincere. Don't say that. This time I came here specifically to help you break through to the king level. I can improve this formation to assist you, as long as I have 100 meters of the awakened person's heart as a catalyst. Mchow City turned around, haughtily walked back and said, "All right, I'm also tired today. To Huang Min, go brew a pot of tea." The jumble of information and events is arranged in order to connect seamlessly, making the Moon King of Heavenly Normal Lake, the Sun God Bird of the Chu family, and the Messenger increasingly excited the more they think about it. So then, is Tan Than Tu Li Ngao Tu yet? Now every power is about to possess the strength of a king. He sneered maliciously. All the pieces are in place. Truong Bin, don't let my game become too boring. Tuyet Tiep sighed in frustration and said, "I've seen this tree 3 times already. Are we just walking in circles?" Kimba also nervously said, "The fog is too thick. I can't see even a meter ahead." The situation hasn't improved, and the members are all complaining. Hu Trung also chimed in, "Kim Laban is completely useless here. The training mission requires us to kill someone from outside. Could it really mean we have to kill each other?" Truong Bin quietly looked back at them and said, "In theory, this training ground can allow a single person to enter alone, so it shouldn't assign a mission that makes it impossible for one person to complete." Hu Trung wondered, but hadn't the team leader already explained that the training method is decided based on the person entering? At this moment, a faint voice sounded behind them. "You guys are from outside, right?" A scream of panic rings out. "Someone? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I am a resident of OY Town. Seeing that some people looked lost, I came here to check it out. If you don't mind, I can guide you there." Jing Jiao, who was familiar with spiritual matters, smiled to reassure everyone. "I have checked, she means no harm." The girl led them to a large gate and then introduced, "We're here, this is OY Town." Zhang Bing also noticed that the fog around here had become much thinner. There must be some kind of barrier, right? Why would Tuo Dao be unable to explain it? He has appeared now, whispering. "As I remember, OY Village is just a small, shabby village that only sells funeral supplies, right? How has it developed into this now?" Tudu gently inquires, and if she has already become a wandering soul, then something must have happened during her training before, right? The girl understood and turned back to talk about this, but first as the gate opened, the half-human, half-divine spirits welcomed everyone. "Welcome to OY Town." The scenery shifts to a quiet town filled with mystery, that is OY Town. Inside a cozy room, everyone is happily enjoying the feast, chatting and laughing. Silent ghost souls quietly bring fragrant dishes to the guests. Hu Trung, chewing loudly, leans in and whispers in Tin Jiao's ear. His eyes flicker with suspicion as his voice lowers. "Can this place really serve the spirits? How can we not hear even their heartbeat?" Tin Jiao replied calmly, nibbling on the food. "Not all wandering souls will harm humans. After all, I still believe in them. Don't blame this gentleman. In the past, we would have seen the Duhan trembling all over too." Truong Bin, while serving food, looked curious and quickly asked, "Everyone used to be human, so why have things turned out like this now?" The question made Mu Du-hun ponder, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. "We encountered the giant of the 100-story building." Hearing that, Truong Bin furrowed his brow slightly, showing confusion. The image of a giant much larger than an ordinary person appeared in his mind, and he quickly asked, "That giant you mentioned is much bigger than a normal person, isn't it?" Mo Du-hun sighed, his eyes distant, and continued to tell the story. "After transforming into Duhan, our sense of time seemed to fade more and more, so we no longer knew how many years ago it happened." Mo Du-hun continued to tell the story, his voice steady like guiding everyone into a memory. "That day, the fog in the forest suddenly vanished, and the bloodthirsty giant monsters appeared, along with 4 mountains of flesh descending from the sky. The monsters rampaged wildly, crushing the forest below. The villagers panicked and trembled in despair, but they were still caught and shoved into the monsters' mouths. Facing that terrifying power, the villagers could not resist, and the entire village was reduced to ruins. Even the unfortunate humans whose bodies were torn apart in the fury of the monsters, no one survived, and the village was engulfed in disaster. This place turned to ruin, but a miracle happened. After an unknown period, the villagers suddenly came back to life, transforming into strange wandering spirits. Seeing that, the giant monsters no longer caused any more destruction. The fog once again covered the forest. The giants, having lost their target, stop their actions. At the same time, an intruder appears in the village. With a calm demeanor, he stood before the wandering spirits and began to guide them. Under his guidance, the villagers not only rebuilt the village but also used the knowledge he imparted to turn it into the town it is today. Morning Soul's voice suddenly became emotional and resonant. That is why he became the great sage of our town. Hearing the story, Truong Bin pondered deeply, his mind troubled by the thought that an outsider could influence this sacred land. Could that mysterious person be connected to Thien Thuong Lake? He slams the table, his voice full of excitement. Where is that great sage now? The scene immediately shifts to the residence of the wise man. Muduhon does not hesitate, leading Truong Bin and everyone else forward. As soon as he entered the room, he hurriedly reported, "Master, someone outside is here to see you." Haowen, hearing this, drew back the curtain and exclaimed in surprise, "Why is it taking so long this time? Your behavior doesn't seem like your usual style at all." Manini stood to the side, watching intently, then suddenly recognized the man. "You've identified the person, huh? You really are quite forgetful. You are Tran Hao Van." Zhangbing was stunned and asked again. This was Tran Hao Van, who had disappeared more than 10 years ago, which made everyone even more surprised. Hearing the name Tran Quanding, Hao Van was startled, his eyes widening. He hurriedly and tremblingly asked the crowd, "Do you know Quan Din?" Seeing his strange behavior, everyone couldn't help but feel worried. "Are you a wise and kind person?" He continued, his voice full of longing. "What is the girl like now?" He glanced at Mo Du-hoon, signaling, "You go outside first, I have something to discuss with them." Mo Du-han nodded and replied, "Yes, ma'am." Time passed quickly in the room as Man Ni began to update about Tran Quan Din's current situation. After hearing that, Hao Van sighed, his eyes filled with sadness as he looked into the distance, finally unable to avoid it. His anger flared up, and he gritted his teeth as he cursed, "Clearly, they said they would trade my life for Quan Din's. That man actually broke his promise." Overcome with rage, blood surged up and he coughed violently. Truong Bin worriedly activated his bloodline body, focusing his healing power on him. He couldn't hold back his anger and said, "The man you're talking about is our common enemy." Zhang Bing's eyes burned with intensity as he looked directly at Hao Van. What exactly did he do? Hearing the question, Hao Van gradually regained his composure. He slowly wiped the blood from his face and in a deep voice recounted, "That year I left Mchow City to go on a training journey and accidentally met a very talented girl. She is not only well-educated, but also extremely kind and virtuous. Soon after, the two of us fell in love and got married. But disaster struck, forcing both of us to flee from the assassins. Later I found out she was the saintess who escaped from the holy village. The saintly woman's power helped her escape from Li Ngao Tuyet's mind control, the one who was in control of the village, and that's why she realized Li Ngao Tuyet's oppression and fled. But then came days of relentless pursuit by the holy village. Their lives became increasingly difficult, especially after she gave birth to a child." Hao Van sadly continued, "Quan Din was born into such a pressured environment. Because Li Ngao Tuyet was a major criminal of Mchow City and my wife was the saintess of Than to village, we couldn't seek help from Mchow City. In despair, he secretly contacted his father, Tran Hoc Lu, to find a way to bring the family into the city for safety. Suddenly, disaster struck as the female assassin caught up with the couple, ruthlessly taking his wife's life. In a moment of danger, as they prepared to evacuate the military fortress, the assassin once again closed in. To protect their daughter, his wife bravely fought back, but her strength was no match. Just as danger was closing in, a mysterious man appeared and wiped out the entire enemy troop in an instant. He once again said that he could protect the military court completely. That man with terrifying strength saved both of them, but the price paid was not small. He continued, his voice low and sad, but the price was that I had to stay here forever and live with the wandering spirits. Back in the present, Hao Van sighed, his eyes filled with unspoken pain. At first he thought all sacrifices were for the court, nothing extraordinary. But gradually he realized the terrifying truth. This sacred land was just a playground for that man. Whether it's the fog or the giant, they are all controlled by him. He uses the vengeful energy of wandering spirits to feed the giant, turning him into a tool for blood nourishment, waiting for the imperial court to come and kill him for entertainment. The voice of the old man faltered, filled with despair. We are just tools for his entertainment. At this point, he seemed to have lost all hope of living. I don't know how many years I have been imprisoned here, but he kept sending me medicine to keep me alive. But this time the medicine was not sent. He thought he was about to be freed, but then his gaze stopped at the gaze. Turns out it was because you all had arrived. Suddenly, a series of deafening noises shook the room, startling everyone. While Truong Bin was still confused, Hao Van looked up with a blank gaze, staring ahead. "It seems that your moment has arrived," he spoke slowly, his voice filled with sadness. "That man once said that when I die, the fog will clear, and the giants will regain their strength." Truong Bin, burning with anger, shouted, "What are you joking about? I won't let you die." He focused his energy on activating his healing ability, but Hao Van just shook his head, ignoring him. He muttered helplessly, his voice fading into the void. What does all this really mean? No matter what we do, nothing will change. Truongbin tries to soothe his hopeless mind. He just said that only after he dies can the giants regain their strength. I clenched my fists, my voice full of determination. Then let's take this opportunity before they fully recover to kill them all. But Hao Van's eyes only grew more hopeless, with no hope left. No. I mean, this isn't the point. Even if we wipe out all the giants, what difference would it make? He quietly looked at the photo of the happy family of 3, his eyes clouded with pain, his voice trembling as if about to break. Reuniting with the royal court was originally the reason I kept on living. Now that my wife and child are gone, no matter how much I seek revenge, they will never come back. My helpless words echo like tearing apart the space. No matter how hard I try, the world will only take everything away from me. Truongbin suddenly fell silent, his gaze lowering, then he slowly spoke. Tran Hao Van still paid no attention to these words and continued to look ahead. He whispered, his voice full of exhaustion. I don't want to go on, I don't want to be this tired anymore. Come on, kill me and the training schedule will be over. That statement made Truongbin furious, unable to contain his anger. He roared, his eyes blazing. Tran Hao Van, is this world unfair to you? Did they take everything from him? Seeing his dazed and confused look, he continued, Don't be stupid anymore. All those things are just part of life. He stepped closer, grabbing his collar, shouting about the injustices of Saint Ancestor Village. He pointed and said firmly, The divine bird tamed by the Chu family in Minchow was imprisoned by Thien Thuong Ho, and there are also wandering souls in your small town. Nothing here makes sense, and nothing will develop according to our wishes. Zhang Bing's fiery eyes continued to shout, Is this world truly damnable? You think no one knows about this? But I won't stop, my voice remains firm. So what if that's the case? Are we supposed to give up the fight and leave gracefully? No, I will keep fighting. I will continue to struggle and resist until my last breath. I will absolutely not let that guy achieve his goal. He throws the knife at him, his voice cold as ice. That guy is playing with your life. If you want to let go, then use this dagger to end it yourself. Then Zhang Bing stepped outside without looking back. Just choose your path. Dying like a pitiful bug. The horrifying images of monsters appear before my eyes, as if standing between nightmare and reality. The scene shifts back to OY Town, where the terrifying memories of the day it was ruled by giants still haunt everyone. The enormous monsters march forward, causing the wandering spirits to panic and scream in despair. The giant is coming. The giant is here. Run quickly. A frightened soul explained amidst the chaos. In this training zone, the spirits have physical bodies, but now they only know how to cover their faces and cry, searching for a hiding place. Where can we run to? We're doomed. We're definitely going to die this time. Everyone, don't panic. Let's think together about how to deal with the giant. Before he could finish, a panicked ghost screamed, The monster. Those words made the giant creature pause, its huge eyes briefly showing surprise as it looked toward the crowd. Is the monster talking about me? Hutrung sighed tiredly and replied, Who else could it be? Over here, Zhang Bing carefully examined the information in his hand before speaking in a steady voice. Next, I have to rely on those people. He focused his energy on activating the Blood Corpse spell to stabilize Tran Hao Van's condition. With a clear plan, he divided the team into 4 tight groups. Team A includes Kimba, Liu Siqian, and Tran Min, while Team B has Feng Saixian, Baide, Chuthan Bak, and Long Fu Ba. Team C consists of Diep Truong Xuan and Tuthan Ba. Team D includes Trin Tuyet Tiep, Triun Gan Long, Triun Gan Ho, and Adai. Everyone nodded in agreement. Understood. Zhang Bing fell into thought, his eyes cold and calculating. The ogres still hadn't fully regained their strength. Dividing into 4 teams to simultaneously deal with the 4 giants is the most effective way. Hopefully, nothing unexpected will happen. The scene shifts to an enchanted forest with thick fog. Kimba looked around with a surprised voice as he stepped forward, but at this rate, we can clearly see the appearance of the giant. In front of the 3 of them, a giant ogre with a terrifying appearance appeared. Kimba's sharp eyes spoke. This is the ogre our Team A is responsible for. He turned around and shouted loudly, then Tran Min rode his flying sword and sped quickly toward the giant. Understood. Tran Min pointed 2 fingers straight ahead, his voice firm, and a thunderous explosion erupted, striking the giant's arm. The monster roared in pain, but the wound quickly healed. Tran Min's eyes flashed with surprise as he immediately realized the problem. There was no blood, and the wound healed very quickly, just like the 2 previous golems. While he was still analyzing, the giant swung its hand to attack, but luckily Kimba rushed in just in time to block the blow, shouting loudly with a cautious tone, focusing his attention. Tran Min stepped back, kept his distance, deep in thought, and said, "In other words, these giants also have a core controlling their actions, right?" Kimba nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Just like the ugly badge on the heads of the two previous golems, but this ogre's size is too big to determine where its core is." Tran Min's eyes lit up as he boldly proposed, "Team leader, I want to use the power of the golden blood." Kimba turned around in surprise. "My power? Didn't you say it could only last for 30 seconds? Tran Min nodded confidently and said, "I have been training my physical strength with Director Fuang and everyone else, so I can probably last longer now." Hearing that, Kimba smiled satisfactorily. "Seeing your current look, you probably already figured out a way to handle it." The two of them stood before the giant, continuing their discussion. "All right, but you must know your limits and act accordingly." Tran Min took the yellow potion without hesitation and drank it all. "Drinking this type of blood-containing power will enhance my abilities, but it also burdens the body, so I can't use it for long." He feels the golden aura emanating from the flying sword, his eyes burning with determination. As his power is enhanced, the sword transforms into invisible sword energy. Tran Min stands firm, directing the blades of energy rushing toward the giant as fast as lightning. The giant's recovery speed can't keep up with my strikes. Once the core is detected, the team leader must deliver a fatal blow to it. Kimba nodded, activating the highest level of the golden blood and soared into the sky. All right, support continues behind Tran Min, but a hint of worry flashes in his eyes. "No, the efficiency is still too low. We need to expand the attack range." He shouted, "Signal to Liu Seekin. Liu Seekin, I remember you can create mirror surfaces. Can you set them up around the giant? But that ability of mine can only be used to seduce the opponent." Tran Min's eyes are steady as he says, "Signal, don't mind, trust me." Liu Tutien regains her composure and nods firmly. "Understood." She raised her hand, creating giant mirrors that surrounded the giant. Her voice rang out with great momentum. "Kin Hua Thuyen Guyet." Well done. He repeatedly unleashed sword energy into the mirror-covered space, causing the giant to roar in pain. "Found it. That might be the core." He shouted loudly to signal. Kimba immediately raised his hand and unleashed the final golden strike, roaring in furious rage. The attack pierced through the giant's body, shattering the core into pieces. The colossal monster collapsed, leaving all three stunned. Kimba smiled and patted Tran Min on the shoulder, not surprising that he quickly came up with a countermeasure. The next combat leader besides him was no one else. Liu Cixin quickly activates the radio on the side and reports firmly that the Anomaly Team A has completed the extermination. Tran Min still responding to Kimba, he sighed with a sense of frustration. "Forget it. Just thinking about it is already annoying. Let Liu Tutien handle it." After hearing everyone's report, she turned her head, her cold eyes saying to the group, "These ogres are like the golems we've encountered before. Their weakness is the core in their chest." Kimba immediately interjected, his voice firm. "Destroying the core can stop their actions." While Zhang Bing was still listening carefully, Haowen suddenly coughed up a large amount of blood, startling him with concern. Zhang Haowen's mind was filled with tangled thoughts. What is happening? Why does his body suddenly have so many hidden wounds? A sense of unease rises as the radio suddenly crackles with a frantic shout. It turns out that after Team A defeated the giant, it unexpectedly came back to life and continued fighting. Liu Tzuchen hurriedly shouted over the radio, his voice full of panic. "The intelligence has changed. The giant's core is indeed in the chest area." She looked up, her eyes filled with shock at the giant monster in front of her, but the dead monster had come back to life. Seeing the situation turn upside down, Zhang Bing quickly glanced at Hao Wen, who was sitting motionless. The giant's core, which was damaged, has now healed. Dark wounds appeared on Tran Haowen's body. Could there be a connection between these two events? The system suddenly displayed an analysis of Hao Van and the soul suppression talisman, indicating the host's life is linked to other targets. The target's power will be permanently suppressed until the host's death. The four suppressions are synchronized with life and death. If the linked target of the host's life force suffers a fatal blow, the host will drain their life to heal the target's deadly wound until the host dies. Loin Yan is not just one type, and the internal injuries in such a short time can't be healed at all. He's playing with him. He quickly activated the radio, urgently announcing, "Everyone listen to me. I know why the giant has come back to life." Nham A is rushing forward, listening carefully as he runs. That mysterious figure has placed two kinds of curses on Tran Hao Van. He explained, his tone firm, that one type was to suppress the giant's inner power, while the other would consume Tran Hao Van's life force to repair its core if destroyed. His voice echoed urgently. Destroying the core now would increase Tran Hao Van's death. Tran Min, hearing this, was filled with rage and charged forward. Damn it. Using the sword light earlier already drained a lot of his stamina. Now even flying on a sword mount was a bit difficult. He hesitated, his eyes cold and sharp. Wait a minute. If we follow the chain reaction that Zhang Bing mentioned, Team A would look up and face the giant beast swinging its attack. Tran Min was knocked to the ground before he could react, his mind spinning. Isn't the giant's strength even greater now? Kimba and Lu Tutien were also pushed back, falling to the ground. Kimba gritted his teeth, in shock. Is this the true power of the giant? The scene shifts to Team D, where everyone is exhausted after continuous battles with the giant. They tried to evade, but were still overwhelmed by the giant's terrifying gravity. A member of Team D, sweating profusely, muttered, "The range of this gravity is too wide, but how can we get out of it now?" On Team B's side, things aren't much better. They are holding on in despair. Longfu and Ba shouted hoarsely, signaling, "You two aren't supposed to use your abilities, so get them out now." Feng Caishan lies flat on the ground, panting as he replies, "We want that too, but we can't see anything right now." The scene shifts to Team C, where the giant ogre continues to swing its weapons and attack. Deep Truongwan pondered silently, thinking that as long as he merged his body with the oxygen, this ability wouldn't affect him, but since the giant doesn't need to breathe, it seemed he had no way to attack it anymore. Tathunba stood beside him, urgently urging, "Stop talking nonsense and come help now." Seeing the 4 teams in danger, Zhang Bing's worried eyes looked heavy. Everyone's situation wasn't very optimistic. Fighting or not fighting, there seemed to be no other way. While he was drowning in despair, Hao Van suddenly spoke, gentle but firm. "No, I still have preparations behind the scenes." Hao Van slowly places his hand on his chest, his voice deep as he reveals his plan to Truong Bin. "Everyone, create an opportunity and simultaneously destroy the giant's core. Then please entrust it to me at that time. I can make the giant's core irreparable." Truong Bin looked at him with a hint of doubt and asked, "Do you have a way to lift the curse?" "How?" Van smirked faintly and replied, "I have lived here long enough to have some hidden tricks up my sleeve, but the opportunity only comes once, so I ask for your help." First, Team A Kimba, without hesitation, activated the ultimate golden blood technique. A brilliant light burst forth. Liu Sixian, exhausted but determined, shouted loudly, "I must destroy the heart of the rock at the same time. I can't be the last line to hold everyone back." Kimba laughed confidently and said, "Very well, let's show them the power of our combat team." On Team B, 4 people simultaneously drew their yin-yang items to dispel the surrounding gravity on the giant. Longfuba's eyes flashed, and she exclaimed, "We've succeeded. The gravity has disappeared." But then she turned her head, her voice cautious. "We have no way to defend ourselves now. We must protect ourselves at all costs." "Sorry about that. I lit the fire a bit longer tonight." Haowen stepped forward confidently, replying with a self-assured smile. "Don't worry, it won't take long." Team C, Yung Chung Chun, sitting on Tuthanba's shoulder, said playfully, "You brought this on yourself. Now it's your turn to kneel." He signaled with a sharp glance. "Junior. 2, hold it tight. I'll take some nutrients from it to sustain myself." The giant roots from his hands stretch out and grip the ogre's body tightly. The scene shifts to the team, with Trin Tuyetiep worriedly and tremblingly asking everyone, "Are you sure this method will really work?" Seeing the giant creature standing still, she couldn't help but laugh and looked more closely. "I didn't expect it to really be swallowed by the giant creature, feeling it slide down the esophagus. I don't want to go through that again." Adai, standing nearby, said quietly, "I knew it wouldn't surprise me. Inside the giant's body, there's no effect from gravity. It's very safe here. Next, we need to locate the core. Move carefully, don't let the giant notice you." Zhao Yanhu's eyes turned cold as he observed that even after sacrificing Chu Wei Long, the sun god bird still couldn't fully regain its power, not even having control over its own actions. The masked man sighed with a bitter voice. "The Chu family has truly fallen into decline." The scene shifts to a fiery phoenix still struggling fiercely within the 4 symbols of the wind, sun, and snow. A mysterious figure standing nearby softly says, "Let me lend a hand." He raised his hand, his sad gaze watching the toad gradually vanish into the air. "Spirit ancestor, remember to listen to Chu later." He took a few more steps and muttered to himself. The others only recreated the body for the divine bird, but didn't grant it a soul. The only consciousness of the divine bird is Chu Wiem Long's lingering hatred from when he was alive, which is why it became so ferocious. "I have now infused the level 39 soul of Sun Tu." Seeing the phoenix grow stronger, he nodded in satisfaction. The divine bird is now even stronger than at its peak, and everyone around cheers with joy. "I really appreciate it." "You saved Chu from the fire and water?" The mysterious figure chuckled and waved in response. No need for formalities. With the power of a king, you should be able to negotiate with those foxes, right? He continued with a hint of sarcasm. Honestly, I don't really care about you guys. The history of beast taming in the Chu family should have ended a long time ago. I gently pat the Chu family child's head, a glint of interest in my eyes. But I find this little devil's devilish game quite intriguing, and I believe this kid will surpass all of you someday, maybe even open a new path for the Chu family. While everyone was still stunned, he continued to announce, "The matter cannot be delayed. You should leave for Mchow City now. And while you're at it, I might as well mention that Lingao Tuye has now broken through to the king level. I advise you to cooperate obediently with Thian Thuong Ho and not take advantage of the Moon King's absence to plot evil." Before leaving, he turned back and coldly warned that with the scale of the Holy Ancestor Village, you are basically no match for them. The mysterious person walks away, leaving the fiery phoenix still thrashing wildly behind. He mutters to himself, his eyes cold, finally having settled the three forces. Now it's time to meet Zhang Bing. The ogre grew more ferocious, its red eyes flashing with a sinister light, its long tongue lashing out menacingly. Around it, the swirling water Ningju into sharp crystal ice spears. Liu Siqian shouted loudly, her voice echoing, "Yi Bao Fong Tu Yet!" Immediately, a series of sharp ice needles shot straight into the giant's body, making it halt for a moment. But those strikes couldn't shake it, only like scratching an itch. The giant glared fiercely at Liu Siqian, who was exerting all her strength to cast her spell. She grits her teeth and raises both hands, silently calculating. Even though the damage from the ice trident under gravity is very strong, it's still not enough to break the core. Just drawing its attention is enough. Before she could recover, the giant beast charged wildly, sweeping away all obstacles in its path. Liu Siqian exclaimed in horror. "It's coming." Just as the giant nearly reached her, a series of powerful strikes hit its body, accompanied by deafening screams. Tran Min rode his flying sword swiftly, growling provocatively. "I'm not dead yet." Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted him, and standing confidently beneath the blazing blonde hair of Kim Ba, ready for battle. "Tran Min, Lu Tu Tien, this is tough for everyone." He smirked, his cold eyes watching carefully. "This gravity field looks pretty intimidating, but its actual range is smaller than expected." He stands outside the gravity zone, pinching two fingers, pointing directly at the giant with a decisive voice. Kim Hai breaks the cage with a long-range attack. To destroy the core from this distance, this is the only move he can use. As he traps the enemy, he shouts through the radio. Team A is ready to fire at any moment to destroy the core. At the same time, Zhao Yanlong and Zhao Yanhu both cut their palms, letting blood drip onto the ground. Trin Tuyet Tiep looked anxious as she heard the reports from the other groups. Group B was ready too, and Group C was waiting for the command. She turned to the two of them, her voice urgent. "We're almost done. Only our group is left." Both hurriedly responded, "We're finished. We're done." Zhao Yanlong smiled confidently and said, "We have used holy blood to weaken the core's power. Now with your and Adai's strength, we can definitely take it down in one strike. The next move depends on that sister of yours." Faced with the praise, Trin Tuyet Tiep took a deep breath, steadying herself, her eyes shining with confidence. She prepared to unleash her 100 Battles talisman, Frost Mountain, her voice ringing out. Team D is about to finish. Tran Hao Wen, with a serious expression, signals to the entire group. "I will count down from 5. Everyone fire at the core simultaneously. 5. The countdown echoes and the atmosphere seems to freeze, with all eyes showing determination. 4, 3, 2. Suddenly, a deafening sound from the deep forest echoed, shaking the entire space. In Group A, as the first word was spoken, Kim Ba swung his hand, launching a blazing golden fist straight at the giant. "Is this teleportation?" The attack was too fast for the giant to react, and they roared in pain as they were hit directly. Group B is also formidable. Phoenix Kai Tien transforms into blazing flames with sky-high momentum, launching moves like Beast King Armor, Phoenix Wing, Heavenly Strike. In Group C, Diep Trong Xuan turns into a giant tree, crushing the giant down to the ground, frantically absorbing vitality. He muttered with a slightly dissatisfied tone. "The nourishment is enough, but unfortunately it's not very tasty." In the core of Group D, Trin Tuyet Tiep Tung unleashes a series of punches and kicks, executing the Shadow Illusion Heavenly Strike Snaketail deadly move with overwhelming momentum. Turning back to Tran Hao Van, his face darkens as a viscous substance slowly separates from his body. He said quietly, "I will also start using that move, only I can perform it. So please escape from my body and don't miss this best opportunity." Truongbin, now in human form, asked anxiously, Are you really sure there won't be any problem? Hao Van remained silent with no expression, and then replied, Truong Bin, you are the one who lit up hope for me. Without hesitation, he struck his chest hard. Thank you, I'm grateful. Hao Van interrupted, his voice firm, saying, Don't come any closer. Accepting his fate, he continued, I've lived long enough and have wanted to leave for a while now. His body collapsed to the ground, blood spreading across the dirt. Tran Hao Van took his last breath. Thank you for protecting the town and giving my life meaning again. Before closing his eyes, he thought of his beloved hidden daughter. Junding, this time I have succeeded. The other groups haven't figured out the situation yet, reporting via radio. Team A, the core members show no abnormalities. Team B is also fine. It seems we have succeeded. So how exactly did we do it? Tinjiao runs in happily, calling out loudly. Zhangbing, I heard the operation was successful, right? But the scene before her stunned her. Tran Hao Van lay motionless, blood pouring from his mouth, and she exclaimed in horror, What is happening here? Zhangbing suddenly snapped back to her, anxiously saying, That's right. To Tinjiao, your ability can directly contact souls, so can you keep Tran Hao Van's soul? She steadied her trembling hand on his forehead and replied, Let me try. But no matter how hard she tried again and again, the result was only hopelessness. She shook her head, her voice filled with sadness. No, it's not possible. Given his current condition, even if we manage to retrieve his soul, it will dissipate quickly. Zhangbing refuses to give up, his eyes determined. Time in the treasure vault is frozen. Living beings cannot be brought inside. He lowered his voice, full of determination, and said, At least let him meet Tran Quan Din one last time. A new day begins. Gentle sunlight filters through the lush green canopy, and the breeze rustles through the peaceful mountains. In the distance, the mountain range shrouded in clouds. At the spirit hall, a coffin was placed neatly with a fresh flower on top, surrounded by young people standing silently. Liu Sitian looked at Zhangbing with a deep, sorrowful voice and said, Tran Hao Van is not a local, so his soul can't stay here, right? He lowered his head, his voice full of regret. It's all my fault, if only I had noticed earlier. Tinjiao interrupted sharply. A soldier's fate isn't to die in bed. This is the most glorious way for him to leave the stage. As the words finished, Zhangbing suddenly felt the space behind him twist and warp strangely. He looked down at the ground where a strange fiery red aura was rising and wondered silently, Is this the teleportation gate leading to the final barrier? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, causing him to stop in his tracks, eyes wide with worry. The experiment data of the 4 giants has been fully retrieved. Not bad at all. A cloaked figure steps out from the teleportation gate, face hidden in the shadows, aura so powerful it makes the opponent's hair stand on end. He spoke with a sarcastic tone. I didn't expect you to defeat my proud creation. Truong Bin didn't hesitate, drawing his weapon along with Kimba and Fuang Shaitian, surrounding the cloaked man, ready for battle. In the tense situation, he remains calm, speaking evenly. 2 seconds. Reaction speed meets the standard. A cold smile appears at the corner of his mouth, but as soon as the words are spoken, the space freezes. Everything loses color, sinking into silence, and the chaos within the owner's domain is not to be underestimated. Truong Bin felt like a boulder was pressing down on his body, unable to move. He was stunned, thinking to himself, what is happening? Unable to move. The cloaked man stepped forward, his voice cold. You can't use it here, let's find another place. He snapped his fingers with a crack, and in the blink of an eye, Truong Bin was transported to a dense jungle with thick trees. He muttered to himself, his eyes sharp. This place is suitable. He glanced back, smiled, and said, Are those others also your teammates? The system notification detected the manager's authority for the appraisal technique is invalid. I don't know when, but he had already brought Tran Tuyet Tiep, Zhao Yan Long, and Zhao Yanhu here. All 3, like Zhangbing, were immobilized and unable to move. He looked at them, his voice tinged with interest, finding their method of destroying the giant's core quite fascinating. He paused, a hint of regret flashing across his face. Too bad. As the words left his mouth, a surge of dark purple aura erupted, swallowing the bodies of the 3. I don't like this. Seeing my teammates killed before my eyes, Zhangbing was furious, his eyes blazing red, biting his lip until it bled, silently urging himself, Move! Luckily, his body suddenly broke free, his face darkening as he clenched his weapon and charged straight at the man in the cloak, swinging his scythe directly at his head. Zhangbing roared, stopping his attack, but before he could land a blow, the man teleported away at an impossible speed, then rushed toward Tran Tuyet Tiep. The cloaked man muttered as he watched. The control has been lifted. Has the training ground already started recognizing this kid? He still hasn't stepped onto the heavenly spirit peak. He smirked, his eyes flashing with interest. This is really interesting. Truong Bin ran over, but it was already too late. Tuyet Tiep's legs vanish. He screams out, his voice breaking. Tuyet Tiep held my hand and smiled faintly, saying, "Remember to feed the ants for me. This time I'll go ahead." When she completely disappeared, the cloakman jiu the contract. Xiao Yanlong only had time to call out to boss Truong Bin. He fainted, his voice cold, useless. He pointed his finger, and the Mingdium flames burst forth, breaking the contract. How it feels to be abandoned by the world. Blame yourself for being too weak. Truong Bin's rage erupts, tears streaming down his face, shouting out with fiery fury in his eyes. The system continuously announces the activation of the crystal contract, the crystal protection, and weapon enhancement by 100%. The Midnight Nightwalker activates, boosting speed by 300%. The high-level fire elemental subtracts 300. The Midnight Voodoo Body subtracts 1,000. The remaining fire elemental and Midnight Voodoo Body are inactive. Damage is increased up to 10,000%. Min DM gains 300. The Blood of the Former King has been activated. Every 10% decrease in stamina increases damage by 20%. The King's Protective Gem is activated, doubling all attributes for 10 minutes. Truong Bin shouted loudly, his voice tearing through space as he slashed at your master. From beneath his cloak, a multitude of arms shot up, grabbing his legs tightly. Seizing the opportunity, Truong Bin swung his scythe, unleashing furious strikes, but the man merely brushed them off, evading every attack unscathed. Not giving up, Truong Bin charged forward, determined to end it with a final blow. In the blink of an eye, a deafening explosion erupts, shockwaves spreading and swirling dust into the air, while the cloak, just 2 fingers wide, easily pinches Truong Bin's scythe. He smirked, mockingly saying, "You're not worthy to be my opponent now." As soon as he finished, he crushed Chen Liem, leaving Truong Bin stunned. Unexpectedly, the battle spear was broken, but he quickly regained his composure, summoned the illusion, and an enormous clawed hand lunged at the guy. Suddenly, his body turned liquid, spreading out like water. Zhang Bing exclaimed in shock, "Pure water body!" As he was still stunned, the cloakman opened a teleportation gate and stepped through. "Your despair makes you the best test subject for our 3 factions' enemies. I'm curious, who will tear you apart first?" Zhang Ming rushed after him, shouting loudly, "Don't go. Try to survive until the very end. I will come back to collect the experiment data." In the misty labyrinth forest, the space is silent and hazy, with faint light filtering through the thick canopy, green leaves gently falling on the winding path. Zhang Bing stood silently, catching a falling leaf, clutching it tightly to his chest, eyes closed, his mind in chaos. Behind Yu Zhang, he angrily punched the tree trunk and roared, "I am clearly the most useless one." A memory of Tran Tuyet Tiep flooded into his mind, tears streaming down his face. Why was she the one who left first? Manini drops to her knees, sobbing as she scolds. "You said you would teach me how to braid my hair. Fraud, you fraud." Tran Min's hand trembled as he clenched his sword, blaming himself. "I wish I could be a little stronger." Suddenly, a burst of golden light appeared, accompanied by a voice that made the whole group turn around. Tsutuo's figure appears weakly. "My whole body is now like a candle in the wind. I fear I can only accompany everyone this far. Captain, what should we do now?" "Tudu, do you what van gu vong lap truong? Trainen lao, da hiu kam zu chwamoingoi lukne, nang du fai doi med voike thu the nau kung dung bao gio du boi vong." He paused, his eyes shining. "After months of battle, I have discovered the weakness in the Moon King's illusion, but to break the illusion, I must rely on the strength of the city walls. Before returning to Mchow City, we must save the Saintus from Lin Gao Tuyet's hands. Before I vanish, I warn you, if I die, tell the Moon King that his throne stabbing into my back hurts like hell." Manini looked at Truong Bin and softly called out, "Captain," you interrupted, with eyes blazing with determination. "We must save Captain Tudu and also eliminate that damn mysterious guy." The group quickly moved toward a giant teleportation gate. Zhang Bing looked ahead and said firmly, "Let's go." As they stepped through the gate, the Heavenly Spirit Tower appeared with an endless staircase. He exclaimed and became king. After countless difficult trials, the whole group finally reached the final step. Manini spoke softly, saying this is the final challenge. I heard the team leader say that only those with infinite awakening levels can ascend the divine ladder. Tatin Jiao looked worried at Truong Bin and warned, "Be careful." Lu Tuthien smiled and added, "We'll be here waiting for you." Hearing the encouragement, Zhang Bing smiled with determination. "Yes, I will go and return." He stepped onto the first stair, silently vowing to carry everyone's will to the end. As he climbed the remaining 726 steps, obstacles began to assault his mind. Does all of this really mean anything? Even if you become a king, you are still just a pawn. Give up now, you have no chance of winning at all. The so-called revenge you think you're seeking is just a step in my experiment. Zhang Bing roared with confidence. Shut up. When there were 489 steps left, the images of Tran Tuyetiep, Zhao Yanlong, and Zhao Yanhu appeared, smiling and waving, calling out, "Boss Zhang Bing!" He strode forward, shattering the illusion and replying, "Sorry, everyone." In his heart, he thought they wouldn't want me to stop here. Suddenly, the scene ahead made him stop in his tracks. Li Yaoshui and the King of Heaven's Norm stood blocking the way, with only 247 steps remaining. Zhang Bing sighed bitterly and said, "This is truly a narrow escape." Without hesitation, he slung his weapon over his shoulder and activated Minwu Gong to create a false Ming Yan, pointing it at the enemy and provoking, "Come on, all of you!" Emperor Tian Thuong Ho immediately attacked, his lower body turning into vapor and wrapping around Truong Bin, leaving only his head exposed, but then a deafening explosion rang out as he swung his sword to break free, activating Minvu Kong's pure water body Min Hai, and with a final strike, he defeated Emperor Tian Thuong Ho, who roared loudly. This blow was for Captain Tu Du. Then, Minvu Kong's contract gemstone was accepted. Two blazing flames descended from above, but Truong Bin remained unfazed, leaping into a giant dragon and charging straight at the Firebird. As he approached, he bit fiercely, causing the Firebird to scream in pain. This strike was for Mchow City. Lingao Tuyet no longer stands still, creating countless space cracks, from which terrifying arms reach out and hold Truong Bin down to the ground. But he activates pure water and pure blood bodies, splitting his blood and water clones, creating numerous avatars rushing forward. Taking advantage of her moment of distraction, he swung three powerful strikes from three directions, shouting loudly. It was because of Tran Hao Van and Tran Quan Ding. After destroying them, Truong Bin strides forward proudly. At the highest peak, the shining crown awaits, only 2 steps away. He takes it, his face cold as he says, "Tell your master about this trial." Without hesitation, he crushed the crown, his eyes blazing with fiery rage. This time, he shattered his own crown and the murderous aura erupted. The system announced a level up to the royal rank, boosting all abilities significantly. Add the 6 skills, the conqueror of the world. Zhang Bing gritted his teeth, saying that next time it would be his throat that gets crushed. Zhang Bing, wearing a white mask covering half of his face, stands opposite Li Yaoshui. She looks at the struggling shadow on the ground with a cold voice. Tu Du Thoibok probably won't last much longer either. Truong Bin smirked, a smile hidden beneath his mask. His people have also suffered heavy losses in the training area. Now is the best time for you to clear out the obstacles. Ta Huang Min looked suspicious and asked, "During this time, you've been staying in the Saint Ancestor village, so how did you learn these pieces of information?" "Who knows," he replied, his voice full of mystery. "Good luck to all of you." In another place, in the large forest leading to the training grounds, Ta Huang Min sat atop a beast, grumbling to himself, "If that crazy guy dares to use water clone to deceive me, but if I can refine a top-tier awakening fake, then coming all this way is worth it." Old Man looked up at the distant blue lightning flash and muttered, "Have they arrived yet?" 7 battles. Vuong Feng Lai Tian swooped down from above, his fist blazing with fire, aiming straight at Ta Huang Min, roaring loudly, "Today, I was planning to find you, but you brought yourselves to my door. Ta Huang Min, today I will definitely end you." A loud explosion echoed, dust and blinding green light spreading out. Ta Huang Min stood amidst the blast, hit on the cheek, but unharmed. He pointed at Feng Lai Shen and sneered, "You only." Feng Lai Shen looked at her fist in shock, secretly thinking how his strongest attack in the Sunfire state couldn't break through his defense. Ta Huang Min stands up, swings his wooden staff, condensing a strange greenish-blue light to push back his opponent. "You think you can finish me off with such a weak punch?" Feng Lai Tian retreated. Long Fukba was stunned and thought to himself why Ta Huang Min's strength was so much greater than before. "Even I, Ta Huang Min," shouted loudly. "Be obedient and become my puppet." A green seal appeared on Feng Lai Tian's chest. Suddenly, a gloved black hand reached out, the palm shining with a blazing yellow light touching his chest, and a deep golden voice said, "Leader of the Phoenix Pavilion, rest for a moment first." Feng Lai Tian clutched his chest, incredulous, thinking to himself, "My solar flame form can't detoxify the poison. But how can he do it?" He regained his composure, looked up at Zhang Bing, who just appeared, and urgently said, "Fall back first. This guy's strength is several times stronger than before. Even if we all rush in together, we have no chance to win." Zhang Bing replied coldly with a sharp gaze. "It's okay, leave it to me." He clenched his fist. Flames of golden light burst around him like a blazing fire. Tin Jiao stands behind, hands clasped in front of his chest, silently thinking that this is Truong Bin, whose energy he cannot sense any limit to. He raises his hand with his index and middle fingers extended, shouting loudly, Quan Lam Thien Ha! A giant golden arm descends from the sky, sweeping away the nearby enemies. Liu Tian, in the protective shield, gasped in amazement, not expecting Zhang Bing to have condensed all his abilities into one form. That's a bit too exaggerated. Ta Huangmin raised his staff shining with green light as the surrounding monsters swarmed in to encircle him. He sneered, already feeling proud and arrogant after only dealing with a few leftover scraps. Green light burst from the old man's eyes, unleashing the madness of the monsters. His body transformed into a giant multi-eyed beast. You think you can scare me just by being big? Zhang Bing, with his blazing golden hands behind his back, charges forward with unstoppable momentum. He clenched his fist, grabbed Ta Huangmin, and roared, You're the one who's right! An enormous arm tore the old man's head apart. Die, Ta Huangmin sneered with a twisted smile. Not everyone who dies is necessarily gone. Feng Lai Tian watched this scene in horror and shouted out, He's trying to inject the poison directly through this method. I've fallen for this trick before. What does it matter now that the upper half of Zha Xiangming's body has grown back from his abdomen and is attached to the giant monster? It's too late now. Truong Bin tightly grips the head and laughs loudly. I wonder what would happen if I used the infinite spirit technique. Truong Bin throws the head aside, raises his hand to condense a huge sphere of light, and coldly says, Is this enough chaos? He swung his hand and threw the sphere toward Ta Huangmin. The old man shouted, pouring so much poison into it, it must have been refined. How could it be? Truong Bin frowned and coldly scolded, Do you think using this method can defeat the king? Golden light wrapped around the sharp ice needles floating in front of his chest, burning Ta Huangmin. The old man shouted in shock, What? You are a king? The old man growled in frustration. Damn it, I was fooled by that guy. Feng Lai Xian watched the fading light and interrupted. This feud of the senior brother is finally over. Tin Jiao, holding her arm and exhaling, asked nervously, Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Liu Tian, standing beside her with a worried frown, looked down in astonishment at the cold air emanating from the piece of paper in her hand. The small piece of paper rises, engulfed by cold air and transforming into a different shape as Lai Rao Shui's cold and arrogant voice echoes from above. You're truly useless. It seems I still have to go out myself. Lai Nao Tuyet sat cross-legged on a floating ice throne, chin resting on her hand with an air of arrogance. I accept the lives of 2 Dothoi Bok's subordinates. The ant should reflect on its mistakes in the icy prison. An enormous ice dragon appears, circling around her with a destructive aura, a Chubalong Bang Hak. The ice dragon opens its mouth, its body spiraling with lightning as it charges straight at the 4 people, with Zhang Bing. He raises his Bat Kuk Min Diem, condensing it into a giant golden figure with 8 arms. Now I can combine multiple powers at will, he thought to himself. The system announces the Spirit Stone King of Heaven and Earth, the divine form of Min Diem with 8 extremes bright flame. In an instant, 2 immense powers clash. Zhang Bing, in his giant form, pondered deeply. If Ming Diem brings death, then capturing the extreme Ming Diem is life. When the ice is burned, it turns into butterflies and flies away. He frowns, his cold eyes looking at Lin Gao Tuyet. Her ice also knows how to fear fire. Tin Jiao blocks the strong wind with her hand, watching with admiration. Both sides are really strong. Suddenly, Liu Tian cupped her head and knelt down. Tin Jiao quickly leaned over and anxiously called out, Sister Tian. Liu Tian's deep blue eyes flashed, her voice interrupted. I have remembered everything. Dad, staring at her intently, a question arises. Is this the truth you wanted to tell me about Lin Gao Tuyet before you died? Memories from 20 years ago flood back. Lin Gao Tuyet stands on the city wall sheathing her sword, surrounded by 3 men in suits knocked to the ground. Mr. Liu points at her and roars, Lin Gao Tuyet! My Liu family has no grudge against you. Why did you come here to kill people? She stepped forward, her high heels crushing the sharp ice, her voice cold in the misty air. No grudges, she appeared before Mr. Liu in the blink of an eye. But I have what I need here. He waved his hand and summoned a small ice dragon that curled behind her. Li Yaoxue tilted her head to look at the growling ice dragon and softly said, Not bad. She gently dispelled the ice dragon with a wave, but her firepower was still a bit lacking. After finishing, she grabbed Mr. Liu by the collar and lifted him up. She curled her lips and said, I accept this extreme cold ice shard. Mrs. Liu held her daughter tightly and called out loudly, Dad, little one. Little Liu Tian reached out crying and called out, Dad! Mr. Lu glanced at the mother and daughter, clenched his teeth to protect his daughter, and Li Ngao Tuyet let go, her sword with a deep red aura piercing through him. Lu Tutien screams in her mother's arms. A circle of golden-orange light envelops Li Ngao Tuyet, and Mr. Lu has died. Thick red ice spikes sprout all around. Bing Fong Tian Ren. Returning to the present, Lu Sitian pursed her lips, thinking to herself, Father used a blood spell to freeze my memories of the Lu family to keep me alive. She stands behind Zhang Bing, reaching out her hand forward with a determined voice. Lai Nuat Tuyet, your rebelliousness is finally going to be paid for. The ice birds soar up, piercing through the cold ice blocks and rushing ahead. Come down. Give it to me. The giant ice blocks fell and crashed down directly opposite Zhang Ping. He frowns and speaks in a deep voice. I know your abilities are not limited to just this. The system announces the top-tier blood appraisal technique of the Crown Prince with the royal eye. He looks up at Liao Tue from above and mutters, Assessment. The system responds, Assessment successful, indicating the theft of invisible swordsmanship without injury, extreme cold ice shard, and the influence of the shadow leader of the false king. 8 arms of Zhang Bing move, condensing into a dazzling golden light shield. You rely on theft to sit firmly. Can you hold your ground? What is taken away is the predetermined fate of the weak and cowardly. A giant block of ice shrouded in black energy thrusts up from the ground. Zhang Bing dodged, but a skeletal arm reached out from the ground. The undead Lord Lahai, with his giant skeleton form and blood-red eyes, stared fixedly at him. Zhang Bing pursed his lips, his gaze flicking over the skeletal arm behind him. This is the very skeleton from back then. Now it's your turn to become the stepping stones for the new king. System display. Shihua Beast Lahai, level 40. Laingao Tuyet, level 40. She continued, her voice cold, a real nightmare. Lahai swung his spear fiercely at Truong Bin, roaring loudly. The missile shot forward with a purple light and a black hole in the middle. Truong Bin hesitated briefly. This looked very much like Minvu. The purple light pushes him back, its power far beyond the limits of Commander Feng's attack. He grits his teeth, thinking to himself that this energy is truly terrifying. From the purple beam of light, a giant hand with sharp claws suddenly reached out and grabbed him. Truong Bin was stunned, as this energy also concealed its hand. He quickly regained his composure and silently ordered Batkuk Min DM to activate. Lin Gao Tuyet stands high, smirking confidently, gathering a blue energy stream in her hand. It's useless. Just let go and surrender. An enormous block of ice appears, crashing into Zhang Bing, who is being restrained, accompanied by her arrogant voice. Lahai is the strongest illusionist who has endured the trial of Tsulian prison, and burning his body is not an easy task. A deafening explosion shook the sky. The ice block plunged deep into the ground and dust obscured everything. When the smoke cleared, bony hands clung tightly to the ice, but Truong Bin's voice sounded nearby. Li Nigao Tuyet, do you really have a reliable subordinate? She asked with a hint of confusion. He silently thought she had disappeared. Zhang Bing, in his giant four-armed form, looked up at her and Lahai. The system displays the pure water-based bloodline of the new king with an invisible royal aura. He speaks with a cold, sharp gaze. But don't forget that behind me are Tu Tinjiao in silence and Lu Tuthien secretly watching. He continues in a stern tone. I also have allies supporting me. A small explosion echoes as countless gemstones scatter from the golden light in the air. The system keeps notifying that Wangzhu Zifu is continuously granting the enhancement effect of Wangzhu Treasure Stone to others. Zhang Bing softly says, Please everyone, lend me a hand. If we can help you, that's more than we could have hoped for. Tran Min quietly stands behind, ready to support. Vuong Feng Lai Tien, flames blazing in his hand, excitedly says, It's finally our turn to step onto the stage. Tran Min clasped his hands together and shouted, Truong Bin, use this. I summon the divine giant sword. Truong Bin activates the Batkuk Min DM treasure seal, merging it with his sword, flames erupting to form the Batkuk Divine Performance Sword. Lin Gao Tuyet sneers, mockingly saying, Useless. Under the strength of Lahai and me, any weapon is just debris. Lahai, wielding a giant axe, charged forward like a flying arrow. In front of us, you're no more than a tiny ant. He swung his sword forcefully. Truong Bin raised his divine sword to block, sparks flying as they clashed. A loud bang echoed, dust billowed, Lahai's blade shattered the divine sword, and he sneered. Even debris is just debris, unable to withstand a single strike. Fragments of the divine sword fall around Lahai, suddenly igniting. He is suspicious, thinking to himself, Are these fragments burning? No, it's a trap. Li Nao Tu Yet flies away, looking down on the struggle. Feng Lai Xian shouted loudly. Li Nao Tu Yet was there. She waved her hand and roared, creating a fusion of extreme ice and frost, with mysterious lotus-shaped ice blocks appearing on the empty ground. She snorted coldly, with an arrogant tone. Truongbin, your so-called 4 blessings of the king are only this much. Tu Tinjiao quickly cast a spell, activating the sacred martial shield to protect the entire group. Kimba stomps angrily, shards of fire floating around him. Do you think you can trap us with this level? He unleashes the retreating Starfist, striking directly at the red beam from the extreme ice lotus, and the entire group shouts loudly. At this moment, Baide and Wongfeng Lai Tian step on the ice blocks and rush towards Li Ngao Tuyet. In the blink of an eye, both of them stood in front of her. Lin Gao Tuyet still maintained her arrogant expression. Interesting. Let's see how long this brat's struggle can shine. She orders Lahai. He immediately steps in front of her, flapping his wings loudly, filling the air with dust and smoke. Bakduk and Wongfeng Lai Tian were surrounded, shouting her name in anger. Lahai soared into the air, colliding fiercely and leaving a cloud of dust mixed with shattered rocks. He swung his giant axe, his red eyes flashing with wickedness, his body moving swiftly, growling softly, deadly in every move. Above, a fireball exploded, purple light blending with shattered debris. He unleashed the Hellfire Ice Sky Axe Strike, smashing the earth and rocks to pieces. Just when it seemed everything was over, as the smoke cleared, Zhang Bing still stood there, calmly. What's going on? No matter how powerful this is, in the end, it's just a pile of bones. The elder with prominent horns transformed into air and slipped into the gaps between the bones. Then I turned into bones. But controlling someone this big is not easy. Another elder with vine ropes intervened. My vines can also support both of you in unison. Zhang Bing will help you hold back the skeleton. You go deal with Li Yaoke. Zhang Bing sheathed his sword on his shoulder, his voice firm and clear. Behind him, the towering figure of Guan Yin Tianxia appeared, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Lin Gao Tuyet spins her hand to condense a blue ice sphere, her eyes furious, wielding extreme cold and fierce snowstorms. Countless multi-shaped ice blocks appear around her, but the fierce snowstorms shatter and fall apart before flying far. She was stunned, her eyes wide open, her skills completely nullified. She looked down and saw Liu Xiqian inside Tu Tinjiao's barrier, holding a blue ice sphere. Lin Gao Tuyet hesitated. Is that kid causing trouble? A shadow rushed towards her at incredible speed, a divine sword flashing brightly. Li Ngao Tuyet was confused, thinking this was the ice control technique of the Liu family in Mchow City. Truong Bin gritted his teeth and launched the 4 Lords of Destruction attack, a blazing golden net descending upon her. This strike carries the hopes of fallen comrades. She calmly commands, Lahai, return quickly. The whole group noticed something was wrong and shouted loudly, It's not good. It's struggling to break free. Lahai, excited, broke free from the restraint and ran like the wind towards the master with an axe in hand. As Truongbin's attack lands, a blazing golden light erupts, a deafening explosion scatters debris, Lahai's body gradually dissolves, 2 flames tear through the smoke, clearing the path ahead, while Lin Gao Tuyet remained standing motionless. Zhang Bing softly spoke. Did Lahai help her land a deadly blow? He steps forward, his voice cold. Next time you won't be so lucky. She angrily turns around and yells, a bunch of brats daring to be arrogant in front of me. She summoned a giant vortex. Lu Sitian was suspicious. Is this the legendary Icewind Sky Guardian soul skill? She watched the ice blocks spreading everywhere and thought to herself, I heard the devouring soul ice prison can freeze time itself, but no one has ever used this move because only kings can activate it. She shouted a warning, be careful everyone. But when she turned back, Wangfeng Laitian, Kimba, and Tranmin had already been frozen into blocks. Lu Tutien was terrified as Li Ngao Tuyet floated in a blue ice circle above, unleashing the devouring soul ice prison, with the system displaying Eternal Eastgate Absolute 0273C. Her face was terrifying. Her eyes turned to ice, with fiery red cracks spreading across her face. She arrogantly declares no one can escape the king's territory, sleep forever here. A surge of power erupts from within, shattering the icy prison. A brilliant beam of light tears through Lin Gao Tuyet's frozen barrier. Zhang Bing stepped forward, engulfed in flames, his cold gaze fixed on her, prompting a faint praise from her. Being able to withstand the influence of the ice prison soul, I admit you have some strength. But right after, she seriously raised a snow watch and said firmly, the lives of these ants are forever in my hands. She pointed at the watch, smugly saying, "After 5 more minutes, their abilities will be completely absorbed by me and their lives will end. Then so enjoy this deadly feast at your leisure." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the void, interrupting her. "I won't let you achieve your goal." Lu Suxian grits her teeth, struggling to break free from the ice. Li Yaoxue snorts coldly, her gaze filled with contempt. Zhang Bing immediately stepped in front of her, his voice low. "Tu Tian, fall back. Let me handle this crazy old woman." Li Yaoyue sneered. "Even a stray dog still deserves to bark," she shouted, summoning an icy illusion. "Look around and see who is with you." Lu Tutien looked around in confusion, dazed. Her parents and even her uncles and aunts suddenly appeared as an illusion of her father, who unleashed the Zhuanglong Bang Hach, causing her to panic and wonder why. Zhang Bing immediately stepped forward to block and catch the blow, reassuringly saying, "The dead cannot be held on to, but those who are coming can still be caught up to." His words woke Lu Tzu-chen, and he swung his hand to break the illusion's curtain, his deep voice echoing with philosophy. "The past cannot be changed, but the future can be repaired. Tu Tien, don't get trapped in the illusions of the past." He stepped in front of her again, his voice firm, saying, "Find a safe place first." But Lu Tutien refused outright. "No, this time I won't run away anymore." She activates her supernatural power, her eyes blazing. "You're right. Instead of regretting the past, what I need to do is protect everyone in the present. Zhang Bing, help me buy some time." Following her words, Zhang Bing broke out in a slight sweat as the icy flames around Lu Xixian burned fiercely. She declared that her domain could break through it and remembered her master's words from years ago. "My disciple, I know you can't remember many things, but you must never forget Li Nao Tuyet's crimes." He handed her a star and warned her that inside was sealed the heart ice technique. "This move burns lives. If it's not necessary, don't use it." Returning to the present, Lu Xian crushes the star, his voice firm. "I will break her cold prison with my passion." The star shattered, and the rising power spread through her heart, making her stronger. Li Nao Tuyet angrily threw icy beams at her. "You want to die." Zhang Bing immediately activates his supernatural power to protect her and roars, "You are fighting me!" His clone rushes into the battle. The clones keep attacking Li Yaoyue's body, but she vanishes with a disdainful look. "Useless." She reappears elsewhere, her voice cold. "You can't kill me in my domain." At this moment, Liu Cixin is ready, her hair blazing red. She gritted her teeth and pointed at Lin Gao Tuyet, creating a giant fireball. This move was for the 73 members of the Lu family. She waved her hand to summon a giant magic circle, unleashing a fierce attack, clenched her fist tightly, and caused an earthquake to spread around her, shouting, "I forbidden spell," using ice and snow at the core to destroy your soul prison and your sins. Instantly, all of Lin Gao Tuyet's ice melted away and collapsed, turning the tide of the battle. Under the blinding midday sun, Kim Ba and his team are trapped in ice. He asked in astonishment, "What just happened?" Someone added something. "It seems like we're frozen now." "That's good." Zhang Bing quickly reached out to catch her before she hit the ground, worriedly calling out, "Take it slow." Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out, cutting through. "You disgusting ants, do you think you can defeat me like that?" The whole group turned to look towards the voice. The man with brown hair and a smoky beard spoke slowly. This voice. Kim Ba bowed and gritted his teeth. Li Nao Tuyet and Truong Bin stood in the middle of the battlefield, holding Lu Tu Thien, with Kim Ba, the brown-haired man, and Tran Min on either side. They all turned their eyes toward the distant figures. "Rumor has it that the illusionist isn't just Lahai," Kim Ba muttered. Lin Gao Tuyet's face darkened, veins bulging on her cheek, her eyes flashing with blood. She frowned, her voice cold. "Neo, my loyal servants." She waved her hand, her cloak billowing, and gave a decisive command. "Eliminate the enemies in front of you. Leave no one alive." The subordinates shouted in unison, their aura soaring like red-eyed ghosts rushing forward swiftly. Zhang Bing's face remained calm as he held Liu Zixan tightly, unleashing a real fire technique in a blazing sweep. Emperor Yan's devouring heaven. Those wrapped in white bandages like zombies were thrown back by the explosion, falling to the ground and burning in the flames. Zhang Bing calmly walks through the chaos, kneels to gently lay Liu Xiqian down. To Jingjiao points ahead and shouts, "Zhang Bing, look over there." The system displays the royal power of the Chan Thi. He smirks, his eyes shining as a blue aura radiates outward. He whispered, "That is behind Ling Yao Tuyet." A chained soul hanging in the air with a hazy consciousness. He shouted loudly. Tran Quan Din looked at the imprisoned soul, and someone couldn't hold back a cry. It seems that Lin Gao Tuyet no longer has enough power to seal Tran Quan Din's soul inside the body. Zhang Bing nodded, his eyes shining. So that's how it is. Without hesitation, he unleashes a fiery fist, knocking away anyone in his path and moving straight ahead. With a serious expression, he says, "I am going there." Lin Gao Tu Yet waved her hand to order the others to stop. The subordinates rushed forward, but before they could strike, Zhang Bing swiftly took them all down in an instant. Half of his face darkened, his arm glowing, his voice calm but filled with deadly intent. "May I ask for your help?" He waved his hand to summon Tran Haovan's soul, which skillfully evaded all enemies, leaving them stunned. Tran Haovan flew over to Tran Quan Din, his voice trembling. "Quan Din." His eyes fill with tears as he desperately tries to persuade you. "It's me, your father, Quan Din. Don't you remember me?" He bowed his head, his voice filled with bitterness. "That's right. You were so young back then, and now I've become like this. You don't recognize me. Sorry I can't grow up with you. I am at fault." Resentment floods back as Tran Haovan, holding a teddy bear, smiles brightly. "Quan Ding, look what Dad brought for you." When facing the enemy, he stood in front of her, smiling to comfort. "Quan Ding, don't be afraid, as long as you can return to Mchow City." Tran Quan Ding gradually regained consciousness, softly calling out "Father," and her soul regained awareness, tears of joy falling down. "Are you my father?" Tran Haovan held his daughter's soul tightly, comforting her. "You must have been through a lot lately, right? It's okay. I promise you that Quan Din will never be controlled by others again. You're not a saint, nor are you an infinitely awakened person. You are my daughter." The chain-binding Tran Quang Din suddenly snaps with a click, gradually loosening. He exclaimed with joy, "Very good. The connection is starting to loosen." Truong Bin seized the opportunity, unleashing a fiery punch, smiling smugly. Now is the time. Lin Gao Tu Yet attacks, but he leaps up, dodging her fierce strike, unleash a massive force that forms a sphere of energy slicing through space. Li Gao Tu Yet, beaten back, looks gaunt and screams no. The floating crown shatters, her body disintegrates into a skeleton. Her eyes bulge as she desperately screams, "I am the true king, but my strength is gone. You will vanish, leaving nothing but dust." The soul chain of Tran Quan was completely broken, falling to the ground. Truong Bin's face was serious as he stepped forward, tightly gripping the chain. "This is the item the captain mentioned to deal with the Moon King." A voice echoes, "Calling out to you, Zhang Bing." Spirit Tran kindly spoke beside his daughter, thanking you for saving our family. Now we can finally rest assured and move on to the eternal realm. Tran Quan Ding steps forward and grants him a surge of power. "This is Lahai's power. All the illusionists are grateful that you freed their souls." That energy merged into Zhang Bing's body. She smiled. "I hope this power will help you in the future. Farewell, Zhang Bing." Tran Min sighed in relief behind her. Finally, everything was over. It was all over. But he hesitated and muttered, "No, it's not over yet." Zhang Bing's eyes burned with determination as he declared firmly, "It's time to reclaim Mchow City." "Is Lin Gao Tu Yet defeated after all?" A voice sounded behind him. "Once Lin Gao Tu Yet dies, the Song clan will surely collapse. Hurry and gather everyone to prepare for the attack on Zhang Bing and his team." Lak Thi Vu turned back, her eyes cold and sharp, outright refusing. "It's not your turn to give orders here." His words made him furious, like he was powerless. She continued with a sharp tone, "I think you also understand that now fighting over it is meaningless if I live and you die." The man looked into the distance. "Before destroying other forces, I suggest we live peacefully with each other first." From above, the cityscape is engulfed in flames as a fiery phoenix soars across. Lak Thi Vu turned back mockingly and said, "Is this the harmony you mentioned?" She pointed at the firebirds ravaging the town, watching over your damn bird. Suddenly, a child's voice rang out. "Little O, come here." Everyone turned around and saw a strange boy standing there all along, a child so small, yet able to control a king. A fire dragon appears, roaring loudly. Clearly Chu Clan is the one who betrayed and double-crossed. "You still have the face to talk about cooperation?" The voice stunned everyone. It was the heavenly sovereign Ho. Lak Thi Vu bowed respectfully and said, "I said long ago that killing Tudu Thoibok was only a matter of time." As the Moon King returned, a guard hurriedly reported, "Lord Thuong Nguyet, the previous incident was orchestrated by Chu Min Trak. At that time, we only ordered the capture of the Sanus, but he caused such a big commotion. Now he has received his deserved punishment. I humbly ask the Moon King for his judgment." But his plea only enraged the Moon King, and his words were all lies. "If it weren't for the fact that you also gained the power of a king, I would have eaten you long ago." The boy's rebellious phoenix charged forward, but it was only like scratching an itch for the Moon King, who sneered, "Chu family's sun god accepting a child as its master. Then change its name to Chick, it might suit better." The old man angrily slapped the bird and shouted, "Don't be rude!" Then the old man clasped his hands and reported that the story shifted to King Thuong Nuyet. You must have heard of the Saint Ancestor's power. With an army of giant zombies and royal strength, yet they still couldn't defeat Trong Bin, showing how terrifying his group truly is. The old man continued, his voice pleading, "Now, only through cooperation between the two sides can we completely defeat Truong Bin's group. I hope you understand." The Moon King remained silent, contemplating. After a moment, he spoke. Previously, when Saint Ancestor besieged Mchow City, Li Ngao Tuyet and Tudu Thoibok's strengths were not much different. If Tudu had become a king, I might have failed in his hands. He admitted, his voice deep, that now Zhangbing could defeat Li Ngao Tuyet at the level of a king, which is indeed a major trouble. His body transformed, his aura surged, but don't even think about touching a single soldier of mine. I will personally lead the entire Thien Thuong Ho tribe. Their words, like a life-saving straw, brought joy to both of them. Understood. We promise to stay within our limits and do our best to help eliminate the enemy. Yue King turned to Lathivu and asked, "How many of our people are left now?" She reported that since the cultivation method was introduced, the number has increased significantly, and now about 100,000 heavenly norms can fight. The Moon King glared fiercely, determined to the utmost. "Good," he roared. "Zhangbing, this time no matter how many tricks you have, the king of the heavenly normal lake and my army swear to turn Mchow City into your graveyard." At the secret base, Tran Lak Vi and Hua Kuyet approached, happily greeting each other. "That's great, everyone has returned." But then, Tran Lak Vi hesitated. "Hey, why isn't Tran Tuyet Tiep here?" Kim Ba replied with a trembling voice, "She and the Zhao family have all sacrificed themselves." Hua Kuyet was stunned. How could this be? "This time I will return, and I am determined to take back Mchow City. Anyone who agrees, follow me." Is that even a question? How can I forgive them when the Heavenly Serpent Lake and the Chu family have killed so many of our comrades? The entire group responded in unison. "Don't forget our part too. I never thought I would fight for Mchow City in this life." Truong Bin helps Lu Tu Thien as Hua Kuyet takes care of her. Tu Thien forcibly used the Mind Seal Ice technique during the battle with Lin Gao Tuyet, and her vital essence has been severely depleted. Let her stay at the base. He turned to Zhang Shuju and Man Ni. "The two of you should stay behind to watch over this place." Man Ni objected. "We can fight too," Truong Thu Trung agreed. "That's right, after everything we've been through, there's no way you're leaving us behind." But Zhangbing is determined, Man Ni. She is familiar with the base's infrastructure. With the three of them forming a barrier team, they work together seamlessly. "Zhang Shouzhong, your abilities are crucial for the reconstruction. This battle is about survival. If we can't survive and make it back, you must protect your teammates and the civilians here." Man Ni still insists, I know, but at least let me support from afar. "You must definitely win." When night falls, the system displays a special red dot at Mingzhu City. Zhangbing outlined the strategy. "Last time I felt the power of the sun god bird near Mingzhu City. The Chu family is very likely allied with the heavenly normal lake. With the enemy's numbers in Two Kings, a direct attack would be a last resort." He assigned Tran Min, Chu Than Bok, and Long Phuc Ba to set traps and deploy jamming devices to divide the 7 foxes. Senior. Tathan Ba was tasked with scouting the weak points of the outer defenses and finding a feasible entry point. "Leave the front attack to me. Senior Diep Truong Xuan, Team Leader Kim Ba, and Commander Fuang Quan. Are you clear?" He turned to Totinjiao. "Tin Ngoch, your abilities are of utmost importance. I need you to focus your mental energy, lock down the positions of Yue Fang, Lak Ti Vu, and Tai Duong Than Dieu, and also determine the space of Captain Tudu." Totinjiao nodded. "Leave it to me. I will do my best to sense it." She suddenly asked, "But how can I see the true form of Thien Thuong Ho? Use his pure blood body?" Truong Bin shook his head. "No need to bother." He activated his magic. "I have upgraded the 4 blessings of the king. Now I can bless my allies to escape the illusion of Thien Thuong Ho and see their true form clearly." He emphasizes that the battle will officially begin at midnight. The scene shifts to the heavily guarded enemy area where a sword suddenly strikes, tearing through the demons. They shouted out. Some assassins launched a surprise attack. Tran Min lured them away, chased after them. Don't let the bastard escape. After a while, another group rushes out to block the ambush route. The demons charge forward without fear. Using flesh to crush people? That's stupid. They attack Tran Min, but he remains unharmed. He swells his body to the size of a bomb ready to explode, causing the demons to shatter into 100 pieces and their spirits to vanish. The suicide bomber version using explosives crafted by Zhangbing and Zhang Shouzhong, the team quickly deals with the demons. Kim Ba laughs loudly, saying these explosives work better than straw men. At the same time, Lak Thi Vu sensed the disturbance. Has Zhang Bing arrived? She was about to report, but the Moon King interrupted completely. Don't be hasty. He calmly guessed everything. This huge commotion is likely the Ju Ho Li's son. As expected, Truong Bin appears from another direction, floating in the air with a four-armed figure in front and a fiery phoenix above his head. The counterattack fire aimed straight at Lak Ti-vu and the Moon King, and from behind a giant skull, the shadowy figure of the illusionist La Hai appeared. He mocked Truong Bin, calling himself the Sun. But is this all the firepower he has? A furious voice interrupted, filled with murderous intent. The arrogant king of heaven, Ho, in his full form, steps forward to face both of them. Without saying a word, Hung Ni and Kim Ba jumped down from behind Zhang Bing, launching the Beast King's crushing starfist combined with twin swords. But their power was not enough. The Moon King still hovered, sneering, "So that's how it is. Your strength isn't bad." He enlarges his mocking body, relying on you all to try to defeat the Song King, the heavenly Thuong. Ho. King raises his hand toward the blood-red moon in the sky. Dark, cold aura spreads out, the moon transforms strangely, and the ground trembles violently. Truong Bin immediately creates a barrier to protect himself, Kim Ba and Vuong Fung Lai in front. He squints at the anomaly and asks the assessment system. When the anomaly is complete, the ground seems to change. The system announces the domain of the Moon King, the ultimate land where everything ends. The system explains. 1. The initiator can bypass spatial restrictions, teleport instantly, attack from any position, and is immune to physical attacks. The temperature in the field rises by 100 degree Gauss per minute, burning everything except the initiator. Suddenly, the heavenly sovereign King Hu rushes out behind Kim Ba and Vuong Fung Lai Tien, catching them off guard. He gritted his teeth and said, "You think you can close the gap in strength just by numbers?" In an instant, he swung his sword, blood splattering everywhere, and he sneered, "A fly is still just a fly." Dieb Truong Xuan appears, wrapping the heavenly emperor tightly and shouting, "I got you!" Kim Ba sees the opportunity, roars loudly, and together they unleash the King Tui Tin Quyen, piercing through his body and creating a large hole like a cake. Are Kim Ba and Vuong Fung Lai Tien successful together? But at that moment, countless clones of the King of Heaven appeared, connected by strings to form a silver-black maze. He sneered, "Take a look around you." The tightening cords cut into their flesh, making them cry out. Truong Bin shouted, "Senior!" The heavenly sovereign suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "What are you looking at?" He lands a powerful strike. Truong Bin barely manages to defend, his hand bleeding, grinding his teeth and saying, "I couldn't use my martial skills earlier inside the city." The Celestial King presses forward, attacking relentlessly with mockery. Facing such firepower, can you still remain as arrogant as before? He activated the part of the Golden Spirit, summoning a fiery phoenix that hurled a fireball at Zhang Ping. Ding raised his shield to defend, thinking to himself, "Damn it, the temperature is too high. The spirit form is about to collapse." The fiery red sky and engulfing flames burn everything. Elsewhere, Tu Tinjiao, in spirit form, sneaks into the city, boldly passing the guards. They only feel a chill and mutter, "Why is it so freezing? Let's find a human to warm up with." Tu Tinjiao observes and says to Tuthanba, "The aura here is weaker, so this must be the place." Tuthanba asks, "How do we activate this?" She replied, "First, we need to find the entrance to the space." Suddenly, a female voice sounded behind her. "Vuong said there would be sneaky mice sneaking in tonight, and I've caught one already." Lak Ti-vu appeared, followed by monsters with a relaxed tone. "I didn't expect you to come here alone. What is Zhang Bing really planning?" Tuthanba retorted boldly. Do you think his plan is to let you see through it?" He thought to himself that they hadn't discovered Tin Jiao. Preparing to fight, his voice firm, "I will take care of you." But suddenly, one of Lak Ti-vu's tails pierced through his body. She sneered, "Relying only on yourself?" Tuthanba spat blood in shock. "How is that possible?" Lak Ti-vu finished transforming, revealing her foxtails as she looked at him, struggling to breathe. "Tuthanba, I know your ability can turn into intangible matter, so if I let you turn into air, it would be much harder to handle. That's why I never intended to face you head-on from the start." "From the very first time you saw me?" "Actually, you were under my spell from that moment on." She commanded her tails to attack all at once. "Go to hell." Lak Ti-vu's tail fragments fell to the ground, cut off by something. Panicking, she turned back and shouted. "Who?" an old voice called out from behind the iceberg. "Long time no see. Are you well, little fox?" As the aura dissipates, Bai Yudong appears from the beginning, his deep voice saying, "The debt between us has yet to be settled." While the panic-stricken foxes flee from Tudo Toi Bach, He activates his illusion, transforming his energy into a beam of light. Golden blood challenges. Sword energy accelerates to light speed. The old man growls, "I'll see how you run." The beam of light pierces through a fox, causing it to lose balance and fall. The others escaped. Tudo clenched his fist and activated the Earth Demolition Sex formation. A giant hand emerged from the ground and grasped the fox spirit. The old man continues to unleash the fiery rage, his hand exploding in brilliance. After finishing, Tudo turns away and tells Totinjiao, "First, take your grandfather to treat his wounds." Totinjiao anxiously asks about Tuthanba's condition. "Sir, where is that fox?" Tudo frowns and looks back. It has already escaped, but with such serious injuries, it's definitely no longer a threat. Before leaving, the old man entrusted the foxes in the city to everyone. "I have to find Truongbin." Tutinjiao quietly encouraged his grandfather. "Truongbin, you must hold on until the end." She remembered when he handed her the chain, telling her to hold it, then connect one end to her and the other to Captain Tudo's soul. Tutinjiao held the chain, puzzled. Why not use this directly against the Moon King's spell? Zhangbing explained, "I have identified this chain as a product that materializes from Liaohuo's ultimate stealing ability." He continued, saying that the captain had previously tested with him and said that his infinite replication ability could not copy his own infinite ability, so Lian Gao Tuyet couldn't steal Tranquandin's power, but she used this chain to break the rules. He insists the chain isn't hers, otherwise she would have used it on the captain long ago. As long as she connects with him, their powers will temporarily share, awakening his soul and restoring his body. Tutinjiao still worries. What if the captain no longer has any soul left? Zhangbing replied, "The chain does not directly break the spell, but the captain demanded to defeat Li Yaoshui to obtain it. Maybe when trapped in the training ground, he deliberately said that to deceive the mysterious person. I emphasize I trust the captain. He knows I will dare to determine the true use of the chain and find a way to save him. With the enemy holding the power of the Songwang, the captain's abilities are crucial. Most importantly, I trust him." At the same time, in the farthest land, a fierce battle is raging. The Fire Phoenix of King Thuong Ho faces off against the Tudu team. Vuong Peng Lai Tien is worried, saying, "The temperature here is so high, even my Shich Huang immortal body struggles to withstand it." Kim Ba is anxious. "Still not finished yet?" Suddenly a figure rushes forward, shouting, "You're so afraid of death that you dare to run away. King Thien Thuong leads his clone army to taunt you. How long do you plan to keep fleeing?" "Huh. Are the three of you holding the defensive position?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "I'll handle it myself." Tudu Thoi Bak appeared, surprising everyone. Kim Ba excitedly led the calm elder captain, causing everyone to wait longer, and King Thien Thuong exclaimed in surprise, "Tudu Thoi Bak, weren't you supposed to be dead already?" He replied coldly, "Of course, someone as arrogant as you wouldn't understand." Next to him is Zhang Bing. Tudu roared, "Never underestimate the power of humans." The old man signaled with the chain, "Come on, Truong Bin, hold this chain tight and use our hope to break through this hell." Zhang Bing nodded. "I said before that if bound by chains, the captain would also reach the king level like me." Tudu Dongting, that's right, now my spirit essence skill works against the Moon King. Once its domain is dispelled, it's no longer invincible. Truong Bin added, "So what's next?" King Thien Thuong orders the Fire Phoenix to counterattack in the name of the Twin Kings with a sky-high momentum. Inside the Sun God Bird, the little demon raises the flame high with a contemptuous voice. Hope indeed makes others nauseous. Little flame burns fiercely, surrounded by raging fire with powerful blades as the spirit core screams and turns into dust under this blinding light. Tudu Thoi Bak quietly summons fire from his palm and activates the reverse prism simulation. The shifting lens bends space, reflecting all attacks below level 40. Zhangbing and Tudi watch silently as the strikes hitting the lens are reflected back from the opposite side. The Celestial King warns coldly, "Don't be too arrogant." The tiny orb, engulfed in flames, flies chaotically everywhere, causing space to crack. From the crack, a clawed hand stretched out, dragging along the skeletal warrior of the ghostly illusion, while black energy from the fissures surged in, boosting its power as its body flashed with lightning. Tudu opened a space portal and said in a deep voice, "The battle here is too dangerous. The three of you go into the city to help Tran Min first." Kim Ba responded loudly, "Understood." "Captain, be careful, both of you," the little demon shouted excitedly from the fire. "That long-living insect, spray more fire. The little one is protected by a stronger ring of flames than Zhongyan Rilin. Use this fire to crush everything. The dark realm spreads and the little ox charges into the fortress of skeletons. A deafening explosion erupts, smoke billows, and the skeleton fortress burns fiercely. King Thien Thuong gritted his teeth and said, "This power is truly strong. I fear even my domain could be burned. Tudo's eyes turned cold as he considered. Zhangbing frowned and observed. The skeletons confined within the myriad mirrors can only be protected by the reversing lenses, ensuring absolute defense against both physical and magical attacks. The little one rushed forward, the skeleton raised its hand to shield, and the roar echoed loudly. Even as the skeleton resisted, the flames kept spreading, burning fiercely. The little devil sneers. Resisting is useless, everyone die. Tuodu Huo from Tuodo still struggles to open a black hole, just a little devil kid. The black hole of karma reversal, a divine-level mimicry skill, absorbs both the skeleton fortress and the demon eye, even as the flames draw near. Little one, little demon, shouts loudly. Little one, run now. Tootie clenched his fist, his voice cold. Do you want to run? It's too late. The black hole widens, its pull intensifies. Tudo Tungnat unleashes a fierce flow of energy, forming a bird that looks exactly like the one facing Xiao Wu. Emperor Tien Thuong roared in fury, sharp spines sprouting from his hand as a pillar of fire shot down, smoke billowing around Xiao O. The fallen angel screamed, feathers scattering everywhere amidst the tremors. The Heavenly King is shocked. How dare you hurt me this badly? Truongbin brandished his golden staff and pointed at him firmly. Mchow City is our homeland. You outsiders have no right to decide its fate. The Celestial King replied in a deep voice, I just want my clan to no longer be oppressed, and yet you say I am wrong? He sneered, a wicked smile, and the real game has only just begun. His laughter echoes, leaving Truongbin and Tudo bewildered. Truongbin senses something's wrong. Why hasn't the domain disappeared yet? A fireball suddenly appeared in front of them. Tudo was furious, damn it. Xiao O still spreads its wings, using the immortal divine power to revive with fiery desire. Truongbin is amazed that attack only killed it for a few minutes. Tudo pondered silently. It seems I have to try a different approach. In another part of the city, Tran Min drew his sword and pierced through a wolfman, blood splattering everywhere. As the mutated beast charged forward, the commander shouted, Don't let him escape! But Kimba and the Pavilion Master Feng appeared from above, with Kimba unleashing a frost mountain blast, a streak of orange light sweeping away the beasts. Pavilion Master Feng used the Beast King's authority technique, wind wall technique, with blue and white light to repel the enemies. The dazzling light startled a villager awake, rubbing his eyes as he looked out the window. Why is it so noisy? Seeing the mutated beast corpse dragging itself, he was terrified. There are mutated beasts inside the city. After defeating the beasts, Tran Min guessed that this pack of foxes was almost wiped out. But a fire flared up in the distance, lighting up the whole area. He was worried. This fire must be near Zhangbing and Captain Tuo. A girl in a cloak reports, We've also finished here. Just how many foxes are there in total? Why can't we kill them all? Tran Min looked at the pile of beast corpses with suspicion. Even I feel something's off. Didn't we say at first that there were only a few hundred heavenly foxes, but now we've already killed over 1,000? Just give the order. First, capture the Moon King and gather everyone who wants to capture their king at the City Lord's mansion. Understood. Kimba kicks open the door at the City Lord's residence, the sound echoing loudly. Laktivu sits on the highest chair, covered in wounds but still smiling brightly. Are you here? Tran Min stepped in, sword pointed. As expected, she refused to abandon her position as City Lord even in death. He gritted his teeth. Arrogance and greed are in your bloodline. You have killed so many innocent people, including our brothers. Blood debts must be paid with blood. The sharp sword tip pressed close, a blue-white light flashing. But Laktivu sat still as the sword pierced. Tran Min was caught off guard by this action. Dust and wind blow away his clothes, and a bright half-moon-shaped wound appears on her chest. She coldly said, You're truly hopeless. The semicircular wound flared up, knocking Tran Min away. She explains, Father prepared in advance. The eternal moon heart is indestructible, and the core of a person's power can be used for space teleportation. If you are in danger, your power will be transferred to me. The wind pushes back the group. Laktivu summons the strange beasts, his demonic voice echoing, and my true self is now the true Moon King. The system displays Yuefang Laktivu at level 40, a regal figure. The masked beastmen charge blindly, their eyes bloodshot, minds seemingly controlled, moving like machines. A green-haired old man with antler-like horns transforms his hands into extending tree branches to attack enemies. The bow chaos technique. Nearby, a shirtless man in red pants spews a large flame, burning everything around him. The chaotic aura of the Beast King's robe is filled with turbulent energy. Kimba rushes at Lunar King Laktivu, who sits cross-legged on the throne with ease, shouting out the Tai Tin Fist. She glared at him with a cold, murderous look. raising a finger to release a thin stream of energy. Kim Ba, unprepared, sensed something unusual in the space. The Moon King twirls her finger without changing her expression. Immediately, Kim Ba appears behind Tran Min, launching an attack straight at him. Tran Min was stunned, cold sweat streaming down, unable to react in time. Why is team leader Kim Ba behind him? The wave knocked him far away with devastating force. Luckily, a teammate held him tightly and pushed him aside. Careful, all three stop in their tracks. Kim Ba is still unsteady, worriedly calling out. Tran Min nods slightly. I'm fine. Nguyen Puang leapt into the air, her dress billowing, with a crimson crescent moon appearing behind her. Someone speaks, manipulating space at will. Normal attacks are useless. Kim Ba scolded, "Damn it, you're really tough." Truong Bin, glowing with gold all over, grew extra arms and punched the fire creature hard, determinedly saying, "Give up, you can't win." The brown-haired boy, surrounded by a divine bird, grits his teeth and roars. Don't even think about it. His whole body blazing, he unleashes a powerful spinning attack with terrifying force. Today, if you don't die, I will perish. Truong Bin transformed into gold to defend himself, but was pushed back and slid across the ground. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't let this energy drain continue. It will run out quickly. Tudu Toibak looked up with a serious tone, while Truong Bin considered how to control its actions. I take off, eyes shining, and say, Captain, I found the breakthrough point. The giant divine bird covering the sky. Chu's kid merged with the divine bird achieved immortality, but that is also its fatal weakness. Even if I can't kill the divine bird, I can influence the child's mind and control it indirectly. The old man closed his eyes, raised his hand to unleash his power, his voice calm. This move requires close contact to create an opening for me. Truong Bin's divine bird charges forward, while the old man remains still and unmoving. Zhang Bing shifts his attribute. The purple wind surrounding him becomes clear. He kneels. The purple energy erupts beneath his feet. Come down here for me. He leapt into the air, a powerful vortex of energy swirling from behind, targeting the center of the divine bird. The bird screeches in pain and falls close to the ground, while Truong Bin pins it down with his giant clone, preventing it from escaping. Breaking away from the main body, he swung the scythe, thinking to himself, assessment. He squinted, smirking with satisfaction. Got it. The sickle unleashed a move that nearly rendered the divine bird unable to resist. Min DM, your arm turned into a long chain, wrapping tightly around the brown-haired boy inside the divine bird. Captain, I found Chu's kid. Tudu jumped in front of him. The boy pursed his lips and asked, What do you want to do? Tudu covered his left eye, growling loudly, suppressing his will. The boy's eyes widened, veins bulging on his temples, unable to speak from the pain. His eyes turned white as the cleansing light. The divine bird writhing and disintegrating from its head, its screams echoing as Truong Bin and Tudu hold on tight, the divine bird transforming into a giant red egg falling freely. Tudu spoke softly, then sighed as he looked at the egg, frowning. Its will is firm, only able to make it sleep forever, but it can also be considered as resolving a major trouble. From afar, Yue Laktivu sensed the change and whispered, The divine law has been dealt with? She looked at the injured crowd and muttered, Forget it, this was also expected. Her eyes blazing with malice, she flicked her hand and said coldly, Kill my father. Kill my kin. Zhang Bing. Today I will let you taste what it feels like to lose everything.